Eastern Domain. Sword Demon Sect. The outer Sect plaza was packed with a dense sea of people. Terror was etched across most of their faces. Where is this place? Why have I been captured and brought here? How dare you capture me? Do you know who my father is? How can there be so many people here? The square was a cacophony of chaos with everyone shouting different things. Just then a cold snort rang out. All of you shut up. At the same moment, a terrifying pressure descended and blanketed the entire area, making everyone nearly unable to breathe. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man in blue robes stepped onto the high platform, looking down upon the crowd as though they were insects. His gaze was piercingly sharp, and not a single person dared to meet his eyes. This is the Sword Demon Sect. If you wish to keep your lives, behave. He spoke again. But the moment those words left his mouth, the nearly 10,000 ordinary people in the plaza below were completely dumbfounded. The Sword Demon Sect. That demonic cult that commits every evil imaginable. It's over. It's over. I'm still so young. Am I going to die? They couldn't be planning to use us to cultivate some evil technique, could they? Damn it, my luck is absolutely terrible. Run. Run now. Some collapsed to the ground in despair, while others broke into a sprint toward the outside. Yet the middle-aged man on the high platform showed no change in expression whatsoever. He merely raised his left hand and gave a gentle wave. Dozens of sword chi blasts erupted forth. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Those who had fled outward were struck with pinpoint accuracy by the sword chi. Without even a scream, they collapsed to the ground and died on the spot. Hiss. The rest witnessed this scene, and the entire square fell utterly silent. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. I told you, if you want to live, behave. Seems you're much more obedient now, The middle-aged man sneered coldly. No one dared to reply. I know every single one of you is confused about why you were brought here, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that this is a great opportunity for you. Next, none of you are to resist. I will be conducting an aptitude test on all of you. Regardless of your aptitude, my Sword Demon Sect will treat you all well. After saying this, the middle-aged man waved his left hand once more. Nearly 10,000 beams of white light scattered from his hand and shot into the crowd. This caused the masses to stir up again in panic. They thought the man had gone on a killing spree and was about to slaughter them all. But the white light did not harm them. It merely adhered to each person's body. These beams of light were tiny jade talismans. Once the talismans attached to a person, they began to change color. On some people, the talismans turned pale red, on others deep red, and on still others pale yellow, brownish yellow, and so on. What is happening? Nearly 10,000 faces were filled with panic, fear, and confusion. The name Sword Demon Sect alone brought them a terror too intense to bear. But among these people, there was one whose gaze was different from the rest. He was a youth of delicate features and fair skin. He gazed at the talisman on his chest, and at the middle-aged man on the high platform, his eyes flickering with light, his gaze burning and intense. So this is cultivation. His name was Lin Xiao. Just 1 month ago, he had transmigrated to this world. Unlike the popular transmigration stories now circulating, however, he had not been reborn, nor had he transmigrated into someone else's body. Instead, after his original body was swallowed by a golden light, he had physically arrived in this world. He had not awakened any of those chaotic, overpowered systems. Only one additional talent. Max Comprehension. Because of this, over the past month, he had wandered everywhere searching for a cultivation sect to join, eager to experience the power of his golden finger firsthand. But with no background and no common sense, after several setbacks and nearly being tricked by human traffickers, Lin Xiao decided to calm down and take things one step at a time. This world was no peaceful era. Here one could be killed over a single disagreement. Fists were law. It was a world where the strong were revered. But what Lin Xiao never expected was that just as he was preparing to take it slow and steady, starting his own legendary tale of a mortal cultivating immortality, he suddenly lost consciousness without any warning. When he woke again, he found himself on the Sword Demon Sect grounds alongside nearly 10,000 others. Just hearing the name Sword Demon Sect told him this was no orthodox faction. Coupled with the middle-aged man's merciless killing earlier, all of this made Lin Xiao understand that this was a dangerous place. But no matter what, he had finally entered a cultivation sect. Could this be a fortuitous encounter? Among this batch, there are actually 2 people with 6th grade aptitude. Excellent, excellent. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Then he tossed 2 tokens toward the 2 people glowing green. From today onward, you 2 are official outer disciples of my Sword Demon Sect. The 2 caught the tokens, faces overflowing with pleasant surprise, then overjoyed. Thank you, sir, for your recognition. Thank you, sir. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, just call me Elder Chun. The 2 bowed again in thanks. Not having to die and becoming an official outer disciple of the Sword Demon Sect on top of that. This was even more fortunate than money falling from the sky. Others who witnessed this scene were both shocked and deeply envious. Although the Sword Demon Sect was an evil cult, becoming one of its disciples was a great blessing. far, far better than being a commoner. Elder Chen looked toward the others and continued, those glowing yellow, stepped forward. Close to 1,000 people stepped out with anxious hearts. Your aptitude is passable. You may go to the other main peaks as menial disciples. Are you willing? Elder Chen asked. Willing? Everyone immediately answered. Although phrased as a question, they all detected the threatening undertones in Elder Chen's words. You refuse. Then you must die. The cautionary tale still lay on the ground before them. Being a servant disciple on the main peak would suffice. Elder Chen nodded and tossed copper tokens toward them. Those with red light emanating from their bodies stepped forward. He continued to call out. This time, nearly 4,000 people walked out from the crowd. Your aptitude is merely ordinary, but you may serve as servant disciples in the outer sect. Do you agree? He asked. We agree. The 4,000 people shouted in unison. Elder Chen threw a pile of iron tokens toward them. At this point, nearly 5,000 people remained in the square. The jade talismans affixed to their bodies had not changed to any other color. They remained white. Lin Xiao was among them. His expression was rather grim at the moment. The jade talisman on his body was likely used to test one's aptitude. Different colors represented different levels of talent. If it hadn't changed color, did that mean he lacked cultivation aptitude entirely? Damn it. No way. He was someone with max-level comprehension. The crux of the matter was that without aptitude one was considered useless by the sect. Ordinary sects would certainly reject such a person and drive them away directly. But for a demonic sect like the Sword Demon sect, would they let people go? Lin Xiao's heart sank at the thought. Should he confess his exceptional comprehension to Elder Chen? At least then he wouldn't die. Yet if he truly confessed, he didn't dare imagine what consequences awaited him. While Lin Xiao was torn, Elder Chen turned his gaze toward those remaining, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Those remaining follow me, he said. Sometime later, the remaining 5,000 people followed Elder Chen to a secluded location behind the Sword Demon sect's rear mountain. They had no right to choose. A few individuals attempted to slip away secretly along the way, but were instantly discovered by Elder Chen and executed on the spot. Very well, we have arrived, Elder Chen announced. Arrived? The crowd was utterly bewildered. There was clearly nothing here. Could it be that this Elder Chen intends to eliminate witnesses? Upon this thought, everyone's faces turned panicked. Fortunately, Elder Chen did not look at them, but instead extended his hand and formed a hand seal toward the empty space. A transparent barrier appeared before the crowd. Elder Gung, I have brought this batch of people to you, Elder Chen said with reverence. I am aware, a hoary voice responded, and then 2 crystal-clear stones were thrown from within, flying toward Elder Chen. Thank you, Elder Gung. If there is nothing else, I shall not disturb you further, Elder Chen said joyfully as he received the stones. The aged voice replied. The next moment, Elder Chen's figure moved, and he vanished from the spot. Only the bewildered 5,000 people remained. Before they could voice their confusion, everyone felt a tremendous force surge toward them. Then they were dragged into the barrier by that force. The scene transformed. Here darkness stretched endlessly, suffused with an eerie chill. Surrounding them were numerous, simple sword tombs. Each sword tomb had a long sword planted upon it. Keen wind rose from all directions. Although it was merely the beginning of autumn, everywhere exuded a grim and chilling aura. A single deep breath caused a piercing sensation to fill his chest, an abdomen unbearable in its pain. Where is this place? Why are there sword tombs everywhere? It hurts so painful. There must be poisonous gas here. The Sword Demon sect wants to kill us all. I can't accept this. I don't want to die yet. Amidst their panic, an aged voice resonated beside the ears of the 5,000 people. The voice was faint, yet everyone heard it with extreme clarity. This is the heaven-burning sword tomb of the Sword Demon sect. Next, I will impart to you a chi-nourishing scripture. Only those who successfully circulate it for 3 cycles may become tomb guardians. Then the aged voice began to recite the chi-nourishing scripture. Those present, as if grasping the glimmer of hope for survival, endured their excruciating pain to listen attentively. Lin Xiao was no different. He had originally believed his prospects were dire this time. Who would have imagined there was another layer to this scheme? Tomb Guardian. What kind of role was that? It didn't sound impressive at all, but it was better to endure than to face death. Moreover, he had finally encountered cultivation techniques of this world. Lin Xiao endured the intense piercing pain in his chest and abdomen, sat cross-legged, and focused his mind to listen. The chi-nourishing scripture, which was obscure and difficult for ordinary people to comprehend, sounded like celestial music to his ears. Gradually, Lin Xiao became engrossed. The spiritual energy that had been chaotically rushing through his body began to circulate along a fixed path. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Those who can circulate the chi-nourishing scripture for 3 cycles today may go to the Sword Pavilion in the south to claim their status as tomb guardians. After finishing these words, the aged voice disappeared without a trace. The old man had no idea that within the span of 1 incense stick's burning time after his departure, A youth among the 5,000 opened his eyes. A faint brilliance gleamed within his gaze, and a trace of dim golden halo surrounded his body. These rays were extremely faint, so no one could detect them. Is this spiritual energy within my body? Is this the chi-nourishing scripture? It felt so simple, Lin Xiao thought in amazement. He felt extremely comfortable now. His entire body was filled with strength, and all the piercing pain had vanished completely. With each breath, the chi-nourishing scripture would automatically circulate within his body. Of course, the automatic circulation was quite slow, but if he took active control, the speed would increase dramatically. In just the span of one incense stick, he had already completed 10 cycles. By using the scripture to circulate spiritual energy, both the chi manifestation and meridians have stabilized. Does this count as entering the chi refining realm? Lin Xiao wasn't entirely certain. Recalling the aged voice's words, that completing 3 cycles would allow one to claim the Tomb Guardian position, he realized his 10 cycles far exceeded the requirement. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao stood up, planning to go claim his status first. But at this moment, he discovered something that sent chills down his spine. Of the original 5,000 remaining, more than half were already lying in pools of blood, completely lifeless. A casual count confirmed it was undoubtedly over half. What was happening? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in shock. He had been so immersed in cultivating the chi-nourishing scripture that he hadn't noticed any commotion outside at all. Suddenly a few screams came from nearby. Lin Xiao quickly turned to look. He saw sharp spiritual energy piercing outward from those people's bodies, creating large holes with blood gushing forth. Within mere breaths, these people perished. Fuck! Lin Xiao was stunned. This wasn't spiritual energy at all. It was even more vicious than sword chi. Seeing that no one else was getting up, Lin Xiao didn't want to rush to the sword pavilion to claim his status either. He understood the principle that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Before possessing absolute strength and hidden trump cards, standing out too much was never a good thing. Especially considering this was the Sword Demon Sect. Although he had only been here for a little over 2 hours, Lin Xiao had already experienced what cruelty and ruthlessness truly meant. He sat back down, closed his eyes, and resumed cultivating the chi-nourishing scripture. With each cycle completed, the spiritual energy within his body grew more refined. After completing another 10 cycles, Lin Xiao's eyebrows furrowed slightly. For some reason, he felt the circulation path of the spiritual energy within his body was somewhat uncomfortable, as if taking a detour. There were many such instances within the mantra as well. Let me adjust this section and modify this part too. Thus, relying on intuition, Lin Xiao refined his own exclusive chi-nourishing scripture. Immediately, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy began to double repeatedly. Vaguely, a spiritual energy vortex began to slowly rotate around him. Meanwhile, those beside Lin Xiao who were struggling to cultivate the chi-nourishing scripture suddenly found that the previously restless spiritual energy became even more agitated. The cries of agony became incessant. The fallen people were too many to count. 2,000 remaining. 1,500. 1,000. 600. 300. The numbers only stopped when they dropped to 150. Lin Xiao opened his eyes again. The surviving 100+ people hastily rose to their feet, each displaying terror on their faces with a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. They hadn't been unable to move due to unwillingness, but because they physically couldn't. As if an absorbing force prevented them from moving. Fortunately, they had finally persevered and successfully circulated the chi-nourishing scripture for 3 cycles. What exactly is this place? 5,000 people have been reduced to just over 100 of us. I had long heard that the Sword Demon Sect was extraordinarily cruel, but I still underestimated it. What should we do now? What can we do? We have no choice but to follow that person's instructions and head to the Sword Pavilion in the south to claim our status as Tomb Guardians. After discussing among themselves, they realized there was no other option. They would have liked to escape from here, but they simply couldn't find the way back. With no alternative, everyone together headed toward the distant Sword Pavilion. When they arrived before the Sword Pavilion, someone was already waiting for them. It was a tall, thin, middle-aged man. Upon seeing over 100 people arrive, the middle-aged man's eyes filled with astonishment, and he asked in disbelief, "How many tens of thousands of people entered with your batch?" "Several tens of thousands of people entered." "What kind of question is that?" A chubby man squeezed out a smile and hastily replied, "Your Excellency, we have 5,000 people entering." "What? 5,000 people, and still so many remain? Are you certain?" The lean middle-aged man stared at him inquiring. The chubby man, sweating profusely under the gaze, nodded affirmatively and said, "Your Excellency, it truly is 5,000. The lean middle-aged man fell silent. He stepped forward and pressed the chubby man's arm, then randomly selected a few others and pressed them as well. Strange, how could so many pass this time? He muttered to himself. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts. Did he mean there were too few deaths? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, standing among the crowd, raised an eyebrow slightly. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. Could it be his own fault? When Lin Xiao cultivated the modified nourishing qi art, he did seem to have caused some influence on his surroundings. Fortunately, the lean middle-aged man did not examine everyone one by one. After inspecting a few at random, he distributed the identity tokens of the gravekeepers. He also informed them of the gravekeepers' duties. Only then did Lin Xiao understand that the work was simple, tending to these sword tombs, wiping the swords, clearing weeds, and so on. This place was the forbidden area of the sword demon sect, the Pantheon Sword Tomb. They were only at the periphery of the Pantheon Sword Tomb, where the tombs belonged to the deceased disciples of the sect throughout the ages. Who was buried inside the Pantheon Sword Tomb? The man did not say. That was beyond their reach. Of course, the sword demon sect did not make them work for free. Each month, they would receive 2 low-grade spirit stones and 1 opportunity to go out. What? Attempting to escape during the outing would violate the rules and result in being hunted by the sword demon sect. No one would risk their life. Additionally, Lin Xiao learned that there would be an outer disciple test in half a year. Supervisor Wei, the lean middle-aged man, grinned eerily at them and said, "If you can survive until the outer disciple test half a year from now, you will have the chance to become an official outer disciple of the sword demon sect." This excited the crowd immensely. Who would want to guard tombs here if they could become outer disciples? Only Lin Xiao sensed a hint of something amiss. Why did he say survive until half a year later? Could tending the sword tombs be dangerous? And their gravekeeper tokens also had the function of recording the number of times they tended the tombs. Every time a tomb was tended, a number would appear on the token. Within a month, the recorded count must reach 10 to be considered qualified. That averaged once every 3 days. Upon hearing this rule, most were overjoyed. Tending one tomb every 3 days seemed like an easy job. Was it really that simple? These doubts were answered just an hour later. Everyone watched as a man cheerfully went to tend a sword tomb. But the moment he touched the sword on the tomb, he exploded and turned to ashes. All were shocked and terrified. Oh, I forgot to remind you. Each sword tomb contains a great deal of sword qi. Especially when wiping the swords, you must circulate the nourishing qi art and be careful otherwise. After saying this, Supervisor Wei left without further concern. Only then did the crowd understand why they had been forced to cultivate the nourishing qi art. So this was the reason. After a long silence, a bold man finally stepped forward. He fully activated the nourishing qi art and quickly began tending a small-looking sword tomb. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. But after only about 10 breaths, he hastily retreated. Then he collapsed to the ground, his face filled with lingering fear, because the trace of spiritual energy he had nurtured within was drained by the sword qi. If he hadn't retreated, he would have exploded like the previous man. When he explained this, the others were stunned and dared not try again. It meant they had to cultivate urgently, accumulating more spiritual energy to tend the tombs. Understanding this, everyone sat down and began cultivating intensively, except for one person. Seeing that the others had closed their eyes to cultivate, Lin Xiao walked off into the distance. Once out of sight, Lin Xiao randomly chose a sword tomb. If it was a matter of spiritual energy strength, he should have no problem. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao activated the nourishing qi art, stepped forward, and entered the range of the sword tomb. As soon as he stepped inside, a strand of sword qi drilled into his body. It was cool and carried a hint of desolation. But when his spiritual energy enveloped it, the sensation vanished. Lin Xiao did not hesitate and directly grasped the sword on the tomb. He could sense that the most difficult part of tending the tomb was the step of wiping the sword. There must be a problem. Indeed, the moment Lin Xiao gripped the sword's hilt, a fierce surge of sword qi rushed along his arm into his body. Boom. Instantly, halos of light swirled in Lin Xiao's eyes. Scenes flashed through his mind. This was a boy named Chen Fan, a pitiful soul whose parents died in his childhood, leaving him homeless. Then, just as he was about to starve to death, a steward of the sword demon sect discovered him and brought him into the sect. From then on, he embarked on the path of cultivation, diligently practicing a set of falling leaf sword technique. Over decades, he endured countless trials and brushed shoulders with death many times, but in the end, he was slain by so-called righteous men. Chen Fan's life flashed before Lin Xiao's eyes like a fleeting panorama. What left the deepest impression was the falling leaf sword technique that Chen Fan excelled in. The long sword in his hand was like the autumn wind, each swing carrying a touch of melancholy. Unconsciously, Lin Xiao began to wield the sword and dance. The sword technique he performed was exactly the falling leaf sword technique that Chen Fan had displayed in his mind. The scenes in his mind vanished. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality. He looked at the sword in his hand, astonishment on his face. So this was the effect of max-level comprehension. This human-grade upper-rank falling leaf sword technique had been mastered by him, just like that. And what were those scenes in his mind? It was too incredible. Moreover, Lin Xiao sensed that besides the spiritual energy he had just cultivated, there was now an additional strand of sword qi within him, not weak at all. This strand of sword qi bore no malice. Instead, it exuded a hint of affinity. Even the sword in his hand showed no rejection toward him. The sword is named Autumn Wind, isn't it? Lin Xiao said calmly. The moment the words left his mouth, the Autumn Wind sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if responding to his words. Swords have spirits. This is true. Lin Xiao seemed to think of something and looked at the Gravekeeper's token at his waist. The number on it was still 0. It was only after he had finished tending the sword tomb and wiped the sword clean that the number on the token changed to 1. Lin Xiao marveled inwardly at how well the token's anti-cheat mechanism worked. For 3 consecutive days, the 100-plus followers who had entered with Lin Xiao were immersed in cultivation. They occasionally attempted to tend the sword tomb, but returned without success. Their current spiritual energy levels were still insufficient. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had touched 20-odd long swords and mastered nearly 10 different sword techniques. He had also gained over 20 formidable sword chi within his body. Yet the greatest harvest was not these but the experience in swordsmanship and the understanding of this world. The cultivation realms of this fantasy world were divided into chi refining realm, spirit gathering realm, will see realm, and rotating core realm. Each realm had 9 levels. In the Sword Demon Sect, the highest cultivation was the rotating core realm. Lin Xiao now understood that after his first day of cultivation, he had entered the chi refining realm at the first level. Entering the realm in 1 day, such cultivation speed was classified as genius. To be precise, Lin Xiao had only cultivated for less than an hour. What did that make 1 hour entry? What puzzled Lin Xiao was that his aptitude was clearly excellent, yet why did the aptitude test deem him a waste? Could it be because he had traversed through his physical body? Knowing he had entered the realm in 1 day, Lin Xiao stopped cultivating. He feared that his cultivation might cause too much disturbance and attract trouble. It was better to keep a low profile. This was the Sword Demon Sect where anything could happen. 1 day, Lin Xiao went to the Sword Pavilion to inquire how to apply for the monthly outing opportunity. He was told that he must complete the monthly task of tending the sword tombs, that is, clean 10 tombs, before he could leave for a few days. The monthly task was now a piece of cake for Lin Xiao, but others hadn't even managed to tend a single tomb. Would completing 10 tombs at once be too conspicuous? Forget it. It was better to absorb sword chi and contemplate life. In the following days, Lin Xiao spent his time touching swords, contemplating life, practicing swords, and comprehending sword techniques. The sword chi within his body grew more abundant. His understanding of the sword deepened, until he had accumulated 100 strands of sword chi. Lin Xiao realized he could no longer contain more. Or rather, at the first level of chi refining, he could only absorb 100 sword chi. He couldn't accommodate even 1 more. It seemed he needed to hurry to improve his cultivation. Finally, that afternoon, among the 100-plus people, someone entered the realm through the nourishing chi art and successfully cleaned a sword tomb. This made others both envious and jealous. An ordinary Sword Demon Sect disciple took about 3 to 5 days to enter the realm. This person took 9 days, revealing his aptitude. However, before they could finish envying, they heard a shocking news by noon the next day. Among them, a young man named Lin Xiao had actually completed the monthly sword tomb task that morning. Damn, who is this Lin Xiao? Never heard of him. He's the lone wolf, the most unsociable one. His name is Lin Xiao. It must be him. He entered the realm 2 days earlier than Boss Xiao, so he finished the task so quickly. I heard he's already applied for the outing and left. Could Lin Xiao be trying to run away? Impossible. The Sword Demon Sect is full of strong cultivators. You wouldn't get far before being slain. While the crowd discussed, Lin Xiao, clad in the gray robe of a menial disciple, had already left the blazing sword tomb. He did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he went straight down the mountain to the outskirts of the nearby beast forest. Naturally, he wasn't planning to flee. He wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate properly. After holding back for so many days, he could finally cultivate to his heart's content. Alas, his talent was extraordinary. Half an hour into the forest, after confirming no one was around, Lin Xiao found a secluded spot beside a large tree and sat cross-legged. He activated the exclusive version of the chi-nourishing art at full power. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy, as if finding an outlet, converged toward him rapidly. The speed grew faster and faster. With his eyes closed, Lin Xiao seemed to see the drifting spiritual energy of heaven and earth, countless like brilliant stars. He instinctively pulled them into his body. Gradually, a spiritual energy vortex, many times larger than before, formed, continuously expanding outward. After only half an hour, Lin Xiao's body trembled slightly. Chi refining realm, 2nd level. An hour later, 3rd level. He felt the spiritual energy and sword chi within his body continuously circulating and expanding. For someone with Max Comprehension, bottlenecks between minor realms were non-existent. Lin Xiao kept breaking through the bonds between each minor realm. As a cultivation novice, he didn't know that such a spiritual energy vortex usually appeared in only 2 situations: when a cultivator broke through a realm, the vortex would briefly appear, or when a heavenly treasure manifested. Yet the vortex above his head lingered for a long time, and his cultivation was low, producing no pressure. This closely resembled the vortex of a heavenly treasure. Just as Lin Xiao had been cultivating for over an hour, a giant cyan python beast slowly crept toward him. It gazed at Lin Xiao with a cold, greedy yet puzzled look. Why was it a human? Wasn't it a heavenly treasure? At the same time, Lin Xiao seemed to sense something. He abruptly opened his eyes and turned to look. His pupils contracted. A green demon python, a mid-grade beast equivalent to a human cultivator at the spirit-gathering realm above chi refining. And at the mid-stage of spirit-gathering at that. It was highly venomous and possessed formidable offensive power. Even against several human cultivators of the same rank, it would achieve an overwhelming victory. Let alone a chi refining cultivator. To it he was nothing but prey food. The green demon python flicked its black forked tongue, its eyes fixed on the human before it. Whether it was a human or a heavenly treasure devouring, it would be the end. But what puzzled the python was that this mid-stage chi-refining human, though frightened at first glance, had quickly regained composure. Moreover, he appeared eager to try. The green demon python. Was this man scared out of his mind? No matter. Time to eat. With a roar, the python opened its massive jaws and lunged at Lin Xiao. Just as the distance closed to 2 meters chop, Lin Xiao snorted, his right-hand fingers forming a sword gesture. Whoosh. A slender 3-inch long sword chi shot forth. It looked quite miniature. Yet the moment the green demon python saw it, terror filled its eyes. Its instincts told it that this sword chi was not to be opposed. Without hesitation, it immediately turned its head to flee in panic. But the sword chi was too fast. The moment it conceived retreat, the chi had already arrived. Bang! The python's body froze. A bloodline extended from head to tail, and its life force dissipated in an instant. With a splash, its corpse split in two and fell to the ground. Not bad power. Lin Xiao muttered to himself with a smile. He had merely drawn out one strand of sword chi at will, and its power was already astonishing. Originally, he had 100 strands, now 99 remained. However, Lin Xiao didn't feel regret. The sword tomb had almost inexhaustible sword chi, as much as he wanted. What was using one strand? Even if he used all 100, he could replenish them in a few strokes. After simply handling the python's corpse, Lin Xiao sat down again and resumed his cultivation. After half a day of intense cultivation, Lin Xiao had elevated his cultivation to the 7th layer of the chi refining realm, officially entering the late stage of chi refining. He also sensed that after breaking through to the 7th layer, his cultivation speed had slowed considerably. After all, it was only an improved version of the chi nourishing art, and the foundational technique had its limits. He would have to wait until he found a high-level cultivation technique to test it out. If anyone heard Lin Xiao's thoughts, they would surely curse him out. From the 1st layer to the 7th layer of chi refining in just one day. This was absolutely astonishing. And he was still not satisfied. For an ordinary person, this would take at least a year or two. Lin Xiao twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. He felt full of power. Bang! He punched a nearby tree. The tree, thick enough to require 5 people to encircle, shook violently, scattering countless leaves, and a fist-sized hole appeared. This punch carried at least 2,000 gene of force. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. On Earth, he would already be a minor Superman. But in this fantasy world, someone with 2,000 gene of power was merely an ant. Lin Xiao shook his head and didn't dwell on it. Dusk was approaching and night would soon fall. He didn't want to spend the night in the beast forest. After disposing of the few beast corpses nearby and carrying the valuable parts on his person, he prepared to return. During the half-day, aside from the initial azure demon python, several other powerful beasts were attracted. But without exception, they were all dispatched by the sword chi Lin Xiao unleashed. Clean and effortless. Back at the Sect, Lin Xiao sold the valuable beast parts for over 20 low-grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to a tomb keeper's annual income. The Sword Demon Sect had a scripture pavilion containing countless cultivation manuals. However, the minimum requirement to enter was to be an official outer disciple. Their status as tomb keepers was no different from menial disciples. They had no right to enter. They could only wait for the outer disciple test half a year later. At that time, he would strive for a good result and aim to work in the sword pavilion within the Brahma Sword Tomb. That status would be equivalent to an outer disciple. After putting away the spirit stones, Lin Xiao returned to the Brahma Sword Tomb. When he reached the barrier of the forbidden area, the tomb keeper token on him flickered faintly. Lin Xiao passed through without obstruction. Hey, that Lone Ranger is back. Of course he came back. If he didn't, he'd die. I wonder what he went out to do. I'm so envious. He's already finished tending the sword tombs, but I can't even clean a single tomb completely. Damn, me too. I can't even endure one tomb. The other tomb keepers who had entered together watched Lin Xiao and whispered among themselves. But Lin Xiao ignored them completely. He still had many things to do. During his trip, he had consumed nearly 20 strands of sword chi. He definitely needed to replenish them. The key point was that when he was at the first layer of qi refining, he could accommodate 100 strands of sword qi. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th layer, he wondered how many he could hold. No sooner said than done. Lin Xiao avoided the others and began roaming the outskirts of the Brahma Sword Tomb. The tombs varied in size and strength, numbering at least tens of thousands. He had no need to worry about consumption or absorption. Moreover, Lin Xiao discovered that even the swords from which he had already absorbed sword qi would slowly generate new strands of sword qi over time. It could be said that it was truly inexhaustible. Boom. As Lin Xiao touched the swords on the tombs, fragments of the tomb owner's memories surged into his mind. The completeness of the memories depended on how long ago the tomb owner had died. For those long dead, Lin Xiao could only see scattered fragments, having no idea what they were about. For those who had died not too long ago, he could understand the stories. He comprehended the human rank Supreme Sword Art Mystic Fire Sword Art. He comprehended the Earth rank Lower Sword Art 5 Elements Sword Art. He comprehended the Earth rank Lower Sword Art Phantom Sword Art. He comprehended the human rank Upper Sword Art Skywalking Sword Technique. While comprehending sword arts of various levels, he absorbed the sword qi from the swords. Over more than 20 days, Lin Xiao absorbed over 900 strands of sword qi and comprehended over 40 different sword arts of various ranks. The highest ranked among them was the Earth rank Middle Sword Art, called the Heaven Shadow Sword Art. During these days, he silently operated the qi nourishing art to cultivate in the dead of night. Finally, in the past 2 days, he had elevated his cultivation to the 9th layer of qi refining. Meanwhile, the other tomb keepers who had come with him had at most the 2nd layer of qi refining. Most were only at the beginning stage of qi refining, not even reaching the 1st layer. On this day, Lin Xiao once again avoided the others, randomly selected a tomb and touched it. Touch the sword, view the memory, comprehend the sword art, extract the sword qi. Beads of sweat appeared on Lin Xiao's forehead. He felt that he was close to his limit. After a dozen breaths, the 998th strand of sword qi was successfully absorbed. He decided to strike while the iron was hot. Lin Xiao directly touched the nearest tomb. Boom. The sword qi entered his body. All the sword qi within him began to tremble slightly. Lin Xiao controlled it with all his might. After more than 20 breaths drenched in sweat, he finally subdued this strand. The 999th strand was absorbed. One more strand. Inexplicably, a feeling told him that he was still one short. Lin Xiao frowned. He did not immediately attempt the last strand. He already felt that he truly couldn't hold any more. Even the 999th strand had been extremely difficult to accommodate. If he took another one, what if he exploded? But not absorbing the last one left him unwilling. After pondering for a long time, Lin Xiao finally decided to take a risk. Wealth and honor are sought amid danger. High risk yields high reward. This saying held true anywhere. Following his intuition, Lin Xiao randomly selected another tomb. Touch the sword, done. View the memory, done. Comprehend the sword art, done. Extract the sword qi. When Lin Xiao drew the 1000th strand into his body, instantly, boom. Thousands of strands of sword qi began to tremble in unison, converging together, spinning, merging, and fusing at an incredible speed. Bang! Bang! The improved version of the qi nourishing art also began to operate at high speed. An extremely pure force flowed from top to bottom through his extraordinary meridians, constantly breaking through his blocked acupoints. Lin Xiao showed a pained expression but forced himself to remain silent. Then his body shook violently. He felt as if his dantian had transformed into a world. Countless spiritual energies of heaven and earth surged in. Not only was the scene inside Lin Xiao's body stunning, but the surroundings were even more astonishing. All the sword tombs within a radius of several li around Lin Xiao began to tremble slightly, especially the swords on the tombs, which emitted a resonant hum. A visible whirlpool spun 100 meters above Lin Xiao's head, stirring the wind and clouds, causing the entire night sky to ripple with layers of undulations and ripples. Because this was within the forbidden grounds of the Fanteon Sword Tomb, the celestial phenomenon went unnoticed by the rest of the Jimma sect. What is happening? The long swords on the surrounding tombs are all trembling. Same here. What's going on? Should we run? Run. Where to? This is the Fanteon Sword Tomb. Bump into something, and you'll be dead in an instant. The newly arrived tomb guardians had never witnessed such a sight. Petrified, they dared not move. But from the sword pavilion, not far away, a figure shot out and raced toward the source of the anomaly. It was one of the sword pavilion's stewards, Manager Wei. Shock was also evident in his eyes. Because he was some distance away, he couldn't tell what had happened. But anything that could cause thousands of sword tombs to tremble was no trivial matter. Could it be that some fortuitous opportunity had been born within the Fanteon Sword Tomb? At this thought, his excitement grew. If he were the first to discover it, even if the opportunity didn't belong to him, it would still be a great merit. Manager Wei sped up. But when he arrived at the site of the anomaly, his brow furrowed deeply. Gone. Nothing was there. The anomaly had vanished. Not a single object on the ground. Could someone else have taken the opportunity? Wait, no. Manager Wei walked over to a sword tomb and carefully sensed it. This, a remnant trace of sword intent. Hiss, someone actually condensed sword intent here. Manager Wei exclaimed in disbelief. He knew that sword intent was a hallmark of powerful cultivators at the mysterious core realm. Even the most gifted individuals would only comprehend sword intent after reaching the middle or late stages of the Sea of Qi realm. Though he himself was at the peak of the spirit gathering realm, not to mention comprehending sword intent, he wasn't even sure if he could break through to the Sea of Qi realm in his lifetime. Brother Wei, what happened here? Was a fortuitous opportunity born? Another figure rushed over and asked urgently. Not an opportunity. A senior condensed sword intent here, Manager Wei said seriously. Condensed sword intent? It really is. The newcomer sensed it carefully and exclaimed in astonishment. I wonder which senior had an epiphany. Enough talk. I'll meditate here and absorb this remnant sword intent. It's greatly beneficial for cultivation, Manager Wei said, sitting down on the spot and closing his eyes to cultivate. Right. While the remnant sword intent hasn't dissipated, cultivation is paramount. The other steward also sat down immediately and began to cultivate. Several others arrived after them. Upon discovering the remnant sword intent, they too guessed what had happened. For a time this place became their cultivation ground. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was running swiftly through the Pantheon Sword Tomb. After making a large detour, he finally returned to his quarters. Even now he couldn't believe he had condensed sword intent. Indeed, after gathering 1,000 sword qi strands, they had spontaneously fused into a genuine sword intent. Furthermore, influenced by this energy, he had broken through from the qi refining realm to the first level of the spirit gathering realm. It was a double blessing. Feeling the sharp yet intimately familiar sword intent within his dantian, Lin Xiao was ecstatic. A trump card. He finally had a trump card of his own. The sword qi he had absorbed earlier was powerful, but it was ultimately someone else's power merely borrowed. Now this sword intent was truly his. Moreover, condensing this sword intent didn't prevent him from continuing to absorb sword qi. He just wondered how powerful this sword intent actually was. He could test it somewhere when he next applied for leave. After wandering around the vicinity for a while, Lin Xiao prepared to return and rest. Now, aside from abundant spiritual energy and that sword intent, his body was empty. Starting tomorrow, he could begin a new round of absorbing sword qi. Lin Xiao returned to his luxurious single room. Calling it luxurious was an exaggeration. It was actually a rough room of about 10 square meters. After all, he was only a tomb guardian. Having a private room was already quite good. However, the moment Lin Xiao stepped inside, his pores instantly stood on end and a strong sense of crisis hit him. A person. Someone was standing in his room. Not a girl, but an old man with gray hair dressed in a white robe. Lin Xiao's first instinct was to flee. His intuition told him he was no match for the old man. But before he could act, it felt as though a mountain had been pressed onto his body, making it hard to breathe. No need to run. I mean no harm, an aged voice came from the old man. Hearing that voice, Lin Xiao's eyes widened to their fullest. He had never seen this old man before, but that aged voice was deeply etched in his memory. This was the very voice that had led them into the Pantheon Sword Tomb and taught them the qi nourishing art. Lin Xiao remembered Elder Chen addressing him as Elder Gong. Who was this man? Why was he here? What did he want? Countless questions swirled in Lin Xiao's mind, along with a deep sense of helplessness. Before a true powerhouse, he was nothing but an ant, utterly vulnerable and unable to resist. Elder Gong casually took a step forward and appeared beside Lin Xiao. Then Elder Gong placed his hand on Lin Xiao's shoulder. A stream of spiritual energy probed inside. No signs of sword qi erosion in the body. And despite being only at the first level of the spirit gathering realm, he has actually condensed a sword intent. Though it has some flaws, this talent is truly rare. Elder Gong's aged face showed surprise. He gave Lin Xiao a deep look, then withdrew his hand. The pressure on Lin Xiao vanished, and he could move again. But having witnessed the old man's power, he wouldn't dare to flee. Greetings, Elder Gong. Lin Xiao bowed respectfully. Not only was the old man's strength unfathomable, but it was also he who had taught Lin Xiao the qi nourishing art and led him onto the path of cultivation. This bow was obligatory. This is a rejuvenation pill which you can take to stabilize your cultivation. And these 2 tokens will allow you to select 2 techniques or martial arts from the scripture pavilion. Without further explanation, Elder Gong gave Lin Xiao 3 items and walked toward the door. Lin Xiao. He stared blankly at the pill and tokens in his hands, utterly confused. The rejuvenation pill was a high-quality elixir used by spirit gathering realm cultivators, costing 200 low-grade spirit stones each. And the tokens to select techniques from the scripture pavilion could only be obtained by outer disciples or above, exchanged using Sect contribution points. For Lin Xiao, who had just broken through to the spirit gathering realm, these 2 items were a timely aid. Exactly what he needed. Elder Gong, Lin Xiao turned to ask his doubts, but found that the elder who had been behind him just a second ago had vanished. Only a sentence floated into his ears: "Come find me at the Sword Pavilion after the outer disciple assessment. And, little one, in our Jianma sect you have talent. Show it without hiding." Lin Xiao stood frozen in the room for several minutes, his mind repeatedly replaying the words of Elder Gong. It seemed that his talent, or rather the fact that he had condensed sword intent, had aroused the elder's interest. As expected, geniuses always enjoy special privileges and preferential treatment. This should be considered Elder Gong's investment in him. As someone from modern times, Lin Xiao had a clear understanding of his current situation. He nodded. He had no intention of refusing this much-needed investment. He had also developed a certain fondness for Elder Gong. In truth, after absorbing over 1,000 strands of sword qi and viewing memories from over 1,000 disciples of the Sword Demon Sect, he had formed a peculiar feeling toward the Sword Demon Sect. It was simply influencing him subconsciously. The Sword Demon Sect was indeed a demonic cultivation sect. Who else but a demonic sect would forcibly capture tens of thousands of ordinary people? Yet in this world where the weak are prey to the strong and power reigns supreme, perhaps this was an inevitable path to becoming a powerhouse. Sometimes the actions of so-called righteous sect members could be even more detestable. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao tilted his head back and swallowed the Yuanhui pill. In an instant, the pill dissolved into a pure surging force that coursed through his entire body. It rapidly nourished every part of him. Lin Xiao immediately sat down to circulate his cultivation technique and consolidate his current realm. It took only one night. Lin Xiao had completely stabilized his first layer of the spirit-gathering realm. Such efficiency was truly enviable. As the sky began to lighten, Lin Xiao had already stepped outside. Actually, a question lingered in his mind. Last night, when Elder Gong had evaluated him, he had mentioned that Lin Xiao's sword intent had certain flaws. What did that mean? Was the sword intent condensed from 1,000 strands of sword qi inherently flawed? What constituted a flaw? And what was perfection? He had viewed thousands of memories, but those all belonged to ordinary disciples of the Sword Demon Sect. None had ever comprehended sword intent. So Lin Xiao was truly blind when it came to sword intent, understanding absolutely nothing about it. It seemed he would have to ask Elder Gong about it after the outer sect examination. Lin Xiao stretched out his body and broke into a swift run. Covering hundreds of meters in a single breath brought him immense satisfaction. This was without cultivating any speed-type techniques. If he obtained a suitable speed-type cultivation technique, he could surely move several times faster. Dodging through the crowd, Lin Xiao made his way toward the first sword tomb from his breakthrough. Touch the long sword, view the memories, comprehend the sword techniques, and extract the sword qi. He performed this sequence with exquisite mastery. After reaching the spirit-gathering realm, his pace had accelerated significantly. But the next moment, Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly. He noticed something unusual. The moment this strand of sword qi entered his body, it was ruthlessly drawn and absorbed by his sword intent. It could work this way. What was this sword intent trying to do? It seemed desperately hungry for sword qi. While pondering in confusion, Lin Xiao moved toward the next sword tomb. Extract sword qi. No surprises. The sword qi was absorbed by the sword intent once again. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed, perhaps this sword intent had grown a little stronger. In that case, let it absorb as much as it desired. Lin Xiao was curious to see how many strands of sword qi it could consume. And so, for several consecutive days, Lin Xiao continuously harvested sword qi from the outer sword tombs. 10 strands, 50 strands, 100 strands, 200 strands. This sword intent absorbed a full 500 strands of sword qi before approaching saturation. The reason for saturation was not because the sword intent itself could no longer absorb. Rather, Lin Xiao's comprehension of sword techniques was too shallow, preventing the sword intent from advancing further. Continuing to absorb sword qi here would only increase the quantity, not the quality of the sword intent. After all, the surrounding sword tombs belonged to ordinary inner and outer sect disciples of the Sword Demon Sect. Their comprehension was limited. The true tombs of powerful warriors were not located on the periphery of the Fanzhong Sword Tomb, and he currently could not approach the deeper areas. It seemed he could only rely on his own efforts. Having come to terms with this, Lin Xiao continued wandering between the sword tombs, cleaning each sword tomb one by one. The number on the Tomb Guardian token began to rise continuously. After clearing more than 10 sword tombs, his guardian duties for the month were completed. Next, he would replenish his internal sword qi reserves, and then apply for an opportunity to go out. 5 days later, Lin Xiao's body had fully absorbed 1 strand of sword intent and 900 strands of sword qi, reaching its limit. His own sword intent alone occupied nearly 100 strands worth of space. Holding his exit permit, Lin Xiao left the Fanzhong Sword Tomb once more. This once again filled the new Tomb Guardians with envy. Last month, all of their guardian tasks had ended in failure. This reduced their originally 2 low-grade spirit stones of income to just 1. Yet only 2 days into this month this loner had already completed his monthly guardian duties. This person is far too formidable. They felt the gap between themselves and Lin Xiao was growing wider and wider already beyond their reach. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao did not head directly to the demon beast forest for cultivation. Instead, he first came to the treasure function pavilion. He intended to cash in on Elder Gung's investment and find 2 suitable cultivation techniques and martial arts for himself. After all, he currently only knew 1 basic breathing technique. His other abilities were severely lacking. Arriving at the entrance of the treasure function pavilion, he saw a white-haired old man leaning against the door half asleep and looking rather listless. Lin Xiao approached him, bowed respectfully, and said, "Elder, I would like to enter and select some cultivation techniques and martial arts." He would never underestimate someone like this. Would a place like the treasure function pavilion be guarded by an ordinary old man? Absolutely not. This white-haired elder might well be the legendary sweeping monk kind of existence. A handyman at the first layer of the spirit-gathering realm. Haha, young man, you are quite interesting. Hand me your token. The white-haired elder glanced at Lin Xiao and said with a smile. Lin Xiao paused slightly, then offered both tokens Elder Gung had given him with both hands. The old man had barely glanced at him to see through his cultivation base. Definitely the sweeping monk. Go ahead, but remember you can only choose from the first floor, do not go up. Wait, a sword pavilion token. Who gave this to you? When the white-haired elder clearly saw the token's design, a chilling light flashed in his eyes, and he instantly became fully alert. Elder Gung gave it to me, Lin Xiao answered honestly. TSK tisk, what is this old immortal up to again? I understand. Then go directly to the 3rd floor of the treasure function pavilion to choose. The 3rd floor? Very well, thank you, Elder. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Xiao entered the treasure function pavilion. The treasure function pavilion of the Sword Demon Sect had only 4 floors in total. The first floor stored techniques and martial arts for ordinary people. The second floor held standard earthly grade techniques and martial arts. The third floor stored relatively important human grade and earthly grade techniques and martial arts. As for what was on the 4th floor, Lin Xiao had no idea. Among the vast memories in his mind, there was no record of anyone having ascended to the 4th floor. After Lin Xiao entered the treasure function pavilion and began climbing the stairs, the dozing white-haired elder at the entrance slightly opened his eyes. Unnamed sword body, huh? Pity the aptitude is merely average. Lin Xiao felt quite astonished as he climbed the stairs. He had only intended to select 2 human-rank cultivation techniques from the 1st floor of the treasure technique pavilion. Never would he have expected Elder Gung to bestow such a favor upon him. The 3rd floor of the treasure technique pavilion was not accessible to ordinary disciples. One needed either merit or connections. Merely relying on sect contribution points would never be enough. After smoothly entering the 3rd floor, Lin Xiao began searching the racks for suitable cultivation techniques and martial arts. Within just a few glances, he spotted 2 familiar earth-rank sword techniques. Both had been comprehended during his absorption of sword intent at the Heavenly Sword Tomb. Profound Purity Scripture, an earth-grade low-tier cultivation technique with a formidable entry barrier, yet remarkable growth potential, capable of refining spiritual energy 12% more efficiently than peers. Azura Palm, an earth-grade mid-tier martial art. Upon reaching perfection, a single strike could devastate mountains and level the earth. Lin Xiao scanned through each technique manual one by one. No wonder these were the treasures of the 3rd floor. Just reading their titles and descriptions conveyed an extraordinary aura. He held considerable confidence in his own comprehension abilities. This time he planned to select 1 movement technique and 1 body refining method. As for cultivation techniques, his existing breathing method would still suffice for the moment. What he truly lacked was speed and physical constitution. If he could not win a fight, he would at least need to escape. And if he could not outrun his foes, his durability would need to be maximized. These 2 were non-negotiable. After extensive deliberation, Lin Xiao made his selections: an earth-grade low-tier movement technique called Shadow Shift Art, and a human-grade perfected body refining method called Mountain Embrace Seal. The Shadow Shift Art was impeccable. In all the movement techniques on the 3rd floor, this earth-grade low-tier choice was the finest available. The body refining method, however, required much longer consideration. There were indeed earth-grade low-tier body refining methods, but those primarily emphasized cultivation as a foundation for supplementary physical tempering. Only the Mountain Embrace Seal focused entirely on forging the practitioner's physical constitution to its utmost limit. With his selections complete, Lin Xiao left the treasure technique pavilion and made his way toward the demonic beast forest. This time he intended to remain for several days before returning. With the tomb guarding mission already fulfilled, there was little benefit in returning. The accumulated sword intent could not rapidly enhance his strength. It would be far more productive to cultivate diligently within the beast forest. He aimed to achieve outstanding results in the Outer Sect assessment. The Sword Demon Sect boasted over 10,000 outer disciples, many of whom were extraordinary prodigies with exceptional aptitude. Lin Xiao knew that profound comprehension alone was not enough. Diligent effort was indispensable. Moreover, the Sword Demon Sect ranked merely within the top 10 factions of the Great Wei dynasty. Countless forces surpassed it, and among the younger generation countless brilliant prodigies existed. Lin Xiao pressed forward without pause. The outer regions of the demonic beast forest housed beasts of relatively low rank, mostly ranging from the early to mid stages of the gathering spirit realm. Practicing his swordplay against such beasts posed no difficulty whatsoever. But how could one grow without pressure? Thus, after venturing over 10 miles into the forest, he finally halted when the nearby beasts reached the late stage of the gathering spirit realm. This was sufficient, just right. Without invoking sword intent, this level of challenge was perfect. Lin Xiao drew a long sword from his back. A common refined iron blade he had purchased for 2 spirit stones at the sect. It was not that he lacked desire for a finer weapon, but his purse was truly bare. He possessed barely over 30 spirit stones in total. Fine swords commanded hundreds, even thousands of spirit stones. He was genuinely impoverished. Roar! At that moment, a wolf-like, demonic beast suddenly pounced from the underbrush. With a single swipe of its claws it tore Lin Xiao cleanly in half. Yet, curiously, not a drop of blood stained the beast's talons. The supposedly split figure of Lin Xiao had already dissolved into a phantom image and vanished. A deception. The wolf-like beast froze, then sharply turned its head to look behind it. The human had miraculously already positioned himself at its rear. Did you really believe I hadn't spotted you? Heavenly nether sword art. Lin Xiao shouted, his long sword already striking forward. Accompanied by a piercing whistle through the air, the sword struck with devastating force, driving deep into the beast's body. Crack! A crisp sound of splintering bones echoed. The wolf-like beast was sent flying by the impact. Roar! Eyes burning red with fury, it collapsed to the ground and immediately struggled to rise for a counterattack. Nethermoon! Lin Xiao cried out once more. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped black sword chi slashed through the air with relentless momentum. Swing! It cut through like dry brush, unstoppable and overwhelming. This single slash of sword chi cleaved the wolf-like beast perfectly in two, leaving it dead beyond any chance of revival. The battle had begun swiftly and ended even faster. Lin Xiao gazed upon the beast's corpse on the ground and began to reflect upon the encounter. The angle of my first strike was slightly off, and the spiritual energy transmission was inadequate. Though it was meant to be a killing blow, the result was merely satisfactory. 2 minutes later, Lin Xiao had collected the valuable parts from the beast's corpse. Activating his movement technique, he conjured a phantom afterimage and vanished from the spot. Indeed, Lin Xiao was utilizing the shadow shift art. From the moment he left the Sword Demon Sect until he encountered the wolf-like beast, he had already practiced this movement technique to minor mastery. Such comprehension could only be described as terrifying. When deploying the shadow shift art at high speed, a single afterimage materialized alongside him. This was the hallmark of minor mastery. Only when 3 afterimages appeared simultaneously would it signify major mastery. 10 afterimages would represent perfection. After achieving minor mastery of this movement technique, Lin Xiao felt his speed had more than doubled compared to before, as expected of an Earth-grade movement technique. And so it went. After a full day of cultivating sword techniques and movement arts, by evening the shadow shift art had reached major mastery. Advancing further toward perfection would require considerable time. The following day, Lin Xiao turned his attention to the body-refining method mountain embrace seal. Perhaps because body-refining techniques differed fundamentally from movement arts, Lin Xiao cultivated relentlessly throughout the entire day before reaching the first layer of the mountain embrace seal. His physical strength and defensive capability both doubled, and a layer of spiritual chi armor formed across his body capable of withstanding attacks from foes 1 minor realm above him. The mountain embrace seal comprised 9 layers in total. Each successive layer would further temper his physique, elevate the quality of his chi armor, and dramatically increase his defenses. This is progressing rather slowly, Lin Xiao remarked with a frown. If these words were heard by anyone else cultivating the mountain embrace seal, they would surely be enraged to the point of coughing blood. Ordinary practitioners could not hope to even master the first layer within a week, let alone a single day. To complete the first layer typically required at least a month. Achieving it in 1 day was already an astonishing feat. For several consecutive days, Lin Xiao trained diligently in the outer regions of the demonic beast forest. By day, he focused on conquering the mountain embrace seal and shadow shift art. By night, he sought out safe locations to immerse himself in cultivating the breathing method. Lin Xiao's overall combat power rose rapidly. On the 10th day, clutching a broken sword, and clad in tattered garments, he hastily retreated from the deeper reaches of the demonic beast forest. The fresh wounds across his body made it clear this undertaking had not been easy. Damn it. The defensive capability of Seawheel Realm beasts is simply too monstrous, Lin Xiao grumbled in frustration. Over the past couple of days he had bitten his lip and plunged into the forest's depths to temper himself. Without even invoking sword intent, he had nearly been chased and beaten by Seawheel Realm beasts. His movement technique and swordplay had improved rapidly, but his common refined iron longsword simply could not withstand the strain. After mere slashes it had snapped cleanly in two. His clothing was reduced to rags. He decided to return to the sect first. Lin Xiao made up his mind. Perhaps he could sell some of the beast materials and exchange them for a proper longsword. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to return, his expression suddenly shifted. Sounds of combat drifted from somewhere nearby, rapidly drawing closer to his position. Should he take a look? Perhaps he could profit from someone else's misfortune. Maybe it was the vast memories of the Sword Demon Sect disciple that had corrupted him, or perhaps it was simply his nature, but Lin Xiao's immediate thought was always to exploit others for personal gain. In this cultivation world, snatching resources from the unwary was an everyday occurrence. Before long, two figures came into view, one fleeing, one in pursuit. The fleeing figure was a young woman in blue robes, bloodstained and pale with fury. Her pursuer was a towering brute over 2 meters tall, wielding a long blade, his face twisted into a ferocious grimace. Lin Xiao conducted a brief spiritual perception and immediately discerned their cultivation realms. The young woman was at the peak of the gathering spirit realm, while that towering giant was, at least, at the Seawheel realm. Time to slip away. Fight your own battles. This has nothing to do with me. You, the little witch of the demon cult, do you think you can escape back to the Demoness sect? Come be my alchemy furnace attendant, and I'll treat you well. How fitting, ha! Two burly men sneered, their eyes fixed on the fleeing woman as they spoke. The blue-clad woman didn't even look back, nor did she dare to pause for a moment. The Demoness sect was already within reach. She had to make a desperate gamble. If she couldn't escape, she would have to fight to the death. She would rather perish together than submit and humble herself to others. At that moment, she suddenly caught sight of a figure standing in the distance. Fellow cultivator, I am a disciple of Elder Xiao of Danxing Peak under the Demoness sect. Please, she intended to plead for help. Because this place was not far from the Demoness sect, it was very likely that the person was a fellow disciple. If they joined forces, they might be able to resist the pursuers behind. Even if they couldn't fight them off, as long as they stalled for a while, the sect's powerful experts would notice them. Then the crisis would naturally be resolved. But when she clearly saw the other's cultivation level, her heart sank completely. Jeweling Realm 3rd layer. How could someone of this level be at the edge of the deep spirit beast forest? One must know that the spirit beasts appearing nearby were all at the late Jeweling Realm, or even the perfected stage. A Jeweling Realm triple-layer disciple coming here was no different from seeking death. However, she had no time to ponder these things. The woman slightly veered away from the other's direction while gathering all the spiritual energy within her body. Since she couldn't escape, she would make the enemy pay a price. Mingkong slash, the woman shouted in fury. The long sword in her hand traced a black sword light backward. Yo-ho, starting to resist again. Then I won't be polite. Let's end it here today. The 2-meter-tall man sneered, casually striking out a palm toward the sword light and the woman. Turning his hand, clouds formed. Turning it again, rain fell. The powerful spiritual energy of the Luanhai realm surged forth, transforming into a huge black giant palm in the void. It descended with irresistible force, like the sky collapsing. The next moment, the sword light and the black giant palm collided. Crack! The sword light unleashed by the woman was shattered by the giant palm, directly broken without any resistance. The disparity in their strength was too great. The woman watched the black giant palm still charging toward her, gripping her long sword tightly, with a flash of despair and determination in her eyes. She would rather die than fall into someone else's hands. Just then she felt a blur before her eyes. Whoosh! Dozens of sword chi streaks brushed past her and shot toward the black giant palm. A dazzling radiance, like wildly dancing silver threads, transformed into a river of sword chi surging forward. Boom! A thunderous sound. The black giant palm, which had been indestructible moments ago, was completely obliterated by this wave of sword chi. The 2-meter-tall man was stunned. The blue-clad woman was also stunned. Had some senior expert taken action? A young man slowly walked behind the woman and asked softly, Tianming sword art. What relation is senior brother Lu Wenyuan to you? The woman abruptly turned her head. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. The person who appeared behind her was precisely that young man with Jeweling Realm 3rd layer cultivation. Had those dozens of sword chi come from him? What shocked her even more was the words he spoke. You know my brother? Lu Mingyue's eyes widened. So you are his sister. I know your brother. I once received guidance from him, Lin Xiao said calmly. Naturally, his words were not true. The truth was that Lin Xiao saw that this woman had just executed a killing move from the Tianming sword art. Then his memory instantly retrieved the relevant content. That sword tomb, where he had absorbed sword qi and comprehended the Tianming sword art, belonged to Lu Wenyuan. He was a genius sword cultivator who could rank in the top 10 of the inner sect. However, during an expedition to a secret realm, he unfortunately perished. When the sect found him, only a remnant sword remained. Having glimpsed the other's memories, Lin Xiao already remembered when Lu Mingyue used the Tianming sword art. Tisk, kid, you're only at the Dueling Realm 3rd layer, and yet you dare to play the hero saving a beauty. Are you out of your mind? The 2-meter-tall man said contemptuously. As for the fact that the other had just blocked his casual palm strike, he wasn't surprised. Everyone has some life-saving tricks. However, you could block one palm, but could you block two? 3. Lin Xiao did not pay attention to this man, but continued speaking to Lu Mingyue. Could you lend me your sword? You? He is a Luanhai realm expert. You are no match for him. Run quickly, Lu Mingyue urged. Their cultivation levels were too far apart. She didn't want to implicate others because of herself. It's too late. Do you think that man would let me go? Lin Xiao smiled and took the long sword from Lu Mingyue's hand. A familiar sensation came. A memory transmitted from the sword into his mind. A flash of Lu Mingyue's life rapidly passed by. His comprehension of the Tianming sword art deepened. This works. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. He thought his max-level insight only applied to the sword tombs of the dead, but it turned out to also be effective on the swords of the living. Kid, don't blame me. Blame your bad luck. The 2-meter-tall man saw that Lin Xiao ignored him, and his eyes darkened. He stretched out his hand and struck out 2 palms again. 2 black, giant palms more powerful than before pressed down. Seeing this, Lin Xiao raised his sword and swung. Nearly 100 sword qi streaks burst forth instantly. Amplified by the spirit sword in his hand, the sword qi formed a river that swept forward. The 2 black, giant palms were utterly unable to resist so many sword qi. After shattering nearly half of the sword qi, they were devoured by the rest. The 2-meter-tall man's expression turned to shock, and his face finally changed. Impossible. This person was clearly only at the Dueling Realm 3rd layer. How could he repeatedly block his attacks? Behind Lin Xiao, Lu Mingyue also had her mouth wide open. She had thought that this junior disciple relied on some trump card to block the previous attack. But now, seeing it with her own eyes, this junior disciple had no trump card at all. He was just casually swinging his sword. But how could he unleash so many sword qi, each with power nearly equal to her full-strength strike? This was too incredible. Is this all the strength of a Luanhai realm expert? It seems I overestimated you. Lin Xiao said in puzzlement. He was speaking the truth. Just the Luanhai realm spirit beasts he had seen today were far stronger than this man. You? Courting death. Die. The 2 men were enraged. Being mocked by an ant at the early dueling realm was something he could not tolerate. The 2-meter-tall man erupted with a violent surge of spiritual energy gathering again in the air. But this time he didn't form a giant palm, but a huge spirit blade. He bellowed in rage and fiercely slashed toward Lin Xiao with overwhelming momentum. The air around seemed to be compressed. Lu Mingyue's face turned pale. It's over. This time there was truly no way to block it. In the face of absolute power, no matter how many sword qi the junior disciple unleashed, it would be useless. Turning to Lin Xiao, his expression also turned grave. He knew that before this strike, he could no longer conceal his true skill. Then let's cut. Lin Xiao slowly raised the spirit sword in his hand. A terrifying aura instantly condensed. Both the 2-meter-tall man and Lu Mingyue felt a sense of crisis, as if a sword was pressed against their necks. What's happening? What's going on? Slash. Lin Xiao uttered a single word softly. A white sword light like a galaxy descending from the heavens, and the 9 skies rolling back, pierced the giant spirit blade in an instant. Crack. The mighty sword light poured down mercilessly, directly shattering the giant spirit blade as if it were crumbling. The 2-meter-tall man's eyes widened. This is a sword. His voice cut off abruptly without even a scream as the white sword light split him in 2, extinguishing all his life force. Silence. No sound was made on the scene. Lu Mingyue was stunned. What had she just witnessed? A junior disciple at the Dueling Realm 3rd layer had actually slain a Luanhai realm expert with a single sword strike. Was she dreaming? How could this be possible? Senior sister, your sword is quite good. Lin Xiao returned the sword to Lu Mingyue. Then he walked over to the corpse of the 2-meter-tall man and began searching for items. When he had entered the Fanteon sword tomb, he had already seen too many corpses. Moreover, this time he had been defending himself throughout, so looting the corpse gave him no psychological burden. After thoroughly searching the 2-meter-tall man from head to toe, he found a ring. Other than that, there was nothing else. Lin Xiao stared intently at the small ring in his hand, feeling a slight excitement. If he wasn't mistaken, this was a spatial storage ring. This was a good find. Lin Xiao put the ring directly into his pocket, planning to study it carefully when he returned. Well, senior sister, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Bye-bye. After saying this, Lin Xiao didn't even turn his head, and with a movement, he vanished from the scene. He had intervened only because he had received the gift of Lu Wenyuan's sword tomb. It was merely repaying a kindness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to provoke a Luanhai realm expert. Hey, wait a moment, junior brother, what is your name? Lu Mingyue shouted anxiously in the direction Lin Xiao left. But after a long while there was no response. Moreover, the speed of the movement technique he had used was so fast that she couldn't catch up. Who exactly is this junior disciple? Lu Mingyue's face was full of astonishment. Lu Mingyue stared blankly in a certain direction. This person called her senior sister, so he must be a disciple of the Demoness sect. But when had the inner sect ever produced such a genius sword cultivator? That astonishing sword strike this junior brother had just unleashed seemed to contain some extremely powerful force. She was certain that even if her own elder brother were still alive, his strength would be far inferior to this person's. Enough thinking. She needed to hurry back to the sect. With someone so formidable, a little inquiry would surely reveal his identity. Lu Mingyue swiftly made her way toward the sect. On the other side, in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Lin Xiao had already left the Yaoshu forest and returned to the Demoness sect. During his journey back, he had already figured out how to use the storage ring. The space inside the ring was not large, only 10 cubic meters. After thoroughly searching through the ring, Lin Xiao still felt a bit disappointed. Apart from nearly 3,000 low-grade spirit stones and some miscellaneous materials, the ring contained only a human-grade superior martial art shadow palm and a human-grade top-tier martial art shadow blade. Other than that, there was nothing else valuable. To Lin Xiao, these two martial arts were as useless as chicken ribs. Learning them was not as worthwhile as delving deeper into swordsmanship and comprehending the essence of the sword. What a piece of luck. The first time he engaged in a brigand's plunder, he encountered a poor devil. The greatest gain was probably this storage ring. According to the memories in Lin Xiao's mind, storage rings were rare treasures even for experts of the Luanhai realm. They were priceless on the market. The smallest model, like the one on his hand, if sold, would fetch at least 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. That was a considerable fortune. Lin Xiao stopped thinking about it, and upon returning to the sect, directly sold the demon beast materials to the sect's purchasing department. Selling them at a stall would certainly fetch a higher price, but it would be too time-consuming. During his 10+ days away, he had harvested quite a lot of demon beast materials. Moreover, all were materials from beasts at the late Juling realm or above. This made the disciples in the purchasing department stare wide-eyed. They could not fathom how this young disciple, who was only at the 3rd tier of the Juling realm, had obtained so many materials. In the end, Lin Xiao sold the materials for over 400 low-grade spirit stones. That was already quite good, but Lin Xiao secretly pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. After working for over 10 days, he had earned only a little over 400 spirit stones, yet by killing a Luanhai realm fellow, he had gained 3,000 spirit stones. And that was not even counting the martial arts and the ring. Indeed, plundering the plunderers was the quick way to wealth. After selling the demon beast materials, Lin Xiao proceeded to the nearby trading square. This place was specially established by the Demoness sect for its disciples. When disciples went out on training expeditions or obtained some opportunities that were not suitable for themselves, they could come here to trade. Thus, in this trading square, one could find all kinds of goods for sale. Lin Xiao had barely taken a few steps when he saw many stalls selling martial arts and techniques. Besides selling, there were also those buying and seeking to purchase specific techniques. After comparing prices at several stalls, Lin Xiao sold the 2 martial arts books he had obtained through plunder for 500 low-grade spirit stones and 100 low-grade spirit stones respectively. Next, he needed to find a suitable longsword. Although Lin Xiao could still unleash sword chi and sword essence, without a sword, he could not fully exert their power. He had made a comparison using bare hands versus an ordinary longsword to unleash sword chi and sword essence. The difference in power was at least 30%. That was a terrifying disparity. In a duel between masters, a hair's breadth can decide victory or defeat, let alone a 30% difference in power. That was like heaven and earth apart. Yet after wandering around, Lin Xiao still had not found a longsword that caught his fancy. However, some purchase requests from other disciples aroused Lin Xiao's interest. 200 low-grade spirit stones seeking someone to demonstrate the perfected state of the rainfall sword art. 450 low-grade spirit stones seeking someone to impart insights on the swift thunder movement technique. 120 low-grade spirit stones seeking someone to reveal the location of the 4th layer secret of the diamond body protection. And so on. Many similar placards seeking experience in various techniques and martial arts were displayed. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight, as if a broad path to wealth had been laid before him. Not to mention other techniques, but in terms of swordsmanship, he now mastered over 100 different grades of sword techniques. Truly, he was a genuine Grandmaster of Sword Theory. Moreover, having condensed his sword essence, his comprehension of swordsmanship had reached an even higher level. Teaching others and guiding them in the sword was certainly a piece of cake. After a quick scan, Lin Xiao selected a placard. 500 low-grade spirit stones, seeking someone to carefully demonstrate the essence of the blazing flame sword art. That's the one. The blazing flame sword art was a human-grade top-tier technique, and quite a few disciples in the Jinma sect practiced it. It was a sword art that was easy to learn but difficult to master with a high ceiling. Among the nearly 2,000 sword chi and experiences that Lin Xiao had absorbed in the Pantheon Sword Tomb, no fewer than 50 people had cultivated the blazing flame sword art. Therefore, he was quite familiar with this sword art and had a profound understanding of it. Lin Xiao directly took down the placard. Please, senior brother, guide me. Third tier of the Dueling Realm. Junior brother, you want to demonstrate the blazing flame sword art for me? After the placard was taken down, a figure walked up to Lin Xiao. It was an inner sect disciple in a blue robe with a cultivation level around the 9th tier of the Dueling Realm. He had just started to address him as senior brother when he noticed Lin Xiao's youthful appearance and his cultivation at the 3rd tier of the Dueling Realm. This made him stare in disbelief and confusion. Does the depth of sword comprehension have a direct relationship with cultivation level? Lin Xiao asked calmly. I spoke out of turn. Please, junior brother, this way. The man nodded apologetically and gestured for Lin Xiao to follow. Demonstrating sword techniques required going to the adjacent quiet room, which was equipped with special defensive formations and also ensured privacy. The two soon arrived at a quiet room of over 200 square meters. The inner sect disciple's eyes still held a hint of doubt, but since this junior brother had dared to take down the placard, he must have some confidence. As for whether he might be tricked, he was not worried. The trading square had its own rules, especially regarding the demonstration of techniques and martial arts. If both parties could not reach an agreement, the transaction would not be valid. Give me your sword, Lin Xiao said, extending his hand. Hearing this, the inner sect disciple was momentarily stunned. For a sword cultivator, the sword is the cultivator's life. It should not be easily parted with, let alone lent to others. I didn't bring a sword, so how can I demonstrate for you? Lin Xiao said. The inner sect disciple then noticed that this junior brother truly had no sword with him. After a moment of hesitation, he handed his sword over. Lin Xiao grasped the hilt and drew the sword from its sheath. Buzz. Streams of memories flooded in, deepening his comprehension of the blazing flame sword art once again. Lin Xiao closed his eyes slightly. In his mind, the inner sect disciple was performing the blazing flame sword art in countless scenarios. The sword unleashed a blaze that swept across the plains, burning everything to ashes. Flames devoured miles, invincible in all directions. A few seconds later, Lin Xiao opened his eyes. He had already formed a rough understanding of this person. You, like many others, have been practicing in the wrong direction. Practicing in the wrong direction. The inner disciple's brow furrowed instantly. A hint of displeasure stirred in his heart. This blazing flame sword technique had been personally taught by his revered master, representing the most orthodox path. His master was an elder of the inner sect, a powerhouse at the late stage of the Sea of Wheels realm. Even if he were wrong, his master would never be. Junior brother, I suggest you forget about it. Could this person be here to swindle spirit stones? Forget it. He should seek someone else. Just then Lin Xiao moved. A crimson glow emanated from the long sword in his hand, and the temperature throughout the quiet chamber began to rise. Each movement and gesture of the blazing flame sword technique unfolded with spiritual vitality, gathering chi into flame. Sword shadows blazing bright. Within just a few moves, the inner disciple felt as though the junior brother had merged with the flames themselves. The complete sword technique seemed to come alive. He had never felt the blazing flame sword technique performed with such perfect harmony. Grand mastery of sword technique. No, this had already approached perfection. Trembling awe filled the inner disciple's eyes. In terms of sword technique comprehension alone, this junior brother was no inferior to his master. Fire is often fierce and mighty, surging forward without fear. Lin Xiao spoke after executing another sword form. But this is merely the most commonplace understanding and realm. Upon hearing the first half, the inner disciple was about to nod in agreement. But when he heard the second half, he was left dumbfounded. Could there be another understanding of fire? Wasn't fire exactly as described? Then watch closely, Lin Xiao said calmly. He swung his sword once more. The lights in the quiet chamber suddenly went out, leaving only a faint crimson glow emanating from the long sword in his hand. A sword cry rang out. Visible ripples of distortion rippled through the spiritual energy in the chamber, spreading outward in all directions like wave patterns. Sensing imminent danger, the inner disciple instinctively retreated swiftly. Only when he collided with the chamber's edge did his eyes widen in shock, frozen in place. At that moment, the lights in the quiet chamber flickered back on. The junior brother had already extended his long sword toward him. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Lin Xiao shared his understanding of this sword strike. The inner disciple swallowed hard, the terror still lingering in his eyes. He quickly accepted the sword and bowed deeply to Lin Xiao, saying, "I apologize again for my earlier doubts. Your comprehension of the blazing flame sword technique is unprecedented in my life, far surpassing even our revered master. The inner sect's Wu Zongqing of Crimson Flame Peak thanks junior brother for his guidance. You are too kind. It was merely a normal transaction," Lin Xiao said, holding out his hand palm up. The meaning was clear. "I have shown you the sword technique, you seem quite satisfied, so shouldn't you pay the spirit stones now? Oh, junior brother, here you go." Wu Zongqing took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them over. 1 mid-grade spirit stone equaled 100 low-grade spirit stones. These 10 pieces amounted to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Weren't we supposed to discuss only 500 low-grade spirit stones? Lin Xiao asked. Junior brother demonstrated the deeper aspects of the blazing flame sword technique for me, and I gained tremendous insight. These additional spirit stones are what you deserve, Wu Zongqing said politely. Well then, Lin Xiao did not refuse. He truly needed spirit stones at the moment. Cultivators could absorb spiritual energy from spirit stones to aid their cultivation, and the higher the grade of spirit stone, the greater the efficiency. With merely low-grade spirit stones, ordinary techniques achieved a conversion rate of less than half. However, Lin Xiao had discovered that his modified version of the nourishing qi technique could absorb over 70% from low-grade spirit stones. This was quite remarkable. One spirit stone allowed him to utilize roughly 30% more than others. So what about 1,000 or 10,000 spirit stones? By the way, if you feel stuck in your sword technique, you might seek a water attribute sword method. That could potentially help you break through. After saying this, Lin Xiao left the quiet chamber directly. This final reminder was a bonus given the extra 5 mid-grade spirit stones. As for whether the other party would heed the advice, that was none of his concern. Wu Zongqing fell into deep thought after hearing Lin Xiao's last words. Why study a water attribute sword method when one feels stuck? He cultivated both techniques and sword methods with fire attributes. Would studying a water attribute sword method not go against everything he had learned? The incompatibility of water and fire was something anyone could understand. Oh, Wu Zongqing slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to ask the junior brother's name. He had never seen this junior brother within the inner sect. Could he be an outer sect disciple? A cultivation base at the 3rd stage of the spirit gathering realm was considered outstanding among outer sect disciples. If he remembered correctly, the outer sect examination would take place in just a few days. If this junior brother truly was an outer sect disciple, he would undoubtedly be promoted directly to the inner sect. It seemed the inner sect rankings would see significant changes ahead. After leaving the quiet chamber, Lin Xiao did not continue browsing the stalls. He wandered through the trading square and spent 4,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a mid-grade spirit sword. Spirit swords differed from mortal swords as they could nurture themselves and amplify the power of sword techniques. Some even claimed that top-grade spirit swords could birth sword spirits. Thus their price was quite considerable. Lin Xiao had to bargain for half a day before securing the purchase. Upon obtaining the spirit sword, several fragments of memory flooded his mind. This spirit sword had belonged to 2 previous owners. One had died in battle, while the other had sold it after falling into hardship. 2 sets of Earth-grade low-tier sword techniques were comprehended. With all factors considered, Lin Xiao had still made a profitable acquisition. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao lived a highly disciplined routine. Within the Fontaine Sword Tomb, he constantly practiced sword forms, studied techniques, and comprehended the essence of sword intent. Once his request to leave was approved, he would venture deep into the demonic beast forest to challenge the various powerhouse beasts at the Sea of Wheels realm. During this time, Lin Xiao discovered a somewhat significant issue. His modified nourishing qi technique upon reaching the 4th stage of the spirit gathering realm began to develop horizontally. In other words, no matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, the majority went toward increasing the volume of his spiritual power rather than advancing his cultivation base. Instead of pushing toward higher realms. From a long-term perspective, this was beneficial. But why it occurred this way, Lin Xiao had no idea. After all, hardly anyone cultivated the nourishing qi technique to such a high realm. The nourishing qi technique was among the most basic cultivation methods, and ordinary practitioners would quickly abandon it once they reached the spirit gathering realm. Lin Xiao had also considered discarding the nourishing qi technique. However, after purchasing 2 top-grade human-tier cultivation methods, he discovered that their cultivation speed was far inferior to his modified version of the nourishing qi technique. Even with his comprehension, he could not improve upon its refinement speed. Thus, Lin Xiao did not replace the nourishing qi technique. He would wait until he found something more suitable, he decided. The sun shone brightly that day. The outer sect of the Sword Demons sect bustled with activity. Even the handyman disciples rarely enjoyed a day off. My goodness, I'm finally out of there. Me too. You've all completed your monthly tasks before, but this is my first time leaving the Fontian Sword Tomb. When will I become an Outer Sect disciple? Perhaps today. The Outer Sect examination also allows handyman disciples to take the test, so we gravekeepers can participate as well. Nearly 100 new gravekeepers walked cheerfully toward the Outer Sect examination square. Many of them were leaving the Fontian Sword Tomb for the first time. The task of cleaning 10 sword tombs each month was simply too arduous. Over these past few months, among more than 100 people, only a handful could complete their monthly duties. Lin Xiao was not particularly concerned about the Outer Sect examination. He was more interested in what would happen when he sought out Elder Geng after the test concluded. Wow, look at that handsome guy. He's the top disciple of the Outer Sect Xin Gao. I heard Xin Gao has already broken through to the 6th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. Even among the inner sect, such cultivation would make him a standout. Definitely. Senior Brother Shin's talent is exceptional. During the last Outer Sect assessment, he happened to be away on business, so he missed the opportunity to enter the inner sect. The top few in this batch of Outer Sect disciples are all quite formidable. The square buzzed with chatter and discussion. The crowd's gazes converged on several focal points, the leading figures of the Outer Sect. Everyone eagerly anticipated their performance in this Outer Sect assessment. Once most had arrived, silence. A calm voice reached everyone's ears. All the Outer Sect disciples fell silent and turned their eyes toward the figure on the elevated platform. Lin Xiao and the tombkeepers beside him also looked up. At that sight, the expressions of the others shifted. It was Elder Chun. Months ago, nearly 10,000 of them had been captured and brought here, and it was Elder Chun who had assigned them to the Fontian Sword Tomb. Meeting again, each person felt a multitude of emotions. Lin Xiao was no exception. He had now truly integrated into this world of fantasy and cultivation. From a certain perspective, he even had to thank Elder Chun for sending him into the Fontian Sword Tomb. This year's Outer Sect assessment follows the same rules as before. Only those at the 5th level of the Qi refining realm or above may participate. The top 10 in the final assessment will each receive 5 mid-grade spirit stones and a token to select from the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion. The top 3 will receive a bottle of superior grade return essence pills. Elder Chun announced the rules. Most of the Outer Sect disciples had participated in the assessment before and were quite familiar with these rules. Only a portion of the newly admitted Outer Sect disciples and the menial disciples were astonished upon hearing them. What? You must be at the 5th level of the Qi refining realm to participate. That's no fun. I'm only at the 4th level. I'll have to wait until next year. Same here. I'm just 1 level short. Even though I'm at the 5th level, I'd rather not participate. It's not worth the embarrassment. The other tomb keepers beside Lin Xiao could only shake their heads helplessly. The highest cultivation among them was merely at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. They were still far from even the starting point of the Outer Sect assessment. No, that wasn't entirely true. There was one exception. Thinking this, the other tomb keepers secretly glanced at Lin Xiao. This lone wolf barely spoke to them. He busied himself with his own affairs every day, and his talent was astonishingly good. Each month, he was the first to complete his tasks and apply for leave to go out. They simply couldn't see through this person's cultivation level. Perhaps he had already met the requirements for the Outer Sect assessment. To be honest, after months together, the bond among this group of tomb keepers was quite solid. Although they didn't particularly like Lin Xiao, they still hoped that someone among the tomb keepers could participate in the Outer Sect assessment. Whether or not he passed, at least stepping onto the field would earn them some face. Brother Lin Xiao, are you going to take part in the Outer Sect assessment? An outgoing tomb keeper walked up to Lin Xiao and asked. Having spent so much time together, they at least knew his name. The other tomb keepers pricked up their ears. I will, Lin Xiao replied simply. The other tomb keepers nodded. So this lone wolf's cultivation had indeed reached the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. Such talent. It was simply too formidable. With such talent, why had he been assigned to the Fontian Sword Tomb in the first place? Lin Xiao noticed their gazes, but he didn't bother to explain. After such a long period of comprehending and applying sword intent, if he didn't want others to see his cultivation level, even a sea of Qi realm experts standing before him would be unable to discern it. Soon, the registration for the Outer Sect assessment began. Lin Xiao joined the queue, but his attire as a menial disciple stood out conspicuously. Those queuing beside him were all Outer Sect disciples. They looked at Lin Xiao with expressions of disdain. A menial disciple actually dared to take part in the Outer Sect assessment. How shameless. Did he really think that reaching the 5th level of the Qi refining realm would be enough to earn rewards? Name, age, cultivation, the registrar asked one by one, carrying out a simple registration. Chen Quan 26, 7th level of the Qi refining realm. Wang Pinda 32, 7th level of the Qi refining realm. The further one progressed, the more difficult cultivation became, and the gap between each realm grew increasingly wide. When it was Lin Xiao's turn. A menial disciple. Which main peak's menial disciple are you? the registrar asked in surprise. He had already registered 2 menial disciples today, but both were older, having cultivated for 7 or 8 years before barely reaching the threshold for the outer sect assessment. This young man before him looked quite young. If he had also reached the threshold, wouldn't that mean his talent was not weak? But if his talent was not weak, why had he been sent to be a menial disciple? How strange. I'm a tombkeeper of the Futian Sword Tomb, Lin Xiao replied. Ah, a tombkeeper. You're a tombkeeper, the registrar exclaimed in astonishment. Weren't tomb keepers usually frail and weak-looking? Although he couldn't discern the young man's cultivation realm, he could sense the powerful vitality emanating from him. This was nothing like the tomb keepers of previous years. Well, all right. Name, age, cultivation, the registrar asked. Reporting false information during the outer sect assessment, if discovered, would incur severe punishment. There was absolutely no need for that. Lin Xiao, 20 Spirit Gathering Realm. First level. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and decided not to reveal the 4th level. Old Gung had told him that extraordinary talent need not be concealed in the Sword Demon Sect. But Lin Xiao still felt that his talent might not be as simple as Old Gung thought. It was better to keep some things hidden. However, when the registrar heard Lin Xiao's words, his eyes widened. What did you say? You've already broken through to the Spirit Gathering Realm. He simply couldn't believe it. A menial disciple claiming to have broken through to the Spirit Gathering Realm, and at only 20 years old. Wasn't that utter nonsense? The outer sect disciples beside him wore the same expression. Before they could voice their doubts, Lin Xiao released a trace of his aura. He controlled its intensity to the 1st level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. A sharp gasp. In an instant, the people around were dumbfounded. Among the outer sect disciples who reached the Spirit Gathering Realm were considered to have remarkable talent. Yet this menial disciple had actually reached the Spirit Gathering Realm. For a moment, 2 words surfaced in everyone's mind. Fortune. This menial disciple must have obtained some fortune somewhere which had allowed him to soar straight to the Spirit Gathering Realm. Realizing this, the doubts in their eyes vanished, replaced by envy and jealousy. Alas, such fortune. Why had it been given to a menial disciple? If it had been given to them, they would have made far better use of it than this menial disciple. All right, the outer sect assessment begins now. The outer disciple test was actually quite simple, divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, each disciple participating in the test needed to leave an attack mark on the sword testing stone. This could be sword, chi blade, chi palm prints, or similar techniques. The sword testing stone would display a number based on the strength of the attack. Those ranking in the top 100 could proceed to the second stage. Sword testing stone, Lin Xiao muttered. He had no deep impression of such an object in his memories. As he puzzled over this, a black stone tablet, nearly 2 meters long, was carried out by several people. The entire stone tablet emanated an aura of ancient desolation and profound mystery, particularly the single extremely deep sword mark at its center, which inspired profound reverence in all who beheld it. The moment Lin Xiao laid eyes on the sword testing stone, the sword intent within his body actually stirred restlessly, just like a cat encountering a mouse eager to try, thrilled with excitement. A strange light blossomed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Excuse me, senior brother, may I ask you a question? Lin Xiao inquired, turning to an outer disciple beside him. That outer disciple was greatly startled when Lin Xiao suddenly struck up a conversation. You must know his current cultivation was only at the 9th stage of chi refining, while the other party had already reached the 1st stage of spirit gathering. Calling him senior brother truly gave him plenty of face. Brother, you're too kind. I'm no senior brother. Although you're currently a menial disciple, after this outer disciple test, you'll definitely soar to greater heights. At that time, I'll be the one calling you senior brother. This outer disciple hastily said. That's a matter for later. Senior brother, do you know what origin this sword testing stone has? I feel it seems quite extraordinary. Lin Xiao voiced his inner doubts. Oh, that's a question you've asked the right person about. This sword testing stone is certainly no ordinary object. Our sect master found it 100 years ago in an ancient ruin. Did you see that sword mark on the sword testing stone? They say it was left behind by an ancient sword cultivator during the moment of enlightenment, possessing immense and extraordinary power. Whoever could comprehend it would surely gain tremendous benefits. However, that's merely a saying. The sword testing stone has been in our sect for 100 years, and many strong cultivators from other sects have come to examine it. In the end, hasn't it simply become a testing tool? This outer disciple explained quite thoroughly. Lin Xiao slightly nodded and thanked him. His gaze then fixed upon the sword testing stone. An ancient sword cultivator. He believed it. Soon the testing disciples were divided into groups, each walking up to the sword testing stone one by one to take their tests. The first disciple drew his long sword, gathered spiritual energy for 3 breaths, then slashed a sword chi at the sword testing stone with full force. Disciple number 1, reading 410. Next, the recording disciple beside the sword testing stone announced. Then the second disciple stepped forward, also slashing a sword chi at the sword testing stone. Within Sword Demon Sect, most disciples used swords with only a small number pursuing other methods. Disciple number 2 reading 546. Next, the recording disciple continued to announce. One group of disciples after another swiftly proceeded with their tests. In what seemed like an instant, over 200 disciples had already been tested. Lin Xiao was the 410th. He wouldn't have to wait long. After watching for so long, he more or less understood what the readings represented. Generally speaking, the power of the 9th stage of Qi refining ranged between 600 to 800, while the peak of Qi refining was around 1000. Breaking through the 1000 reading marked the achievement of the first stage of spirit gathering. Wow! Senior Brother Gu Shi is about to step up. He's the universally acknowledged second-ranked outer disciple, second only to Senior Brother Shen Gao. I heard Senior Brother Gu's goal this time is to defeat Senior Brother Shun and claim the title of the foremost outer disciple. Senior Brother Gu's cultivation realm has also broken through to the 6th stage of spirit gathering. I'm really curious who's stronger. I still think Senior Brother Shun is more formidable. That may not necessarily be the case. Amidst the whispers of those around him, a figure of steady composure slowly walked to the front of the sword testing stone. Lin Xiao merely glanced and withdrew his gaze. The person's aura was quite ordinary after all. Swish! Gu Shi swiftly swung his sword, sending a cyan sword chi toward the sword testing stone. After a dull thud, a reading appeared on the sword testing stone. Disciple number 242, reading 3489. Next. Wow! Everyone gasped in unison. This was the highest reading thus far, with the previous highest being only around 1200. Gu Shi's single strike was nearly 3 times that figure. Moreover, from Gu Shi's effortless demeanor, he clearly hadn't used his full strength. A casual strike was already this powerful, so just how much would he achieve at full power? Before they could speculate further, the disciples let out another burst of exclamations. Because following Gu Shi onto the stage, there emerged his formidable rival, Shen Gao, the universally acknowledged foremost outer disciple. Unlike Gu Shi's stern expression, Shen Gao smiled warmly, nodding to others and even waving at them, exuding absolute confidence. Beside him, Gu Shi merely furrowed his brow slightly. When Shen Gao stepped in front of the sword testing stone, he made his move. However, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he waved his right hand, sending forth a sword chi that struck the sword testing stone. A reading materialized. The recording disciple quickly glanced over. Upon seeing it, his expression filled with a peculiar sense of wonder. Disciple number 243, a reading 3490. Everyone else who heard this reading also froze in stunned silence. This seemed to be just a single point higher than Gu Shi's reading. Wow! What incredible control. Moreover, Senior Brother Shen Gao hadn't even drawn his sword. Who was stronger? The answer was clear at a glance. TCH. Showing off. Gu Shi coldly snorted and walked off to the side. Seeing Gu Shi storm off in anger, Shen Gao merely smiled, shrugged his shoulders, and descended from the stage. With these two focal figures finished with their tests, the rest essentially held little spectacle. Another 100 or so disciples were tested. Among them, the strongest struck a reading of 1750. The rest were unremarkable. Disciple number 409, reading 810. Next, the recording disciple announced. Lin Xiao stretched his limbs and walked toward the sword testing stone. Finally, his turn had come. It hadn't been easy. He had been waiting in line for over 2 hours. Lin Xiao's appearance did attract considerable attention. After all, a menial disciple possessing a cultivation fluctuation of spirit gathering was quite rare within Sword Demon Sect. The grave keepers from the Pantheon Sword Tomb all gazed at him, with several even cheering for him. Elder Chun on the high platform stared intently at Lin Xiao, his heart filled with countless doubts. A gravekeeper? Spirit gathering first stage? How did he manage this? From having no foundation to reaching spirit gathering in just half a year. Such speed is truly remarkable. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this young man obtain? What a rapid advancement. How did this happen? Elder Chun muttered to himself in bewilderment. Lin Xiao had already walked to the front of the sword testing stone. Yet he did not draw his sword. Instead, he extended his right hand. This left everyone else somewhat puzzled. What? Could this person be trying to emulate Senior Brother Shen, directly projecting sword chi as well? Don't joke around. With spirit gathering first stage cultivation, if he performed at full strength, entering the top 30 of the outer disciples would be no problem. But if he courting disaster by failing to make the top 100 and being directly eliminated, that would be quite amusing. However, Lin Xiao's next action left everyone even more bewildered. He did not unleash sword intent, nor did he execute any fist technique. Instead, he gently touched the sword testing stone. What's going on? What is this person doing? Is he going to test or not? There are still many people waiting. The moment many began to grumble, Lin Xiao suddenly erupted with a surging razor-sharp momentum that seemed capable of tearing through the void and shaking the celestial heavens. Lin Xiao himself closed his eyes, merging into this formidable power. Elder Chen on the high platform had already risen from his seat. His eyes stared blankly, and an involuntary cry escaped his lips, in enlightenment. Enlightenment. This is what every cultivator dreams of achieving in their lifetime. Enlightenment can shatter one's shackles and bottlenecks. It may also allow one to instantly comprehend certain profound mysteries, resulting in a dramatic surge of cultivation power. Those with high comprehension may achieve enlightenment several times in their lives. Those with low comprehension will never experience it, no matter how long they live. Elder Chen gazed intently at Lin Xiao, both shocked and envious. He had cultivated for decades without a single enlightenment. Yet this mere half-year novice had achieved enlightenment. The other external disciples also stared at Lin Xiao in astonishment. Especially Shun Gao and Gu Shi. Both clenched their fists tightly. Damn it! Why could he achieve enlightenment? Was it because of the Trial Sword Stone? They had touched that thing over 100 times. Though they knew the Trial Sword Stone was extraordinary, they had failed to comprehend anything useful from it. This person is a formidable rival. The two exchanged a glance. Both saw the same expression in each other's eyes. However, what reassured them was that this person's cultivation was only at the first stage of spirit-gathering realm. With such a low cultivation base, what could enlightenment possibly do for him? He couldn't possibly comprehend anything meaningful. However, in the very next moment, all the swords across the entire external sect plaza began to tremble. Taking Lin Xiao as the center, countless sword energies materialized around him, then swept across the entire plaza, followed by an awe-inspiring aura that rose to unprecedented heights. Even the clouds in the heavens seemed to be split in two by something, the sea of clouds churning as a white light flickered faintly. The external disciples were stunned by this celestial phenomenon. They had no idea what was happening or what it meant. Only Elder Chen, whose eyes were already wide open, now looked as if they might pop out from the shock. This is the embryonic form of sword intent. He actually comprehended the embryonic sword intent. Elder Chen was completely dumbfounded. First stage of spirit gathering realm. Comprehending the embryonic sword intent. This was absolutely absurd. Some of the unknowing external disciples instinctively moved closer to Lin Xiao, as if drawn to something on his body. Elder Chen, seeing this, was about to shout a warning. Enlightenment was something that absolutely must not be disturbed. If the sect's higher-ups learned that this junior's enlightenment had been disrupted, he would also face consequences. But before he could speak, an elderly figure instantly appeared before the young man. It was a white-haired old elder. When Elder Chen saw the visitor, he immediately straightened his posture, his eyes revealing deep respect. Pay my respects to Elder Mu, he respectfully called out. The external disciples stared blankly at the suddenly appearing elder. Huh? Wasn't this the old gatekeeper of the scripture vault? Why would he appear here? And why would Elder Chen show such deference to him? Could it be that this gatekeeper of the scripture vault had an extraordinary identity? After all, Elder Chen was the chief elder of the external sect, and his status within the Sword Demon sect was already quite high. In the entire Sword Demon sect, there were probably only a handful of people Elder Chen would treat with such deference. Elder Mu, as he was called, glanced at Elder Chen before fixing all his attention on the young man before him. His eyes also revealed shock and disbelief. Then he formed a complex magical seal toward the heavens. The celestial phenomenon vanished instantly, and Lin Xiao still kept his eyes closed, immersed in a certain comprehension, completely unaffected. Elder Mu, this disciple, comprehended the embryonic sword intent at only the first stage of spirit gathering realm. It seems our sect is about to give birth to another genius. Elder Chen approached Elder Mu respectfully and said, "Genius. You truly are underestimating this little fellow," Elder Mu said nonchalantly. Elder Chen was stunned upon hearing this. Could Elder Mu see something about this disciple that he had missed? Was there something special about this young man that he hadn't noticed? Elder Chen once again examined Lin Xiao very carefully, but he still didn't discover anything new. Seeing Elder Chen's puzzled expression, Elder Mu smiled faintly, but did not explain. However, the way he looked at the young fellow, still immersed in enlightenment, grew increasingly bright. That old coot Gung's eye for talent remains as sharp as ever. Even he had been completely fooled by this little fellow. He had thought it was merely a genius with a nameless sword physique. But in just 3 or 4 months, this little fellow had already grown to such a level. Fourth stage of spirit gathering realm. And what was condensed during this enlightenment was not the embryonic sword intent, but true sword intent. Such a level was already 2% sword intent. What did 2% sword intent represent? It already allowed one to sit and discuss the Tao with experts of the rotary core realm. Such an extraordinary comprehension ability, he had not only never witnessed it, he had never even heard of it. This belonged to a genius of the heavens chosen tier. With Elder Chen and Elder Mu present, who else would dare approach? Everyone simply waited for Lin Xiao to complete his comprehension. After about the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, Lin Xiao finally opened his eyes. Although he was in a state of enlightenment, he had been aware of everything happening around him. The harvest this time was even more abundant than he had imagined. He had absorbed a masterless, astonishing sword intent from within the trial sword stone. Although his cultivation realm hadn't changed at all, after initially refining that sword intent, his comprehension of the sword Tao became much deeper, and his own sword intent also increased substantially. If he later completely refined the sword intent from the trial sword stone, the effect could be further enhanced. It could be said that before and after absorbing the trial sword stone's sword intent, his combat power had directly doubled. A single trial sword stone could bring him such tremendous improvement. If there were a few more wouldn't that allow him to comprehend a complete sword intent Tao? What kind of power would that be? Lin Xiao's heart trembled with anticipation. At the same time, he felt deep reverence for the sword mark on the trial sword stone. Someone who could leave such a mark, what level had they reached in the sword Tao? Did such a person still exist? Thank you, Elder Chen, and you too, Senior. Lin Xiao politely thanked the 2 people beside him. These 2 had stood beside him to prevent others from disturbing him. It was only natural for him to express his gratitude. Little fellow, you've hidden yourself quite deeply. Elder Mu gazed deeply at Lin Xiao with a sigh. Senior is too kind. Before your eyes I must have already been completely seen through, Lin Xiao said with a smile. With his sword intent improved, he could now barely sense it. The old gatekeeper of the scripture vault before him absolutely had cultivation strength beyond the rotary core realm. How many rotary core experts could there be in the entire sword demon sect? This elder was definitely someone of extraordinary status. Little fellow, how about becoming my disciple? I'll speak to old Gung on your behalf, Elder Mu said with a wide smile. Lin Xiao was stunned. He hadn't expected this elder to directly want to recruit him as a disciple. Elder Chen, standing nearby, had already been dumbfounded. Elder Mu actually wanted to take a disciple. TSK. This truly was explosive news. But why did Elder Mu mention Elder Gung? Could it be that a bizarre idea sprouted in Elder Chen's heart? Could this young man already have been noticed by Elder Gung? If that were truly the case, then this news would be even more absurd and unbelievable. At the mere thought of Elder Gung, Elder Chen shivered all over. If Elder Mu already seemed an unapproachable figure to him, then Elder Gung was something of a taboo presence within the Sword Demon Sect. Only he and a few top executives of the Sword Demon Sect knew what Elder Gung represented. Who would have thought this brat would possess such extraordinary fortune? Forget it, little one, stop overthinking it. Once you finish the outer sect test, I will go with you to find that old immortal. Seeing Lin Xiao hesitate, Elder Mu did not wish to make things difficult for him any further. After all, he had spoken impulsively in a moment of excitement. If he actually went ahead and claimed this kid without permission, what if that old immortal came seeking revenge? Alright. Lin Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. Becoming a disciple was a matter of great significance in the cultivation world, and he barely knew anything about the other party, so how could he possibly become a disciple? Elder Mu nodded slightly. After taking a few steps, he had already appeared on the raised platform in the square. Seeing this, Elder Chen turned to Lin Xiao and said quite politely, Lin Xiao, you may continue with the test. Lin Xiao looked at the sword testing stone before him. He casually swung a punch and struck it. A number floated forth. The sword testing stone, whose sword intent had been absorbed by him, still functioned, but it seemed as though it had lost its soul, devoid of that sharp and fierce aura. The recorder beside him saw the number and announced the result. Disciple 410, O value 2000 next. This value was already quite impressive, second only to Shun Gao and Gu Shi. Yet given the enormous commotion Lin Xiao had caused, everyone presumed he would amaze them once again. Unexpectedly, it was merely a value of 2000. Only 2000. I thought he might catch up to Senior Brother Shun and Senior Brother Gu. Are you blind? Didn't you see he merely swung a casual punch? If he were to swing his sword and unleash sword chi, he might truly reach the level of those 2 senior brothers. No way. He is only at the first stage of spirit gathering, while the 2 senior brothers have already reached the 6th stage. Indeed, although there was quite a commotion just now, his cultivation is laid bare before everyone. There is still a long way to go before he can catch up to the 2 senior brothers. Not only were the disciples gossiping, but Shun Gao also walked over to stand beside Gu Shi at this moment, and asked with a smile, how does this person seem to you? Gu Shi shot Shun Gao a cold glance and replied, very strong. He must be concealing his cultivation. Oh, Junior Brother Shi has also noticed. I heard this person only entered the Fanzian Sword Tomb to work as a tomb guardian 6 months ago. In half a year, he has grown to such a level. If given another 6 months, he will surely far leave you and me behind, Shun Gao lamented. A tomb guardian. A hint of surprise appeared on Gu Shi's usually expressionless face. Hard to believe, isn't it? Shun Gao said. It seems he possesses a rare physique, a trace of envy flashing in Gu Shi's eyes. When he truly rises, our Sword Demon Sect will have quite the spectacle, Shun Gao said with a smile. Perhaps he can defeat you this very time. Gu Shi sneered coldly. Shen Gao. An hour later, the first phase of the Outer Sect test concluded. Shen Gao placed first, Gu Shi second, Lin Xiao third. A total of 100 Outer Sect disciples advanced to the second phase. The second phase involved mutual combat. According to the rankings of the top 100, they were grouped to compete against one another on stage, ultimately determining the top 10. After a brief period of grouping, the second phase began. Disciples took to the stage one after another, each showcasing their full strength, hoping to shine brilliantly in this competition. The atmosphere gradually rose to a fever pitch with continuous cheers. Among those who ranked highly in the first phase, Lin Xiao was the first to enter. His opponent was a disciple who had completed the Qi refining stage, ranked 10th in the first phase. Upon stepping onto the competition platform, his face turned bitter, almost on the verge of tears. Why was his luck so wretched? He had been matched against one of the three he least wanted to face. He would rather have fought Senior Brother Gu than this mysterious newcomer. I humbly request guidance from Senior Brother, the disciples said politely. Within the sect, those with higher cultivation were addressed as Senior Brothers. Please, Lin Xiao said calmly. The moment he finished speaking, the opposing disciple already swung his sword and charged forward. This disciple thought, quite simply, if they were to fight, they should finish it quickly. His cultivation was already inferior to the others, and hesitating further would only make his defeat look even uglier. Swish! His sword technique unfolded as 3 yellow sword Qi strikes slashed toward Lin Xiao from different directions. This disciple was fully concentrated, unleashing his ultimate move from the very start. He stared tightly at Lin Xiao, wanting to see how the other would resist, so as to launch his next attack. But to his utter surprise, Lin Xiao simply gazed at him in an ordinary manner, showing absolutely no intention of defending himself. Thud! In the next instant, all 3 sword Qi strikes had slashed into Lin Xiao's body. That disciple was utterly dumbfounded. The crowd erupted in shouts of astonishment. No one had expected Lin Xiao to be hit so easily. You lost focus during combat. You are defeated. A calm voice suddenly sounded from behind that disciple. The disciple was startled. But before he could turn around, he felt a tremendous force strike him, and his entire body was sent flying out of the competition platform. Lin Xiao retracted his palm and leisurely strolled down from the stage. What happened? I didn't see how he appeared at all. He just seemed to have employed the form-shifting shadow-changing movement technique. No way, that afterimage was far too realistic. I actually thought it was real. With that speed, even if I had encountered it, I would have been unable to react in time. Someone like this, and you are telling me he is merely a servant disciple. The Outer Sect disciples fell speechless at this thought. The competition continued, and soon it was Senior Brother Gu Shi's turn to enter. His opponent was a disciple ranked 4th. After fighting for 3 rounds, that disciple felt deeply inferior and directly admitted defeat. Being able to hold out for 3 rounds against Senior Brother Gu, he felt quite content. The next match was Shen Gao's turn. He was comparatively more gentle, trading blows with another disciple back and forth. After over a dozen rounds, he finally knocked the other off the platform. Such a gentlemanly demeanor drew enthusiastic cheers from the Outer Sect disciples. After 1 round of competitions, everyone had also realized it. Shen Gao, Gu Shi, and the mysterious Lin Xiao. These 3 were far superior to their contemporaries. They were eager to know if these 3 were placed together, who was stronger and who was weaker. Especially that Lin Xiao. After fighting several matches, he had not even drawn his sword. Relying solely on speed and fists, he left his opponents utterly unable to resist. This gap made everyone enormously curious. Just how strong was he really? Finally, after several more matches, Lin Xiao faced Gu Shi. All the Outer Sect disciples fixed their burning gazes upon them. The 2 stepped onto the platform. Senior Brother Gu, I humbly request your instruction, Gu Shi said coldly. Likewise, Senior Brother Gu, Lin Xiao replied. On the Outer Sect viewing stand. Little Chen, who do you think will win? Elder Mu asked leisurely. Elder Mu jests. Although Gu Shi is formidable, he certainly cannot match Lin Xiao, who has comprehended the rudiments of sword intent. Elder Chen offered his opinion. Then what if this kid does not use sword intent? Elder Mu asked with a smile. Does not use sword intent. Elder Chen paused slightly and continued. If that Lin Xiao does not employ sword intent, given the disparity in cultivation realms, he will find it exceedingly difficult to withstand Gu Shi's several waves of attacks. After all, Gu Shi cultivates the fierce fire sword method, which is most effective against fast opponents. Elder Mu smiled without responding. He was quite certain Gu Shi would not last 3 rounds against this kid. Lin Xiao and Gu Shi had exchanged pleasantries on the competition platform, yet neither struck. Lin Xiao waited for his opponent to make the first move. Gu Shi meanwhile watched Lin Xiao with a frown deepening upon his face. Junior brother, will you still refuse to draw your sword? Gu Shi asked, his expression chilling. Indeed, Lin Xiao faced Gu Shi with his hands utterly empty. A sword had always rested upon his back. This signaled that he too was a sword cultivator. Yet from beginning to end, no one had ever witnessed Lin Xiao employ that blade. If victory is assured, why would I need my sword? Lin Xiao retorted. These words fell. The coldness on Gu Shi's visage deepened. You are more abominable even than Shun Gao. Gu Shi emitted a cold snort, his long sword cleaving from its scabbard. The temperature upon the competition platform surged dramatically. A torrent of flames cascaded forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Gu Shi entirely. Hunt! Gu Shi swung his blade. From the heart of the fire wave, a serpent of flame branched away, hurtling forward with startling velocity to bite fiercely at Lin Xiao. The superheated fire serpent distorted the very air around it as it carved through space. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao unleashed his shifting shadow technique. An afterimage remained frozen in place. But what had proven effective moments prior now failed him. The fire serpent seemed possessed of sentience, pivoting its head the instant Lin Xiao shifted to pursue him. It can track after all. Lin Xiao moved once more. Strands of afterimage trailed across the platform as though several Lin Xiaos had manifested. 1, 2, 3. Once 3 afterimages materialized, the fire serpent had already lost its target. Close in on him. Gu Shi snorted again, brandishing his sword repeatedly to conjure additional fire serpents. Yet Lin Xiao remained unruffled. Afterimages proliferated throughout the arena. 7, 8, 9. Reality and illusion intermingled. Among the disciples below, none could discern which Lin Xiao was genuine. None among them had cultivated the shifting shadow. To obtain a movement art of such caliber from the scripture pavilion required extraordinary meritorious deeds. Wouldn't it be far more prudent to trade for a supreme sword technique or cultivation method instead? As for movement arts, those of merely respectable quality would prove adequate. But now, beholding Lin Xiao wield this technique with transcendent mastery, the disciples' convictions shifted. Bloody hell, he's absurdly powerful. When they had the chance, they would surely exchange for the shifting shadow technique. As the saying goes, the masses watch the spectacle, while the connoisseurs perceive the essence. On the viewing platform, Elder Chen's jaw had dropped. 9 afterimages. This bordered upon the perfection realm of the shifting shadow. Most crucially, his own cultivated movement art was precisely the shifting shadow. He had devoted a decade to its practice. Yet he could only manifest 8 afterimages. Furthermore, each of his afterimages lacked the solidity of Lin Xiao's. Elder Chen's expression darkened. He felt as though his decade of cultivation had been utterly squandered. He was not alone in this sentiment. Even Elder Mu beside him, his eyes gleamed with astonishment and fascination. In less than half a year, he had brought a heaven-grade movement art to near perfection. This youth's comprehension was dreadfully terrifying. On the competition platform, Gu Shi's brows knitted tightly. He had already pushed his hunt technique to its absolute limit, yet still could not so much as graze Lin Xiao's garments. The speed was simply too tremendous. It felt wholly beyond the purview of one at the spirit-gathering stage. Nevertheless, Gu Shi regarded this merely as an inconvenience. He still possessed means to subdue Lin Xiao. One of the competition regulations was clear: whoever left the platform would be declared the loser. Thus, wildfire. Gu Shi roared. His long sword swirled through the air. In a single flash, a deluge of flames swept across the entirety of the platform. You believe you can flee? You think yourself swift? He would blanket the entire platform, denying any avenue of escape. As anticipated, upon perceiving this, Lin Xiao halted his movements. Boom, boom. The fire wave consumed Lin Xiao entirely. The fire serpents were dispersed by Gu Shi and dissipated. He sought only victory, not the destruction of lives. But the next instant, Gu Shi's countenance froze. He perceived something amiss. Following a muffled resonance, all the flames that had engulfed Lin Xiao were quenched by some force. Looking once more at Lin Xiao, his entire figure was encased within a verdant mountain seal. Those fire waves had been suppressed by this seal. This is the mountain-embracing seal. Gu Shi questioned dubiously. A human-grade supreme body refinement technique. Now he comprehended why Lin Xiao's strength was so prodigious. With a casual strike, he had registered 2,000 units upon the sword testing stone. So he had cultivated this technique, and likely at no modest level. But was he not a sword cultivator? Why would a sword cultivator neglect the sword to instead refine his body? Ha ha ha, this young man, how intriguing. How remarkably intriguing. Elder Mu gazed upon Lin Xiao and laughed aloud. He naturally knew that Lin Xiao had selected these 2 techniques at the scripture pavilion. At that time, he had given it little heed. The cultivation difficulty of body refinement techniques far surpassed that of movement arts and other martial skills of the same rank. But witnessing it now, he was genuinely astonished. This young man had not only mastered the mountain-embracing seal, he had already cultivated it to its 4th layer. Each layer of the mountain-embracing seal could resist attacks from one minor realm above oneself. Thus, this youngster's true cultivation resided at the fourth stage of the spirit-gathering realm, combined with the defensive properties of the mountain-embracing seal that meant, beneath the culmination of spirit-gathering, no one could breach his defenses. A prodigy. Truly a rare prodigy. Within half a year alone, his cultivation had attained the fourth stage of spirit-gathering. His movement art reached near perfection, his body refinement technique showed marked progress, and his sword intent had achieved considerable depth. Any single one of these four accomplishments would merit the title of genius. But what of all four combined? Elder Mu's mouth gaped unanswered. If this youngster could reach his full potential, he would become the hope of the Sword Demon Sect. Though the Sword Demon Sect ranked among the top 10 within the Great Wei dynasty, its position remained far from enviable. A demonic sect was nevertheless a demonic sect after all. Many of its principles and rules stood in stark opposition to those of the so-called righteous path. The demonic sect embodied the doctrine of might making right more plainly. Upon the competition platform, upon glimpsing the mountain-embracing seal upon Lin Xiao, Gushi unleashed several fire serpents once more. This time Lin Xiao offered no evasion. He permitted the fire serpents to strike his person. Thud, thud, thud. But any fire serpent that made contact was immediately suppressed and extinguished by the mountain-embracing seal, unable to kindle even a single spark. I yield. Gushi intoned heavily, deeply unwilling. What most grievously troubled him was not the inability to shatter the opponent's defenses, but rather that he had failed to compel the other to draw his sword. Your prowess is formidable. Lin Xiao dismissed the mountain-embracing seal, speaking with equanimity. The disciples below, witnessing Gushi's concession, all cast their gazes upon Lin Xiao. This dark horse of the outer sect trials proved far more formidable than they had conceived. With their confrontation concluded, the competitions resumed. Within a few matches, Gushi encountered Shun Gao once more. Predictably, after exchanging over a dozen strokes, Gushi met defeat. Primarily due to his faltering composure, otherwise with his actual strength, he would not have fallen with such haste. After several more contests, the outer sect trials arrived at their climactic final bout. Shun Gao, the premier disciple of the outer sect, would face Lin Xiao, the greatest dark horse of this trial. A confrontation between the strongest of the outer sect commanding everyone's rapt attention. Amidst everyone's expectations, Lin Xiao and Shun Gao stepped onto the sparring platform. Shun Gao still wore his usual graceful and thoroughly confident demeanor. This invigorated the outer sect disciples below, who loudly cheered him on. After all, he was the publicly recognized top disciple of the outer sect. They genuinely hoped senior brother Shun could secure first place in the assessment. Observing his opponent, a flicker of anticipation appeared on Lin Xiao's face. Now that his sword intent had advanced, he also wished to test its true power against someone. Yet he doubted Shun Gao possessed the qualification for such a trial. Junior brother Lin, might I propose something? Shun Gao asked with a smile. Please speak, senior brother, Lin Xiao replied, genuinely puzzled. He could not fathom what Shun Gao intended. I am well aware that I cannot defeat you, junior brother. Therefore I concede this match. Shun Gao said this with open candor. Huh. Lin Xiao was taken aback. The other outer sect disciples were utterly bewildered. Why? How could senior brother Shun simply concede without a fight? Although that Lin Xiao is indeed formidable, yielding before the battle even begins, this is terribly unsettling. After witnessing the duel between Lin Xiao and Gushi, he had already known how his own fate would play out. He felt quite helpless. Most importantly, he knew that Lin Xiao had comprehended sword intent. That was a hallmark of powerhouses at the Xindan realm. Though he reigned as the outer sect's top disciple, his distance from such a realm of sword intent remained countless leagues away. He continued, but before I concede, may I witness the level of your swordsmanship, junior brother Lin? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao roughly understood. It seemed his opponent was a sensible man. Very well. By the way, may I ask what sword technique you practice, senior brother Shun? Lin Xiao inquired. Myself. The rainbow light sword technique. Shun Gao replied. The moment he finished speaking, the long sword behind Lin Xiao automatically flew into his grasp. In an instant, a colossal aura of sword intent burst forth, resembling a galaxy stretching across the heavens, its rainbow radiance dimming the sun. Even the fierce daylight above seemed to retreat in fear. That dazzling light and oppressive presence instantly stung everyone's eyes, brilliant and razor-sharp. By the time they could process what had happened, Shun Gao had already been knocked flying dozens of meters off the sparring platform. From the look of it, he had suffered only minor injuries. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao on the platform had already sheathed his long sword and strolled down calmly. He's just too powerful. Senior brother Shun hadn't mustered the slightest counterattack. Not a single outer sect disciple dared to speak another word. At the sheer might of that single strike, if it had been them, forget blocking it, have likely suffered grave injuries, or even perished on the spot. At that moment Shun Gao rose to his feet. His eyes brimmed with reverence and astonishment. He then bowed to Lin Xiao and said, "Thank you for the instruction, junior brother." There was not an ounce of pretense in his words. They were utterly sincere. The other disciples were dumbfounded once again. Good heavens! Had senior brother Shun been beaten senseless, being defeated, and yet still thanking his opponent for the lesson? Senior brother Gu, why is senior brother Shun thanking that Lin Xiao? A disciple beside Gu Shi asked curiously. Why are you asking me? Go ask Shun Gao yourself. Gu Shi left with a cold expression. This Lin Xiao was truly terrifying. What he had just unleashed was the most exquisite move within the Rainbow Light Sword technique. Without attaining mastery of the Rainbow Light Sword technique, one could never execute it. At the very least, someone like Shun Gao could never reach such a level even if he tried. Seclusion. He needed to go into immediate cultivation seclusion right now. For someone who usually boasted of being a sword Dao genius, compared to Lin Xiao, he was nothing at all. And so this year's Outer Sect assessment was formally concluded. Lin Xiao took first place, Shun Gao second, and Gu Shi third. The rewards were distributed accordingly. Lin Xiao held a bottle of high-grade yuan restoration pills bestowed by Elder Chun, and his mood was quite pleasant. This bottle contained 10 pills. Each pill commanded a market price of 200 low-grade spirit stones, making the entire bottle worth 2,000. For Lin Xiao, who was left with merely over 300 spirit stones after purchasing his spiritual sword, this was an exceptionally valuable prize. If he rationed 2 pills a day, they would sustain his cultivation for 5 full days. Kid, let's go make haste. Old Mu with his white beard was already growing impatient. Seeing the assessment conclude, he seized Lin Xiao by the shoulder, and the two vanished from the Outer Sect plaza. Yet discussions about Lin Xiao continued to echo throughout the square. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Sword Demon Sect Crimson Flame Peak, an Inner Sect disciple looking thoroughly exhausted approached the main pavilion. It's senior brother Wu. This must be his final opportunity, hasn't it? It is exceedingly difficult to become a direct disciple of our master. If he fails again this time, he will forfeit his eligibility to become a core disciple. He is rushing himself. If he had waited another year to attempt the master's trial, he undoubtedly would have passed. But now there is no hope. Indeed, what a pity. Even the top disciple Yuan failed the master's trial. How could an ordinary person hope to succeed? Listening to the murmurs around him, Wu Zongqing's expression remained unchanged. After reaching the front of the main pavilion, he knelt upon the ground and announced clearly, "Master, your disciple has come for the trial." The nearby disciples of Crimson Flame Peak shook their heads slightly. As expected, senior brother Wu was using his last chance. Zongqing, are you certain? This trial assesses your comprehension, but equally important is your mental fortitude. A dignified voice echoed from within the pavilion. I am certain. Wu Zongqing replied firmly. Begin when a stick of incense has burned down. The dignified voice sounded slightly exasperated. Yes, Wu Zongqing acknowledged. The other disciples witnessing this were deeply puzzled. Clearly, just last month senior brother Wu had been at a loss regarding the blazing fire sword technique, yet within mere days, he had achieved a breakthrough. It was impossible, wasn't it? The blazing fire sword technique was easy to understand, but difficult to master. Among the entire Sword Demon Sect, there were scarcely a few individuals who could comprehend its perfection realm. Senior brother Wu still lacked a steady heart and mind. Upon hearing the news, quite a few disciples from Crimson Flame Peak came rushing over to watch. Wu Zongqing closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. A series of scenes that the mysterious junior brother had demonstrated for him inside the quiet room at the trading market continuously replayed in his mind. The Sword Demon Sect's main peak consisted of 9 mountains, each hosting 3,000 Inner Sect disciples. As long as one passed the master's trial, they would become a direct disciple of the master. With time and diligent cultivation, within a few years one might even have the chance to challenge the Inner Sect elite rankings. The resources of any sect are inherently limited. They cannot cater to every single disciple. Within the Sword Demon Sect, the vast majority of premium resources, opportunities, and fortuitous encounters were prioritized for those on the Inner Sect elite rankings. The rankings only covered the top 100. Thus, every single position climbed meant enjoying significantly more sect resources. Only through mutual competition could superiority and inferiority be distinguished. This was not cruelty, this was reality. Wu Zongqing gripped his sword hilt tightly. On this final opportunity, he had to succeed. If he wished to receive the master's true inheritance and favor, he had to risk everything. Master, I am ready, Wu Zongqing declared, opening his eyes with a deep voice. Begin. The voice rang out from the main pavilion. Wu Zongqing's long sword left its sheath. Sword light flickered like flames coiling around his body. The flame sword technique began its demonstration. Move after move, seasoned and practiced, the sword energy transformed into fire coiling like a serpent. Impressive. Brother Wu's flame sword technique has advanced even further than just days ago. But this is still far from enough. To meet Master's requirements, his sword technique would need to reach mastery approaching perfection, wouldn't it? Hearing this person's rebuke, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Yuan. Seeing them quiet down, Brother Yuan turned his attention back to Wu Zongqing, who was still executing the flame sword technique. He knew Wu Zongqing's strength better than anyone. With Brother Wu's comprehension abilities, it would take at least another year before he could truly grasp it. But gradually, as Brother Yuan watched the sword technique, his brow furrowed. Something about the flame sword technique Wu Zongqing was performing seemed different. At this moment, Wu Zongqing's mind kept returning to that earth-shaking sword strike the mysterious junior brother had displayed that day. Fire, fierce and violent, forging ahead without retreat. This was merely the ordinary realm. But fire could also. A single spark igniting 1,000 miles. Scorching prairie. Wu Zongqing roared aloud. All the sword energy instantaneously gathered at the sword's tip. The spiritual energy within his body surged wildly. An extremely concentrated wave of firepower erupted forthwith, churning and surging, spreading in all directions. It's so hot. What kind of power is this? I can't dodge this. It's over. I can't even block this move. The watching disciples' faces turned pale in an instant. Seeing his fellow junior brothers about to fall into danger, Brother Yuan wanted to step in and defuse the attack. But the moment he truly felt the incoming firepower, his expression also changed. This strike was incredibly powerful. He could withstand it, but that would mean there wouldn't be enough time to help the other junior brothers. Just then, a massive crimson spiritual palm erupted from within the main pavilion. All the fire instantly was suppressed and extinguished. The disciples were still reeling from the shock. They never imagined that Brother Wu could unleash such strength. Excellent. As your master, I now declare that from this day forward Wu Zongqing is my true disciple. The voice overflowed with relief and joy. Wu Zongqing, who had collapsed sitting on the ground and was completely spent, managed to pull himself up. Then he respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you for your recognition, Master." Zongqing will continue to strive. He had already decided that once he recovered his strength, he would immediately inquire about that mysterious junior brother's whereabouts. He absolutely had to thank the person in person. Without that person's guidance, he never could have accomplished this. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was soaring through the air, grabbed by Elder Mu's shoulder. The surrounding scenery blurred past at terrifying speed. Only then did he realize. Experts at the Xindan realm could not only fly, but their speed was truly horrifying. Even if he had trained his shadow-following body technique to perfection, he would still be utterly incomparable. Moreover, Elder Mu was definitely not exerting his full strength. After several breaths, they arrived at the Pantheon Sword Tomb. Elder Mu showed no intention of slowing down. His right hand formed a mystic seal. The hidden barrier appeared, and an opening automatically formed. The two of them swept through. The Pantheon Sword Tomb was equivalent to a restricted area of the Jinma sect. Ordinary people were forbidden entry. Even for important matters, one had to report at the entrance. But observing how skillfully Elder Mu entered, Lin Xiao understood that the old man was clearly a frequent visitor here. "You old codger, stop hiding in the sword pavilion and come out for a chat." Elder Mu brought Lin Xiao to hover in the air above the sword pavilion, shouting down below. Soon, a figure appeared before them both. It was Elder Geng. He looked at Elder Mu helplessly, but upon spotting Lin Xiao, a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. "You old troublemaker, what mischief are you causing this time?" Elder Geng asked helplessly. "Watch your tone. When have I ever caused trouble? And besides, this time is serious business." Elder Mu replied with a smile. "Serious business? Go on then, tell me about it." Elder Geng rolled his eyes at the other. "I want to take this young fellow as my disciple," Elder Mu said earnestly. "Mut," Elder Geng uttered in surprise. He clearly hadn't expected such words. His form flickered, and he appeared beside Lin Xiao, grasping the young man's other shoulder. In the next instant, Elder Geng's eyes widened, shock written across his face. Sword intent 20%. How is this possible? When I last saw you, you had only just condensed sword intent. Young one, how did you manage this, eh? Elder Geng was truly astonished. The last time he saw Lin Xiao condense sword intent, he had guessed it might be some fortunate coincidence, a fortuitous encounter. But sword intent, the difficulty multiplied exponentially with each breakthrough. Going from initial sword intent to comprehending one layer of sword intent. Even for geniuses, without spending a year or two, it was simply impossible. Yet this young fellow in mere months had not only broken through in sword intent realm, but had directly reached 20% sword intent. What on earth was happening? Reporting to Elder Geng, during the outer disciple assessment, I touched the test sword stone. Then I felt something click in my heart, and by the time I came to my senses, my sword intent realm had risen. Lin Xiao answered honestly. This matter, even if he hadn't said it, would spread quickly anyway. The test sword stone. This. Elder Gung fell silent. So it was the test swordstone after all. He had studied that thing for quite some time, yet had never been able to decipher anything from it. It seemed this boy's comprehension ability was even stronger than he had imagined. What a superb seedling for a swordsman. Elder Gung's gaze toward Lin Xiao grew brighter and more fervent. This made the white-haired old man beside him most unhappy. You old codger, what are you scheming? This young fellow was my discovery. You don't get to snatch him. Elder Mu watched Elder Gung warily, speaking protectively. He had already made his greetings. Now he was prepared to take this young fellow back for proper cultivation. Elder Gung released Lin Xiao, adopting an air of nonchalance, and smiled lightly. This young fellow, I spotted him long ago. Do you really think you can just take him away? Elder Mu's expression shifted dramatically. You're talking nonsense. If you had discovered this young fellow long ago, you would have already invited him into the sword pavilion. Elder Mu barked. Umph. Elder Gung snorted, then turned to ask Lin Xiao. Young fellow, didn't I tell you to come find me in the sword pavilion after your outer disciple assessment ended? Lin Xiao sensed the tense atmosphere around them. Now hearing Elder Gung's question, he quickly replied. Yes, Elder Gung did indeed say that. I was originally planning to go to the sword pavilion after the outer disciple assessment concluded. Many thanks to my old friend for delivering him here. Troublesome you. Elder Gung smugly consoled Elder Mu. Elder Mu's expression had already turned quite grim. Well, how about that? Turns out the fool was me. If he had known earlier at the outer disciple plaza, he should have just had this young fellow bow and become his disciple. Act first, apologize later. Why bother with this old codger at all? Elder Mu regretted it deeply. He drew a deep breath, then let out a heavy sigh and spoke. Old codger, name your price. What would it take for you to let this young fellow come with me? Whatever the condition, I'll accept it. When Elder Mu said this, he was serious and solemn, his words ringing with conviction. Old Gung initially intended to shoo this fellow away, but upon seeing the other's attitude, a flicker of doubt crept into his eyes. Every time they met, it was a battle of sharp tongues, a perpetual state of mutual discord. In truth, their relationship was exceptionally close, and they understood each other deeply. Old Mu's current demeanor was evidently off. Lin Xiao's excellence had indeed caught his attention before, yet it had not reached the point of taking him as a disciple. The sword pavilion was too exceptional. Lin Xiao had not yet entered his consideration. Having him come after the outer sect test was merely to offer some guidance. However, unexpectedly upon this meeting, the young lad had presented him with such a tremendous surprise. What scheme are you brewing, you old fox? Old Gung asked in a deep voice. He was perplexed as to why the old man insisted on taking Lin Xiao as a disciple. The lad's insight was extraordinary, and he had even grasped 20% of the sword intent. That still made him more suited for the sword pavilion. Old Mu replied directly. If you let this lad inherit the sword pavilion, how many years do you think he could live? Old Mu countered. Old Gung fell silent. He sighed and murmured, such a fate is not for you or me to decide. Old Mu ignored him and turned to Lin Xiao. Young lad, unleash your mountain embrace seal without holding back. Old Gung was stunned. Mountain embrace seal. Had the lad chosen this technique from the scripture pavilion? Lin Xiao sensed that the conversation between the two elders carried hidden meanings. He couldn't quite grasp it all. When he heard Old Mu tell him to display the mountain embrace seal without reservation, his heart stirred with emotion. Indeed, a Shindan realm expert was a Shindan realm expert. Even this had been seen through. Lin Xiao activated his spiritual energy. A layer of light blue imprint enveloped him. The sixth layer of mountain embrace seal. Old Gung was astonished once more. Old Mu was also taken aback. He had assumed it was the fifth layer, but it turned out to be the sixth. This lad certainly knew how to keep a trump card hidden. Tisk tisk tsk. 6 months, 6 layers. He was truly impressed. Indeed, during the outer sect test, Lin Xiao had only displayed the 4th layer of the mountain embrace seal. In the months since he had cultivated it to the 6th layer, keeping 2 layers hidden was both a habit and a contingency. For a moment, Old Mu and Old Gung both fell silent, though their expressions were starkly opposite. Old Mu was radiant, even more excited and exhilarated. Old Gung was crestfallen, as if faced with a difficult situation. He finally understood why Old Mu said he would take Lin Xiao as a disciple at any cost. If Lin Xiao had not revealed the mountain embrace seal, he would certainly not have let him go. But now, what was to be done? Their silence made Lin Xiao uneasy. What did they mean? Could they stop speaking in riddles? After waiting a few minutes, and still hearing nothing, Lin Xiao finally couldn't help but ask, 2 seniors, what exactly do you mean? Old Mu and Old Gung exchanged a glance. In the end, Old Gung spoke. Young lad, your strength is too weak. Telling you some things would do more harm than good. If you had 2 choices, one is to cultivate the strongest sword, but the sword is too sharp, and it comes at a great cost, even your own lifespan. The second is to cultivate the strongest shield, but every breakthrough will be 100 or 1,000 times more difficult than for your peers, and you might be stuck at a realm forever, unable to progress. If it were you, which would you choose? Old Gung said these words with a conflicted heart. Old Mu for once did not interrupt, and his expression was equally complex. The two elders looked at Lin Xiao, wanting to know his choice. It was of great importance to them. Lin Xiao fell into thought upon hearing Old Gung's words. He guessed roughly that the strongest sword referred to Old Gung and the strongest shield to Old Mu. They were leaving the choice to him, letting him decide. The strongest sword and shield. If it were me. Lin Xiao began. The two elders perked up, leaning in closer. If it were me, I would choose both the sword and the shield. Having the strongest sword and the strongest shield doesn't seem contradictory. The elders were first taken aback by his words. Old Gung couldn't help but shake his head. Old Mu laughed and scolded directly. You little lad, you're far too greedy. A person's energy is limited, you can't possibly master both. Greed leads to mediocrity. Let me be straightforward. The ancestors of the Devil's Sword sect once discovered two techniques in a certain ruin. Their grades are unknown, but they must be above the celestial grade. The difficulty of cultivating these two techniques is extremely high. Ordinary people can't even attempt them, let alone master them. I was fortunate enough to cultivate one of them, a body forging technique. After cultivating it, one's defense is invincible within the same realm, and even crossing realms, it's not easy for others to harm me. But its drawback is very obvious. For each higher realm, the difficulty multiplies several times. Each breakthrough requires 10, 100, even 1,000 times more spiritual energy than others. Does that sound familiar? The Mountain Embrace Seal is a simplified, scaled-down version I created based on that body forging technique. Old Mu revealed a truth, his words filled with helplessness. Lin Xiao was stunned. No wonder he had felt something off about the Mountain Embrace Seal during cultivation. Though it was only a peak human-grade technique, it had given him a sense of profound depth. Then, what about the strongest sword? Lin Xiao continued to ask. The strongest sword, ah. Old Mu glanced at Old Gung, and seeing that he had no intention to explain, he continued. This Old Gung cultivates the other technique, a swordsmanship one. Most techniques absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, but this one requires devouring sword chi combined with spiritual energy and techniques. The higher the realm, the greater the quantity and quality of sword chi needed, inflicting 1,000 losses on the enemy at the cost of 800 to oneself. While it grants far greater strength than peers of the same realm, the damage to one's own body and lifespan is terrifying. To put it bluntly, when Old Gung broke through to the first level of the Luanhai realm, he could already slay ordinary Xian'an realm cultivators. But would he dare to go on a killing spree? He wouldn't. He'd probably die from the backlash of the technique after killing just a few people. However, not to mention anything else, ever since he stepped into the Xian'an realm, no one has dared to cause trouble at our Devil's Sword sect. That kind of deterrent is enviable. Now you understand. Cultivating just one of these techniques is already extremely difficult, let alone both. Lin Xiao lowered his head, appearing deep in thought as he listened to Old Mu. But no one saw the glint flashing in his eyes. A technique that cultivates by absorbing sword chi. This was practically tailor-made for him. Coupled with his max-level comprehension, what was cultivating two techniques simultaneously? Old Gung, Old Mu, I've made up my mind. I want to try cultivating both techniques at the same time. Please grant my wish. Hey, why are you so stubborn? I've been talking for ages and it's all been for nothing. Elder Mu said, exasperated. Elder Gung couldn't bear it either and reminded him, little one, mastering a single technique to its peak is far superior to dabbling in 1,000. If you truly possess the strongest sword, no shield before you can withstand it. It becomes as if it doesn't exist. That's right. Old Gung is correct. Focusing on one is the true path. Don't even think about dividing your attention. If you have the strongest sword. Old man, you're just flattering yourself again. Try to split my shield, will you? What are you bragging about? Elder Mu agreed with the first half, but grew angry at the second. Want to give it a try? Elder Gung shot him a glance, his body brimming with battle intent. Think I'm afraid of you? Elder Mu showed no fear either. Lin Xiao. Good heavens. This was a fantasy version of the spear and shield debate. Two seniors, how about this? Lin Xiao quickly interjected to mediate. The two old men stopped and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Both seniors, please teach me your respective techniques. I'll try them both. Whichever technique I practice more smoothly and quickly, I'll cultivate that one. How about that? Lin Xiao proposed a compromise. The two old men's eyes lit up. After a moment of thought, they agreed to Lin Xiao's plan. More importantly, they also struck a bet. They had contended at the Sword Demon sect for decades, always evenly matched, never a clear winner. And this time the outcome of Lin Xiao's cultivation would decide who won. This made the two old men gaze at Lin Xiao with burning intensity, as if they wanted him to start cultivating on the spot. After 2 incense sticks time, they finished imparting their respective techniques. Elder Gung's technique was the Tiankue sword cannon. Elder Mu's technique was the Juyo demon suppressing seal. Lin Xiao sat in a room within the sword pavilion, closing his eyes to carefully sense them. Outwardly calm, he was ecstatic inside. These were two techniques above the heavenly rank. Although both were difficult to cultivate, they were invaluable. After all, the entire Sword Demon sect had only one low-grade heavenly rank technique, and that was exclusive to the sect leader and the young master. Yet now he directly possessed two techniques above the heavenly rank. This could be considered a great fortune. Lin Xiao felt grateful to Elder Mu and Elder Gong. After confirming that he had memorized both techniques thoroughly, Lin Xiao did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he opened his eyes and stood up. He sincerely bowed to Elder Mu and Elder Gong. "I thank both seniors for the gift of your techniques," Lin Xiao said earnestly. "Let's set a month as the deadline. I hope you can achieve initial mastery soon." Elder Gong took a deep look at Lin Xiao and said, they themselves had taken over a month to achieve initial mastery in these two techniques. This little one possessed higher comprehension than them. Perhaps he could accomplish it within a month. "Keep it up, boy. I'm waiting for you to become my disciple," Elder Mu said with a chuckle. Elder Gong flicked his wrist, and a token inscribed with the words Fan Tian flew into Lin Xiao's hand. "With this token you may freely enter and exit the Fantian Sword Tomb, both the outer and inner areas. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation, feel free to come find me," Elder Gong said calmly. "Thank you, Elder Gong." Lin Xiao responded promptly, his mood even brighter. The Fantian Sword Tomb was filled with countless sword energies. Even without cultivating Elder Gong's Tiankue sword cannon, this token would be of great use to him. Then he turned his gaze to Elder Mu. Though he said nothing, his eyes clearly conveyed a certain meaning. Elder Gong gave a gift, so what about you? What are you waiting for? Elder Mu was a bit embarrassed under the stare. It wasn't that he didn't want to give anything, but he was utterly destitute with nothing to offer. Little one, don't look at him. His broken technique consumes too many resources and spirit stones. It's no exaggeration to say he's the poorest old man in the Sword Demon sect. Elder Gong took the chance to taunt. You? Who says I have nothing to give? Boy, take this IOU to old Xiao of Danxing Peak, and you can exchange it for 3 bottles of Tingyuan pills. With that, Elder Mu tossed over a spirit paper. Lin Xiao caught it instinctively. He blinked. An IO? This? Elder Mu was truly poor indeed. A mighty Xiandan realm expert, yet he had nothing to offer. Just how resource-intensive was the Geo demon-suppressing seal? Lin Xiao became intensely curious. "Hey, it's rare to see you generous," Elder Gong remarked with a glance. "After all, in a month he'll be my disciple. It's only natural to be generous to one's own disciple," Elder Mu said with a chuckle. "You're overthinking it. I should be thanking you for getting my disciple 3 bottles of Tingyuan pills." "Those are good stuff," Elder Gong retorted directly. Before 2 words were exchanged, the 2 old men started arguing again. Lin Xiao took his leave and quickly withdrew. Looking at the IOU in his hand, Lin Xiao decided to go directly to Danxing Peak to exchange for the pills. Tingyuan pills were used by cultivators in the Luanhai realm and Xiandan realm, each containing a vast amount of spiritual energy. A single low-grade Tingyuan pill was worth 500 low-grade spirit stones. Cultivators in the Qi gathering realm dared not take them, nor could they afford to. But Elder Mu had told him that if he cultivated the Geo demon-suppressing seal, he could take 1 Tingyuan pill before cultivating. He hurried along the way. Before long, Lin Xiao's expression turned strange. After the outer sect test, his status had been elevated to an inner disciple. Or rather, not only him, but also Shun Gao and Gu Shi were promoted to inner disciples. Now not only the outer disciples were discussing him, but even the inner disciples were talking about his affairs. "Have you heard? There's a genius from the outer sect test who at the first level of Qi gathering realm comprehended the embryonic sword intent and dominated everyone to take first place." That's terrifying, isn't it? Embryonic sword intent. That's something only geniuses in the late Luanhai realm can achieve. He must have obtained some opportunity and developed it by luck. You believe that? I don't think someone at the Qi gathering realm can comprehend embryonic sword intent. I heard he never drew his sword during the entire outer sect competition. I also heard that this guy thinks the people on the inner sect elite list are nothing special and that they're no match for him. That's way too arrogant. Does he really think winning the outer sect makes him something? Short-sighted. The people on the inner sect elite list are beyond his imagination. Lin Xiao. He grew more and more bewildered. What had he said? After the outer sect test ended, Elder Mu had taken him away and he had only just emerged. 3 people making a tiger, truly helpless. After a while, Lin Xiao arrived at Danxing Peak. Danxing Peak was the most special main peak within the Sword Demon sect. The elder in charge and the disciples under the peak primarily focused on alchemy. At the same time, Danxing Peak was also the wealthiest main peak bar none. Hey, wait a moment. You can't just enter Danxing Peak casually. Which menial disciple are you, and what business do you have here? A disciple guarding Danxing Peak stopped Lin Xiao and said, "I have matters to discuss with Elder Xiao." Lin Xiao replied calmly. Because he hadn't had a moment's rest, he was still wearing the humble cemetery keeper's attire. Looking for our peak master. You. The guarding disciple looked at him as if he were an idiot. A menial disciple wanting to see their peak master. It was simply ridiculous. Just then a graceful figure suddenly rushed in front of Lin Xiao, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Wow. Finally. I've finally found you. Lin Xiao gazed at the beautiful woman before him with a puzzled expression. Her blue dress fluttered gently as she moved with graceful light footsteps. Exquisite bright eyes and a pristine row of teeth adorned her face like brilliant pearls. She appeared delicate and elegant with extraordinary beauty, appearing to be around 20 years of age. Did he know someone like this? Who are you? Lin Xiao asked with suspicion. Upon seeing the woman, the disciple guarding the peak quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Senior Sister Lu. Very well, you may leave. This person is my friend, and none of you shall be disrespectful toward him." The woman spoke coldly to the disciple guarding the peak. "Yes, Senior Sister Lu." The disciple acknowledged and quickly retreated. He was deeply astonished in his heart. He never imagined Senior Sister Lu would know this menial disciple, and their relationship seemed rather unusual. Once only the two of them remained, the woman's previously cold demeanor had completely vanished. She stared at Lin Xiao with burning intensity in her eyes, slightly annoyed. "Junior brother, you saved me last time, and then left without saying goodbye. I haven't even had the chance to properly thank you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao finally remembered who the woman before him was. "Oh, it's you. Lu Wenyuan's younger sister, right?" Lin Xiao said, suddenly realizing. The previous time this woman had been pursued by cultivators in the beast forest, and he had rescued her. Back then her hair was disheveled, and her bearing was rather haggard. He hadn't expected that with some proper grooming she would look quite beautiful. "My name is Lu Mingyue. May I ask for the junior brother's name?" Lu Mingyue, seeing that he had finally remembered her, introduced herself once more with a hint of helplessness and inquired about his name. She had been making inquiries about this junior brother within the inner sect for many days, yet there was no news of him. How could someone so powerful remain unknown? Today she was determined to find out his name. "I am Lin Xiao, as Senior Sister Lu from the Dancing Peak." Lin Xiao remembered the task at hand, and thought it convenient to have an acquaintance who could show him the way. "Yes, if junior brother wishes to find someone on Dancing Peak, just tell me directly." "So junior brother's name is Lin Xiao. I've finally learned your name, Lin Xiao." "Wait. Lin Xiao. Junior brother, you wouldn't happen to be that arrogant and overbearing sword cultivation prodigy Lin Xiao, who stood out in this outer sect trial?" Lu Mingyue suddenly thought of something and asked, eyes wide. "The person you're referring to, that would be me," Lin Xiao said with a shrug. "Really? Junior brother Lin Xiao, you're amazing. If it's junior brother Lin Xiao, I think none of those on the inner sect elite rankings could match you," Lu Mingyue said with a smile. She had witnessed firsthand that he had slain a Wheel C realm expert with a single sword strike. Such strength could only be achieved by those ranked at the very top of the elite rankings. Upon hearing this senior sister's flattery, Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. He changed the subject. "Senior Sister Lu, do you know Elder Qiao of Dancing Peak? I have something I need from him." "That's my master. You have business with my master." Lu Mingyue became even more curious about Lin Xiao. Generally, outer sect disciples and ordinary inner sect disciples wouldn't have access to her master. "Indeed, I do have some business. Please lead the way, Senior Sister Lu," Lin Xiao said. Along the way, everyone who saw Lu Mingyue would greet her politely regardless of their cultivation level. At the same time, they gazed curiously at Lin Xiao, wondering who this person could be. This was the first time they had witnessed the aloof Senior Sister Lu walking so closely with a peer of the opposite sex. The two continued chatting intermittently throughout the journey. Lin Xiao also learned of Senior Sister Lu's identity. She was a true disciple of Elder Qiao, the master of Dancing Peak. Though her cultivation wasn't the highest, her alchemical talent was exceptionally strong. She was ranked 96th on the inner sect elite rankings. Upon learning this, Lin Xiao's expression became somewhat peculiar. With just this level of strength, she could rank 96th on the elite rankings. So the elite rankings were nothing impressive after all. Lu Mingyue seemed to sense what Lin Xiao was thinking and began to explain. "Junior brother Lin Xiao, the inner sect elite rankings are full of hidden talents, and most of them are Wheel C realm experts. Few have cultivation like my spirit gathering realm perfection. But with junior brother Lin Xiao's strength, you will certainly become one of the top-ranked individuals on the list." Lu Mingyue also provided a few examples of powerful individuals. "Senior sister, how does one enter the inner sect elite rankings?" Lin Xiao asked. "Simply issue a challenge, but you can only challenge someone within 20 ranks above you. That means junior brother Lin Xiao, if you wish to join the elite rankings, you can challenge those ranked between 80th and 100th place. A successful challenge means direct entry to the rankings." Lu Mingyue explained the inner sect ranking rules. Yet Lin Xiao appeared utterly uninterested. Junior brother Lin Xiao entering the elite rankings means the monthly resources you receive will be greater than those of ordinary disciples. Sometimes special sect activity quotas are only available to the top few ranks. I've heard that the Wuji ancient ruins will be opening next month. At that time, not only our sect will participate, but other sects from the Great Wei dynasty will also be going there. Lu Mingyue shared this piece of news. The Wuji ancient ruins? What kind of place is that? In the memories Lin Xiao had absorbed, there was no impression of this place. That place is full of opportunities, and due to certain natural laws, only those below the Xiandan realm holding specific tokens can enter. Alright, the trial sword stone used during the outer sect test was actually obtained by the sect master from this ruin a very, very long time ago. Lu Mingyue shared everything she knew. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. A brilliant gleam flickered in his eyes. As long as I can rank in the top few, right? Lin Xiao's voice carried a hint of excitement. Yes, that's right. Lu Mingyue glanced at Lin Xiao with confusion. What was going on? Just moments ago he appeared listless. Why did he suddenly become so spirited? How strange. Over a dozen minutes later, the two arrived at a luxurious pavilion at the summit of the peak. Master, this is the person who saved your disciple last time. Lu Mingyue addressed the gray-haired elder sitting beside an alchemy furnace before them. Disciple Lin Xiao pays respects to Elder Xiao. Lin Xiao greeted politely. Elder Xiao turned to look at Lin Xiao, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. With only spirit-gathering realm 4th stage cultivation, he could slay a Wheel C realm expert with a single sword strike. Truly a genius. Such a young person would surely shine brilliantly in the near future. He nodded and said, the young man's character is commendable. You saved my disciple, so you are an honored guest of Danqing Peak. In the future, if you have any alchemy needs, you may come directly to me. As long as you prepare the materials, I will personally refine them for you. Hearing her master make such an offer, Lu Mingyue was deeply shocked in her heart. This promise from her master carried tremendous weight. Beyond the disciples of Sword Demon Sect, there were countless powerful cultivators within 1,000 miles who sought her master's alchemical skills. Even experts at the Xiandan realm were among them. Yet even if they offered higher prices, whether her master would help them refine pills depended entirely on his mood. Lin Xiao naturally understood what an excellent promise this was. Thinking of the IOU in his hands, he spoke up, Elder Xiao, this junior does indeed have an alchemy need. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Elder Xiao and Lu Mingyue were slightly taken aback. So soon there was already a need for alchemy. At this moment, Lu Mingyue also understood that Lin Xiao's visit to Danqing Peak was precisely for the purpose of refining pills. She wondered what kind of pill Lin Xiao Jr. brother wished to refine. If it were merely pills for the gathering spirit realm, she herself would be more than capable of handling it. Go ahead and speak. If it's an ordinary pill, you needn't prepare the materials this time. I can refine it for you directly, Elder Xiao said without a trace of concern. What kind of pill could a little gathering spirit realm junior possibly need? Even if it were free every single time, the losses wouldn't amount to much for their Danqing Peak. The junior wishes to refine the Tingyuan pill. Lin Xiao spoke. Upon hearing it was the Tingyuan pill. The master and disciple pair appeared somewhat surprised, yet not overly shocked. Those at the gathering spirit realm typically only needed the Huiyuan pill. The Tingyuan pill was essentially for those in the Sea of Wheels realm. Perhaps Lin Xiao was preparing for his future self. The materials for refining the Tingyuan pill were relatively precious, though not excessively so. Very well, wait to the side then. Elder Xiao was just about to begin the refinement when Lin Xiao's next action interrupted him. Elder Xiao, the junior has something here that must be handed to you. Lin Xiao extended the IOU slip. My. Elder Xiao was somewhat puzzled. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the object flew into his palm. And when he clearly saw what was in his hand, Elder Xiao was completely stunned. How did this come into your possession? What relation does Elder Mu have to you? Elder Xiao's expression shifted strangely, showing annoyance, helplessness, and depression all at once. Beside him, Lu Mingyue, witnessing this scene, was utterly flabbergasted. Following her master for all these years, this was the first time she had ever seen him lose his composure. What on earth could Lin Xiao Jr. brother's item have been? Elder Mu can be considered the junior's half-master. He had me bring this item here, saying it could be exchanged for 3 bottles of Tingyuan pills. Lin Xiao answered truthfully. Elder Mu had transmitted the 9 nether demon suppression seal to him. Calling him a half-master was not unreasonable. Huff! Elder Xiao breathed heavily, his expression shifting again and again. Finally, he looked at Lin Xiao with a complicated gaze and muttered to himself. That old codger truly has no shame wanting 3 bottles at once. Humph. Fine, then I'll settle accounts with that old fellow later. Elder Xiao seemed to have already made his decision. He pinched with his right hand. Flames materialized from nothing, enveloping and incinerating the IOU into ashes. Then he walked to the alchemy furnace and formed a cultivation seal with a gesture. The alchemy furnace rumbled thunderously, flames within it erupting continuously, and the temperature in the entire room rose sharply. Then Elder Xiao retrieved one after another of the alchemy materials from the storage ring on his hand. He prepared to begin refining immediately. Lin Xiao stood to the side. Since the other party hadn't asked him to leave, he took it as tacit permission to observe. Lu Mingyue watched as her master brought out the materials one by one. At first, there was nothing unusual. But when she saw a few special materials, her willow brows slightly furrowed. Wood spirit, 3-needle flower. Snow ancient lotus. Crimson blood spirit fruit. Master, why must such precious materials be used for refining the Tingyuan pill? Lu Mingyue asked with a face full of astonishment. These 3 materials were not part of the Tingyuan pill formula at all. Moreover, the value of just these 3 materials alone far exceeded the value of 3 bottles of Tingyuan pills. Why would Master do this? Lu Mingyue was full of confusion. For refining ordinary Tingyuan pills, of course, these aren't needed. But to refine supreme-grade Tingyuan pills, these 3 materials are absolutely essential. Elder Xiao explained with a hint of resentment. Supreme-grade Tingyuan pills. Upon hearing this, both Lu Mingyue and Lin Xiao were stunned. Pill grades were typically divided into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme. Between each grade, the medicinal efficacy differed greatly. Moreover, every medicine carried some toxicity. Taking too many pills would cause impurities and toxins to accumulate in the body. The higher the grade of the pill, the fewer the side effects, and the lesser the harm to the body. An inferior Tingyuan pill could be bought for 500 spirit stones, but even if you offered 200 spirit stones, no one would sell you a superior Tingyuan pill. As for supreme-grade Tingyuan pills, they were truly priceless. No amount of money could purchase them, and ordinary people would never part with them. Master was actually going to refine Tingyuan pills for Lin Xiao Jr. brother, and refining 3 furnaces at that. What extravagance! Lin Xiao was equally shocked. 3 bottles of supreme-grade Tingyuan pills. The item Elder Mu gave him was far more valuable than he had imagined. While the two were still in shock, Elder Xiao had already begun the pill refinement. Materials were added to the furnace in a certain sequence, and several seals were formed to control the furnace's temperature. Extracting the essence of materials, fusion, condensation, pill gathering. The entire process flowed like water and appeared naturally perfected. Lin Xiao watched in a trance. This was the first time he had personally witnessed the process of alchemy. 2 hours later, under Elder Xiao's control, the furnace lid was opened. A rich, refreshing fragrance assailed the nostrils, enveloping the entire room. 10 pills floated suspended in midair with wisps of crimson flames still swirling around them. Among them, 4 pills appeared scorched and blackened, while the remaining 6 were crystal clear and exquisite beyond compare. Master, 6 supreme-grade pills. Your alchemy skill has grown yet again, Lu Mingyue said with admiration shining in her eyes. She could also refine the Tingyuan pill, but at her level, she could at most refine inferior-grade Tingyuan pills. Elder Xiao glanced at the refined pills with satisfaction, then quickly took out a jade bottle and stored them inside. It seems my luck is good today. I'll begin refining the second furnace right away. Elder Xiao didn't say much more. Seizing the momentum, he immediately began the second furnace of Tingyuan pills. Senior sister, what level is Elder Xiao's alchemy skill at? Lin Xiao asked curiously. My master, is a grade 7 alchemist. Among the entire Dawei dynasty, there are only 3 grade 7 alchemists, you know. Lu Mingyue whispered. From this senior sister's explanation, Lin Xiao roughly understood some concepts about alchemy. An alchemist's status was revered everywhere without exception. First came the entry grade, then from grade 1 through grade 9, the highest. To become an alchemist, one needed to possess alchemical talent. Such individuals could be said to be 1 in 10,000. Moreover, entering the path of alchemy was extremely difficult, and advancing through the grades was even harder. In the Dawei dynasty, the various major and minor factions combined numbered in the thousands. Yet there were only 3 grade 7 alchemists and not even 100 grade 6 alchemists. This spoke to their extreme rarity. To cultivate a high-grade alchemist, the resources consumed were beyond even what a Xiandan realm expert could fathom. Lin Xiao nodded silently and continued watching Elder Xiao's pill refinement with rapt attention. Another 2 hours passed. The second furnace of Tingyuan pills emerged from the furnace. Supreme-grade pills directly reached 7 pieces. This delighted both master and disciple. Elder Xiao's face was practically blooming with joy. If such a supreme-grade pill yield rate could be maintained, then the next time he met the other 2 old codgers, he would have quite the story to brag about. Just as Elder Xiao was about to refine the third furnace of Tingyuan pills, a voice interrupted him. Elder Xiao the Junior has an impudent request. Elder Xiao looked at Lin Xiao with puzzlement. An improper request. Lu Mingyue was also full of confusion. Master is about to start the third furnace. Couldn't this wait until after he's done? Alchemy is a process that abhors interruption. Senior brother Lin Xiao, this is not the time to speak, Lu Mingyue whispered. It's fine, little one. Speak your mind. What is this improper request? Elder Xiao's expression remained calm, without any intent to blame. Lin Xiao glanced at the furnace and said, Elder Xiao, may I try my hand at the third furnace? As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell into dead silence. Both master and disciple stared in bewilderment. What was this little one saying? What is junior brother Lin Xiao saying? Does he want to try alchemy? With the materials for a supreme grade Tingyuan pill? Has he lost his mind? Lu Mingyue grew anxious. How could junior brother Lin Xiao suddenly utter such absurd words? Refining a supreme grade Tingyuan pill required the skill of a 5th grade alchemist. Moreover, even for a 5th grade alchemist, the chances of successfully producing a single supreme grade pill from this batch were uncertain. With good luck and refined technique, it was possible to obtain one supreme grade pill. But with bad luck, the entire batch of materials would be wasted. Alchemy is like cultivation. A slight deviation leads to a vast error. At best, the materials vanish into nothing, at worst, the furnace explodes. Elder Xiao stopped Lu Mingyue, who wanted to speak for Lin Xiao, and turned to Lin Xiao asking, Little one, have you studied alchemy? No, but after watching you refine 2 furnaces, I felt an inspiration and wanted to try it myself. Lin Xiao shook his head. Elder Xiao lowered his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. Lu Mingyue wanted to explain for Lin Xiao, but didn't know how to begin. Junior brother Lin Xiao, you're being foolish. Alchemy is no child's play. How can you belittle it so in front of master? The elder Xiao beside him took a long, hard look at Lin Xiao. He felt something was amiss. If this young man weren't sent by old Mu, he would have thrown him out for such words. But why would old Mu with his temperament send this young man to fetch the pill for no reason? Was there some underlying reason he hadn't considered? Or was there a deeper meaning? After hesitating for a moment, Elder Xiao spoke. Then go ahead and try. He stepped back, making room for Lin Xiao at the furnace. Alchemy relied on 4 key elements: materials, furnace, fire, and technique. The materials and furnace were ready. The fire within the furnace had to be controlled by the alchemist's own spiritual energy. He now wanted to see how this young man would ignite the fire. A connoisseur knows the subtleties. One look at his control over the fire would tell him all he needed to know. Lin Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and walked up to the furnace. He genuinely wanted to try, since he had never dabbled in alchemy when he had watched Elder Xiao refine earlier. He had concentrated all his attention on the changes inside the furnace through the small hole. In his understanding, alchemy was simply extracting the required components from the materials, then fusing, refining, and finally condensing them into a pill. This seemed similar to the principle of modern pharmaceutical manufacturing on Earth. With these thoughts, Lin Xiao moved. The spiritual sword behind him unsheathed and fell into his hand. Chua! Wildfire sweeps the plains. Nearly 100 streaks of red sword chi shot into the furnace from the blade. Instantly, a fierce fire erupted within the furnace, and the temperature soared. Elder Xiao was dumbfounded. Lu Mingyue was dumbfounded. What the hell? Sword chi igniting a fire. That works. But such a fire is wild and violent, impossible to control. Lin Xiao's first move had already stunned the master and disciple. As for Lin Xiao himself, his expression became intensely focused. His eyes saw only the furnace, completely oblivious to the changing expressions of the other 2. Once the fire had reached a certain intensity, Lin Xiao proceeded to the next step. He scooped up all the materials before him and threw them into the furnace all at once. Junior brother Lin Xiao, you. Lu Mingyue was stunned again. Little one, you. Elder Xiao was equally shocked. Enough. These materials were all valuable. Wasting materials was the thing he detested most. He raised his hand about to put an end to this foolishness. But just then Lin Xiao struck another sword strike at the furnace from a distance. A surge of majestic and sharp power plunged into the furnace. Elder Xiao's raised hand froze in midair. Sword intent. 2/10 of sword intent. Damn! Elder Xiao cried out involuntarily. With a spirit-gathering realm 4th layer cultivation, he had comprehended 2/10 of sword intent. When had the Sword Demon Sect ever produced such a monstrous sword cultivator? After a moment of shock, Elder Xiao also sensed the strangeness inside the furnace. He extended his divine sense and peered through the small hole in the furnace. What he saw almost made his eyes pop out. The materials had fused. Only a few minutes had passed. How could they have fused already? What about the steps of extraction and purification? What about the impurities in the materials? Elder Xiao observed for who knows how long. Little one, your alchemy method is utterly unconventional. I've never seen anything like it. However, to successfully refine a pill using this method would likely require hundreds or thousands of attempts. Elder Xiao sighed, not outright dismissing it. As a 7th grade alchemist, he could vaguely sense that Lin Xiao's unique method had some merit. It might be a novel approach, but whether it was feasible would require extensive experimentation. Elder Xiao advised Lin Xiao a few more times, saying that if he truly had an interest in alchemy, he could offer guidance. Just then the furnace shook violently, then the reaction ceased, and the fire within died out. A wisp of smoke slowly drifted from the top of the furnace. It's normal to fail on your first attempt, so, Elder Xiao stopped mid-sentence, because he smelled a familiar medicinal fragrance. The pill is done, he asked Lin Xiao in surprise. Lin Xiao looked uncertain. I don't know. He had done everything he could, but since it was his first time, he truly had no experience. He didn't know whether this outcome signified success or failure. Then open the furnace. All right. Lin Xiao stepped forward and opened the furnace. Instantly, a fresh and rich pill fragrance filled the entire room. The three of them hurriedly peered inside. There, lying quietly in the center, were 10 translucent glass-like pills, as if they were naturally formed spirit jade. Heavens! Master, these are all supreme-grade Tingyuan pills, 10 of them. Lu Mingyue covered her mouth and exclaimed involuntarily. Lu Mingyue vigorously pinched her own arm. It hurt. Really hurt. She was not dreaming. Junior brother Lin Xiao had actually refined 10 supreme-grade Tingyuan pills in a single furnace. How could this be possible? It made absolutely no sense. Master, what is going on? Lu Mingyue asked her master, filled with astonishment. But she received no response for a long while. She turned around. Her own master looked utterly incredulous, even more exaggerated than she was. Someone actually achieved a 100% pill formation rate. Why? I have walked the orthodox path of alchemy. How could this be? What is the reason? Elder Xiao muttered to himself, his eyes vacant. The aura of a Xiandan realm expert unintentionally emanated from him, putting pressure on Lin Xiao and Lu Mingyue. Then they looked at Lin Xiao. Seeing the dazed expressions of the master and disciple, he realized he might have shown off too much. The effect of a max-level comprehension combined with modern pharmaceutical principles was even better than he had imagined. He had originally thought that refining 5 pills, a 50% success rate, would be sufficient. Unexpectedly, he achieved a 100% rate in one go. But what puzzled Lin Xiao was that this was his first time refining pills. There were still many details and operations that could be optimized. What would happen if he corrected those minor flaws? Young man, tell me again. Are you really refining pills for the first time? Elder Xiao stared intently at Lin Xiao. Yes, Elder Xiao. Before this, I had never even touched a pill furnace, Lin Xiao answered truthfully. Elder Xiao fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao for a full minute before withdrawing it. As a Xiandan realm expert, his perception confirmed that the other was not lying. First time refining pills. Heavens! His first attempt had already surpassed this 7th-rank alchemist by 10-fold. Was there such a prodigy? No, a monster. Under heaven. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it, even if beaten to death. Young Lin Xiao, could you refine another batch? Elder Xiao brought out another set of materials and spoke in a gentle tone. Sure. Lin Xiao did not refuse. After one attempt, he had summed up some of his own shortcomings. So he wanted to try again. Besides, he didn't have those precious materials. Now that someone was offering them for free as practice, why not take the opportunity? Elder Xiao nodded and made way for him again. Then he went to the door and instructed the other disciples not to let anyone disturb them. Lin Xiao adjusted his state slightly. He began to swing his longsword. Swish! Blazing prairie. Hundreds of red sword chi surged into the pill furnace. A new round of alchemy began. As Lin Xiao once again tossed all the materials into the furnace, Elder Xiao's spiritual sense locked onto it tightly. He was determined to see what exactly was happening. The materials once inside the furnace were enveloped by hundreds of red sword chi, sliced again and again. After being cut into particles of unknown fineness, they were swallowed by the sword chi. So this was the method of extraction and refinement. Elder Xiao was stunned. He could sense that the sword chi was not slicing randomly. Rather, it followed a regular special pattern without harming the essence of the materials. Hiss! Elder Xiao was deeply shocked. Controlling 100 strands of sword chi to perform such precise minute operations. He could not do even this step alone. Not to mention him, probably no alchemist could accomplish it. They could control fire, but controlling sword chi to such a degree was unimaginable. Especially after Lin Xiao unleashed his sword intent. Elder Xiao was even more astounded. Once the sword intent emerged, the restless sword chi instantly became docile. Each strand began to work in a coordinated, orderly fashion. Fusion pill, condensation pill, gathering pill formation. In just 1 hour, Lin Xiao's new batch of pills was done. Opening the furnace, the aroma of the pills was even richer than the previous batch. Elder Xiao stood frozen, filled with shock and bewilderment. He didn't need to look. Just by smelling, he knew this batch must also have a 100% formation rate. Terrifying. This young man was truly terrifying. What is this? Master, there seems to be something on one of these Tingyuan pills. Lu Mingyue, while leaning in with astonishment, voiced a question. Hearing this, Elder Xiao approached and looked. On the surface of one supreme-grade Tingyuan pill, a cloud-like mist had appeared. At that single glance, Elder Xiao looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of terror, his eyes nearly popping out. One breath pill mist. Elder Xiao lost his composure again. He felt he had used up a lifetime's worth of shock in one day. One breath pill mist. Master, what is that? Lu Mingyue asked curiously. The quality of pills can be divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme. Above supreme, there are even higher levels. Refining a one-breath pill mist increases the pill's effects by an additional 20% and removes all side effects. Elder Xiao stared at the mist-enshrouded Tingyuan pill, muttering in explanation. Master, what is above one-breath pill mist? Is it two-breath pill mist? Lu Mingyue's eyes sparkled, extremely interested in this unknown knowledge. You girl, why ask so many questions? One-breath pill mist is something only an 8th-rank alchemist can achieve. Knowing too much now will only do you harm. Elder Xiao glared at his disciple. 8th-rank alchemist. Lu Mingyue felt her mind go blank. The entire Great Wei dynasty didn't even have an 8th-rank alchemist. Then she fixed her gaze on Lin Xiao. Didn't that mean in a sense junior brother Lin Xiao had reached the level of an 8th-rank alchemist? Your name is Lin Xiao, right? Elder Xiao's eyes burned with intensity as he looked at Lin Xiao. Yes, that's right. Lin Xiao couldn't help but step back under that gaze. How about you take me as your personal disciple? Elder Xiao's words were shocking. He didn't wait for Lin Xiao's reaction and continued. Don't rush to refuse. Although your alchemy talent is the greatest I have ever seen, the path of alchemy without a guide is extremely difficult. Every step is a struggle. Alchemy is not like cultivation. It is almost always passed down through a lineage, with each master keeping secrets to themselves. That is a flaw of alchemists. Anyway, old Mu hasn't taken you as his disciple, so why not stay with me for a while? My Danqing Peak has plenty of materials. You can refine pills as much as you want and ask me any questions. When you've made up your mind, just let me know. How about that? Elder Xiao spoke seriously, but a sly gleam flashed in his eyes. Retreat to advance. As long as he could keep the young man here, he would have time to snatch this prodigy. Lin Xiao fell silent. He had to admit that Elder Xiao's words had moved him. Most importantly, cultivating old Mu's 9 nether demon suppression seal required vast resources. If he lived on Danqing Peak then, he only hoped Elder Xiao wouldn't kick him out later. All right, Elder Xiao, I think you're right. I'll stay here for now. Lin Xiao agreed. The two foxes, one big and one small, exchanged a knowing smile. Everything was understood without words. Lin Xiao, lad, take these pills. Consider this settling the IOU. Elder Xiao extended 4 bottles of pills toward Lin Xiao. 2 of those bottles contained 13 supreme quality Tung Yuan pills he had refined himself. The other 2 bottles held 9 supreme quality Tung Yuan pills refined by Lin Xiao, along with a solitary 1 Qi Mist Tung Yuan pill stored separately. Lin Xiao accepted the pills, his mood quite pleasant. Today he had succeeded in pill refinement and acquired such a bounty of pills. He simply wondered how long these would sustain his cultivation. By the way, Elder Xiao, I have a question. Lin Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked. Speak. Elder Xiao replied. What was the cost of the materials for that furnace just now, and how many pills must we refine to break even? Lin Xiao inquired curiously. This question, you see, for refining supreme quality Tung Yuan pills, producing 3 pills from 1 furnace barely covers costs, while 4 pills means no loss. The same principle applies to refining other pills. As long as you can refine, for you generally won't incur a loss. That 1 Qi Mist Tung Yuan pill you just refined. 1 pill alone would cover all costs and leave you with profit. Elder Xiao explained. The mere thought of the earlier scene left his emotions tangled and conflicted. After decades of pill refinement, he still couldn't rival someone born with such extraordinary talent. Indeed, one must not compare oneself to such monsters. It would only leave one grievously wounded. So pill refinement is actually that profitable? Lin Xiao was stunned. Then didn't that mean the furnace he had just refined had netted him 9 supreme quality Tung Yuan pills? If he used 3 to purchase materials, he'd still have 6 in reserve. Round and round, cycling endlessly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Xiao smacked his lips as if he could already envision spirit stones swiftly flowing into his pockets. Elder Xiao. Lu Mingyue. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the 2 of them simultaneously rolled their eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. Boy, do you think everyone can achieve a 100% pill formation rate like you? Ordinary alchemists, when refining pills of the same tier, are doing well just to break even. You want me to refine a 6th rank formula? I'd count myself extremely fortunate to produce 2 pills from 1 furnace. Breaking even is something I wouldn't dare even dream about. Elder Xiao glared at Lin Xiao with undisguised exasperation. Alchemists at lower ranks are absolutely money-losing ventures. Only after breaking through to become a 5th rank alchemist can one finally begin to gain some footing. It could be said this is a path where one invests heavily in the beginning, only slowly recovering costs later on. Within Jinma Sect, he was the Danqing Peak Master and the soul's 7th rank alchemist. Danqing Peak had 3,000 disciples. Yet those possessing any talent for alchemy numbered less than 500. Among these, his direct disciples included 3 6th rank alchemists and fewer than 30 5th rank alchemists. The rest were all money-losing novices still in their growth phase. Not worth mentioning. This goes to show just how difficult the path of alchemy truly is. Cough, so that's how it is. Lin Xiao smiled apologetically. Alchemy was even harder than he had imagined. By the way, Elder Xiao, what rank does the Tung Yuan pill formula belong to? Lin Xiao asked. 5th rank. Why? Elder Xiao replied. 5th rank. Even when a 7th rank alchemist like Elder Xiao personally refined a 5th rank formula, the pill formation rate was only 60 to 70%. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. Then Elder Xiao, when you refine a 6th rank formula generally, what success rate can you guarantee? Lin Xiao posed yet another question. For 6th rank formulas, about 30%. Elder Xiao dared not boast in front of Lin Xiao. If this lad were to challenge him to refine a furnace on the spot, and he failed to reach 30%, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Elder Xiao, I've thought of a cooperation arrangement. You provide the 6th rank formulas and materials, and I'll help with the refining. After the furnace opens, I'll guarantee you 5 pills, and the rest belong to me. If luck favors us, and we can refine 2 pills of 1 chi mist quality, then we'll split them 1 each. Lin Xiao revealed his little scheme. Lu Mingyue blinked vigorously, her heart filled with astonishment that Lin Xiao Jr. brother dared say absolutely anything. Just as she was about to quickly interject with some advice, her master had already spoken. Deal. It's settled. You wait here, I'll go prepare right now. After uttering these words, Elder Xiao rushed out in a flurry of haste, completely giving the two of them no chance to speak. Elder Xiao's mood at the moment was exceptionally splendid. This lad seemed to have gotten a bit too cocky. After all, he was still new to this. He had no idea just how much more difficult refining 6th rank pills was compared to 5th rank ones. When this little one fails a few times and accumulates a mountain of materials and pills owed to him, it would be too late for regret. Even if old Mu came to claim the person with that pauper's financial resources, he wouldn't be able to afford Lin Xiao's ransom. Hee, how brilliantly clever he was. After Elder Xiao left, only then did Lu Mingyue speak with concern. Lin Xiao Jr. brother, it seems you've walked right into my master's trap. Perhaps you should leave quickly. No matter what, Lin Xiao was still her savior. She always felt that her master's gaze when looking at the young man was somewhat off. Don't worry, I have everything under control. By the way, senior sister, do you have a meditation chamber here? I'd like to cultivate for a bit. Lin Xiao asked. This? Alright, there is one. Let me take you. Seeing that junior brother Lin Xiao had no intention of leaving, Lu Mingyue stopped trying to persuade him. Soon Lin Xiao was led by Lu Mingyue to a meditation chamber downstairs. Closing the door, Lin Xiao took out a bottle of upper-grade yuan recovery pills. These were rewards from the outer sect test. Now that he had an abundant supply of pills, he might as well cultivate the 9 nether demon suppression seal first. Lin Xiao took out 1 upper-grade yuan recovery pill and swallowed it. In an instant, the pill transformed into a stream of pure energy that under his manipulation gathered in his chest cavity. The 9 nether demon suppression seal technique began to circulate. This pure energy, following certain pathways, nourished the various meridians. But after completing just 1 cycle, which took only a few minutes, Lin Xiao stopped. His expression was extremely peculiar. Gone. The pill's effect was gone. What the heck? These were upper-grade yuan recovery pills, and they were only enough for the 9 nether demon suppression seal to circulate for a single cycle. Lin Xiao was somewhat dazed. He finally understood what Elder Mu meant when he said this technique was difficult to cultivate and would leave one progressively poorer. No matter. He would cultivate first and worry later. Lin Xiao tilted his head back and poured all 9 remaining upper-grade yuan recovery pills into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The 9 pills transformed into an overwhelmingly powerful force of pure energy, surging within Lin Xiao's body. He felt a faint distended pain spreading through his meridians. Had this been an ordinary cultivator, they would likely have been blasted through with several holes. Fortunately, he had previously cultivated the Embrace Mountain Seal to the 6th level, and his foundation was already extremely solid. No matter how wildly this powerful force collided within him, at most, it would only cause some pain. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and continued cultivating the 9 nether demon suppression seal. When the yuan recovery pills were exhausted, he switched to supreme quality Tung Yuan pills. He had no intention of emerging until he had used up all the pills. And so, 3 full days passed. Outside the meditation chamber, Elder Xiao had nearly run out of patience. He had gathered every 6th rank formula and all the materials from across Jinma Sect. He would go all in on this gamble. This round he was determined to make this little lad beg to become his disciple and force old Mu to swallow his pride and acknowledge all his mistakes over the years. He was truly a genius. Within a quiet chamber on Danqing Peak, Lin Xiao had been seated for 3 whole days. Throughout that time, aside from occasionally swallowing pills, he remained utterly motionless. The next moment, a faint demonic seal materialized behind Lin Xiao. His eyes snapped open, a flash of deep orange divine light fleeting across them. A faint halo of light also enveloped his body's surface. This is absurd. I've only reached the 2nd layer. Is there some mistake? Lin Xiao's face was filled with bitterness, his frustration at its peak. Over these 3 days he had exhausted all his pills. A single top-grade Huiyuan pill lasted only a few minutes. An ultimate Tingyuan pill could sustain him for an hour, while the Ichi Danwu Tingyuan pill was more effective, lasting nearly half a day. Such terrifying consumption had already drained all his pills by the first day. Thus he had only cultivated the Jiuyozhima Yin to the late stage of the first layer. Faced with such a result, Lin Xiao was utterly stunned and incredulous. What kind of vile cultivation art was this, already so voracious at the first layer? What would become of the second, third, and subsequent layers? With his pills exhausted, Lin Xiao was unwilling to end his cultivation. Just then a flash of inspiration struck him, and he conceived a clever idea. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, Lin Xiao directly dispersed the Baoshan Yin, which he had cultivated to the 6th layer. The moment he scattered his power, he began to fully circulate the Jiuyozhima Yin. He wanted to test if the Jiuyozhima Yin could absorb the essence of the dispersed Baoshan Yin. The answer was affirmative. After all, the Baoshan Yin originated from the Jiuyozhima Yin. The two arts were ultimately the same. Once the Jiuyozhima Yin began to circulate, all the essence of the Baoshan Yin was absorbed without any hindrance. Not a single bit was lost. The absorption effect was far better than Lin Xiao had anticipated. However, he had assumed that after absorbing the Baoshan Yin, the Jiuyozhima Yin would surely break through multiple realms. He had expected it to surge to the 3rd or even 4th realm. After all, he had spent months cultivating the Baoshan Yin. Surely it would grant him that much faith. Yet reality once again dealt a harsh blow to Lin Xiao's expectations. After fully absorbing and refining the Baoshan Yin's essence, the Jiuyozhima Yin did indeed break through. But it only advanced from the 1st layer to the middle stage of the 2nd layer. Then nothing more. Damn, what a colossal pitfall. Give me back my Baoshan Yin. Lin Xiao had roared the moment he realized it. No wonder Mu Lao had always looked so impoverished. Who could afford such an appetite? Lin Xiao shook his head, helplessly casting aside his distracting thoughts. Since he had begun cultivating this art, he had no intention of giving up. It was just gluttonous. Then he would find a way to feed it by any means necessary. Crack, crack. Lin Xiao stood up, his entire skeleton crackling and popping. This startled Lin Xiao. Was it really that exaggerated? He had only sat still for 3 days, not fallen apart. Why such a loud racket? But soon he sensed that his strength had surged dramatically. He felt a sensation of fullness in his bones, an exploding vitality. Gazing at the wall of the quiet chamber, he even felt an impulse to punch it. This feeling was truly peculiar. He had never experienced such a sensation while cultivating the Baoshan Yin. He pushed open the door of the chamber, where Lu Mingwei and Elder Qiao had been waiting for quite some time. You finally came out, boy. If you hadn't, I was about to charge in and see if something had happened to you, Elder Qiao joked. With his Xiandan realm cultivation, he could sense whether the person inside was alive or dead with a mere thought without needing to enter. Such was the ability possessed by all Xiandan realm experts. I apologize for making you worry, Elder Qiao, Lin Xiao said politely. Junior brother Lin, have you broken through? Lu Mingwei looked at him with doubt. Although the spiritual energy fluctuation around Lin Xiao clearly hadn't changed, she felt as if he had undergone a complete transformation. My. Elder Qiao finally focused his attention on Lin Xiao. This feeling. Why did it seem so familiar? It was just like that old fellow Mo. Wait. Could it be? Lin Xiao, boy, don't tell me you've cultivated the 9 nether. Cough, the art that old Mu passed on to you. Elder Qiao stopped mid-sentence, realizing his indiscretion, and quickly changed his wording. Elder Qiao, your eyes are keen. I have indeed been cultivating that art, Lin Xiao replied. Since the elder hadn't named the technique, presumably out of caution, Lin Xiao saw no need to reveal it. Damn it. That old ghost Mu is ruining people. Shouldn't he suffer alone with such a trashy cultivation art? How could he drag a talented alchemist like you into it? How utterly abominable. Lin Xiao, boy, I urge you to give it up as soon as possible. Elder Qiao was visibly furious. Standing aside, Lu Mingwei had no idea what was going on. What were Master and Junior brother Lin talking about? There were only the 3 of them here, yet Master was being so evasive. It must involve some secret. Thinking this, Lu Mingwei suppressed her intense curiosity and kept her mouth shut. The best course was to play dumb. Thank you for your concern, Elder Qiao. I understand, Lin Xiao replied perfunctorily. Understand my foot. Forget it, I'll go find that old Mu later. Come, let's go alchemy first. We'll talk about the rest later. Elder Qiao directly grabbed Lin Xiao and headed for the alchemy room. After watching Lin Xiao's alchemy last time, he had been inspired and gained many new ideas about pill refinement. This time he was determined to watch to his heart's content. If he could find some breakthrough from it, then Lin Xiao would be his benefactor. The old and the young entered the alchemy room with great enthusiasm. Lu Mingwei, however, was expelled. Stinky girl, what are you doing in here? Lin Xiao's way of alchemy is not suitable for you to watch. Too much exposure could lead you astray. Refine your 4th grade purification pill a few more times. I'll check it when I come out. Elder Xiao lectured Lu Mingyue, gave her a task, and then closed the door. Lu Mingyue, why did she feel abandoned? Was this what it meant to favor the new over the old? Just a few days ago she was good disciple, and now she had become stinky girl. Wah. So upset. Fine, if it's alchemy, then alchemy it is. Lu Mingyue stormed off in a huff. And so half a month passed. During these 15 days, aside from Elder Xiao emerging a few times with a strange expression before rushing back, there was no sign of Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, in the scripture pavilion of the Sword Demon Sect, an old man with white hair wore a face as dark as water. Frightening auras rippled from his body. That damned old fellow. We agreed that each of us would teach the disciple for half a month, and it's been nearly 20 days. Where is his precious disciple? Where is he? I knew it. That old bastard never keeps his word. Humph. The white-haired old man snorted coldly. With a flicker of movement, his entire figure vanished from the entrance of the scripture pavilion. His speed was so swift that no one could discern his form or velocity. Outside the Fontaine Sword Tomb, a figure flew from afar at incredible speed. As he approached, he dispatched a hand seal, and the barrier automatically opened for him. Old man Gung, come out. His low shout resounded throughout the entire sword pavilion. In an instant, numerous disciples looked up. Who on earth? How dare one shout within the Fontaine Sword Tomb and risk their life? Yet when they saw the speaker hovering in midair, everyone quickly fell silent and bowed their heads. A powerhouse at the Xindan realm. Who would dare provoke such a formidable figure? Moreover, this person appeared openly here, most likely a high-ranking elder of the sect. Wasn't that person just calling out, Old Man Gung? It seems they were addressing their own pavilion master. The moment the crowd blinked, another figure burst from the sword pavilion into the air. It was their pavilion master. Though typically expressionless, his face today bore traces of suppressed anger. Old Mu, I was just about to seek you out. Never expected you to come here on your own. Gung glared at Mu with resentment. Looking for me? What do you want? Enough. Where's my disciple? We agreed to take turns caring for him, half a month each, and it's been nearly 20 days now. Are you simply breaking your word? Mu's hair stood on end as he roared back, his voice icy with rage. The question left Gung utterly stunned. Bullshit. You're accusing me first after wronging me yourself. Little Lin Xiao has been with you for 20 days now, and you still have the audacity to cry theft. Are you asking for a beating? Gung too was furious. He had already been in foul spirits from not seeing young Lin Xiao for so long, and now this old fellow had the nerve to come and make things worse. The sheer fury was overwhelming him. Their powerful auras clashed continuously, suffering those beneath them. They felt as though caught in a violent storm of wind and thunder, where one wrong move could see them swept away by lightning. Huh. Lin Xiao isn't with you. Little Lin Xiao isn't at your place. Both old men spoke in unison, their identical words hanging in the air. They froze, brows furrowing deeply as the tension that had threatened to erupt dissolved instantly. Having known each other for nearly a century, they understood one another's dispositions intimately. They knew perfectly well which matters were open to jest and which demanded seriousness. So after both had vented their anger with shouts, they realized something was amiss. After I imparted the cultivation technique that day, I assumed Lin Xiao would stay with you for half a month before coming to me. When nearly 20 days passed without seeing the lad, I grew anxious and came to demand he be returned. Mu explained earnestly. This little Lin Xiao is indeed not within the Fontaine Sword Tomb. I thought he had gone to you. Gung offered his own explanation. Mu fell silent, as did Gung. Then the question echoed between them. Where had Lin Xiao gone? It was the same puzzlement occupying both their minds. They couldn't care less about others, but something must have happened to this Lin Xiao youth. Wait here, I'll go ask around. With that, Gung took flight straight back to the sword pavilion. Over 10 minutes later, Gung returned, his expression dark. Someone reported seeing Lin Xiao head to Danqing Peak over half a month ago, and he hasn't emerged since. Gung forced each word through clenched teeth. Danqing Peak. My eye, damn it. Could this brat Lin Xiao have been held captive by that old ghost Xiao? Mu's eyes widened as he spoke. Understanding dawned instantly. He knew exactly what had happened. Young Lin Xiao must have taken that IOU from him and gone to old man Xiao to exchange for pills. But why would that old ghost Xiao detain Lin Xiao? Unless... What's strange about this little one having such extraordinary talent in body refining, sword cultivation, and alchemy? Gung spoke with grim intensity. I'm furious. This old ghost Xiao is playing the part of the fisherman, waiting for both the snipe and clam to tussle. I won't stand for it. I'm going to confront him now. Mu turned to depart. Together. Gung called out, already gone in a flash. During these past half months, the elders of the Sword Demon Sect had noticed something peculiar. Previously rare high-grade pills that were nearly impossible to exchange for had suddenly become plentiful. As long as one possessed sufficient contribution points, pills could be obtained anytime in any quantity. Moreover, they discovered the exchanged pills were of superior quality compared to before. Had Elder Xiao achieved another breakthrough in his alchemy? Beyond this strangeness, the sect's mission hall had seen a surge in requests for spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and other rare treasures. Rewards had increased by 30% as well. Such changes brought great joy to both disciples and elders alike. If only these improvements could continue. Meanwhile, Geng and Mu had arrived at Danqing Peak. Rather than erupting immediately and causing misunderstanding, they extended their spiritual senses to locate Lin Xiao's presence. They quickly pinpointed his location within the main pavilion atop the peak. Excellent. Both witness and evidence were present. Old Ghost Xiao would have plenty of explaining to do. But before they could reveal themselves and confront him, a series of wails echoed from the main pavilion. Friend Lin Xiao, please leave. This Danqing Peak truly cannot accommodate someone of your stature. Don't touch those materials. They're reserved for peak competitions. Not those either, friend Lin Xiao, please spare me. High-grade materials aren't easy to gather. It takes time, precious time. I promise you, as soon as I've collected them, I'll deliver them to you immediately. Please stop tormenting my disciples. Mu and Geng exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Why did Old Ghost Xiao seem to be driving someone away rather than detaining them? Had something occurred? While puzzling over this, both arrived before the main pavilion. Elder Xiao sensed their approach immediately. Mu, Old Ghost, get your disciple away from here now. If he doesn't leave, my Danqing Peak won't survive. Elder Xiao pleaded pitifully as he flew out. But when he spotted Old Geng beside Mu, he froze in surprise. Old Geng, how did you come out of seclusion? Elder Xiao asked, bewildered. The old man rarely left the sword pavilion. Barely once a year he'd appear. What on earth had blown him out today? Old man Geng counts as nearly half a master to young Lin Xiao. Do you think I don't know why he's here? Mu replied coldly. What? Elder Xiao was stunned. But recalling the 2 tenths sword intent, Lin Xiao had demonstrated comprehension returned. Of course, that kind of prodigy would naturally draw Old Geng's attention. Where's my disciple? Geng asked, brow furrowed. Inside, right there. You've come at just the right moment. Take him away now, immediately. Elder Xiao urged, finally exhaling in relief that reinforcements had arrived. Even if these two hadn't come, he was prepared to summon Mu himself. What is my disciple doing inside? Mu asked, puzzled. Naturally refining pills. Alas, it seems you're unaware, friend Lin Xiao. He. Elder Xiao was mid-explanation when suddenly the entire main pavilion shuddered. Elder Xiao faltered, then his expression darkened. Holy shit, could this brat be? Elder Xiao, without a word of explanation, dashed back to the main hall. Elder Mu and Elder Geng, seeing this, hurriedly followed. When the three arrived at the alchemy chamber, they were stunned by the sight before them. The temperature inside the alchemy chamber was extremely high, with flames and steam spouting from the small vents of the furnace. Lin Xiao stood before the furnace, struggling to control it, his sweat evaporating in large droplets. The furnace clattered loudly, shaking violently from time to time, causing the entire room to tremble. Old Xiao, is this alchemy? Mu's eyes widened. He had witnessed many alchemy grandmasters at work, but never had he seen such a commotion as Lin Xiao's. Geng's eyes also flickered with doubt. Could this really produce a pill? Stop pretending, don't you know your own disciple? Hey, wait, where are my night spirit leaves? And the cold heart fruit I left here? Damn it, Lin Xiao, you didn't use them all, did you? Elder Xiao wailed, struck as if by lightning. Just a moment, the pill will be ready. Lin Xiao said, controlling the furnace with all his might. His expression was utterly focused. He hadn't even noticed the arrival of Elder Mu and Elder Geng. Hearing Lin Xiao, Elder Xiao felt both heartache for his materials and helplessness, yet he stared at the furnace with anticipation. The complex and contradictory emotions tormented him. It wasn't that he didn't want to put the materials away. His storage ring was already full, and there was still too much left to store. Pill formation. Old Xiao, tell me, what pill is Lin Xiao refining? Why such a big commotion? Elder Mu asked, greatly puzzled. Elder Xiao shot a glare at Elder Mu and squeezed out a few words, a 7th grade pill formula. Hearing this, Elder Geng and Elder Mu were both taken aback. A 7th grade pill formula. Lin Xiao was refining a 7th grade pill. That's absurd. Old Xiao, who are you fooling? Even if you attempted a 7th grade pill formula yourself, the success rate would be 50-50. My disciple here has never even touched alchemy. How could that be possible? Elder Mu was thoroughly unconvinced. Elder Xiao gave him a strange look. Seeing that the other truly didn't know Lin Xiao's miraculous abilities, he was even more astonished. Where on earth did this Lin Xiao come from? He had hidden his skills deeply. Twice. Lin Xiao has already failed twice. This is his 3rd attempt at a 7th grade pill formula. And I'll tell you, he's nearly used up all the herbs, spirit plants, and heavenly treasures from my Danqing Peak. Elder Xiao said indignantly. Elder Mu and Elder Geng were completely dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their ears. Old Mu quiet. Critical moment. Elder Xiao barked, then fixed his gaze on the furnace. Bang, hiss. After another violent tremor, the furnace gradually steadied and fell silent. Then the flames within were completely extinguished. Lin Xiao let out a long breath, feeling as if his whole body had fallen apart. A 7th grade pill formula. Truly a different level of difficulty. Too difficult. With his current cultivation level, it was far too much of a stretch. If he could reach the We'll See realm, it would be much easier, and he wouldn't have failed twice in a row. Cultivation. After this, he must focus on improving his cultivation. My Elder Mu. Elder Gong. Why are you here? Lin Xiao was surprised to find the two elders standing beside him. Could we not come? If we didn't, the deadline old Gong and I agreed on would be up. Elder Mu said discontentedly. Lin Xiao, you really know how to waste things. These materials were hard-earned. I told you a 7th grade pill formula is too early for you. Why rush? When you cultivate to the late We'll See stage, you can try again. There's no hurry now. Elder Xiao was on the verge of tears. Another failure. The materials for a 7th grade pill formula were all extremely precious heavenly treasures, priceless, and very hard to find. Elder Xiao, this time it succeeded. Lin Xiao smiled. Alas, next time these materials. What did you say? Succeeded? What succeeded? Elder Xiao suddenly snapped to attention. He felt his scalp tingle and every hair on his body stand on end. The profound nether realm breaking pill. It should be a success, at least one pill. Lin Xiao said joyfully. Although the furnace was not yet opened after hundreds of attempts over half a month, he had a sense of it. Elder Xiao stood frozen. The contrast from despair to elation was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Elder Mu and Elder Gong, upon hearing the pill's name, were no less shocked than old Xiao. A 7th grade pill. The profound nether realm breaking pill. No way, no way. Lin Xiao was actually refining this pill. And he said it succeeded. Lin Xiao paid no attention to the three elders' astonishment. He carefully opened the furnace, his heart equally full of anticipation. Having failed twice, if he had simply followed the standard procedure for the third attempt, the outcome would likely have been failure again. So during the third attempt, he followed his intuition and randomly added a pile of materials with similar medicinal properties, prepared to either succeed or perish. Unexpectedly, this time luck was on his side. The pill was finally formed, but its quality and effect remained uncertain. Still lacking in cultivation. The furnace opened. A faint purple light radiated out, followed by a rich, tantalizing fragrance of the pill filling the entire room. The three elders hurriedly peered inside. They dimly saw two translucent pills lying at the center of the furnace. 2 pills. It really worked, and there are 2. This is the profound nether realm breaking pill. The three exclaimed in unison. This was the ultimate pill that could help cultivators break through to the rotating core realm, the dream of countless people. Yet its refining difficulty was the highest among 7th grade formulas. Which 7th grade alchemist would dare claim they could definitely produce 1 pill per furnace? No one dared. On the path of cultivation, each step is a threshold. Every breakthrough in realm requires shattering a layer of shackles. The small step from the perfection of the We'll See realm to the rotating core realm is the nightmare of all cultivators. This is a massive bottleneck. Throughout history, countless prodigies, geniuses, and monsters have been stuck at this step, frustrated and unable to break through until their death. To break this great bottleneck requires luck, insight, opportunity, and more. The profound nether realm breaking pill is the perfect pill to increase the chance of breaking this bottleneck and advancing to the rotating core realm. A low-grade profound nether realm breaking pill increases the chance by 10%, a medium grade by 20%, a high grade by 30%. As for a supreme grade profound nether realm breaking pill, no one knows, because almost no one has ever seen one. Such a pill would never be revealed. Old Xiao, hurry up and see what quality Lin Xiao managed to refine. Elder Mu urged. After 3 attempts, he only succeeded on the third. What quality do you expect? Elder Gong rolled his eyes. However, Elder Xiao did not answer, because his eyes were about to pop out. That stunned expression was beyond description. 111. Chi pill missed. The moment the words 1 Chi Dan missed were uttered, Old Mu and Old Gong also fell into a daze. Even if they had never seen a top-grade Xinming breakthrough pill, they had at least heard of it. But a Xinming breakthrough pill of the 1 Chi Dan missed grade was something they had never even heard of, a legendary level. And Lin Xiao had actually managed to refine it. Was he even human? Old Xiao, how much is a pill of this grade worth? Old Mu asked, swallowing hard. Elder Xiao also swallowed hard, his voice trembling with shock. Impossible to estimate. But even if you added up all 3 batches of materials, it wouldn't be enough to buy a single one. Nonsense. If I gave you 3 batches of materials, could you refine a single 1 Chi Dan missed Xinming breakthrough pill? Old Mu snorted. Elder Xiao was speechless. That was truly impossible. Not even an 8th rank alchemist could do it, let alone a 7th rank one like him. While the 3 old men were lost in thought, Lin Xiao had already stored the Xinming breakthrough pills in 2 jade bottles. Elder Xiao, this bottle is for you. Lin Xiao tossed a jade bottle over. Hey, be careful, you little rascal. This is a treasure of the 1 Chi Dan missed grade. Elder Xiao exclaimed, waving his hand to catch it with utmost care. A pill of this level was intimidating just by its appearance, let alone its effects. Moreover, it would be extremely valuable for senior alchemists to study. Young friend Lin Xiao, are you really giving me this pill, eh? Elder Xiao found it hard to believe. Although they had an agreement, this pill was far too extraordinary. He, as a core elder of the Sword Demon Sect, knew that the sect had only 6 Xian Dan realm experts. With this pill, it would essentially mean adding another Xian Dan realm powerhouse. This was of immense significance to the sect. Of course, we've set the rules and I won't break them, Lin Xiao said with a smile. He didn't mind parting with it. Once he gathered more materials, he could try refining again. Besides, this was only a 1 Qi Dan mist grade pill. Above 1 Qi, there were 2 Qi, 3 Qi, 4 Qi. Compared to the pill, he valued building a good relationship with Elder Xiao more. He had caused quite a stir at Danqing Peak this time. Offering this pill would almost make up for it. Good. Young friend Lin Xiao, I accept this favor. Haha, young friend, you are far better than that stingy master of yours. Elder Xiao glanced at old Mu and quickly stored the pill in his storage ring. The ring was almost full, but there was still room for 1 bottle of pills. For a moment, Elder Xiao's face lit up and his mood soared. Gone was the miserable wailing appearance from earlier. In his eyes, this single 1 Qi Dan mist shimming breakthrough pill was worth all the losses incurred at Danqing Peak over the past half-month. Old Mu and Old Gung were also quite surprised by Lin Xiao's move. If it were them, they would have been reluctant to give it away. But they had to admit that giving the pill to Old Xiao was the most appropriate decision. Neither of them objected. Elder Xiao, let me know when you've gathered enough materials next time. We'll continue our cooperation, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Absolutely. It's settled. Elder Xiao agreed immediately. What had seemed like a losing deal had turned into a huge gain. He definitely wanted another round of cooperation. And as Lin Xiao's cultivation advanced, his alchemy skills would improve as well. When that time came, Elder Xiao, almost laughed out loud. As for the idea of taking Lin Xiao as an apprentice, he had long abandoned it. He knew he was not worthy. Lin Xiao, don't rush the alchemy. Old Gung and I have only 10 days left on our agreement. You've been alchemizing all this time. When will you start training? Old Mu was truly anxious. He knew that Lin Xiao had already comprehended 20 of sword intent, which would make cultivating Old Gung's sword cultivation technique twice as effective. What about him then? Lin Xiao was a body training prodigy, and he didn't want to let him go now. Old Gung saw Old Mu's agitation, and a smile crept onto his face. This disciple was as good as his. Old Mu, who said, I've been alchemizing all this time. I've been diligently practicing that body training technique. But I haven't started Old Gung's sword cultivation technique yet. I plan to devote the next 10 days to training at the Brahma Sword Tomb. Lin Xiao explained his current situation and his plan for the next 10 days. Old Mu nodded repeatedly, a grin spreading across his withered face. Good. This child is truly teachable. Old Mu was delighted, but Old Gung immediately grew anxious. He jumped several feet in the air and protested, Lin Xiao, you're being biased. Why didn't you practice the sword cultivation technique alongside alchemy? If Lin Xiao did as he said, Old Gung would definitely lose. That was absolutely unacceptable. Old Gung, on Danqing Peak, where am I supposed to find sword qi to train? Lin Xiao replied helplessly. He had indeed stored nearly 1,000 sword qi strands in his body. But he had used almost all of them for alchemy, leaving none for cultivating the technique. Old Mu was a bit dejected, trying to think of a counterargument. Lin Xiao continued, Old Mu, I have made some progress in practicing the 9 nether demon suppression seal these days. Would you like to test it? Old Mu glared at Lin Xiao. Test it? Nonsense. He knew better than anyone how difficult the 9 nether demon suppression seal was to cultivate. For this kid to practice it while alchemizing and even reach the entry level, impossible. Alas. Old Mu sighed. All right, circulate the technique and let me have a look. Okay. Lin Xiao responded and began to circulate the 9 nether demon suppression seal. The next moment, a 3-meter-tall yellow demon seal gradually materialized behind Lin Xiao. His eyes gleamed with divine light, and a deep cold pressure instantly enveloped a Tenjong radius. This is impossible. The 3rd layer mid-stage. How could you have reached the 3rd layer mid-stage? Where did you get the resources to train it? Old Mu's mouth fell open as he shouted in disbelief. Elder Xiao and Old Gung also stared at Lin Xiao in shock. This kid was even more monstrous than a prodigy. I just trained smoothly all the way. As for resources, I used almost all the pills I got from alchemy to reach the 3rd layer. Lin Xiao said with a wry smile. Indeed, he had gained a large number of high-grade pills from his cooperation with Elder Xiao, but even that was barely enough to satisfy the 9 nether demon suppression seal's hunger. This technique was truly insane. Good. This is what a true genius looks like. I was right about you. Old Gung, how are you going to beat me now? I told you when it comes to bets and judgment, I, Old Mu the gambling god, never lose. Old Mu laughed heartily, looking at his arrogant display. Elder Xiao shot him a cold glare. Old Gung, however, was crestfallen, his mood gloomy. He had never expected such a reversal. 10 days was it? In that case, Old Gung moved, grabbing Lin Xiao's shoulder. Old Mu the kid just said he'll follow me for the next 10 days, he said coldly. Without waiting for a response, Old Gung and Lin Xiao vanished from the spot. Tisk tisk, Old Xiao, look, he's panicking. But what's the use? Only 10 days left, and this disciple is mine. Old Mu said with a cheerful smile. Old Man Mu was experiencing a profoundly satisfying sensation from head to toe, inside and out. Within the Sword Demon Sect, he had managed to win bets against many people, but there was one who had always eluded his victories. Old Man Gung. Or rather, this was their first wager against each other. For the title of God of Gamblers, and more importantly for his disciple Lin Xiao, whose talent was truly astonishing, he absolutely had to win. Old Ghost Xiao, do you think Old Man Gung stands any chance of beating me this time? Hey, Old Ghost Xiao, why are you walking away? Let me finish my sentence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after being silently led into the Fan Tian Sword Tomb by Old Man Gung, Lin Xiao continued to fly for some time before finally reaching their destination. The surroundings remained the same, a graveyard of sword tombs. However, the atmosphere here was far more sinister, with each sword tomb appearing larger and more imposing than those in the previous cemetery. The air seemed to be imbued with the very essence of sword intent. This is the interior of the Fan Tian Sword Tomb. These sword tombs you see belong to our sect's core disciples and true inheritors during their lifetimes. There are merely over 2,300 sword tombs here, each containing countless traces of sword intent, with the intensity, generally, at the Wheel Sea realm. Young one, from now on you shall cultivate here. Old Man Gung finally spoke a few explanatory words. It was clear that he was in no good spirits. For someone who had considered the matter completely secured, such an unexpected reversal would shatter anyone's composure. Understood, Old Man Gung, I will exert my utmost efforts. Lin Xiao stated firmly. He was quite satisfied with this environment. The sword intent was formidable, and the concentration of spiritual energy was equally impressive. He had been searching for a suitable place to cultivate properly. Old Man Gung nodded slightly, seemingly lost in thought. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke softly. Young one, I am presenting you with a rare opportunity. Whether you can seize it depends entirely on your own abilities. Remember, if you find yourself unable to bear it, call out to me, and I shall come to your aid. Lin Xiao was taken aback upon hearing this. Granting me an opportunity. Yell for help if I can't endure it. This sounded rather ominous. What exactly was Old Man Gung planning to do? Old Man Gung, are you going to? Before Lin Xiao could finish his question, Old Man Gung's subsequent action interrupted him. As he observed, Old Man Gung swept his hand toward the sky. A profound and chilling sword intent surged heavenward. This scene-like, yet overwhelmingly powerful sword intent caused Lin Xiao's entire body to go cold, involuntarily trembling. Powerful, truly formidable. Before this sword intent, he felt utterly insignificant. At what level did this sword intent stand? When would he be able to reach such a powerful realm? At dusk, with the world transformed, I wield my sword and depart. 10,000 races bow in tribute to the departed souls. Tomb open. A thunderous rumble echoed as all the sword tombs surrounding Lin Xiao began to tremble. One by one, long swords began to separate from the sword tombs. Colorful sword intent swirled between them. Then the tips of all the swords slowly turned, pointing directly at Lin Xiao. Horror flashed across Lin Xiao's eyes as he felt a creeping sense of danger approaching from all directions. The swords of the deceased were actually moving. This was far too eerie. Swish! Suddenly, the nearest long sword struck him with a blast of sword intent. Shadow following technique. Lin Xiao swiftly activated his movement art and dodged. The moment he moved, 10,000 swords stirred simultaneously. Countless trails of sword intent converged upon him in a devastating barrage. Even with Lin Xiao's mastery of movement techniques, his cultivation base of only the 4th stage of the spirit gathering realm made it impossible to dodge them all. Unable to evade them all, several streaks of sword intent pierced into his body. Ugh! Lin Xiao's figure faltered as he gasped sharply, his face contorted in agony. It hurt. The pain was excruciating, piercing through his bones. Fierce sword intent raged recklessly through his meridians, comparable to scraping bone and scattering salt. An unbearable suffering. Moreover, because of this brief hesitation, even more sword intent crashed into his body. The intense pain doubled, then doubled again. 9 Nether Demon Suppressing Seal. Lin Xiao roared in fury. A golden demonic seal burst forth from his body, repelling all the invading sword intent. Phew! Only then did Lin Xiao manage to breathe a slight sigh of relief. No wonder it was a technique above heaven rank. With the demon suppressing seal deployed, not a single trail of sword intent could penetrate it. After all, the power of these sword intents was at the level of the Wheel Sea realm. For an ordinary cultivator at the spirit gathering realm, even one who had reached its peak, it would be impossible to withstand even 1 or 2 sword intents. A single hit would inevitably result in death. At this moment, Old Man Gung's voice rang out once more. Young one merely blocking is inferior to channeling, channeling is inferior to guiding, and guiding is inferior to transforming the sword intent into your own tool. If you do not seize this opportunity to circulate the Tian Kuei Sword Classic and refine the sword intent for cultivation, do you truly believe your demon suppressing seal can hold for long? Once it fails to maintain, what do you think the consequences will be? Hearing these two sentences of guidance from old man Gung Lin Xiao was as if awakened from a dream, right? If he did not cultivate swiftly now, when would he? He could clearly sense that although the 9 nether demon suppressing seal was temporarily holding off all the sword intent, it was rapidly depleting the spiritual energy within his body. Once his spiritual energy was exhausted, he would be in serious trouble. Realizing this, Lin Xiao immediately set the Tian Kuei Sword Classic in motion. Instantly, the wild sword intent surging within his body seemed to respond to a summons beginning to flow obediently according to his commands. The Tian Kuei Sword Classic used sword intent as its foundation, condensing it into a sword heart, sword bones, sword meridians, and sword veins. The agony of scraping bones, extracting the heart, severing meridians, and severing veins. Only after forming the sword body could one cultivate sword intent. With sword intent one gathers sword momentum. With sword momentum one condenses a sword C, and with the sword C one converges a sword core. Thus the spinning core is formed, specifically known as a sword core. Drop by drop, bead-sized sweat rolled down Lin Xiao's forehead. Damn it! Who on earth had invented this technique? Was there nothing more comfortable? Endure hardship first, then reap sweetness. Endure hardship first, then reap sweetness. Endure hardship first, then reap sweetness. Lin Xiao repeated these words 3 times in his heart, enduring the pain and continuing his cultivation. 100 meters away from Lin Xiao, old man Gung floated in midair, his divine sense entirely focused on Lin Xiao. The moment he detected any anomaly, he would be ready to act. Seeing Lin Xiao grit his teeth and persist through the cultivation, old man Gung silently nodded. This young one possessed extraordinary talent and comprehension, and his mental fortitude was equally commendable. Only in dire circumstances could a person's greatest potential be unleashed. It remained to be seen how long this young one could last here. The longer he endured, the greater his gains would undoubtedly be. Watching Lin Xiao cultivate, old man Gung was filled with anticipation. In truth, he was also placing all his bets on this endeavor. Under normal circumstances, a major breakthrough within 10 days was impossible. Fortunately, this young one had already cultivated the 9 nether demon suppressing seal to its 3rd level, and his physique had been thoroughly tempered. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand the sword intent here, let alone use it for cultivation. And so Lin Xiao embarked on a hellish path of cultivation and growth. Time passed gradually. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Old man Gung remained hidden 100 meters away from Lin Xiao, continuously guarding him. He had originally believed that 3 days would be the limit for this young one, at which point they would rest for 2 days before continuing. But to his surprise, Lin Xiao showed no intention of stopping. Even when on the verge of collapse, this young one had forced himself through. More importantly, Lin Xiao's understanding of the Tian Kuei Sword Classic far exceeded his expectations. For days, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, a full 8 days passed. Lin Xiao finally came to a halt. It was not that he chose to stop. Rather, the sword intent in this area had already been entirely absorbed. Elder Gung is there. Any other place where I can cultivate? Lin Xiao, whose exquisite figure was clearly visible, asked Elder Gung beside him with a hint of embarrassment. Elder Gung's lips twitched. He gazed at the ravaged interior of the Brahma Sword Tomb. Countless swords lay scattered on the ground like defeated soldiers on a battlefield. Not a trace of sword chi remained. Seeing that Elder Gung remained silent, Lin Xiao turned his gaze toward the outer perimeter of the Brahma Sword Tomb and said, Elder Gung, how about I make do and continue cultivating at the periphery? Get lost, you little rascal. Get out of here. If you keep this up, the Brahma Sword Tomb will be gone. If you want to continue cultivating, you can go to the Wuji Ancient Ruins. That place is about to open, and it would be an excellent training ground for you. Elder Gung shot Lin Xiao a glare, but still offered a suggestion. Wuji Ancient Ruins. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. This was already the 2nd time he had heard of this place. Senior Sister Lu had told him that the trial swordstone used for the outer Sect test was found there by the Sect master long ago. Now Elder Gung was also recommending it. In that case, he definitely had to go. Elder Gung, if I go to the Wuji Ancient Ruins, what about the agreement I made with you and Elder Mu? Lin Xiao asked. Why bother with that old man? Just go ahead, Elder Gung said indifferently. Yes, then I'll go prepare right away. After speaking, Lin Xiao bowed and quickly dashed away with his movement technique. Elder Gung watched Lin Xiao's retreating figure, his eyes filled with admiration. Such a prodigy would likely soon make a name for himself across the entire Great Wei dynasty. He picked up a fallen longsword and prepared to insert it back into the sword tomb. But sensing the state of the sword's interior, he shook his head with helplessness. Monstrous, utterly monstrous. So many swords have been drained, or it will take at least 10 no 20 years for all the sword chi to recover. Lin Xiao donned his inner disciple robes and sped toward a certain location. He moved with incredible speed, the wind howling past his ears, leaving afterimages in his wake. After 8 days of relentless cultivation, he needed an outlet. This time, he did not conceal his cultivation realm, allowing spiritual power to flow freely through his body. A faint aura of authority radiated from him. It was the spirit-gathering realm perfection. The Sky Stellar Sword Cannon was truly a transcendent technique. As long as one had a suitable cultivation environment, the speed of progress was incredible. 1,000 miles in a single day, beyond imagination. Although cultivation caused extreme pain, the effects were extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Xiao had vaguely noticed a coincidence. When he cultivated the Sky Stellar Sword Cannon and the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal together, not only did most of the pain subside, but his cultivation speed also increased rather than decreased. Could this be the correct method? Lin Xiao had asked Elder Gung about this, but Elder Gung shook his head, saying he was unsure, because no one had ever cultivated both techniques simultaneously. Having discovered this coincidence, Lin Xiao, after 8 days of arduous training, steadily elevated his cultivation to the spirit-gathering realm perfection. At this point, he still had over 1,000 sword chi strands unrefined. It wasn't that he had reached saturation, rather, even if he refined them all, Lin Xiao felt he couldn't break through to the bounded sea realm. He still needed an opportunity, a chance encounter. The Wuji Ancient Ruins might very well be that opportunity. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the base of Heavenly Peak, the largest main peak of the Sword Demon Sect. It was said that beneath Heavenly Peak lay a dragon spirit vein, the gathering point of the Sword Demon Sect's fortune. Therefore, the spiritual energy concentration and cultivation environment of Heavenly Peak were unmatched, even by the combined resources of the other 8 main peaks. Thus, only the Sword Demon Sect's high-ranking members and Inner Sect elite disciples could reside on Heavenly Peak. As long as one entered the Inner Sect elite list, they were qualified to live there. Cultivating here was incomparable to anywhere else. This was the reason Inner disciples vied fiercely to come here. Senior brother, would you like to buy the latest edition of the Inner Sect elite list? Only 1 spirit stone. Before he even entered Heavenly Peak, an outer disciple stopped him. The Inner Sect elite list. There was such a thing. Give me one, Lin Xiao said, tossing a low-grade spirit stone over. The outer disciple caught the spirit stone, quickly handed over a booklet, and said, Senior brother, if you have any questions you can ask me directly. I'm very familiar with this. Lin Xiao flipped open the booklet and casually asked, if I want to challenge someone on the elite list, can I just go find them directly? Yes, senior brother. As long as you find that person and issue a challenge, if you succeed, you can take their place on the list. The outer disciple explained. Then do you know where this person lives on Heavenly Peak? Lin Xiao pointed to a name on the list. The outer disciple looked at where Lin Xiao was pointing. Senior brother Zhu ranked 80th on the elite list with spirit-gathering realm perfection strength. He practices the bull's strength body tempering art, and his raw power is said to be 3,000 jin in one hand. Senior brother, you don't mean to. The outer disciple stared at Lin Xiao in shock. He seemed to understand the senior brother's intent. But this senior brother looked unfamiliar, clearly not on the elite list. Challenging senior brother Zhu ranked 80th on his first try. That was too hasty. Is it not allowed? Isn't it said that you can challenge anyone within 20 ranks? Lin Xiao asked in confusion. Senior brother, you can challenge, but each disciple only has 1 opportunity per month. If you fail, you'll have to wait until next month. The outer disciple explained. Only 1 chance. Lin Xiao frowned. If that were the case, then he wouldn't be able to attend the Wuji Ancient Ruins. Each sect had only a fixed number of spots for the Wuji Ancient Ruins, and those without a spot couldn't enter. Was he supposed to snatch one on the spot? Only 1 opportunity to fail. If you succeed, you can continue challenging. The outer disciple added a line. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Couldn't he finish his sentences without pausing? Junior brother, can you take me to this person's residence? Lin Xiao asked. Senior brother, outer disciples have a limited number of times we can enter Heavenly Peak each month. You'll have to. Before the outer disciple could finish his refusal, Lin Xiao tossed a small pouch over. This much is 100 low-grade spirit stones. The outer disciple caught the pouch, opened it, and was stunned. He hadn't seen so many spirit stones in a long time. The monthly allowance from the sect plus odd jobs amounted to only about 20 spirit stones. This small pouch was equivalent to half a year's income. Junior brother, how about you guide me today, and this pouch of spirit stones is your reward? Lin Xiao said calmly. Last time he had spent over half a month refining pills at Danqing Peak. Although most of the pills ended up in his stomach, a small portion had been exchanged for spirit stones through Elder Xiao. Now his storage ring held nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A mere 100 spirit stones as a tip was no problem. Senior brother, you're too kind. I'll accept it. Senior brother, you can come find me to guide you every day this month, if you want. The outer disciples' eyes shone with excitement. Soon the two entered Heavenly Peak one after the other. After entering Tianfeng Mountain, Lin Xiao could feel the concentration of spiritual energy gradually becoming denser. Senior brother, this is your first time at Tianfeng Mountain, isn't it? The outer disciple noticed Lin Xiao's curious demeanor and guessed this was his first visit. Yes, I only became an inner disciple a few days ago. Lin Xiao replied. I just became an inner disciple. The outer disciple was taken aback. Challenging the elite ranking right after entering the inner sect. This senior brother truly had the boldness of a newborn calf unconcerned with tigers. To become an inner disciple required not mediocre aptitude, comprehension, and talent. And the total number of inner disciples across all of Sword Demon's sect amounted to nearly 30,000. The elite ranking only selected the top 100. The difficulty was self-evident. This generous senior brother was moving too hastily. By the way, may I ask your name, senior brother? The outer disciple asked politely. Lin Xiao, and you, junior brother? Lin Xiao replied. I'm Zhang. Greetings, Lin Xiao, senior brother. Your name matches the top scorer from the recent outer disciple assessment, Lin Xiao, senior brother. Zhang, junior brother, said with a smile. He didn't connect the two since there must be plenty of people sharing the same name. Oh, that person you mentioned is most likely me, Lin Xiao admitted. Oh, what? Lin Xiao, senior brother, are you the first in the outer disciple assessment? Zhang, junior brother, was momentarily stunned. What else would I be? Lin Xiao asked. Zhang was quite surprised. He finally understood why senior brother Lin Xiao was so confident. He had missed the outer disciple assessment due to prior obligations, but afterward heard from others that the top-ranked senior brother Lin Xiao had far exceeded both senior brothers Shun and Gu in strength. Soon, guided by Zhang, the two arrived at a small building midway up the mountain. Instead of a name, the plaque on the door displayed a number. 80. This denoted the residence of the 80th ranked disciple on the elite ranking. Each ranked disciple would have their own standalone small building equipped with a spirit-gathering formation with resources distributed by attendance each month. The higher the ranking, the better all conditions. Senior brother Lin, let me announce your arrival, Zhang said, beginning to walk toward the small building. No need, Lin Xiao replied calmly. No announcement. Zhang didn't understand. How could one challenge without making an announcement? Lin Xiao stepped forward, took a deep breath, and loudly called out, Zhu Jingye, dare you come out and fight? This shout instantly drew quite a crowd. Other disciples from the elite ranking and passing ordinary disciples alike gathered around. Who the hell is this so arrogant? Senior brother Zhu has a terrible temper. This guy is in trouble. Challenging Zhu Jingye. Let's go see what happens. There's a good show to watch. I heard senior brother Zhu has been having some insights lately. He might break through to the Sea of Wheels realm next month, which would surely push his ranking up significantly. Challenging Zhu Jingye at a time like this is truly unwise. Boom, boom, boom. A tall figure emerged from the small building, each step heavy and deliberate. Seeing this, Zhang immediately retreated several meters behind Lin Xiao. He was merely an ordinary outer disciple. He had no desire to get involved in such a dispute between great powers. So it's you who's been shouting it? Zhu Jingye stared at Lin Xiao, standing several meters away, his voice low. I challenge you. Do you dare accept? Lin Xiao came straight to the point. Time was tight. He did not wish to waste anything. There were still several more challenges ahead. Ha ha ha, with your frail build, do you really think you can withstand a single punch from me? Zhu Jingye raised his massive fist, sneering. Does that mean you accept? Lin Xiao asked. You fool, you have no idea what you're doing. Zhu Jingye's eyes narrowed as he gave a cold smile. He naturally sensed the opponent's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit-gathering stage. They were at the same realm. What was there to fear? Surely no one actually believed that disciples at the spirit-gathering stage on the elite ranking could be compared with other inner sect members. Zhu Jingye found himself almost laughing. Not only could he handle opponents at the same realm, he feared not even those just entering the Sea of Wheels stage. Then make your move, Lin Xiao said calmly. You're asking for it. Get down. Zhu Jingye roared in anger. He stepped forward and struck out with his right hand. A phantom of a wild ox appeared behind him, taking shape. Its momentum was fierce and brutal, forcing some nearby disciples to involuntarily retreat a full step. This is the Fierce Bull Fist, senior brother Zhu's signature martial art. Rumor has it that when channeling the Fierce Bull energy, this punch carries force of at least 3,500 G. No way that punch is too strong. Exactly, you think senior brother Zhu could rank 80th on the elite ranking without reason? Just looking at the fist momentum, I know I definitely couldn't block it. This challenger is in serious trouble. Serves him right. Nobody should provoke senior brother Zhu. All the onlookers sided with senior brother Zhu. After all, Lin Xiao was a completely unfamiliar face to them. Every day at Tianfeng Mountain, there were plenty of such challengers, but 9 out of 10 were defeated. How could someone who entered the elite ranking be an easy opponent? Zhu Jingye's entire being radiated a formidable aura. This punch he struck with full force, showing no intention of holding back. Cripple the opponent in one blow, to establish his authority. Who asked his ranking to be stuck at 80th on the elite list? Every month there were always a few people who didn't know when to quit coming to provoke him. Rumble. The fist energy whistled through the air. On the other side, Lin Xiao stood rooted in place, as if terrified. At least in the eyes of others, Lin Xiao had been frightened by Zhu Jingye's intimidating presence. Thud. A heavy impact sounded. What was going on? All the onlookers widened their eyes, letting out strings of gasps. The scene they expected to see simply did not appear. The atmosphere was deeply eerie. That challenger had merely extended his palm lightly, and actually blocked Zhu Jingye's massive fist, which seemed to carry the weight of thousands of pounds. Zhu Jingye was forced back 7 or 8 steps by the recoil force. Looking again at that challenger, his expression was calm, head held high, his body not moving an inch. Your strength is insufficient, Lin Xiao said calmly. To be fair, this man was all thunder with no rain. The power behind his punch was weaker than even Lin Xiao's embracing mountain seal practice. Damn it. Again. Zhu Jingye's expression grew grave. After just one exchange, he already knew the opponent's strength was likely not inferior to his own. Sorry, I don't have much time, Lin Xiao said softly. Before his words had even finished falling, another Lin Xiao appeared just 1 meter away from Zhu Jingye. You. Zhu Jingye's eyes filled with terror. Boom. Zhu Jingye was launched dozens of meters through the air as if hit by cannon fire. Then he lay unconscious on the ground, motionless. Lin Xiao withdrew his leg and called calmly to Zhang Ong. Let's go to the next one. Wu Zongqing ranked 60th. The scene fell silent. Defeated. Zhu Jingye ranked 80th on the elite ranking had actually been bested in a single strike. Moreover, it was a single move that knocked him unconscious, leaving no room whatsoever for resistance. Being defeated in one move and being knocked unconscious in one move are worlds apart. This meant only one thing. The challenger's strength far surpassed that of Zhu Jingye. Hiss, incredible. Could this person truly have reached the peak of the spirit-gathering realm? Was he concealing his cultivation? When did such a powerhouse emerge within the inner sect? Now hearing this powerhouse declare his intention to continue challenging, targeting the 63rd on the elite ranking, everyone was once again rendered speechless. This senior brother having defeated those on the elite ranking, you must leave your name behind. We do not yet know your names. A disciple from the elite ranking positioned around the 90s called out to the departing Lin Xiao from among the onlookers. Lin Xiao. Having spoken, Lin Xiao did not look back and led Zhang Ong toward the next challenge location. Lin Xiao. Is there someone named Lin Xiao in the inner sect? It seems the first person in this outer sect assessment was also named Lin Xiao. Could this be him? Absolutely. I've heard that the top scorer of the outer sect test was quite formidable, you know. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Let's follow and take a look. I'm coming too. I want to see just how extraordinary this powerhouse truly is. Quite a number of onlookers followed in Lin Xiao's footsteps. Such dramatic spectacles were rare at Tianfeng Peak. Usually it was quite common for newcomers to challenge those ranked 80th to 100th on the elite ranking. But challenges between members of the elite ranking itself only occurred once or twice a month, and each occasion drew particular attention. Senior brother Lin, you're incredibly impressive. You defeated Zhu Jingye in a single move. All the onlookers have been stunned by you, Zhang Ong said excitedly while leading the way for Lin Xiao. He was simply too weak. Junior brother Zhang, tell me about Wu Zongqing ranked 60th, Lin Xiao said dismissively. Just Zhu Jingye. Nothing noteworthy about him. If not for the challenge rules standing in the way, he would have genuinely wanted to directly find someone from the top 10 to challenge. The 60th ranked Wu Zongqing is now the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Qian Peak. His Fireblaze sword technique has reached a state of divine mastery with terrifying power. Senior brother Lin, this senior brother Wu, is quite interesting. Previously, he was always ranked around the 90s on the elite ranking and had never once broken into the top 90. But starting last month, nobody knows what happened. This senior brother Wu's strength surged forward dramatically, erupting all at once. He defeated several senior brothers from the elite ranking in succession, finally fixing his ranking at 60th. Zhang Ong narrated vividly. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. A sword cultivator. That made things even easier. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao and his companion, along with a crowd of followers trailing behind, arrived before the small building ranked 60th. He hoped someone was inside, otherwise he would have to choose another target. Wu Zongqing, do you dare come out and fight? Lin Xiao shouted as usual. A picture of arrogant boldness. This was deliberate on Lin Xiao's part. Directly provoke the opponent's fighting spirit, resolve matters quickly, and then move swiftly to the next venue. After finishing the elite ranking challenges, he intended to seize the opportunity to cultivate for several more days in preparation for the upcoming ruins expedition. The Wuji ancient ruins would gather the young prodigies of the entire Dawei dynasty. Lin Xiao was well aware of the principle that beyond each person there is another, and beyond each sky there is another sky. Especially in a cultivation world. You never know whether accident or crisis will arrive first. Lin Xiao's shout attracted quite a few new onlookers. The next moment, a tall upright figure leaped down from the 60th ranked small building, a long sword in hand. Lin Xiao looked over. Upon seeing him he couldn't help but blink. Is this Wu Zongqing? How familiar he looks. It's you. Lin Xiao remembered who this person was. Huh, junior brother. It's you. Oh my. I've finally found you, junior brother. I've been searching for you so desperately. Wu Zongqing, who had initially wore an expression of anger, was on the verge of tears upon recognizing the newcomer. His body moved in an instant as he charged toward Lin Xiao and gave him a massive bear hug. His tearful yet smiling appearance was somewhat comical. Now, senior brother, please compose yourself. So many people are watching. Lin Xiao felt somewhat embarrassed. You cannot strike someone who greets you with a smile. Upon meeting face to face and recognizing each other, he had anticipated the other's excitement, but never imagined it would be this intense. The Wu Zongqing before him was the very same senior brother whom he had once instructed in the Fireblaze sword technique at the trading plaza for 1,000 spirit stones. Who would have thought they would cross paths in such a setting? The surrounding disciples. What the hell? Was this some large-scale family reunion? Where was the tension everyone had been expecting? They had built up their excitement, and this was what they got. Wu Zongqing paid no mind to the stunned gazes of the crowd. After exchanging a few words, he understood the purpose of junior brother Lin Xiao's visit. Junior brother Lin Xiao, I concede. Come, let's go challenge the next one directly. Wu Zongqing pulled Lin Xiao and moved forward. Lin Xiao. Surrounding disciples. Good heavens. Already conceding defeat. Senior brother Wu, how about I spar with you for a few moves? Lin Xiao said with a forced smile. No need, junior brother Lin Xiao. Your guidance from last time, I still haven't fully comprehended it to this day. I understand the principle that biting off more than one can chew leads to indigestion. Wu Zongqing hastily replied. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at him again. This senior brother Wu may lack sharp comprehension, but he conducted himself with clarity. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, he had no intention of dampening their spirits. The group set off toward their next target. Ranked 40th, Ku Yuanliang. With Wu Zongqing leading the way, Zhang Ong, an outer sect disciple, assumed the role of a pure spectator. Junior brother Lin Xiao Ku Yuanliang's strength is quite considerable. He has reached the first layer of the Wheel Sea realm and excels in the falling rain sword technique, possessing excellent aptitude. He has comprehended 1/10 of the rain's momentum. His attacks lean toward offense and are relentless. To handle someone like this, the best approach is to strike from a single point to break through the hole. Our Starfire Blaze technique would work perfectly against him. Wu Zongqing walked and simultaneously provided Lin Xiao with a detailed analysis of their opponent. Lin Xiao did not interrupt him. He appreciated the sentiment. But when facing an opponent at the first layer of the Wheel Sea realm, did he truly need analysis? Couldn't he simply fight directly? Ku Yuanliang, hurry up and come out to fight. After we defeat you, we need to move on to the next challenge quickly. Wu Zongqing stood before the 40th ranked small building and called out loudly. No sooner had his words fallen than a figure flew forth. Upon seeing Wu Zongqing, thick contempt flashed in Ku Yuanliang's eyes. This person spoke with utter presumption. Junior brother Wu, did you bang your head somewhere and lose your wits? Do you really think you have the qualification to challenge me? Ku Yuanliang said coldly. Did I say I was the one challenging you? Casting a look of utter bewilderment at the other, Wu Zongqing turned to Lin Xiao and continued. Junior brother Lin Xiao, give it your all. I believe that within 10 rounds, no, within 5 rounds, this Ku Yuanliang will surely be defeated. Hearing this, Ku Yuanliang turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao in confusion, wondering who this person was. He did not seem to have seen him before. And upon hearing Wu Zongqing's words, Lin Xiao merely shook his head slightly and said calmly, to deal with him 1 round will suffice. 1 round. This person claimed he could defeat senior brother Ku, ranked 40th, in a single round. Such arrogance. Even the bystander disciples who had followed Zhu Jingye shook their heads, unwilling to believe those words. When the elite ranking separated someone by 1 or 2 positions, their strength might not differ greatly. But a gap of 20 places meant an enormous disparity. Although Lin Xiao had defeated Zhu Jingye with a single strike, senior brother Ku would need no more than 2 moves against Zhu Jingye himself. A cultivator at the Wheel Sea realm was far superior to one at the Spirit Gathering realm by more than a marginal degree. Boy, are you certain you are worthy to challenge me? Ku Yuanliang asked, eyeing Lin Xiao with suspicion. Why wouldn't I be? Junior brother Lin Xiao has already defeated me, and he now holds the 60th rank on the elite ranking. Before Lin Xiao could speak, Wu Zongqing had already provided the explanation. So this was Lin Xiao, and a junior disciple of Wu Zongqing. Had Crimson Flame Peak produced yet another formidable figure? Ku Yuanliang pondered with confusion. An inner sect disciple of his standing would never concern himself with outer sect trials, so it was only natural that he had never heard of Lin Xiao. What afraid to accept the challenge? Wu Zongqing called out again. Ku Yuanliang cast a glance at the surrounding disciples. He had no choice but to accept. If he refused the challenge, his reputation would be trampled into the mud. Besides, the other had spoken so presumptuously that he was determined to teach him a lesson. Then let us fight. I would like to see what ability you possess to defeat me in one strike. Ku Yuanliang drew his longsword and circulated his spiritual energy, battle intent surging around him. The surrounding disciples stepped back several paces, clearing a space for the two combatants. You will not draw your sword. Ku Yuanliang lowered his gaze and spoke coldly. Not necessary, Lin Xiao replied casually. Heh, arrogant. Truly arrogant. Slash of radiant moonlight. Ku Yuanliang bellowed and unleashed a sword technique from the falling rain sword art. His longsword danced, birthing 100 sword shadows laced with killing intent, all hurtling directly toward Lin Xiao. How powerful! The onlooker disciples were astounded by Ku Yuanliang's strike. If they were to block it, they feared they could only withstand a few blows before being overwhelmed. Yet Lin Xiao did not move. As those sword chi strikes were about to cut into his body, the disciples who had watched his previous bout against Zhu Jingye assumed he would once again employ that ghostly footwork to reposition and launch a counterattack against Ku Yuanliang. They opened their eyes wide, eager to observe how Lin Xiao would relocate this time. However, once again they were left disappointed. Lin Xiao did not move. Even as the sword chi struck his body, he remained motionless. Junior brother Lin Xiao, dodge quickly. Wu Zongqing grew anxious. He had full confidence in Lin Xiao, but that confidence stemmed from Lin Xiao's offensive capabilities. With merely a few casual words of guidance, he had helped Lin Xiao break through to a new realm. One like him would undoubtedly possess swordsmanship, far surpassing Wu Zongqing's own. Dealing with a Wheel C realm first-layer cultivator should pose little difficulty for junior brother Lin Xiao. But no matter how skilled one was with a sword, could one truly meet blade techniques with bare flesh and hands? He refuses to dodge. Even Ku Yuanliang showed surprise and doubt. Could it be that he was unable to dodge? Was this really his level? Some were amazed, others bewildered. But the next moment froze everyone in place. The sword chi strikes slammed into Lin Xiao's body, only to vanish instantly without a trace, as though they had never existed at all. Where did my sword chi go? I clearly struck him. How could this be? Ku Yuanliang's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Looking for something. Come at me again. Lin Xiao smiled. Indeed, a Wheel C realm first-layer cultivator. The power of his sword chi was rather mediocre. It was even slightly weaker than the ordinary sword chi found within the Brahma Sword Tomb. Ku Yuanliang gritted his teeth and charged forward, wielding his sword. He no longer attempted to release sword chi. Since sword chi proved useless, he would simply cleave directly. Clang! A muffled sound echoed. Ku Yuanliang had struck his target, but his pupils contracted sharply, terror flooding his expression. He had struck the opponent's hand. Or rather, his sword had been caught in the palm of that man's hand. How was this possible? The bystander disciples were equally stunned. He had blocked it again. During the previous match against Zhu Jingye, he had similarly intercepted that devastating punch. Now he had used the exact same method to block senior brother Ku's sword strike. But this was a sword. Was he not afraid of having his hand severed? Could one really grasp a blade with bare hands? Observer Wu Zongqing shared the same dumbfounded expression as Ku Yuanliang. Wasn't junior brother Lin Xiao a sword cultivator? How could he be even more of a body cultivator than a dedicated body cultivator? Meanwhile, upon grasping the opponent's sword, a series of memories surged into Lin Xiao's mind. His comprehension of the falling rain sword art deepened considerably. He dared to block in such a manner precisely because during his cultivation within the 8 hells of the Brahma Sword Tomb, he had passively attempted it hundreds of thousands of times. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 9 nether demon suppressing seal to its 3rd layer. Even without actively deploying the demon-suppressing seal, his physical strength was already comparable to that of a body cultivator at the same realm. Someone like Ku Yuanliang with his cultivation level and ordinary spirit sword did not qualify to harm him. Next it is my turn to attack. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. He truly did extend his hand, seized Ku Yuanliang's shoulder, twisted his body, and with full force slammed the other man into the ground. Ku Yuanliang's face registered shock. He attempted to resist, but discovered he could not break free from that grip whatsoever. Damn it, this fellow was absolutely a body cultivator. If he had known he was a body cultivator, his mind must have been addled to choose close combat. Thud! A thunderous impact resonated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Ku Yuanliang lay on the ground, eyes rolled back, unconscious. Lin Xiao dusted off his hands. Such a simple and direct shoulder throw was indeed the most practical technique. The surrounding crowd stood with gaping mouths, faces frozen in astonishment. Wu Zongqing gazed at Lin Xiao with profound doubt, and could not help but ask, "Junior brother Lin Xiao, have you switched to body cultivation?" "No, don't you think this is more impressive?" Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Wu Zongqing. "Impressive? What use was that?" "Junior brother Lin Xiao, us sword cultivators should keep our focus solely on the sword. Dividing one's attention is not advisable," Wu Zongqing whispered earnestly. He felt he barely had enough time to practice and comprehend sword techniques. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Wu. I will not neglect sword cultivation either. Let us proceed to the next. The 20th ranked on the elite ranking," Lin Xiao said. He actually wanted to say that once one's comprehension was sufficiently high, one would understand. "Junior brother Lin Xiao, how far do you intend to challenge?" Wu Zongqing asked curiously. "I have set a small goal to challenge my way into the top 10 first," Lin Xiao replied. He had no particular ambition regarding rankings. The 10th place was sufficient to obtain a quota for the Wuji ancient ruins. He would deal with that first. "I had thought junior brother Lin Xiao intended to sweep through the entire elite ranking." Wu Zongqing breathed a sigh of relief. Within the top 50 of the elite ranking, there were no longer any cultivators at the spirit gathering realm. Junior brother Lin Xiao, currently ranked 40th, was already unique. Especially the top 10 on the elite ranking, all of whom were genuine genius disciples with extraordinary strength. Junior brother Lin Xiao was indeed exceptionally powerful, but his cultivation base remained a shortcoming. Given several more years of cultivation, he would surely defeat them with ease, sweeping through the elite ranking. It is not impossible, in fact. Lin Xiao spoke with quiet confidence. "Junior brother Lin Xiao, one should not speak so freely. It would be better to maintain a low profile," Wu Zongqing hastily reminded him. This was Heavenly Peak. If they were on Crimson Flame Peak, perhaps such boastful words could be tolerated. "Haha, sweep through the elite ranking. Do you truly believe that defeating a few trash opponents makes you invincible?" A sinister voice echoed from nearby. Wu Zongqing turned his head, and a look of wariness appeared on his face. "Junior brother Lin Xiao, that is Chun Xiong, ranked 4th on the elite ranking. His cultivation has reached the 4th layer of the Wheel Sea realm. He is a blade cultivator, and he has already comprehended the initial embryonic form of blade intent." Wu Zongqing quickly whispered. "A blade cultivator. The 4th on the elite list. He has comprehended the rudiments of blade intent. This really is a worthy opponent." Lin Xiao looked at Chun Xiong, a surge of sword aura emanating from his body. Chun Xiong, who had originally regarded Lin Xiao with utter disdain, narrowed his eyes slightly upon sensing this sword aura. "With sword aura of this level, no wonder you're so arrogant. You must have comprehended the rudiments of sword intent." Chun Xiong's eyes blazed as he looked over. "What? You want to try?" Lin Xiao said calmly. "Pity your cultivation is too low," Chun Xiong said disdainfully. "But defeating you is enough," Lin Xiao retorted. "You?" Chun Xiong's face darkened. Wu Zongqing. The surrounding disciples. They were now speechless. They had thought Lin Xiao was a body cultivator, but it turned out he was a sword cultivator genius who had comprehended the rudiments of sword intent. Heavens! To have comprehended the level of sword intent at the spirit gathering realm. Such comprehension is simply too terrifying. They finally understood why Lin Xiao was so arrogant. Now seeing Lin Xiao facing off against Chun Xiong, ranked 4th, the crowd was still shocked. In their eyes, both were genius-level figures. One had comprehended sword intent, the other had comprehended blade intent. Yet their cultivation realms differed by 1 major realm and 4 minor realms. Surely they wouldn't end up fighting. "Chun Xiong, is it? Dare you fight me?" Lin Xiao directly issued a challenge. "Junior brother Lin Xiao, our rankings are not high enough to challenge Chun Xiong," Wu Zongqing reminded from the side. "I also happen to want to teach you the truth that a sword should not be too sharp, for a blade too sharp is easily broken. Don't worry, I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. As for the ranking issue, if you can defeat me, I will definitely find an elder to resolve it." If these two had the same cultivation level, who would be stronger was unknown. Who do you think will win? I'm on senior brother Chun Xiong's side. I've witnessed his battles firsthand. He's too strong. Then Lin Xiao is the strong one. He's a sword cultivator, but have any of you seen him draw his sword? If Lin Xiao really wins, then he is undoubtedly the most talented genius of Sword Demon Sect in recent years. On the open ground, Lin Xiao and Chun Xiong had already taken their positions on opposite sides. Chun Xiong adjusted his spiritual energy to the peak of spirit gathering realm. "My blade is a top-grade spirit tool, but don't think of catching it with your hand, or don't blame me if your hand is crippled." Chun Xiong chuckled and warned. Lin Xiao was unperturbed by such provocation and said calmly, "Actually, you don't need to suppress your cultivation. Even at the 4th level of Sea of Qi realm, I can still defeat you. Come fight." Chun Xiong's eyes turned cold as he roared. Lin Xiao might not be great at other things, but he was indeed sharp-tongued. He felt he was completely outmatched in words. "Come," Lin Xiao responded. He finally drew his long sword from its sheath. This sword of his was only a high-grade spirit tool, a whole grade inferior to the opponent's. Spark that sets the plane ablaze. Lin Xiao murmured. In an instant, a scorching, blazing aura emanated from his body, sweeping across the entire field. Like the oppressive silence before a volcanic eruption, heavy and crushing. Wu Zongqing not far away, eyes lit up. Here it comes, here it comes. Sword intent. Junior brother Lin Xiao is so amazing, he has actually comprehended the realm of sword intent. Go! Lin Xiao struck out with his sword. A majestic sword beam flew out. It seemed like an ordinary sword beam, but all the energy was deeply concealed within. Well struck. Chun Xiong's spiritual energy surged, and a blade shadow materialized behind him. He suddenly slashed downward, a streak of dark light attaching to the blade, slashing fiercely onto Lin Xiao's sword beam. Huh. No. This isn't the rudiment of sword intent. This is true sword intent. Chun Xiong exclaimed. Bang. A loud crash. Chun Xiong was knocked back more than 10 steps. The long blade in his hand was still trembling, and his tiger's mouth had already bled. How about that? I told you didn't need to suppress your cultivation. Lin Xiao said calmly. I didn't expect you to be a bit stronger than I thought. Chun Xiong's eyes turned serious. Perhaps it's more than a bit. Lin Xiao added casually. Chun Xiong. He really couldn't win against this guy in words. But you're not the only one who has comprehended true sword intent. After saying this, Chun Xiong stepped forward and slashed his long blade in the air toward Lin Xiao. The blade's shadow behind him merged into the long blade, and an aura of dark light and cold intent burst forth. A crescent-shaped black blade fully 3 zhang long swept down from the sky. Blade intent. Chun Xiong has also comprehended true blade intent. It seems this is his trump card. These two are exceptionally gifted. Ordinary people may not comprehend true sword intent or blade intent even at the late Sea of Qi realm, yet they have comprehended it so much earlier. Still, Lin Xiao is stronger. He is only at the spirit gathering realm. Yes, this Lin Xiao is a monster. Rumble. The black blade struck. Cracks appeared on the ground, spreading and shattering to the sides. Just blade intent, so what? Lin Xiao showed no fear and swung his sword as well. In an instant, a sharp sword beam shot straight into the clouds, its majestic sword intent like a surging river. Then Lin Xiao's sword beam, with a resolute posture, struck directly onto Chun Xiong's black blade. Crack! The black blade's intent instantly collapsed, then exploded apart, scattering into spiritual energy. Lin Xiao's sword beam, unstoppable, continued to slash onto Chun Xiong's top-grade spirit blade. A pained grunt sounded. Chun Xiong's arm shook violently, and for a moment, he couldn't hold his spirit blade, which flew backward out of his hand. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's sword beam suddenly changed direction, avoiding Chun Xiong's head, and flew into the distant sky. It's 2/10 sword intent. I lost. Chun Xiong lowered his eyes and forced out a sentence. He was fully convinced. His trump card was 1/10 blade intent. But he never expected his opponent to have comprehended sword intent to the extent of 2/10. From 1/10 to 2/10 it sounded like just one step. But only those who truly comprehend know that this step could take a year or 10 years. Moreover, if the opponent hadn't pulled back at the end, he would have had his head split open and died on the spot. Silence. A dead silence fell over the scene. It's over. Only 2 exchanges, and the battle ended. This was something no one had ever expected. 2/10 sword intent. Are you crazy? This Lin Xiao actually comprehended sword intent to such a level. Is he really only at the peak of spirit gathering realm? Is he not hiding his cultivation? You yield, Lin Xiao said. This Chun Xiong had a very stubborn temperament. No wonder he could comprehend blade intent at the 4th level of Sea of Qi realm. Because even at the very end, he did not restore his suppressed cultivation. Otherwise, with the opponent's cultivation at the 4th level of Sea of Qi realm, it would not have been difficult for him to block Lin Xiao's 2/10 sword intent attack. As for the ranking issue, I will speak to the elder. You're Lin Xiao, right? Don't get too proud. It won't be long before I come back to defeat you. After saying these 2 sentences, Chun Xiong quickly left the scene. This time Lin Xiao did not retort. When we meet next time, you and I will probably not be on the same level. Regardless, the 4th place on the elite list was secured. Next, he needed to make some preparations before going to the Wuji ruins. Junior brother Lin Xiao, you're amazing. I feel that if you continue challenging, you might even take the top spot. Wu Zongqing said excitedly. He felt that compared to junior brother Lin Xiao, he was nothing. No more challenges. This is enough. By the way, senior brother Wu, do you know where I can find a good movement technique? Lin Xiao asked. A good movement technique. Junior brother Lin Xiao, now that you have won the 4th place on the elite list, you can apply to enter the 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion. The best one in our sect is the Earth grade low rank movement technique, illusory shift. Wu Zongqing thought for a moment and said, Oh, I'm cultivating this one. Is there anything better? Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, Wu Zongqing. The finest body technique martial art in our sect is this one. Should I go ask my master for you? Wu Zongqing offered. No need. I know exactly who to ask. Senior brother Wu, do you happen to know where the pavilion ranked 4th is located? Lin Xiao inquired. Of course I do. Come, I'll show you the way. Wu Zongqing led Lin Xiao to the pavilion that had originally belonged to Qin Xiong. The news of Lin Xiao's victory over elite board 4th-ranked Qin Xiong began to spread throughout the inner sect. Rank changes on the elite board were commonplace, but fluctuations within the top 10 always drew particular attention. Lin Xiao, Spirit Gathering Realm Perfection, Sword Intent at 2/10. These terms circulated endlessly among the inner sect disciples. Half a day later, after experiencing the cultivation chamber rich in spiritual energy, Lin Xiao departed from Tianshan Peak. He made his way directly to the Pavilion of Hidden Arts. For inquiries about body techniques, asking anyone was inferior to seeking out Elder Mu. Lin Xiao, lad, it's barely been a few days, and you've already defeated that blade cultivator disciple of old ways. Elder Mu had been waiting at the pavilion entrance the moment Lin Xiao approached. Senior Chun was merely being gracious. If he hadn't suppressed his cultivation, he might have held on for a few more exchanges. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Elder Mu. Elder Mu nearly wanted to curse. He'd seen people praise themselves before, but never in such an indirect manner. Well, then have you come today to formally become my disciple? Let me pick an auspicious date for you, Elder Mu said cheerfully. Because it had only been the 8th day when the Lin Xiao lad had already emerged from the Fantian Sword Tomb. This led him to instinctively assume that old Geng had conceded. Otherwise, that old fellow would certainly have forced the Lin Xiao lad to persist until the 10th day. Oh, about that. Old Geng told me to pass on a message when I saw you. Lin Xiao recalled as he spoke. Haha, go on, tell me. Is he finally admitting defeat and too embarrassed to say it himself, so he's using you as his messenger? That old geezer who knew he was so concerned about face. Elder Mu laughed heartily in excellent spirits. No, old Geng asked me to say. Lin Xiao mimicked old Geng's demeanor and tone. In your dreams. Elder Mu's expression froze instantly. What is that old codger planning to go back on his word? Elder Mu's expression darkened slightly. Lin Xiao offered no explanation, merely extending his hand. What are you doing, lad? Elder Mu asked in confusion. Old Geng said to check for yourself, and you'd understand. Lin Xiao replied with a hint of resignation. These two old codgers were just like mischievous children. If they had something to say, why not just get together and sort it out? Forcing him to be the messenger. Elder Mu grasped Lin Xiao's hand with lingering doubts, probing with his spiritual sense. The moment he did, Elder Mu's expression transformed like overturned paint. From calm to crimson, from crimson to black, from black to white. Are you even human? How could you possibly reach such a level in just 8 days? How did you do it? Elder Mu withdrew his hand, gazing at Lin Xiao as though beholding a monster. Lin Xiao blinked. Why was the old man insulting him? He could only recount the grueling cultivation he had endured during those 8 days. You cultivated old Geng's technique to this level in 8 days, elevated your sword intent to 3.5/10, and yet you remain only at spirit gathering perfection. TSK Tisk, I didn't quite believe your earlier claim about easily defeating that blade cultivator lad, but now I'm convinced. A mere youth who just comprehended 1/10 of blade intent wouldn't stand a chance against you. Elder Mu shook his head, then nodded, then sighed, looking utterly world-weary. Indeed. During his 8 days of arduous cultivation within the Fantian Sword Tomb, Lin Xiao had not only elevated his cultivation to spirit-gathering perfection, but had also leveraged all those sword chi to comprehend sword intent to 3.5/10. The more he cultivated the Tiankue sword cannon, the deeper his understanding of the sword became. That old codger managed to steal a march on me. Quite the scheme he devised. Elder Mu sighed. It seemed the matter of taking Lin Xiao as a disciple would have to be postponed further. Elder Mu, with my level of comprehension, learning from both of you simultaneously wouldn't pose any issue at all. Lin Xiao expressed his own perspective, mainly because he sensed the complementary nature between the 9 nether demon suppressing seal and the Tiankue sword cannon. This will have to suffice for now. If I discover that your 9 nether demon suppressing seal falls too far behind that old codger's technique, then I absolutely will not agree. Elder Mu said indignantly. Understood, Elder Mu. Lin Xiao replied. I heard previously that you wanted to make a trip to the Wuji ruins. Was challenging the elite board all for that qualification? Elder Mu inquired. Yes. Lin Xiao confirmed. With your current cultivation and abilities, the Wuji ruins shouldn't present much danger. However, absolutely do not go near the Zhulong Lake within it. Elder Mu warned. Zhulong Lake. What kind of place is that? Lin Xiao asked curiously. It's a place where even a spiral core realm expert would face grave peril entering. Just stay away from it. Elder Mu's eyes betrayed a hint of fear. All right. I understand. Lin Xiao agreed outwardly, but in his heart his curiosity only deepened. A place even a spiral core realm expert would find dangerous. What could possibly be hidden there? By the way, Elder Mu, do you know where I might find a decent body technique martial art? Lin Xiao had nearly forgotten the actual purpose of his visit. Body technique. Why would a cultivation genius like you need any body technique? Once your physical constitution is refined to its absolute limit, your speed will be unrivaled without employing any technique at all. There's no need to comprehend the intent of speed. What's the point of cultivating such things? Elder Mu dismissed the idea contemptuously. The intent of speed. What exactly is that? Lin Xiao was very intrigued by this new term. Do you know what realm lies above the spiral core realm? Elder Mu asked. I'm afraid I don't. Lin Xiao shook his head. He knew there were certainly higher realms beyond spiral core, but he was merely at spirit gathering perfection. Above spirit gathering lay Sea of Wheels realm, then spiral core realm. So the realm beyond spiral core was still far from his current reach. I'll just briefly explain it to you. The realm above spiral core is known as the Transformation Cauldron realm. Furthermore, to have any chance at reaching Transformation Cauldron, one must comprehend at least 8/10 of an intent while still in spiral core. Sword intent, blade intent, fist intent. These are all forms of intent. Speed intent, pill intent, fire intent, and numerous others can all be cultivated toward Transformation Cauldron. Elder Mu spoke with ease, but Lin Xiao listened with complete focus. Elder Mu, if a person fully comprehended 2 intents, and then achieved Transformation Cauldron, would they be stronger than someone who only comprehended 1 intent? Lin Xiao posed the question that had formed in his mind. That goes without saying. But practically no one has ever accomplished such a feat. At least I've never heard of it. The difficulty of comprehending intent requires unimaginable perception and fortune. Comprehending even a single intent is extraordinarily challenging. Who would have the leisure to comprehend a second? Elder Mu spoke in a despondent tone. Sigh. He himself was still who knew how far from Transformation Cauldron. Difficult. I feel it's been rather easy. Lin Xiao murmured to himself. Easy. Mu Lao, upon hearing Lin Xiao's muttering, glared with wide eyes, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He had been in the whirlwind core realm for decades, reaching the late stage, yet he had only comprehended 60% of his intent. It was also because he had comprehended the body refinement intent, which was more difficult than other intents. Yet this brat actually said that comprehending intent was easy. Old Mu was about to scold Lin Xiao a few words, but he recalled that the other's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, yet he had already comprehended 35% of his sword intent. Such a level it seemed calling it easy was not an exaggeration. For a moment, Old Mu had a stifling breath stuck in his chest, making him extremely uncomfortable. How could he have encountered such a freakish little fellow? Lin Xiao seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his own words. He found it easy because his comprehension ability was at the maximum level. But for others, comprehending intent was far more difficult than cultivation. Old Mu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Lin Xiao prepared to seize the chance to slip away. Wait, Lin Xiao, my boy. If you truly want to find a top-tier movement technique, it's not that there isn't one. Old Mu's tone took a sudden turn, becoming gentle. This made Lin Xiao feel a sudden unease. What's going on? Just a moment ago he looked like he was about to curse, but now he suddenly changed his attitude. Old Mu, please go ahead. Lin Xiao stopped. He indeed wanted a top-tier movement technique. With such excellent comprehension, not making good use of it would be a waste of heaven's gifts. Old Mu took out a talisman stone, moved his lips as if speaking, but Lin Xiao heard no sound. After 2 breaths, Old Mu handed over the talisman stone along with a note and spoke. Cross the beast forest and travel 300 li north, and you'll reach the territory of the Flowing Cloud Sect. The Flowing Cloud Sect is also one of the top 10 sects in the Great Wei dynasty. They excel in movement techniques, ranking among the best in terms of speed. This is an IOU and my letter of introduction. Take these to the sect leader of the Flowing Cloud Sect, and you will surely be able to select a top-tier movement technique. Old Mu said with a serious face. Lin Xiao, hearing Old Mu's words, quickly took the IOU and the letter. He did not notice the hint of cunning anticipation and a touch of schadenfreude in Old Mu's eyes at that moment. Lin Xiao was truly astonished. Another IOU. Old Mu's connections were quite extensive. He could even reach the Flowing Cloud Sect, which was thousands of li away. Moreover, he had directly contacted their sect leader. As for its authenticity, Lin Xiao didn't doubt Old Mu at all. After all, the previous IOU had already brought him considerable gains. Old Mu, how did you get this IOU? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Cough, cough, why are you asking so many questions? Do you think I would deceive you, eh? Old Mu put on a stern face, forcibly hiding the strange look in his eyes. I wouldn't dare. Then I thank you, Old Mu. Lin Xiao was genuinely grateful to Old Mu. He had not yet formally taken him as a master, but Old Mu treated him as if he were his own disciple. This was a good man. He would also be a good master in the future. All right, you kid, hurry up and leave. The journey to Flowing Cloud Sect is not short. Aren't you also going to train in the Wuji ruins? There are still 10 days until the ruins open, and the Flowing Cloud Sect is not far from the Wuji ruins. You can make it in time if you leave now, Old Mu urged. Lin Xiao heard this and thought it made sense, so he should set off quickly. Lin Xiao suddenly thought of a question and said, Old Mu, do you have any flying vessel? How about giving me a ride? Thinking that from the Sword Demon Sect to the Flowing Cloud Sect, he had to cross the entire beast forest. With his current cultivation and strength, though he wasn't afraid it would still be somewhat troublesome. What? A flying vessel? What is that? You're dreaming, boy. Old Mu rolled his eyes at him. He had never heard of such a thing and didn't know where the kid had picked it up. Lin Xiao was puzzled. The Sword Demon Sect was at least one of the top 10 sects of the Great Wei Dynasty. Wasn't this thing in every fantasy novel? Then there must be flying beasts, right? Lin Xiao asked, settling for the next best. Old Mu frowned even more. You kid, just walk honestly. When your cultivation reaches the Whirlwind Core realm, you'll be able to fly. Our sect isn't some beast-taming sect. Who would raise that kind of thing? As a snack? After a few words, Lin Xiao was chased out. He directly left the Sword Demon Sect, preparing to head to the Flowing Cloud Sect. Old Mu of the Suture Depository, watching Lin Xiao walk away, muttered to himself, Kid, old Gung gave you a stroke of fortune. Your master cannot fall behind. Let's see if you can accept it. No, if you can handle it. On the other side, Lin Xiao had already stepped into the beast forest. If he didn't cross it directly, he would have to take a long detour. That would probably not leave enough time. But if he went straight through the beast forest, he could reach the Flowing Cloud Sect in 3 or 4 days, and then it would only take 2 days to get to the Wuji ruins. Not only would there be enough time, but he would also have many extra days. 2 days later, Lin Xiao had entered the depths of the beast forest. A beast nearly 4 meters in size was across from him, drooling and staring intently. A mid-stage will see realm beast, the Dark Tiger. It had great strength and speed, and when enraged it could use skills to unleash double its combat power. Roar. With a furious roar, the Dark Tiger pounced at Lin Xiao. Ryup. It swiped its claw and smashed Lin Xiao's head. But the next moment Lin Xiao appeared at a distance. A flash of sword light. The Dark Tiger was decapitated on the spot, falling to the ground dead beyond dead. Lin Xiao, who had killed the big tiger with a single sword strike, walked over with practiced ease and began to dismember the corpse. After tossing the most valuable parts into his storage ring, he continued forward. A mid-stage will see realm beast is still a bit weak, Lin Xiao sighed. The beast forest was enormous, comparable to a provincial city in his past life. He had already entered the forest's depths yesterday and killed the 4th wheel sea realm beast. With the 3rd layer of the 9 nether demon suppression seal and 35% sword intent, no beast could stop Lin Xiao. According to Old Mu, there were no whirlwind core realm beasts in this forest. So Lin Xiao had no worries. With his strength, even if he encountered a late stage will see realm beast, if he couldn't win, he still run away. After walking another half day, Lin Xiao's ears suddenly twitched. Phantom step. He instantly activated his movement technique, leaving an afterimage in place. But this time the technique that had always worked failed. A large gray shadow suddenly pounced at him, and a claw gleaming with cold light viciously slashed at his head. 9 nether demon suppression seal. In an emergency, he activated the seal, and a yellow demon seal surged out of his body. Bang! The sound of a hard collision. Lin Xiao was blasted over 10 meters away, only stopping when he hit a large tree. Damn! What kind of beast was this? This force was at least late stage will see realm. Walking by the river often, this time, he tripped over a stone. Lin Xiao quickly looked up. When he clearly saw the beast that attacked him, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed tightly. A wind wolf. A late stage will see realm wind wolf. Wasn't this kind of beast supposed to reach its peak at the peak of spirit gathering realm? Could it be a mutant? Lin Xiao was staring at the bizarre wind wolf. The wind wolf in turn kept its gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. It seemed puzzled, as if wondering how such a frail human could have survived its lethal strike. Starfire Cascade. Lin Xiao steeled himself without hesitation. Gripping his longsword, he unleashed one of his most common ultimate techniques straight at the wind wolf. Fiery sword chi streaked across the battlefield toward the wind wolf. Sensing the lethal threat, the beast dropped low, its body transforming into a streak of gray lightning. It zigzagged through several sharp turns, effortlessly evading Lin Xiao's strike. That speed. It's faster than mine. Lin Xiao's expression tightened with shock. Meanwhile, the wind wolf that had evaded the sword chi let out another savage roar and charged at Lin Xiao once more. Thud! Another claw swipe came in. Lin Xiao parried with the heavenly nether sword technique. Man and wolf clashed in fierce combat. After more than a dozen exchanges, the battle remained deadlocked, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The wind wolf's demonic aura grew increasingly dense, its eyes flushing crimson. It could not comprehend why it, stronger as it was, could not kill this human. No, it couldn't even breach his defenses. As for Lin Xiao, though he appeared to be constantly on the back foot, the demon-suppressing seal, coursing through him, left him entirely unscathed. Lin Xiao studied the wind wolf from head to tail. Bizarre. Far too bizarre. By every outward measure it was an ordinary wind wolf, yet its overall strength was nothing short of monstrous. It was undoubtedly a mutated variant. Enough deliberation, the end was near. Lin Xiao's eyes sharpened with resolve. Swish! A torrent of fierce sword intent surged from the heavens, plummeting straight toward the wind wolf below. The speed was several times faster than before. The wind wolf's mane bristled instantly. Roar! It let out a thunderous bellow. A crimson mist enveloped its body. With no desire to linger it turned and fled. In that instant it had sensed its very life hanging by a thread. If it did not run, the consequence would be death. However, even with the wind wolf's swift reaction, the sword chi, charged with killing intent, had already descended upon it. A blood-curdling scream rang out. A pool of blood stained the ground where the wind wolf had been, but the beast was gone. Lin Xiao stood stunned. It actually escaped. His most powerful strike had failed to slay it outright. Such defensive prowess was simply terrifying. Glancing at the bloodstain on the ground, Lin Xiao hesitated for only a moment before unleashing his full movement technique in pursuit. Either take it alive or claim its corpse. When a demonic beast reaches the golden core stage, a demon core forms within its body, an item rumored to be extraordinarily valuable. Could this peculiar wolf have already formed a demon core? If he secured one on this expedition, the returns would be beyond measure. Following the trail of blood, Lin Xiao quickly located the wind wolf's hiding place, a rocky cave. Step by cautious step, he entered and discovered the wind wolf barely clinging to life. Gashes along its body ran deep enough to expose bones stretching from its shoulder to its flank. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Still injured this severely and capable of fleeing so swiftly, its vitality was monstrous. But what happened next made Lin Xiao's scalp tingle and his eyes blaze with shock. The wind wolf was drinking something from a hollow depression on the ground. The wounds on its body began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Holy shit! Lin Xiao couldn't help but shout aloud. The wind wolf snapped its head around in panic. Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao unleashed a sword chi saturated with killing intent. Exploit the enemy's weakness while it lies wounded. He could not afford further delay. Every moment risked turning the tide. Roar! The wind wolf attempted to flee once more, but it lacked the strength. The roar cut off abruptly. The wind wolf's head separated from its body, lifeless. Lin Xiao quickly scanned the surroundings, confirmed no other beasts were present, and finally relaxed his guard. He approached the corpse, but did not look at the wolf. Instead, his gaze fell upon the hollow depression on the ground. Within it lay some unknown liquid, milky white and shimmering with a faint radiance. Lin Xiao merely breathed in from a meter away, and an intensely rich wave of spiritual energy flooded his body. Exceptionally pure and threaded through with a trace of green energy. That green energy triggered an instinctive craving deep within Lin Xiao's body. Hiss, what exactly was this? Lin Xiao widened his eyes in astonishment. Just inhaling it produced such an intense effect. What would it do if consumed? Wait. Lin Xiao's eyes snapped open as realization struck. He looked up abruptly. That is, his expression shifted to alarm. At the ceiling of the cave, 3 stalactites radiating an ethereal glow hung suspended. Drip. At that moment, a single drop of white liquid fell from one of them, landing in the depression on the ground below. Could this be what novels refer to as spirit-dripping stalactites? A concentrated essence formed from the rhythm of heaven and earth, endowed with tremendous vitality and spiritual energy. These are exceedingly rare. They might not grow a single centimeter in over a decade, and in a century, they might only reach 30 centimeters at most. Lin Xiao muttered to himself, his eyes brightening with delight. For before him, the shortest of the 3 stalactites stretched over 30 centimeters, while the longest reached an astonishing full meter in length. That longest specimen, could it truly be a 1,000-year-old spirit-dripping stalactite? Lin Xiao took several deep breaths to steady himself, then used a series of agile leaps to reach the cave ceiling. Regardless of whether his guess was correct, the fact that mere drippings from this liquid had allowed an ordinary wind wolf to reach such a level proved beyond doubt that this was a treasure of immense value. Click, click, click. Using his sword with meticulous care, Lin Xiao severed all 3 stalactites and stowed them within his storage ring. He then took out several jade vials and collected every remaining drop of the liquid from the ground. Nothing should be wasted. Wastefulness is a sin. Finally, Lin Xiao turned his attention to the wind wolf's corpse. Just how much of this liquid had this demonic beast consumed? With a wave of his left hand, he withdrew a complete set of cooking utensils from his storage ring. With the fiery blaze sword technique, he kindled a fire, and with the heavenly nether sword technique, he carved the meat. The wolf steaks sizzled over the flames. Once cooked to a perfect medium, Lin Xiao sliced off a small piece and placed it in his mouth. Tender, smooth, and exquisitely flavorful. But more importantly, boom. As the wind wolf's blood reached his stomach, it transformed into a powerful surge of energy that coursed through his entire body. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Xiao's lips, just as he had theorized. A mere wind wolf knew nothing of cultivation methods. Consuming the spirit-dripping liquid whole and unrefined meant it could never properly assimilate its power. Its body was in essence a premier nutritional supplement charged with spiritual energy. Finishing the substantial portion of wolf steak, Lin Xiao immediately began circulating the 9 nether demon suppression seal. As he carefully sensed the changes within his body, Lin Xiao's joy knew no bounds. The effects of just this single portion of wolf meat were no less than those of a top-grade yuan gathering pill. An hour later, all the energy had been fully refined. Lin Xiao continued roasting the remaining wolf steaks. Thus, throughout the entire day, he ate, cultivated, and ate again in endless repetition. Just as Lin Xiao had finished most of the wind wolf, faint voices drifted in from outside. Senior sister, that wind wolf is definitely dwelling in this cave. I'm certain it's a late-stage sea soul realm beast. Such a wind wolf must have stumbled upon some great fortune. There may well be hidden opportunities within this cave as well. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao's expression darkened. Senior sister, the trail of beast blood outside leads all the way here. It must be that mutated wind wolf lost a fight with another beast and fled here to heal its wounds. Let's go, we need to get inside quickly. With senior sister here, even if this wind wolf weren't injured, we wouldn't need to fear it. Yeah, the 4 of us can surely take down a wind wolf, can't we? No sooner had the voices from outside the cave faded than 4 figures darted into the cavern. All 4 were women. 3 wore green robes, and the one in the middle was clad in purple. Their appearances and figures were among the finest of women, especially the purple-robed one. Her starry eyes shimmered with a faint light, carrying a hint of cool aloofness, while her ink-black hair cascaded down like flowing clouds. Her bearing was elegant and ethereal, warm and smooth as jade with a touch of spiritual grace. Lin Xiao swept a glance over them. The 3 green-robed women had cultivation at the 4th and 5th levels of the Wheel Sea realm, which was the mid-stage of that realm. As for the purple-clad young woman, she had reached at least the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm, placing her in the late stage. 4 Wheel Sea realm cultivators, and all of them women. While Lin Xiao was sizing them up, the 4 women also noticed his presence as soon as they entered the cave. Senior sister, someone got here first. Damn it. Judging by the blood trail outside, it was left not long ago. This person was way too fast to find it. Look at the spot by his feet. It's a wind wolf carcass. He's already eaten quite a bit. When they discovered that the man opposite them was only at the perfection of the spirit gathering realm, their tension immediately eased. Someone who hadn't even reached the Wheel Sea realm posed no threat to them at all. Got here first. As if this place belonged to your family. Lin Xiao spat out a bone from his mouth and spoke to them with calm composure. After discerning the cultivation levels of the 4 women, he relaxed. A mere 7th level Wheel Sea realm girl. What was there to worry about? Seeing Lin Xiao's demeanor, the 4 women exchanged puzzled expressions. Didn't this man realize they were all Wheel Sea realm experts? Senior sister, the spiritual energy in this cave is extremely dense, but I haven't found any heavenly treasures. I think. One of the green-robed women stared at the ring on Lin Xiao's hand as she spoke. The implication was clear. There must have been something valuable here, and this man had taken it. The purple-clad woman nodded slightly, stepped forward, and said coolly to Lin Xiao, "Sir, we did scout this location a few days ago. I hope you will bring out whatever you found, and we are willing to share it equally with you." Hearing the purple-robed woman's words, the 3 junior sisters behind her showed displeased expressions. Share equally? On what grounds? This place was theirs to begin with. Besides, good things should go to those who are capable. What was there to negotiate with a spirit-gathering realm cultivator? Lin Xiao was also somewhat surprised. He could tell that the purple-clad girl wasn't lying. This woman was quite upright. If it were him, he would probably have attacked directly. Just then Lin Xiao frowned again. Suddenly 8 or 9 figures rushed in from outside and immediately surrounded Lin Xiao and the 4 women. So there's a place like this. Junior sister Yushang, you really know how to find them. The handsome young man at the lead surveyed the cave, then fixed his gaze on the purple-clad girl with a light laugh. It's Sikong Hao from the Xianin Sect. What's he doing here? That little demon is here. We're in big trouble. They say that Fiend's cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm, 1 whole level higher than senior sister. The 3 green-robed women were already panicking, cold sweat beading on their palms. You? Followed us. Luo Yushang's face was icy as she stared at Sikong Hao. Followed you. Junior sister Yushang, saying that hurts my feelings. I just wanted to find a nice place to become Dao companions with you, and then tomorrow I'll go to Luyun's sect to propose to your father. How about it? What do you think? Sikong Hao said with a beaming smile. Sikong Hao, what are you saying? Our senior sister will never like you, nor will she become your Dao companion. One of the green-robed women behind Luo Yushang couldn't bear it any longer and retorted. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. No one even saw Sikong Hao move, but the talkative green-robed girl was sent flying, a bright red five-finger mark blooming on her face. Sikong Hao, we're not far from Luoyan's sect. Aren't you afraid our sect members will come? Luo Yushang quickly shielded her fallen companion. Sikong Hao laughed even more cheerfully. Don't worry, I'm sure your sect won't be here anytime soon. And as for these little junior sisters of yours, my junior brothers will take good care of them today. The other young men beside him, upon hearing this, cast lecherous glances at the three green-robed women. The women's faces turned deathly pale, and they dared not utter another word. The spiritual energy density in this cave is nearly 3 times that outside. It's almost like a top-grade spirit gathering array. There must be an extraordinary heavenly treasure here. Junior sister Yushang, either you hand over the goods, and we'll be gentle today, or we'll be forceful and find the treasure ourselves. Take your pick. Feeling the spiritual energy within the cave, Sikong Hao's eyes gleamed with greed and excitement. As soon as he said this, the 4 women, including Luo Yushang, changed color again. Hey, you go ahead with your business. Can you just let me leave? A voice interrupted the standoff between the 2 groups. Everyone's eyes converged. Who are you? Sikong Hao interrogated, looking at him as if he were an ant. A spirit-gathering realm cultivator in his eyes didn't even deserve to speak. I'm just a passerby. I don't know any of them. Lin Xiao stated frankly. Oh, then, kill him. Sikong Hao said nonchalantly, his tone as casual as asking, had dinner? As soon as he spoke, a minion at the 2nd level of the Wheel C realm sneered and swung his blade toward Lin Xiao's neck. Wait, why kill him? Luo Yushang was about to intervene. This man was a stranger to them. Even if he had taken the heavenly treasure, it didn't warrant death. Oh, a scream cut short. Before Luo Yushang could act, the minion who had rushed forward with his blade flew back at twice the speed. Everyone saw clearly a bone had pierced straight through his heart. As he flew through the air, his life force dissipated. By the time he slammed into the cave wall, he was already a corpse. Sorry about that. He moved too suddenly, and I couldn't hold back in time. Lin Xiao smiled apologetically, then added, I heard that righteous sects offer bounties for Will See realm demon cultists. So how much is this guy's head worth? Sikong Hao's countenance had turned from clear to overcast. He had never imagined that this youth would dare to fight back, and with such lethal precision. A single strike to finish his opponent. The 4 women and the other underlings were utterly bewildered. The sudden turn of events filled everyone's minds with confusion. Wasn't this man only at the spirit-gathering realm? What just happened? The weapon he used, was that a bone? You brat killed junior brother Wang. Let's gang up and finish him off. Killed by a mere spirit-gathering cultivator. Junior brother Wang died, too, unjustly. Kill him, or if this gets out, our Xianin sect will be utterly disgraced. You still dream of taking our heads for a bounty. Dream on. Before Sikong Hao could speak, 4 underlings charged at Lin Xiao together. In their eyes, their comrade had simply been too careless and got himself killed. Moreover, the deceased junior brother Wang was the weakest among them. Now that so many of them attacked at once, no matter how formidable this youth was, he would have no room to counter. Sikong Hao did not stop them. He felt no sorrow for the dead junior brother Wang either. Dead was dead. That meant one less person to share the spoils of today's harvest. However, when the 4 underlings swung their blades and swords at Lin Xiao, they realized they had only struck an afterimage. Where was he? The next moment, a figure appeared beside each of them. Thud, 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 thud. For muffled sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Then with cries of pain, the 4 underlings were sent flying one by one. They crashed into the cave walls, leaving deep pits and sinking into them. The 4 made no sound, their fate unknown. The others witnessed this scene. Shock mingled with fear as they looked at Lin Xiao, now filled with wariness. Defeating 1 might be coincidence, but defeating 5, that was a problem. This young man, seemingly at the spirit-gathering realm, was far from simple. Especially considering that the 4 he had just defeated were all at the 3rd level of the Sea of Qi realm. Who exactly are you? Do you intend to fully offend our Xianin sect? Sikong Hao stared coldly at Lin Xiao. The other underlings took a step back, daring not to advance. They were already growing panicked. Your words are truly laughable. Who am I that I must tell you? And you talk of offending your Xianin sect. You were about to kill me, so should I just stick my neck out for you? Lin Xiao let out a genuine chuckle. These people were used to being arrogant and domineering, weren't they? They spoke without thinking. The Xianin sect. Among the top 10 of the Dawei dynasty, there were only 2 demonic sects. One was the Jinma sect, ranked 7th, and the other was the Xianin sect, ranked 10th. And from just a few words of contact with the Xianin sect members, Lin Xiao felt that the quality of these disciples was far inferior to that of his own Jinma sect. After all, he had absorbed the memories of thousands of Jinma sect disciples. He had that judgment. Quite the silver tongue, aren't you? Sikong Hao praised coldly, then turned to the remaining 3 underlings. You three keep an eye on Luo Yushang and the others. I'll handle this one. Yes, senior brother Sikong. The three underlings sighed in relief and quickly replied. That mysterious fellow had already taken down 5 of their companions. Even if the 3 of them went, the result would be the same. Hearing that Sikong Hao was going to fight personally, the 4 women murmured among themselves. Senior sister, who do you think that man is, eh? How can he be so strong? He might have concealed his cultivation. Such speed and strength are definitely not what a spirit-gathering cultivator should possess. I wonder who is stronger between him and Sikong Hao. Luo Yushang stared at Lin Xiao, feeling helpless and self-reproachful. If they hadn't come here, Sikong Hao wouldn't have followed. Then he wouldn't have been implicated. Although this spirit-gathering fellow is strong, he must be far inferior to Sikong Hao. Sikong Hao is an 8th level C of Qi realm powerhouse, second in the inner sect of Xianin sect, and a genius who has comprehended 10% of sword intent. If he were in our Luyun sect, he would definitely be the top of the inner sect. Currently, the top of Luyun sect's inner sect was herself. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Sikong Hao's strength was definitely greater than hers. As they murmured, the battle between the two began. Sikong Hao gripped his longsword, and with a flick of the tip, he slashed through the air. His movement was erratic, like a ghost turning into a gray shadow. Ordinary people couldn't even see his figure. This strike aimed at the opponent's chest. Clang! A crisp ringing sound echoed. The longsword, bursting with sharp sword chi, halted. It stopped a dozen centimeters before Lin Xiao, caught firmly between Lin Xiao's palms. Catching a blade with bare hands. That was even possible. The 4 women were stunned. They had expected the spirit-gathering youth to dodge or launch a counter. But he had simply caught the longsword. Your body's toughness. How is this possible? Sikong Hao was dumbfounded. His longsword was infused with exclusive sword chi. Even the toughest steel would be sliced instantly upon contact with that sword chi. Yet this man had caught his longsword barehanded, and his hands were completely unharmed. What incredible physical resilience. Even if he was a body cultivator, he was only at the spirit-gathering realm, not even reaching the Sea of Qi realm. How could he be this strong? Sikong Hao had fought body cultivators before, but this man was too bizarre. Is that all you've got? Lin Xiao spoke as he kicked out. Sikong Hao couldn't dodge in time. With a muffled grunt, he was sent flying backward. This scene left everyone present in disbelief. A spirit-gathering cultivator facing a late-stage Sea of Qi realm expert. In the first exchange, the late-stage Sea of Qi expert was at a disadvantage. No one would believe it if told. Yet it happened right before their eyes. Damn it. If I don't kill you today, I'm not a man. Sikong Hao's face darkened, his killing intent fierce. Boom. A cold and sharp sword intent emanated from his body and blade. With a gentle swing, the rock walls beside him were crushed to dust by the sword chi. Catching a blade with bare hands. Let's see if you can catch this one. Even the top body cultivator couldn't block a strike bursting with sword intent with bare hands. But just as he was about to unleash his killing blow, the body cultivator opposite opened his mouth. Do you really think you're the only one who can use a sword? With a stretch of his hand, a long sword materialized in his grip. Sikong Hao, the 4 women, the underlings. What did that mean? Was this man not a body cultivator? The next moment, a cold and sharp sword intent surged from this man. Sikong Hao's eyes went wide. Sword intent. This man has also comprehended sword intent. But that was not the most shocking part. What stunned him most was that the sword intent the other released was so similar to his own. Sikong Hao was stunned. The others were equally shocked, their jaws dropping. A mere youth at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm had actually comprehended sword intent. To them, it was as unbelievable as a dead man speaking. It completely overturned their understanding. I don't believe it. You must have used some kind of sorcery. Dark annihilation. Sikong Hao channeled all his spiritual energy, unleashing his most powerful strike. This kid was too strange, he had to finish it quickly. In an instant, a dark black sword light shot out. The sword light surged, crackling as it devoured even the air. When the crowd saw this sword light, a chill rose from the soles of their feet. This was definitely not something they could resist. Moreover, they sensed that the sword intent contained in Sikong Hao's killing move was not just 1/10, but 1.5 tenths. He had improved again. Though only half a tenth among experts, a slight difference could lead to a vast disparity. Half a tenth of sword intent could already determine many things. Lin Xiao stared at the incoming sword light with blazing eyes. He was eager to try absorbing sword intent once. He had absorbed sword chi many times, but never sword intent. But for safety's sake, he decided to wait until his cultivation was higher. After all, that was a killing blow from someone at the late stage of the Wheel C realm. He could not afford to be careless. With that thought, Lin Xiao abandoned the idea of absorbing sword intent. He raised the long sword in his hand. Sorcery. I'll show you what real sorcery is. Shadow sword art, dark annihilation. The same movement, the same sword technique, the same sword light. Wong. A dark black sword light burst forth from Lin Xiao's sword. The same martial skill and sword technique, when used by different people, had completely different effects and power. For instance, Sikong Hao had at most mastered the shadow sword art to the great completion or perfection stage. But after catching the sword barehanded, Lin Xiao had already absorbed the other's level of comprehension, coupled with his previous insights in his sword techniques. The shadow sword art was now completely understood by Lin Xiao. When Sikong Hao saw this, he was both shocked and terrified. Shadow sword art. The opponent had actually also used the shadow sword art. What was going on? But Sikong Hao laughed. Even if you also have sword intent and know the shadow sword art, how can you make up for the gap in our cultivation realms? Sikong Hao laughed ferociously. I am at the 8th level of the Wheel C realm. The sheer depth of my spiritual energy alone is incomparable to a mere peak spirit gathering realm like you. Luo Yushang also inexplicably grew tense. Just from the size of the two sword lights, Sikong Hao's sword light was far larger than that of the other person. It's over. How can they compare? The gap in cultivation is too great. Boom. A loud crash. The two sword lights collided. The entire cave shook violently. What happened? Who was stronger? It must be Sikong Hao, right? Everyone hurriedly looked over. Upon looking, everyone was dumbfounded. Where the sword lights had collided, a crack over 10 meters deep was carved into the ground. The two sword lights were evenly matched, canceling each other out. No, this is impossible. 2/10 sword intent. You actually comprehended 2/10 sword intent. Sikong Hao stared at Lin Xiao, his voice trembling with disbelief. After all, he had comprehended 1.5 of sword intent, which had caused quite a stir in the Xianyin sect. Even the sect master of Xianyin sect valued him highly, intending to groom him as the next sect leader. But compared to the person before him, what was he? He wasn't even fit to carry the other's shoes. Staring blankly, then let me teach you what the shadow sword art really is. A voice sounded eerily. Lin Xiao raised his sword, his entire figure seeming to merge into the shadows, appearing and disappearing. Then a beam of dark light gathered at a single point as eerie winds and shadowy figures surged. A sword light over 10 zhang tall pierced through the 9 netherworlds, its grim sword intent seeming to swallow all light. A single point of cold light shines myriad miles, one sword's frost chills 50 continents. Shadow slash. Whoosh. A black light flashed and vanished as if it had never appeared. Perfect level shadow sword art and 3.5 of sword intent. Sikong Hao's pupils gradually dimmed, losing all color. His life force dissipated completely. The expression left on his face was one of shock. Hiss. Everyone present gasped, a chill shooting from the soles of their feet straight to their heads. Dead. The most talented inner disciple of the Xianyin sect, Sikong Hao, was actually dead. And he was killed by someone at the peak of the spirit gathering realm. This was too unbelievable. At that moment, the last 3 lackeys who had followed Sikong Hao suddenly changed expression. Run! Sikong Hao was dead. Now the most endangered ones were them. The 3 exchanged glances, then activated their full movement techniques, frantically fleeing toward the cave entrance. Alas! With a sigh, 3 sword lights flashed. Thump, thump, thump. 3 bodies crashed to the ground dead. Thus far. Inside the cave, only 5 people remained: Lin Xiao and the 4 terrified women. Lin Xiao looked at the women, revealing a sinister smile, and spoke. Don't worry, I am quite gentle with women. How about we play a game? I'll count to 10. You can run or hide. Let's see which of you can survive from me in the end. Well, isn't it fun? This game cannot be refused. Now, the game begins. 1. After saying these words, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and counted the first number. Luo Yushang and the other 3 women's hearts were filled with fear. Even seeing Lin Xiao had closed his eyes, they dared not attack at all. What had just happened was still vivid in their minds. The gap between them and this person was vast. 2. Run. Let's run quickly. Luo Yushang hesitated no more. She immediately grabbed the 3 women and activated their best movement techniques, turning into 4 streaks of light as they desperately fled. 3. Lin Xiao counted the third number. After that, he did not continue counting. Only after confirming that the 4 girls had truly left did he open his eyes. At this moment, Lin Xiao's face was pale and weak, his eyes filled with nothing but exhaustion. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, then quickly took out a bottle of stalactite milk. After taking a large gulp, his complexion regained a bit of color. Without further delay, Lin Xiao directly circulated his cultivation technique to recover. That's right. After killing Sikong Hao, Lin Xiao was already in a state of exhaustion. After all, Sikong Hao was a powerhouse at the 8th level of the Wheel C realm. The final killing move of the shadow sword art he had unleashed directly drained 90% of his spiritual energy and a large amount of his blood essence. Without that, he could not have killed Sikong Hao. Afterward, he finished off the 3 lackeys. At that time, Lin Xiao was completely at the end of his rope with no strength left to fight. Tricking the 4 women into leaving was a helpless move. What he needed to do now was to recover some strength as quickly as possible and then leave this place. Otherwise, if those 4 women came to their senses and came back to trouble him, it would be disastrous. The 4 women who had fled from the cave had no other thoughts in their minds. Their sole desire was to survive. It was utterly terrifying. With his own power, he had annihilated Sikong Hao and his group, leaving no survivors. Then he proceeded to play such a twisted game with them. This man was nothing short of a demon. Even now, having escaped the cave, they still felt as if a sharp sword was pressed against the backs of their heads, their lives no longer in their own hands. The 4 women kept running without end. They ran until they had left the beast forest before daring to catch their breath. Senior sister, is that man pursuing us? My heart is pounding so fast. This is my first time teetering on the brink of life and death. In the cave, I felt as if I was about to die. Luckily, that man was unaware that our Luyun sect excels in movement techniques, so we managed to shake him off. The 3 green-clad women still shuddered at the memory of that man's ferocity. No, it wasn't that we shook him off. He simply never chased us. Luo Yushang frowned and spoke softly. Oh, senior sister, what do you mean? The 3 women were stunned by Luo Yushang's words. That man hadn't pursued them. Impossible. They had all witnessed him silencing his victims. If he didn't kill them, the matter of Sikong Hao might well be exposed. I can't explain it clearly. It's just an intuition. If that man wanted to kill us, why would he play that chasing game? He could have simply acted. Luo Yushang said. The 4 women pondered further, but still had no clue. After catching their breath, they once again activated their movement techniques and sped back to the Luyun sect. A day later, Lin Xiao inside the cave finally stood up. Cracking sounds emanated from his bones as his entire body shifted. After cultivating for an entire day with the stalactite milk, the 9 nether demon suppression seal had broken through again, reaching the 4th layer. His physical strength and bodily defense had been greatly enhanced. If he were to fight Sikong Hao again now, it would undoubtedly be much easier. At least he wouldn't be so battered. Not only had the demon suppression seal advanced, but his sword intent had also improved considerably during this battle. This stalactite milk is truly a wonderful thing. Lin Xiao marveled, looking at the empty bottle in his hand. He had originally thought it would take at least 3 days to recover from his weakened state. Yet after consuming a bottle of stalactite milk, he was fully restored after cultivating for most of the day. Unfortunately, he only had 10 bottles. Each one used meant 1 less. If the stalactite milk was this effective, what would the 3 stalactite rods in his storage ring be like? Lin Xiao was curious, but did not attempt to use them immediately. Intuition told him that they should be saved for when he reached the Luanhai realm. With only a few days left until the Wuji ruins, he should first head to the Luyun sect. Lin Xiao moved and sped off in the direction of the Luyun sect. The release of those 4 women yesterday was indeed intentional. After all, he was no murderous demon. Those 4 women bore him no ill will and were disciples of the Luyun sect. He was unwilling to kill without cause. As for those from the Xianin sect, he believed they deserved death. If you don't kill them, they won't let you go either, so it's better to settle the matter once and for all. Thus, after another day passed, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the Luyun sect. At that moment, the sect was holding its annual Heavenly Stairway Challenge. Any disciple ranked in the top 100 of the inner sect could participate in the challenge. The so-called Heavenly Stairway was a trial ground built by the Luyun sect. It consisted of 100 steps spanning 1,000 meters with a stone tablet placed at the top. This tablet possessed immense power, releasing an extremely strong gravitational force around it. The closer one got, the stronger the gravity and resistance. Even a Xindan realm cultivator would find it difficult to approach within 10 meters of the tablet. This object was said to have been obtained by a former sect leader of the Luyun sect by chance. After years of fruitless research, he placed it here and established this trial ground. Although the gravity on the stairway gradually intensified, training movement techniques under this gravity could yield twice the results with half the effort. It was for this reason that the Luyun sect had excelled in movement techniques for over a century. At this moment, nearly 100 disciples of the sect were participating in the Stairway Challenge. They were braving the immense gravity step by step, challenging higher platforms. What's wrong with senior sister? In previous years, she always took the lead, but this time she seems distracted. Indeed, it's been an hour, yet senior sister has only reached the 26th step. Look at senior brother Xiao. He's already surpassed the 30th step. Do you think senior brother Xiao might take first place in this year's Heavenly Stairway Challenge? The watching disciples cheered for their senior brothers and sisters while engaging in heated discussion. On the high platform near the stairway sat the senior leaders of the Luyun sect. Haha, sect leader, your precious daughter isn't in her usual form today, an inner sect elder teased. There's a reason for it. It's good enough that she can participate, the sect leader said with a wry smile. Did something happen? I heard she only returned in a hurry last night, another inner sect elder inquired. Let's proceed with the Heavenly Stairway Challenge first. After it's over, I need to discuss this matter with all of you, the sect leader said seriously. Hearing this, the expressions of the high-ranking officials changed slightly. It seemed the matter was serious. They quickly changed the topic and said no more. Just then, an inner sect disciple hurried onto the platform. Greetings, sect leader and elders, the disciple said respectfully. What is it? The sect leader looked over puzzled. Normally at such a time disciples would not interrupt them unless something important had occurred. Reporting to the sect leader, a young man outside the sect requests an audience, saying he has business with you, the disciple reported. Looking for the sect leader. Didn't you tell him that the sect leader is not just anyone can meet? If every outsider came to visit, the sect leader with his myriad of duties would have no time to attend to such visits, an inner sect elder immediately scolded. When else to flatter if not now? Sect leader Luo did not refute the remark. Indeed, he was not one to grant an audience to just anyone. The disciple is aware of that rule, but that man said he is from the Jinma sect, sent by someone named Mu Lao to deliver a letter. Hearing this, I hesitated for a moment, then hurried to report to you, the disciple explained. A person from the Jinma sect. Upon hearing the word Jinma sect, the other high-ranking officials who had been indifferent suddenly pricked up their ears. Sect leader Luo's expression turned peculiar. What? You really heard him say that he was sent by a man named Mu Lao to deliver a letter? Sect leader Luo instantly became alert, astonishment flashing in his eyes. Yes, sect leader, the inner disciple replied. Bring him here at once. Sect leader Luo said without any hesitation. Yes, disciple will bring that person here immediately. The inner disciple responded and hurriedly withdrew. Patriarch Luo's expression turned uncertain, as if lost in thought. The other high-ranking members, though burning with curiosity, dared not ask. A few minutes later, a figure was led onto the platform by the same inner disciple. Many disciples turned their gaze toward the scene, wondering who this young man was. So young, yet qualified to be invited to the stage. Spirit gathering realm perfection. Phew. That's a relief, that's a relief. The moment Patriarch Luo saw the newcomer, the anxiety in his heart subsided. Greetings, young friend. Are you the one delivering a message on behalf of Elder Mu? Patriarch Luo asked with a genial demeanor. Such a tone and attitude made the surrounding high-ranking members exchange incredulous glances. Why would the Patriarch be so courteous to an outsider? They were puzzled. Yes, Patriarch Luo, Lin Xiao replied with equal politeness. He then handed over the promissory note and the talisman stone that Elder Mu had given him. The note was merely an ordinary piece of white paper, seemingly blank. Yet Lin Xiao knew that a secret technique had been applied to it, requiring a specific method to reveal the contents. The moment Patriarch Luo saw the paper, he trembled slightly. This. What must come will come. After taking the note and the talisman stone, Patriarch Luo immediately examined the confidential contents within the stone. Of course, no one else could hear or see it. The next moment, the crowd noticed something astonishing. Patriarch Luo's expression first showed a frown of distress, then disbelief, followed by fury, and finally, crack. Outrageous. That old Mu truly thinks my Luyun sect has no one and fears his Jinma sect. Patriarch Luo glared at Lin Xiao, his aura growing heavy. Lin Xiao was stunned. What the hell? What happened? Why was Patriarch Luo glaring at him like that? As if he had stolen his daughter. Are you insane? What did old Mu write? Old Mu says you want our sects, Qianli Tingguang art. The Patriarch said coldly, his expression unreadable. Qianli Tingguang art. What was that? Lin Xiao was puzzled. But before he could ask, the exclamations of those around him already provided the answer. This person wants our sects, Qianli Tingguang art. Is he dreaming? The Qianli Tingguang art is a heaven-grade mid-tier secret art, the treasured heirloom of our Luyun sect. Even lending it out is impossible, let alone a single glance. How ridiculous. In our Luyun sect, only the heir to the Patriarch or an inner elder who has made great contributions can cultivate this secret art. What is an outsider thinking? The high-ranking members bristled with indignation. Lin Xiao, however, seized a key point, a glint of fervor flashing in his eyes. Qianli Tingguang art, a heaven-grade mid-tier secret art. A secret art was a level above mere movement techniques. This was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yes, Lin Xiao affirmed under the curious gazes of those around him. For a heaven-grade mid-tier secret art, he had to thicken his skin. He didn't know what the Patriarch owed Elder Mu, but debts must be repaid. The promissory note was here. Surely the Patriarch wouldn't renege. Fine. A bold one indeed. Patriarch Luo gritted his teeth, staring at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, are you crazy or am I? He felt his responses were perfectly normal. Yet why was Patriarch Luo's reaction so unusual? Lin Xiao, correct. Do you see that heavenly stairway over there? Patriarch Luo pointed to the distant stairway. I see it, Lin Xiao replied. Go ahead and challenge it. If you can surpass all my disciples, we can continue discussing the secret art. Otherwise, I can only tell Elder Mu I am powerless. Patriarch Luo's tone was calm as water. Hearing this, Lin Xiao turned his gaze toward the heavenly stairway. Watching the disciples of Luyun sect ascending step by step with evident difficulty, he could guess that the stairway must harbor tremendous resistance. To obtain the secret art, he had to pass a trial. How troublesome. All right, Patriarch Luo. May I go now? Lin Xiao dismissed further thoughts. It was just climbing stairs, wasn't it? He believed he would not fall short. Patriarch Luo nodded and Lin Xiao turned and walked toward the stairway. After Lin Xiao had descended, the other high-ranking members hurriedly spoke. Patriarch, the Qianli Tingwang art is our sect's treasure. We cannot give it to an outsider. Indeed, Patriarch. Who is this person? And you said you would give him a chance. Patriarch has already refused him. A lad who hasn't even reached the Sea of Qi realm. How many steps can he climb? What puzzles me most is his audacity. Why aren't you angry, Patriarch? Patriarch, just hypothetically. If he succeeds, would you truly give him the Qianli Tingwang art? Faced with the shock, confusion, and doubt of his subordinates, Patriarch Luo sighed deeply, as if burdened by a secret. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. This matter you need not concern yourselves with. I will take full responsibility. Patriarch. Patriarch, this is absolutely unacceptable. Patriarch, please reconsider. Patriarch Luo rolled his eyes at them. You all act as if I've already handed over the secret art. I merely set a task that he cannot possibly complete. Reminded by the Patriarch, the others suddenly came to their senses. Indeed, everything depended on this man's stairway challenge. A mere spirit-gathering realm cultivator could at most reach the 4th or 5th step. They had been overly anxious and let their imaginations run wild. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already reached the base of the stairway. The nearby disciples seemed to have received orders. Nobody stopped Lin Xiao, but their eyes were filled with curiosity. An outsider participating in the Luyun Sect's stairway challenge. This was a first for them. Moreover, this outsider was only at the spirit-gathering realm perfection. Was there any point in such a person taking the challenge? It was just stepping on stairs after all. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Lin Xiao stepped onto the first stair. The moment his foot landed, a force pressed down on him. It was not merely a simple pressure, but targeted every part of his body. Hair, blood meridians, even every cell. Is this gravity? Lin Xiao understood. Interesting. If that was the case, the higher he climbed, the greater the gravity. Lin Xiao's eyes gradually brightened. Having read countless comics, novels, and animations, he knew that such an environment was immensely beneficial for cultivation. Could there be something good at the top of this mountain? The challenge has begun. That outsider is attempting the heavenly ladder. No one knows what his background is, yet the sect actually permitted him to do this. He hasn't even reached the Wheel C realm. How many steps can he possibly climb? I bet he won't make it past the 15th step. The 15th step, eh? You're overestimating him. I've reached the 2nd layer of the Wheel C realm, and last time I only managed to reach the 20th step on the heavenly ladder. I think he won't even make it past the 12th or 13th step. Look at him. He stopped at just the 5th step. This outsider isn't going anywhere. All the disciples of Luyun Sect were paying close attention to Lin Xiao, frequently discussing amongst themselves. Those who hadn't noticed Lin Xiao were merely the Luyun Sect disciples currently attempting the heavenly ladder themselves. They had their entire focus fixed on the present challenge with no spare attention for anything else. Above the heavenly ladder. Having reached the 5th step, Lin Xiao temporarily halted his ascent. So far, every step upward doubled the gravitational force pressing upon his body. At the 5th step, that meant 5 times normal gravity. Beyond feeling slightly heavier, Lin Xiao experienced no pressure whatsoever. He gazed upward and observed that most Luyun Sect disciples attempting the heavenly ladder had clustered around the 20th step, with the highest reaching only about the 30th step. That meant over 30 times gravity then. Under triple gravity alone, ordinary people would struggle to move, crushed prone to the ground, gasping for breath. 5 times gravity would be lethal. He wondered how many times his own body could withstand. With that thought, Lin Xiao took a decisive stride forward. The 6th step. The 7th step. The 8th step. That outsider is really pushing himself now. At his cultivation level, 15 steps should be the limit. Starting this aggressively so early, don't run out of steam later. The faster one goes at the beginning, the harder it becomes later on. As expected of a first-timer, this person has absolutely no experience. Seeing Lin Xiao accelerate, many Luyun Sect disciples jeered, calling him arrogantly overestimating himself. But soon enough their voices faded. Because Lin Xiao took one great stride per breath, 1 step per platform. His pace may not have appeared fast, but his rhythm was extraordinarily stable. After merely a few breaths, Lin Xiao had already reached the 15th step of the heavenly ladder. Without pausing for even an instant, he continued ascending. This guy actually has something to him. He's already surpassed the limit for his realm. Looks like he still has considerable reserves. At this moment, a perceptive disciple spoke in disbelief. Reserves? Look carefully. From the beginning until now, this person seemingly hasn't circulated a single bit of spiritual energy within his body. What? No way. Wow. It's actually true. This person has been bearing the gravitational force entirely through his physical body. Holy crap, is this real? This isn't reasonable. No, it's very reasonable, because there is another possibility that could achieve this. I get it. Body refinement. This person is a body cultivator. Makes sense. Even as a body cultivator, he can at most reach the 20th step. The onlooking disciples thought they had pieced together the truth. Yet Lin Xiao showed absolutely no intention of stopping. He began overtaking one Luyun Sect disciple after another as they challenged the heavenly ladder. His speed remained unhurried, yet his rhythm was extraordinarily steady. The 20th step, the 22nd step, the 25th step, the 27th step. One by one disciples were overtaken by Lin Xiao. Fewer and fewer people remained ahead of him. The Luyun Sect disciples were stunned. Holy crap! Who is this guy? He had climbed all the way to the 27th step in one breath, showing not the slightest intention of pausing for rest. This was already at the limit of the early we'll see realm. Currently fewer than 30 Luyun Sect disciples remained ahead of Lin Xiao. The majority of disciples had been overtaken by him. The senior figures of Luyun Sect on the raised platform likewise watched Lin Xiao with locked gazes. No one felt more tension than they did. After all, the Sect master had wagered the Sect's secret technique, the thousandly leaping light art, as the prize. When Lin Xiao first began ascending the heavenly ladder, they had dismissed it lightly. They had assumed a mere expert at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm wouldn't climb more than a few steps on the heavenly ladder. But gradually their eyes widened. Lin Xiao had already reached the 27th step. This was a feat most will see disciples could not accomplish. More importantly, he was still climbing. His speed showed no sign of slowing, even slightly. Sect master regarding him. An inner Sect elder opened his mouth, then hesitated. Don't worry. I don't know about others, but Xiao Mingzhi and that girl Yushang haven't even revealed their full strength yet. Another inner Sect elder replied with quiet confidence. Meanwhile, Sect master Luo's brows were drawn tight in a deep frown, speaking not a word. That man named Lin Xiao was indeed extraordinary. He must have practiced that body refining method from Old Man Mo. Otherwise, no ordinary body refining technique could achieve such results. Damn it, why did an extremely foreboding feeling arise in his heart? The 29th step, the 30th step, the 31st step. Unbeknownst to him, only 2 people remained ahead of Lin Xiao. At that moment, he finally noticed that a graceful figure ahead looked somewhat familiar. It was her. The world was truly small after all. The inner Sect disciples of Luyun Sect numbered no less than 25 or 30,000. Lin Xiao had originally assumed he would not encounter her during this visit to Luyun Sect. Yet unexpectedly they would reunite in such a manner. We meet again. As Lin Xiao approached from behind her, he spoke. The person he saw was precisely the stunning young woman in purple robes from the rock cave the day before. Luo Yushang felt somewhat distressed. Since returning yesterday, a figure had continuously surfaced in her mind. This was something she had never experienced throughout her entire life. If one were to call it fear, there was a touch of that. But more than anything, there was curiosity and bewilderment. Why was this person so overwhelmingly powerful? What was his identity? And why had he chosen to let them go? This state kept her awake all night, unable to peacefully cultivate. Worse still, it caused her performance in today's Heavenly Ladder Challenge to be utterly terrible. She had only reached the 33rd step before already feeling overwhelmed. Last year she had managed to reach the 34th step before stopping. Once this challenge concluded, her father would surely reprimand her. But just as her mind wandered, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Luo Yushang turned her head, her pupils contracting sharply. It's you," she cried out in a shrill voice. His appearance was simply too sudden and unbelievable. After all, this was Luyun Sect. Powerful figures from within the sect were watching right beside them. How had he appeared? Why had he appeared? Luo Yushang was thrown into a state of complete disarray and bewilderment. Her stunned reaction itself was not the issue, but as her spiritual energy momentarily stagnated, the crushing 33-fold gravitational force immediately descended upon her with devastating weight. Luo Yushang let out a muffled groan on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Oh no, this is bad, Luo Yushang panicked. After all, this was an environment of 33 times gravity. A single moment of distraction could crush her Dantian and Qi Si. If anything happened to her Dantian and Qi Si, she would be ruined for life. Yet as she attempted to circulate her spiritual energy once more, she discovered that her spiritual energy was completely immobilized by the tremendous gravitational force. It's over. We're finished. However, in the next instant, Luo Yushang felt herself being pulled by someone, sinking into a tender embrace, warm and broad, along with a peculiar distinctive scent. Luo Yushang came to only after a moment of dazed confusion. It seemed she had been pulled into the man's embrace. That distinctive scent, it could only belong to a man. Hell, let go of me. Luo Yushang's delicate face burned crimson. Yet despite her desire to resist, she possessed not a single ounce of strength to do so. That brief lapse in composure had left her with considerable injuries. Are you certain? With this gravitational environment, if you cannot circulate spiritual energy, throwing you out would be equivalent to crippling you. Lin Xiao said with a light smile. He had not expected her to react so intensely upon seeing him. Had she forgotten she was even attempting the sky ladder challenge? A woman's train of thought was sometimes truly unfathomable. Huh. Luo Yushang looked utterly bewildered. Only then did she realize the crushing gravitational force had temporarily vanished, clearly shielded by the man holding her. Then, could you please take me down? Luo Yushang whispered barely audibly. She had no idea what to do at all. How humiliating. Simply mortifying. I apologize as well. I am also participating in the sky ladder challenge. If I descend it means I have failed, Lin Xiao said with a shrug. Then what do you propose we do? Luo Yushang grew anxious. Just stay still for now. It will be over shortly, Lin Xiao replied. Luo Yushang was filled with shame and indignation, yet utterly helpless. Both ear tips were flushed a deep crimson. The two remained in close embrace, whispering softly to one another. Everyone in the vicinity fell into deathly silence. It lasted a full 2 seconds before an uproar erupted, leaving the entire arena utterly stunned. No way. How is my dream fair senior sister being held by someone else? Am I hallucinating? How awful. Why is that outsider holding our senior sister? Preposterous. I can't bear this. I demand a duel. She is on the 33rd floor of the heavenly stairs. Last time you reached the 23rd, if I recall correctly. Unbelievable. On what grounds can he hold our senior sister? My heart is broken. Look at senior sister. She seems to know him. See how she doesn't resist at all in his arms. Sigh. I think I finally understand why this person was permitted to attempt the sky ladder. All the disciples of Luyun's sect stood dumbstruck, jaws dropped. They had initially been furious eager to charge forward at once. But upon remembering he was on the 33rd floor, and that their senior sister showed not the slightest resistance, they reluctantly gave up. They could only glare at the fellow from afar with eyes brimming with jealousy and rage. Not only were the Luyun sect disciples stunned, the higher-ups watching from the platform were equally bewildered. What is going on? Has Yushang, this girl, taken a fancy to someone? From her expression, she certainly did not appear coerced. This. How could they have never heard of such a thing? All the elders turned their gaze toward Patriarch Luo, who sat in the central position. No had risen with a darkened expression. Elderships may I ask about? One elder began to inquire, but was cut off by a cold snort from Patriarch Luo. Silence. The moment those words left his lips, Patriarch Luo's figure vanished from his original position. Upon reappearing, he had already arrived on the 33rd floor of the sky ladder. You shameless girl, and still you have the audacity to feel embarrassed. Come here immediately. An exceptionally chilling voice shattered the tender atmosphere. Only then did Luo Yushang abruptly lift her head and see her father had appeared. Her face blushed even redder. Father, it is not as you imagine. Luo Yushang attempted to explain. Return with me and explain then. Patriarch Luo glared at her sharply. Why yes. Luo Yushang hastily wriggled free from Lin Xiao's embrace. Since her father had arrived, the 33rd floor must undoubtedly be secure. Indeed, even after Luo Yushang left Lin Xiao's arms, the gravitational environment seemed powerless, having no effect whatsoever. Young friend Lin Xiao, thank you for your trouble. Please continue. Patriarch Luo, forcibly suppressing his raging fury, grabbed his own daughter and departed from the 33rd floor. He had originally intended to climb up directly and punish the young man. However, upon reaching the 33rd floor, he discovered his daughter had sustained significant internal injuries. Recalling the scene just witnessed, he immediately understood everything. This matter bore no blame upon Lin Xiao at all. Rather, his daughter had lost her focus and been harmed by the gravity. It was Lin Xiao who had stepped forward to shield his own daughter. In a sense, Lin Xiao had actually rendered her a favor. Yet even knowing all this, seeing the daughter he had raised for so many years clutched in another man's arms filled him with unbearable discomfort. Meanwhile, the disciples of Luyun's sect were thrilled to see their patriarch appear. They had anticipated great drama, but the result left them astonished all over again. Their patriarch did not reproach the other party in the slightest, and instead spoke, quite graciously encouraging him to continue the sky ladder challenge. What did this signify? Could it be that the patriarch had already approved of their relationship? Now that they thought about it, without the patriarch's consent, how could an outsider have been permitted to attempt the sky ladder at all? Instantly, the hearts of those disciples who had harbored faint hopes were shattered. In contrast, Lin Xiao, the person at the center of it all, remained entirely indifferent. He merely thought, well, she felt quite nice in his arms. The other party had been injured because of his greeting, and helping her was only natural. Nothing more needed to be said. At present, what mattered more was the sky ladder challenge. From Patriarch Luo and the other Luyun sect disciples' attitudes, this sky ladder challenge seemed quite important. The more steps he could ascend, the greater his chances of obtaining a heaven-tier secret technique. When he first began climbing, he had not employed any cultivation methods or spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical prowess. Only upon reaching the 25th floor did he start feeling taxed, at which point he circulated spiritual energy to continue ascending. Remembering this, Lin Xiao adjusted his breathing and prepared to restart his climb up the sky ladder. Wretched fellow, what is your relationship with Yushang, and by what right do you hold her? Suddenly a voice drifted over directly, entering his ears. Was this concentrated sound projection? Lin Xiao looked upward along the ladder. Standing on the 38th floor was a handsome young man. The man was glaring at him with an icy, frigid gaze. Those words of concentrated sound projection had come from him. Lin Xiao glanced at him sideways. Could this be that girl's boyfriend? But upon further reflection, something seemed off. Pondering the man's earlier words again, Lin Xiao deduced that this fellow was most likely harboring an unrequited crush on her. One might call him a hardcore simp, perhaps. Lin Xiao pursed his lips in a faint smile and entirely ignored the other party. He stepped forward onto the 34th floor of the heavenly stairs. An even stronger gravitational force surged upon him. Lin Xiao circulated his spiritual energy to resist and gauge its intensity. Brat, just wait until we descend from the sky ladder. I will make you regret this. The man again utilized concentrated sound projection. Lin Xiao frowned. He was on someone else's turf and needed their help, so he wouldn't normally bother with such barking. But this sycophant of the mystical world for some reason just wouldn't stop. When ignored once, he kept barking endlessly. If it came to verbal sparring, Lin Xiao knew he was second to none in this world. Excuse me, does your Luyan sect keep dogs? Because I keep hearing barking sounds, Lin Xiao asked loudly. Upon hearing this, the man who had been warning Lin Xiao from the heavenly stairway turned as black as coal. Dogs did exist in this mystical world, but they were the lowest of animals. Damn it, this man called me a dog. You're finished. I won't let you off. Lin Xiao was speechless. He could hear the disciples below. So even in this mystical world, people like to take offense where none was given. He took a breath and shouted, "Don't worry, I wasn't referring to you. Dogs can't speak human language." The disciples' expressions softened slightly. But somehow the explanation felt off. It explained yet didn't. Something was still amiss. The most enraged was Xiao Mingzhi. Dogs can't speak. He was clearly targeting him, calling his voice-threading technique dog-like. Calling me a dog. Outrageous. This man is too arrogant. Does he think being at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm and reaching 30-plus steps on the heavenly stairway makes him special, eh? Under absolute power, such talent is nothing. Xiao Mingzhi's face darkened further, his fury intensifying. But he dared not speak again. He knew he was no match for this man's sharp tongue. With a cold snort, Xiao Mingzhi sprinted up the stairway. Lin Xiao watched, smiled lightly, and followed at a leisurely pace. Wow, senior brother Xiao is amazing this time. He's already at the 40th step, breaking last year's record. Senior sister's record is 41. Looks like he might break it this time. Go senior brother Xiao. That outsider is at 35, but he looks like he's nearing his limit. Soon, Xiao Mingzhi took another step. 41 steps. He tied senior sister Luo Yushang's record. The entire Luyan sect disciples cheered. Xiao Mingzhi forced a smile, turned back to glance at his opponent still at 35, and sneered. Only 35 steps. Every 10 steps on the heavenly stairway was a hurdle. From 39 to 40 was a bottleneck. Without his exceptional talent and hard work, he wouldn't have made it. One more step, and he'd surpass Yushang to become senior brother. Then she would surely look up to him. With that thought, Xiao Mingzhi channeled his spiritual energy, activated his movement technique, and lunged forward. His right foot landed heavily. The gravity intensified. Xiao Mingzhi's body lurched, nearly losing balance. But with sheer will, he slowly straightened up. He stood. He had successfully reached the 42nd step. The disciples cheered again, celebrating for senior brother Xiao. Xiao Mingzhi held on for a few seconds, but the gravity was too strong. He had to step back to the 41st step. Stepping back signified the end. His final result was still the 42nd step, a new intersect record. Xiao Mingzhi descended with a victor's posture. Passing by someone at the 36th step, he whispered, "Don't waste your cultivation here. I'll be waiting below." With that, he held his head high and continued down. "Since no dog is blocking the way, I'll stop holding back and sprint," Lin Xiao exclaimed. Xiao Mingzhi, already descending, stumbled and nearly fell. He glared back at Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao had already turned and continued climbing. Xiao Mingzhi gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger bitterly. "Pretend. Keep pretending. With your cultivation, you can't go far. At most, you'll reach the 39th step." After Xiao Mingzhi descended, he became the foremost climber. The next moment, Lin Xiao strode forward, taking a large step onto the 37th step. Gravity intensified, but he didn't hesitate, taking another big step. 38th step. Another step. 39th step. The disciples below stared in disbelief. What's happening? Has the gravity failed? How is the outsider unaffected? He's already at the 39th step. That fast. Is he going to step directly onto the 40th? Xiao Mingzhi watched coldly, sneering. "This is your final sprint and struggle. I want to see how badly you'll fall at the 40th step. All eyes were fixed on him. With no hesitation, Lin Xiao stepped onto the 40th step. His body trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Then he moved forward again. 41st step. 42nd step. Step by step. 43rd, 44th, 45th. Xiao Mingzhi, Lu Yun's sect disciples. Lu Yun's sect elders. Luo father and daughter. Everyone in the Lu Yun sect stood with their mouths agape, utterly incredulous. What had they just witnessed? This outsider had somehow spanned 6 massive strides in a single breath, leaping from the 39th tier to the 45th tier of the heavenly ladder. Not a single pause throughout the entire ascent. His movements were as fluid as flowing water, seamless and effortless. Everyone stood dumbfounded. Could anyone within the Lu Yun sect possibly achieve such a feat? There were those who could, but only late-stage Sea-Forging realm experts possessed such capability. Even cultivators at the 7th level of the Sea-Forging realm, such as Luo Yushang and Xiao Mingzhi, let alone those who had only just broken through to the late stage, could never accomplish this. And yet the one who had just achieved this feat was only at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. He hadn't even reached the Sea-Forging realm. Could the heavenly ladder be malfunctioning? That singular thought consumed them all. As though to test their suspicion, just as Lin Xiao paused to catch his breath and prepare to continue his climb, a figure materialized on the 40th step of the heavenly ladder. An inner sect elder base having entered the swirling pill realm. His already furrowed brows deepened further. The Lu Yun sect disciples desperately hoped the elder would confirm their suspicion that something was wrong with the heavenly ladder, but he remained silent. The inner sect elder shook his head in resignation, his voice heavy as he declared, "The heavenly ladder is functioning perfectly." A collective gasp rippled through the disciples and elders alike. The heavenly ladder was unblemished. By that logic, this foreigner at the spirit-gathering realm was simply overwhelmingly powerful. Watching from a distance, Lin Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. Already sending an inspector. He'd barely climbed past the 43rd step. Lin Xiao chuckled softly and pressed onward, maintaining his deliberate pace, 1 massive stride per step. The 46th tier. The 47th. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao's feet found the 50th step. A hum resonated through the air. The gravitational force surged again, without warning, intensifying drastically. Beyond the crushing weight of 50 times normal gravity bearing down on his entire body, Lin Xiao felt as though his very soul was being compressed. So this was the escalating challenge beyond the halfway mark. It was formidable, no doubt. But what of it? Nothing more than this. Charge. Lin Xiao muttered the command to himself and drove forward relentlessly. 51st tier. 52nd. 53rd. He refused to stop and catch his breath this time. Summoning his remaining strength, he bounded up 10 steps in rapid succession, reaching the 60th tier of the heavenly ladder. The clenched jaw, the heavy beads of perspiration, the tremors running through his frame, all told him, and all who watched, that this trial was far from easy. The overwhelming gravitational pressure assaulted Lin Xiao's limits at every moment. Upon reaching the 60th step, his body shuddered violently downward under the strain. Gravity forced him into a hunched posture, yet Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and persisted, gradually straightening his spine inch by inch. The disciples of the Lu Yun sect stood utterly stunned. No one below the heavenly ladder dared mock him now. Only awe and reverence filled their eyes. Strength commanded respect, always had. Lin Xiao had reached this depth on the heavenly ladder despite being merely at the spirit-gathering realm, a feat that alone merited their admiration. 60 tiers. Even in my wildest dreams, I never imagined an outsider would reach the 60th tier of the heavenly ladder. Exactly. Beyond the 60th tier, only those at the swirling pill realm could venture further. This outsider has endured at the 60th tier for so long. He has every right to be proud. Thank heavens. He's finally at his limit. If he keeps climbing, I'll start questioning whether I'm dreaming. I dare not even imagine such things in my sleep. Look at him. He can barely hold on any longer. Huh. Wait. Look over there. What is he doing? What does he intend? He's moving again. He's moving again. Upon the heavenly ladder, Lin Xiao stood at the 60th step. Finally, through sheer willpower, he forced his spine straight and stood upright. The 60th step is indeed pushing me to my limit, Lin Xiao remarked. But this observation did not signal surrender. Rather, Lin Xiao had decided to rely on more than mere spiritual energy from here on. 9 Nether Demon Suppressing Seal. Lin Xiao spoke these words in a soft voice. In the next instant, a radiant green aura emerged from his body. Lin Xiao instantly felt as though a tremendous burden had been lifted from his shoulders, replaced by profound relief and comfort. Indeed, from the beginning until now, he had restrained himself from utilizing this body-refining technique. He simply wished to discover how far he could push himself using only his physical body and spiritual energy. The answer was the 60th step. Now he needed to test how much further he could go after activating the 9 Nether Demon Suppressing Seal. Having regained his composure, Lin Xiao took another mighty stride upward. The challenge continued. Thud thud thud. The 61st tier. The 62nd tier. The 63rd tier. Suddenly, everyone below was left even more bewildered, and cries of astonishment rang out from all directions. Has he lost his mind? Is this person on the heavenly ladder even human? Could he possibly be a swirling pill realm expert playing with them, concealing his true strength? Every corner of the Luyun sect was filled with expressions of disbelief and astonishment. Only two individuals wore different expressions. One was Luo Yushang. Luo Yushang's beautiful eyes fixed intently upon Lin Xiao. This fellow truly was a monster, as she had suspected. She had known since the cave incident, when he had nearly instantly slain Sikong Hao. His performance on the heavenly ladder was bound to shock everyone. As expected, he had indeed accomplished it. Unsure what thoughts crossed her mind, Luo Yushang's cheeks, which had just begun to cool, flushed once more. The other individual with a notably different expression was Sect Master Luo Haiqing of the Luyun sect. Click click. His teeth ground audibly together. That green radiance. The 4th level of the 9 nether demon suppressing seal. Old Man Mu, where on earth did you find such a monster to take as your disciple? How much effort and resources has your sword demon sect poured into this disciple of yours? No wonder that Old Man Mu's tone in his letter had been so arrogantly confident. He had been careless and had been taught another lesson by this old fox once again. Damn it, could it be that he would lose again this time? Sect Master Luo fixated just as intently on Lin Xiao, who continued his relentless ascent, his gaze resigned, yet his thoughts racing in every direction. Within his heart he cried out, "Boy, I beg you, please just stop." When the disciples of Luyun sect fell into second-wave bewilderment, Lin Xiao no longer cared about their reactions. Having activated the 9 netherly demon-suppressing seal, he bore the crushing gravity and surged upward relentlessly. His speed was even swifter than before. Lin Xiao could feel the rapid depletion of spiritual energy within his body. If he didn't hurry, the demon-suppressing seal might not sustain much longer. The 70th step. The 73rd step. The 78th step. Lin Xiao pushed past the psychological limits of the Luyun sect crowd again and again. Several attempts later, everyone was dumbfounded. Just tell us, they demanded. What is the highest tier you can reach? Give us a number. Otherwise they truly could not fathom it. Every guess proved wrong. Are you planning to conquer the entire heavenly ladder? Lin Xiao had no room in his mind for such distractions right now. Upon reaching the 80th tier, even with the demon-suppressing seal activated, the overwhelming gravitational pressure slowed his pace considerably. By the 83rd tier, sweat had begun to pour from Lin Xiao's entire body. At the 86th tier, Lin Xiao started struggling with each step. Every lift of his leg became an agony. By the 89th tier, the crushing gravity forced him nearly to his knees, let alone forward progress. Gasping for breath, Lin Xiao propped himself up and gazed at the blackstone steel just above. That must be the source of this gravitational force. 11 more tiers stood between him and the steel. Frustrating. The gap was considerable. Indeed, Lin Xiao's goal was simply to touch that mysterious steel. With his max-level comprehension, he had previously gleaned insights from touching the training sword and the sword testing stone. Perhaps this mysterious steel would likewise yield some revelation. Regrettably, the gap was too vast at present. If only the 9 netherly demon-suppressing seal could reach its 5th layer. At this thought, a resolute gleam flickered across Lin Xiao's eyes. For the sake of growing stronger, he would risk everything. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Xiao surged his blood qi and spiritual energy throughout his entire body and gritted his teeth as he forced one massive step forward. Thud! The 90th tier of the heavenly ladder, achieved. With a thunderous roar as Lin Xiao stepped onto the 90th tier, the gravity instantly doubled, crushing him flat against the ground. Immobile. Those below witnessed this spectacle and erupted into gasps. They were simultaneously astonished, dismayed, and relieved. It was over. Finally, it had ended. That monstrous outsider had halted at the 90th tier. No one dared mock Lin Xiao anymore. This result commanded their genuine respect. Father, he has fallen. Go help him. Cough. The gravity at the 90th tier will crush him to death. Luo Yushang instinctively grasped her father Luo Haiqing's arm, speaking urgently. Having been injured by gravity herself, she naturally understood its devastating power. Yet she had barely reached what tier, while Lin Xiao stood at 90. Luo Yushang fixed her gaze tightly upon Lin Xiao's figure, not even understanding why she grew so anxious over a stranger. Observing his daughter's reaction, Luo Haiqing sighed deeply within. Is this what they mean by a daughter grown too old to stay? I understand. Luo Haiqing acknowledged and vanished from sight. Truthfully, even if this girl had not begged him, he would have gone to rescue that young man. Otherwise, should this boy's foundations be shattered by the gravity, Old Man Mu would surely come seeking blood. When Luo Haiqing reappeared, he had already materialized at the 80th tier of the heavenly ladder. Why not go directly to the 90th? because the gravity at the 80th tier carried a constraint forbidding flight. Even a powerhouse at the late stage of the spiraling core realm could not defy it. Luo Haiqing strode swiftly toward Lin Xiao, preparing to rescue him. But when he reached the 90th tier and prepared to pull Lin Xiao up, a stubborn voice rang out. Sect leader Luo, no need to worry about me. I can still endure. Lin Xiao forced out a single sentence. Hearing these words, Luo Haiqing felt a grudging admiration. This youth's fortitude was truly remarkable. No wonder he had become the disciple of that eccentric old man Mu. You have won. You are already first. And I believe nearly no one among the younger generation will surpass your achievement. Luo Haiqing sighed, speaking with sincere honesty. Should such a heavenly ladder feat spread beyond this place, it would shock them all. Huh. Sect leader Luo, what use is comparing myself to the younger generation? I only wish to surpass my former self. Lin Xiao forced out another sentence. Luo Haiqing swept his divine sense across Lin Xiao's frame and was deeply astonished. His physical constitution was monstrous. Even crushed beneath the gravity of 90 tiers, he had not sustained a single injury. Will you truly persist? Luo Haiqing asked, casting a profound gaze upon him. Yes. Lin Xiao replied. Very well. Call for my father when you can no longer endure. After speaking, Luo Haiqing descended the heavenly ladder. All that needed saying had been said. If this boy refused to listen, there was nothing more to do. Sensing his own condition, Lin Xiao rested for 3 breaths. He directly withdrew 2 jade vials from his storage ring. Tilting his head with difficulty, he drained them both in one gulp, then let the vials shatter into dust upon the ground. Immediately, a vast torrent of pure energy laced with traces of life essence surged through his body, battering against his meridians and collaterals without cease. The 9 netherly demon-suppressing seal activated. After cycling this energy through one complete revolution, Lin Xiao felt the oppressive weight ease ever so slightly. Astonishment flashed across his eyes. Such absorption efficiency. Cultivating under this extreme gravitational environment, a single revolution absorbed more than 10 times the energy he normally could. Rapid consumption also meant rapid cultivation and far greater efficiency. Then let him refine it. Lin Xiao began cycling revolution after revolution. The crowd below stared in utter disbelief once more. What in heaven's name was this outsider doing? Had they not misread the scene? Cultivating upon the 90th tier of the heavenly ladder. Was he mad? Under such terrifying gravitational pressure, even breathing and blood circulation were arduous. And yet he continued cultivating. This was simply absurd. Luo Haiqing, who had just descended to the 80th tier, gazed at Lin Xiao with a stunned expression. What in the world? Old man Mu was already unhinged, yet how much more mad was this disciple compared to him? Xiao Mingzhi's gaze upon Lin Xiao brimmed with hatred layered upon hatred. Madman. Truly one who craves the spotlight. Better still if he cultivated until his chi deviated and perished right upon these steps. Upon the 90th tier, Lin Xiao, having cycled an unknown number of revolutions, could barely sit upright. Within mere minutes, his 9 netherly demon-suppressing seal had grown considerably stronger. Rise! Lin Xiao commanded in a low voice, and hauling himself upward against the crushing gravity he stood. This drew gasps from the crowd below. The man who had moments ago lain crushed upon the ground, unable to move, now stood upright. This was impossible. The next instant, Lin Xiao withdrew 2 more vials of Stonebell milk and drained them in one gulp. Feeling the vast energy surging within, he pressed forward once more. Thud! With a heavy, thunderous step, Lin Xiao reached the 91st tier of the heavenly ladder. Creak and crack. His bones emitted grievous sounds under the strain. Ha ha ha, is this all? Lin Xiao roared, cycling the demon-suppressing seal frantically as he took another step. Thud! The 92nd tier of the heavenly ladder. Lin Xiao, before challenging the heavenly stairway, still had 9 bottles of stalactite milk. He had used 2 bottles earlier, and now used 2 more, leaving 5. He hoped these 5 would last to the end. With the powerful energy brought by the stalactite milk, Lin Xiao kept ascending. Tap! The 93rd step. 7 steps remaining. The bones in his body creaked even more intensely, as if about to be snapped. The excruciating pain continuously tormented Lin Xiao, yet his unwavering gaze never changed. He was somewhat obsessive by nature. With only 7 steps left out of 100, if he gave up, now his future cultivation would be plagued by distraction. Moreover, in this mystical world, only greater strength could protect oneself. He was merely at the chi-gathering realm nothing but an ant among ants in the eyes of the world. Becoming stronger was the foremost principle. Tap! The 94th step. Lin Xiao's body began to tremble incessantly as countless tiny blood vessels within him burst one after another. Fortunately, the stalactite milk possessed a certain healing and repairing effect. After circulating it for several cycles, all the blood vessels were completely restored. But as a result, the energy of the stalactite milk was exhausted. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow tightly. The higher he climbed, the less effective the stalactite milk became. After only half a second of deliberation, Lin Xiao directly took out all 5 bottles of stalactite milk and poured them into his mouth. Boom. Surging pure energy and life essence flooded his body, seemingly on the verge of bursting and overflowing. Continue charging. Without a moment's delay, Lin Xiao fully activated the 9 nether demon suppression seal while continuing to ascend. Tap, tap, tap. The 95th step. The 96th step. The 97th step. This is absolutely the most shocking scene I've ever seen in my life. He really wants to clear the heavenly stairway. That's insane. If I remember correctly, no one in our sect has ever reached the 100th step. I just want to know what he drank. It seems to be some kind of spirit liquid. TCH. What's the big deal about taking pills to climb the stairway? What are you talking about? He reached the 90th step without even using any spirit liquid. If you're so good, why don't you try? Exactly why are you being sour? Even if you took the best pills, you couldn't make it. Gradually, a large portion of the disciples of the Luyun sect were conquered by Lin Xiao's indomitable spirit. If it were them, even with the same strength and physical condition, they would never have been able to achieve such a feat. Tap, tap. The 99th step. Relying on the surging energy of the stalactite milk, Lin Xiao strode to the second-to-last step in one breath. Just as everyone was wondering whether he could take the final step, Lin Xiao suddenly stopped moving. He stood on the 99th step for a full 10 minutes, utterly still. A strange power was brewing and evolving within him. A few seconds later, Lin Xiao straightened his back and glared coldly at the sky. "Break for me," he roared. Crack. Something seemed to break. Then the green radiance on his body gradually began to shift, replaced entirely by a profound azure. A strand of fierce, primitive aura emanated from him. What happened? Why do I feel as if I'm looking at a peerless, ferocious beast when I gaze at this outsider? You feel that too? Me too. How strange. His cultivation hasn't changed, so why is this happening? Almost no one could understand what was happening to Lin Xiao, except for one person, sect leader Luo Haiqing. The astonishment on his face was so intense that he could hardly believe it. Primordial intent. Good heavens. This kid hasn't even reached the Wheel C realm, yet he has already comprehended the body-tempering intent. Luo Haiqing murmured. He remembered that even someone with the talent of Old Mu had only barely comprehended this primordial intent after breaking through to the rotary elixir realm. Monster. Calling this kid a prodigy would be an insult to the word prodigy. Where on earth did they find this person? And there was another question. Should he let him go? Such a monster once he grows up. Luo Haiqing fell into deep thought. On the other side, after circulating that strange power within his body, the terrifying gravitational force around him seemed to be weakened countless times, posing no pressure on him at all. Amazing. What kind of power is this? It seems I'll have to ask Old Mu when I see him. Since this strange power was generated by cultivating the 9 nether demon suppression seal, Old Mu must know. Without further thought, Lin Xiao looked at the black stone tablet right in front of him. He reached out and touched it. What exactly is this thing? To be able to generate such terrifying gravity. The next moment, the entire heavenly stairway began to tremble. A stream of air invisible to anyone gathered from all around and enveloped Lin Xiao. A vast and majestic energy surged into his body, finally condensing into a transparent pearl in his dantian and hiding itself. Lin Xiao, however, did not notice this. He only felt as if his soul had been cleansed, his entire being immersed in a state of unity of mind and spirit. This person touched the stone tablet with his hand. What is he doing? Why is the heavenly stairway vibrating? Is something happening? Is this a precursor to some change? How strange. The disciples of Luyun sect were all in shock and doubt. The higher-ups, however, were filled with confusion. This heavenly stairway stone tablet. Even with normal methods, none of them could ascend step by step like Lin Xiao. But using special barrier tools, each of them had personally touched the tablet many times. Yet it was completely useless, nothing happened. So why did this young man's touch cause such a big reaction? They were extremely puzzled. Soon, the vibration of the heavenly stairway gradually faded. The gravity on each step remained. It seemed something had changed, yet nothing had changed. Lin Xiao opened his eyes again. No one noticed the divine light that flashed in his eyes. Then Lin Xiao leaped down from the 100th step of the heavenly stairway all the way back to its foot. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. This time the gains were enormous. Not only had the 9 nether demon suppression seal broken through to the 5th layer, he had also comprehended a strange thing. Moreover, from the stone tablet at the top of the stairway, he had absorbed a kind of intent. Let's call it intent for now. Now if he were to fight Sikong Hao again, he dared to say, what is that trash? Is that person even worthy? Even without using a sword and giving him one hand, I could still annihilate him instantly. The Wuji ruins. No need to worry about that now. Of course, the Luyun sect's heaven-grade movement technique must still be obtained. Cultivated to its peak, that technique would be of great use at any time. Lin Xiao right. You are the first person in our Luyun sect to ascend the 100th step of the heavenly stairway. This is the inheritance jade slip containing the 1,000-mile radiance art. Take it. Luo Haiqing appeared before Lin Xiao announced the result with a smile and handed him a golden jade slip. An inheritance jade slip, upon viewing its contents, would automatically merge into the sea of consciousness. It was a one-time inheritance item, extremely precious. The disciples of Luyun's sect, upon hearing their sect leader's words, immediately exploded. What? The sect leader was actually going to teach the sect's secret technique to an outsider. How could this be? Even if this kid reached the top of the stairway, he was still an outsider. Sect leader, I disagree. Why should we hand over the 1,000-mile radiance art to such an outsider? Xiao Mingzhi, the second ranked on the heavenly stairway, stepped forward and shouted loudly. Xiao Mingzhi felt his head buzzing, his heart surging with indignation. The 1,000 miles radiant light art. This was undoubtedly the Flow Cloud sect's supreme treasure. Since the day he became an inner disciple, he had coveted this secret art. In his life plan, once his cultivation broke through to the rotary dance stage, he would bring up the matter with the sect leader. Incidentally, he would also propose to marry Luo Yushang, the senior sister, the sect's secret art, and the future of the Flow Cloud sect. He wanted them all. He had secretly prepared for today's Heavenly Stair challenge for a long time, intending to make a stunning impression. Yet he never expected that an outsider would suddenly appear on the scene. Not only had this person embraced the senior sister and conquered the Heavenly Stair, but the sect's supreme secret art was also to be bestowed upon him. This he truly could not tolerate. Sect leader, I believe no other disciple in the sect wishes to see our supreme secret art fall into the hands of an outsider. Xiao Mingzhi continued. No matter what, he had to stop this. Mingzhi, this matter is not for you to decide. Since I have chosen to give the secret art to Lin Xiao, I naturally have my reasons. Luo Haiqing's voice was not loud, yet every one of the tens of thousands present heard it clearly. On the surface he was speaking to Xiao Mingzhi, but in truth he was telling everyone. Such a matter he had already decided. Hearing their sect leader's words, the crowd could only shake their heads helplessly. There was nothing to be done. After all, that person had reached the 100th floor of the heavenly stair through his own skill. If it had been any other Flow Cloud sect disciple, they would likely have received the same treatment. Sect leader, this is truly inappropriate. As the senior disciple of the Flow Cloud sect, I cannot allow this to happen. If this outsider wishes to obtain our sect's supreme secret art, he must defeat me first. Xiao Mingzhi stepped forward 2 paces and stood before sect leader Luo, wearing an air of righteous indignation. This move instantly captured the emotions of the other Flow Cloud sect disciples. They truly had not expected the senior disciple to step forward and directly confront the sect leader. Luo Haiqing gave Xiao Mingzhi a deep look, sensing something amiss. A man who usually seemed honest and unassuming had suddenly spoken in such an aberrant manner. It was rather strange. What nonsense is this? Withdraw, the sect leader said in a deep voice. Xiao Mingzhi did not move, his stance resolute. In ordinary times he would never dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful before the sect leader. But today, consumed by rage, Xiao Mingzhi could no longer care. His glory stolen, the object of his affection taken, the coveted secret art snatched away. The enmity of these 3 thefts was irreconcilable. Luo Haiqing was somewhat angered. In front of so many people, he could not reveal the truth. Of course, even if no one were present, he would not intend to tell it. Too shameful. Lin Xiao, I accept his challenge. If I lose, I will forego the secret art. Lin Xiao's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Lin Xiao, this man is the senior inner disciple of the Flow Cloud sect. Don't bother with him. I have said the secret art is yours, so it is yours. Luo Haiqing quickly advised. It would be better for these two not to clash. Sect leader, since he has agreed, I too wish to see what ability this person who conquered the heavenly stair truly possesses. Xiao Mingzhi immediately spoke up. Inwardly he rejoiced. This man was still too young, unable to withstand provocation. It seemed the sect's supreme secret art was safe. Perhaps after he defeated him, the sect leader, pleased, might even give him the secret art. Xiao Mingzhi did not notice that not far away Luo Yushang was looking at him with an expression as if she were watching a fool. Was Xiao Mingzhi losing his mind? Why was he so persistent in blocking Lin Xiao? That Lin Xiao, before even challenging the heavenly stair, had been able to slay Sikong Hao with a single sword strike. Did you think you could defeat Sikong Hao? And after conquering the heavenly stair, Lin Xiao seemed to have grown even stronger. This is simply courting death. Her father shared the same thought as Luo Yushang. Just as Lin Xiao reached the final floor of the heavenly stair, Luo Yushang had told her father everything about the cave incident 2 days ago. Luo Haiqing then understood that young friend Lin Xiao had indirectly saved his daughter once. Otherwise, if Lin Xiao had not appeared in the cave, his daughter and 3 female disciples would have been humiliated and bullied by Sikong Hao and his men from the Xianin sect. For a girl to suffer such a fate would be worse than death. Damn Xianin sect. He would remember this debt. It was because of this that Luo Haiqing's attitude toward Lin Xiao changed drastically after the Heavenly Stair challenge to the point of directly giving him the sect's supreme secret art. It was considered repayment for that incident. Otherwise, even though he had lost the bet with Old Man Mu, he would have been reluctant to part with the sect's supreme secret art. Yet who would have thought that everything was going smoothly, and then Mingzhi jumped out threatening to teach the other a lesson, saying that unless he defeated him the secret art could not be given. Luo Haiqing was speechless. He really wanted to shout at Xiao Mingzhi, a man who could directly kill Xikong Hao. Why are you provoking him? I'm stopping you from fighting because I want to protect you, you idiot. Alas, Luo Haiqing sighed. Due to a chain of coincidences, he now had no choice but to agree to their duel. Young friend Lin Xiao, although this Xiao Mingzhi. Forget it. I ask you to show mercy. Sect leader Luo hesitated, unwilling to say more. Some disciples had unstable minds, experiencing some setbacks might be good for them. The sect leader's words left the others puzzled. Shouldn't those words be directed at senior brother Xiao instead? Lin Xiao nodded. He roughly understood that the girl must have told her father everything. In fact, Lin Xiao had a good impression of Luo Haiqing. Calm and collected, able to distinguish right from wrong. Even though he had gone too far by embracing Luo Yushang on the heavenly stair, Luo Haiqing had not flown into a rage on the spot. This was truly rare. Soon under the sect leader's direction, the crowd cleared an open space for Lin Xiao and Xiao Mingzhi. A battle for sect honor between the two officially began. Focus on sparring, stop at the point of touch. Begin, Luo Haiqing called out. The moment the words fell, Xiao Mingzhi charged forward, brandishing his long sword and executing an earth-rank sword technique. The sword was like the wind, silent and traceless. His movement was extremely swift. Even with full concentration, the surrounding disciples could only see an afterimage. The next moment he appeared beside Lin Xiao, thrusting his sword fiercely. Target the waist. Bang. A dull thud. It was not the sound of a sword piercing flesh, but Lin Xiao catching Xiao Mingzhi's sword with his bare hand. What's going on? Xiao Mingzhi's face changed drastically, showing terror. Even if this man could withstand the terrifying gravitational pressure, his body was still made of flesh. He knew very well the sharpness of his sword. The sword chi emanating from the blade would cause injury upon contact. How could it be caught directly with a hand? And that hand was not even injured. This was impossible. Next time, remember not to judge others by their appearance. Lin Xiao uttered softly. His foot moved. Bang! A figure flew backward at cannonball-like speed, crashing into a wall 100 meters away. Looking again, the man was already unconscious. Xiao Mingzhi instantly defeated. Defeated in a single strike. The disciples and elders of Luyun's sect were left utterly stunned once again. They had imagined the battle between the two would be extraordinary. One was the senior disciple of Luyun's sect, the other a monster who had conquered the heavenly ladder. Yet no matter how they reasoned it over, such an outcome was simply unthinkable. One move, and it was over. The gap between them was simply too vast. Only the Luo father and daughter appeared unfazed, as if they had anticipated this all along. Luo Haiqing also breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had naturally observed the entire exchange with his divine sense. Although Lin Xiao's strikes appeared overwhelmingly violent, he had carefully avoided all vital areas. Xiao Mingzhi had only sustained minor injuries and would heal within 2 days. Following this display, the remaining disciples raised no objections. After all the terms of the duel had been agreed upon beforehand. With the challenge to the heavenly ladder concluded, the disciples quickly dispersed. Xiao Mingzhi had already been carried away to rest. Young friend Lin Xiao, I heard from Old Man Mu that you also intend to enter the Wuji ruins. With 3 days remaining until it opens, why not stay at our Luyun sect for now? We can depart together when the time comes. Luo Haiqing extended the invitation. Then I will trouble sect master Luo, Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. He also wished to use these 3 days to consolidate his recent breakthrough. Girl, go find the finest guest room for young friend Lin Xiao, Luo Haiqing said. Why me for this task? Luo Yushang was preparing to return and tend to her wounds from the heavenly ladder, which still ached. If you do not go, shall I go myself? Luo Haiqing retorted irritably, saying that he departed in a flash of movement. Luo Yushang blinked in speechless resignation and had no choice but to escort Lin Xiao. Yet when they were alone, her heartbeat raced inexplicably. Had the injuries she had sustained on the heavenly ladder somehow affected her? A day passed peacefully, but the following morning Luo Haiqing sought out Lin Xiao with a grave expression. Young friend Lin Xiao, I have something I would like to ask you, Luo Haiqing said solemnly. Please speak, sect master Luo. Lin Xiao grew curious. What had happened? Before you arrived, did you know whether Elder Xiao of Danqing Peak is currently within the sect? Luo Haiqing asked tentatively. He was uncertain whether the other party knew Elder Xiao. Yet at least Lin Xiao was a disciple of the Sword Demon sect, so it was worth asking. Elder Xiao. Yes, I actually sought him out once before I arrived. Lin Xiao confirmed. Really? That is a relief. If Elder Xiao can intervene, Yushang should recover, Luo Haiqing said, feeling a stone lift from his heart. Sect Master Luo, what has happened? Could you tell me? Lin Xiao asked. Well, my daughter was injured during her challenge on the heavenly ladder. I initially thought it was a minor wound, but Luo Haiqing sighed, his face heavy with concern. The injury has struck her dantian and qi si. If it is not treated promptly, she may never hope to break through to the nascent soul realm. Lin Xiao was stunned. This serious? He could tell Luo Haiqing was not lying. The man had no reason to deceive him about his daughter's future or to make a joke of such a matter. Lin Xiao was puzzled. He could never have imagined that simply greeting her on the heavenly ladder would provoke such an extreme reaction from Luo Yushang. Her constitution is truly fragile. Sect Master Luo, I take responsibility. If I had not greeted her, none of this would have occurred, Lin Xiao said. Lin Xiao was a straightforward man who, since the other party had spoken so politely, he felt it proper to apologize. Young friend Lin Xiao, you worry too much. Even without your interruption, this young lady might have faced this tribulation. Luo Haiqing harbored no resentment toward Lin Xiao whatsoever. The young man had saved his daughter's life. He could only say his daughter had been extraordinarily unlucky this time. Sect Master Luo, is there any treatment plan available now? Lin Xiao asked. We need a pill capable of repairing the dantian qi si, but such medicines are exceedingly rare and our sect does not possess any. However, Elder Xiao of your sect is one of only 3 rank 7 alchemists in the Great Wei dynasty. He surely can solve this problem. Luo Haiqing laid out his solution. Upon learning from Lin Xiao that Elder Xiao resided at the Sword Demon Sect, he immediately planned to take his daughter there to treat her injuries. A pill to repair the dantian qi si, Lin Xiao muttered. Then with a flick of his right hand, he produced a vial of pills from his storage ring. Sect Master Luo, I have several pills on my person. But regarding the dantian qi si and breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, there is only this one. You may have Luo Yushang try it, Lin Xiao said. Oh, young friend Lin Xiao actually carries pills of this type on him. Luo Haiqing felt a surge of astonishment. Carrying pills while traveling was quite normal, especially for a prodigy like Lin Xiao. And with Elder Xiao presiding over the Sword Demon Sect, he would surely have been well prepared. Lin Xiao handed the vial forward. Luo Haiqing took it without hesitation. He could not refuse. If this pill could cure his daughter's injuries, they would owe young friend Lin Xiao another favor. However, when he uncorked the jade vial and peered inside, a most refreshing fragrance wafted up, compelling him to make an involuntary sound of amazement. What manner of pill was this? Wait, the color, the size, the aura. No way. There was even a pill mist floating above it. Luo Haiqing was utterly dumbfounded, his scalp tingling. He had seen this pill when he was young and had even participated in its auction, but had ultimately been outbid due to the prohibitive price. Moreover, the pill from that auction had only been of middle grade. But this? Young friend Lin Xiao, could this be the Xianming realm-breaking pill? Or perhaps a first-tier pill mist grade? Luo Haiqing swallowed hard and asked in a startled voice. Lin Xiao glanced at him and nodded. As the sect master of Luyun Sect, your knowledge is impressive. What you describe is precisely correct. Hiss. Upon receiving confirmation, Luo Haiqing drew in another sharp breath. It truly was. The middle-grade Xianming realm-breaking pill he had once bid on at auction had already commanded an extraordinarily high price. And this one in his hand was more than 100 times more precious than that. This was a first-tier pill mist grade. Such a thing probably existed only in legends. Young friend, please take this back immediately. This pill is far too precious, we truly cannot accept it. And you must be extremely careful not to reveal it, or you will invite grave danger, Luo Haiqing earnestly advised. He was not exaggerating. The liquid spirit stones he currently possessed could not possibly purchase a single pill like this. The Sword Demon Sect was far too lavish. To entrust such a precious pill to a young boy like this, truly shocking. If discovered by others, it would exert a fatal allure even upon an expert at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Who among them did not have a junior or disciple to care for? Possessing this pill would essentially guarantee a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm with a starting point far exceeding that of ordinary people. Cannot this pill treat Luo Yushang's injuries? Lin Xiao did not reach to take back the vial, instead asking. It can, but I truly cannot accept this. Luo Haiqing now genuinely admired Lin Xiao. To offer such a priceless pill with a calm expression, such courage and boldness was something he had never witnessed before. Alas, then let me propose this. I require several heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Sect Master Luo, might your sect possess any? Lin Xiao asked. One jade dragon ginseng, 10 heavenly origin fruits, 1 purple spirit green lingji. Lin Xiao rapidly listed more than 20 kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and ingredients. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's list, Luo Haiqing was directly stunned. As the master of a sect, he might not be familiar with ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, every single heavenly material and earthly treasure Lin Xiao mentioned was of an extremely precious grade. Several of them had been painstakingly sourced by him from various dangerous lands with only 1 or 2 specimens available. If he were to provide the quantities Lin Xiao requested, his sect would be completely depleted. Young friend Lin Xiao, I must ask, what do you intend to do with these heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Luo Haiqing still asked. These materials are for refining the Xinming breakthrough pill. You hand over the materials to me, and I will give you this pill. That should be fine, right? Lin Xiao said. What this simply won't do. Luo Haiqing was stunned. This was a completely unfair exchange. A single batch of Xinming breakthrough pill materials did not guarantee even one successful pill. Even with exceptional fortune yielding a single pill, it would still not be of the first breath mist quality. Who could guess how many furnace batches of materials had been consumed to produce the Xinming breakthrough pill of that grade before him? Sect Master Luo worries too much. This very pill was refined by me. Just give me the materials, and when I return home I will refine another one. Lin Xiao said indifferently. As for the identity of an alchemist, he did not care much. In his view, true strength was what mattered most. No matter how skilled one was at refining pills, if someone wanted to kill you, could you fight with alchemy? However, Lin Xiao still did not understand this fantasy world, nor did he grasp the importance of alchemists in this world. Luo Haiqing heard Lin Xiao's words, but could not immediately process them. He did not understand what he meant. This Xinming breakthrough pill was refined by you, young friend. He repeated. Is there any problem with that? If Luo Yushang is not in such a hurry, I can also refine a batch right here and now, which would maximize the pill's efficacy. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and replied. Luo Haiqing was speechless. He stood frozen in place. Good heavens! Was this kid sick in the head? Could he really be saying he refined this Xinming breakthrough pill himself? This was among the most difficult grade 7 pills to refine, and he claimed he could refine it on the spot. The expression and tone seemed genuine. Could young friend Lin Xiao not only be a body cultivator, but also an alchemist? A top-tier grade 7 alchemist? Luo Haiqing truly could not imagine these identities converging on a single young person. Young friend, you are not joking, are you? Luo Haiqing's tone grew slightly more serious. Naturally not joking. Let us go. Sect Master Luo, could you lead me to the pill refining room? Lin Xiao said with a smile. Wasn't Luo Yushang waiting to take the pill? Why wasn't her father in a hurry now? Well, alright then, let us go. Seeing Lin Xiao insist so firmly, Luo Haiqing did not refuse further. The two walked together and soon arrived at the pill refining peak of the Luyun sect. Alchemy was somewhat a weak point for the Luyun sect, with only 2 grade 6 alchemists in the entire sect. One was a sect elder, while the other was a specially invited guest alchemist brought in at great expense from outside. In terms of alchemy proficiency, this guest alchemist was a notch above the elder. Through years of cooperation and division of labor along with the other alchemists within the sect, they managed to keep the Luyun sect's pill supply barely adequate. Elder Wang, guest left. You are both here. Luo Haiqing found these 2 grade 6 alchemists in the main pill refining room. Greetings, Sect Master. The two offered respectful salutations. I would like to requisition some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Luo Haiqing got straight to the point. Please speak, Sect Master. I will fetch them for you right away, Elder Wang said. Luo Haiqing then repeated the medicinal formula Lin Xiao had mentioned earlier. Upon hearing the list, Elder Wang and guest left immediately grew anxious. Sect Master, this simply won't do. Several of the materials you need are our sect's sole possessions. Guest left, and I need 3 of these items within the next 2 days ourselves. If we give them away, they would be gone. Elder Wang said with a bitter expression. Then I will figure something out later. Just help me fetch them for now. Luo Haiqing continued. He knew these two would not let go so easily. After all, they were the only 2 senior alchemists in the sect. That was why he was always extremely polite to them in daily interactions. Sect Master, what do you intend to do with so many precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Elder Wang asked hesitantly, unable to hold back his curiosity. Before Luo Haiqing could respond, guest left spoke up first. Sect Master, are you planning to refine a Xinming breakthrough pill with these materials? Guest left asked in surprise. Yes, as guest left has surmised, my daughter has suffered some injuries and requires a Xinming breakthrough pill for treatment, Luo Haiqing said, describing Luo Yushang's condition again. Her dantian and qi si have been damaged. While a Xinming breakthrough pill could indeed treat such injuries, it would be a considerable waste of such a valuable remedy. Moreover, as far as I know, none of the 3 grade 7 alchemists in our Great Wei dynasty can guarantee producing a successful pill from a single furnace charge, guest left explained. The Xinming breakthrough pill materials they possessed amounted to just 1 furnace's worth, nothing more. Hearing this, Luo Haiqing could only turn back to look at Lin Xiao. Sect Master Luo need not worry. I have sufficient confidence in this matter, Lin Xiao stated firmly. Since it was his actions that had caused Luo Yushang's injuries, he only wished to do his best. Huh. Sect Master, you don't mean to hand over the materials to this kid for pill refinement, do you? Guest left caught the underlying implication. Go fetch the materials. Luo Haiqing's tone had grown stern. Sect Master, that is a grade 7 pill formula. Where did this untrained brat come from? He must be deceiving you, Guest left said, growing increasingly agitated. A youth so young claiming he could refine a Xinming breakthrough pill was nothing short of a ridiculous joke. Did he think himself a grade 7 alchemist? Swish. At that moment a bottle of pills was thrown straight at Guest left. You are Guest left correct. Does one's age determine one's prowess as an alchemist? You are this old and still merely a grade 6 alchemist. That simply means your talent and comprehension are woefully inadequate. If I fail to refine them, these pills will serve as my collateral for you. Lin Xiao shot back directly. When dealing with such old fools, confrontation was the only approach. Using this as collateral? What could possibly compensate for such precious medicinal materials? Boy, you clearly have no idea how precious the materials for a Xinming breakthrough pill are. What the? Guest left had been sneering in the first half, but his old eyes widened in disbelief by the second half. Xinming breakthrough pill. First breath missed grade, good heavens. I actually get to witness such a peerless grade pill. How about this? Is the collateral acceptable? Lin Xiao asked coldly. Yes. Old Wang, quickly bring all those materials over. Elders Wu paid no attention to the other's tone, his eyes fixed intently on the supreme grade pill in his hands. Now he had only one thought in his mind. Refine it. He must refine the materials for this young man. Such a supreme grade pill, not to mention exchanging it for 1 furnace of materials, even if it required 10 furnaces, he would desperately find them. This is absolutely a guaranteed profit with no loss. As Elders Wu thought of this, he discreetly glanced at Lin Xiao. He thought to himself, which great family did this spendthrift come from? Truly a fool with money to burn. If the big shots from his family knew that this pill was pawned away by this spendthrift, who knows what expression they would have. As shocked as Elders Wu was, Elder Wang beside him was equally stunned. But he quickly retrieved the only batch of Xinming pill-breaking materials from the sect. After handing it to Lin Xiao, the three stood aside, watching eagerly. However, the three wore different expressions. Luo Haiqing was full of anticipation. Elders Wu remained expressionless, secretly sneering. Elder Wang looked pained. No matter how he looked at it, wasting this batch of materials was such a waste. Lin Xiao first inspected both the materials and the alchemy furnace. After confirming everything was in order, he prepared to begin refining. The next moment, he took out his superior grade spirit sword from the storage ring. This spirit sword was exchanged from a middle grade spirit sword when he left the Sword Demon Sect, costing over 15,000 spirit stones. The three. What does this mean? Weren't we supposed to refine pills? What is he doing taking out a sword? Processing the materials. But these heavenly materials and earthly treasures don't need to be processed this way. Starfire spreads. With a soft utterance, Lin Xiao swung his long sword, and over 100 sword energies rushed into the alchemy furnace with a buzzing sound. In an instant, the flames within the alchemy furnace surged violently, as if the entire room had caught fire. Elders Wu and Elder Wang froze. Don't tell me this kid is going to refine pills with flames like this. Luo Haiqing was equally astonished, but he still believed in Lin Xiao in his heart. One surprise, then another surprise. They didn't yet realize that this first step wasn't even an appetizer. Once the flames inside the alchemy furnace reached a certain intensity, Lin Xiao flicked with his sword, tossing all the materials into the furnace without any order whatsoever. Hey, stop it. This is completely absurd. Pills are never refined like this. You're destroying the materials. When Elders Wu saw this scene, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. Although the other party claimed to have pawned a supreme grade pill, but as alchemists they truly couldn't stand watching someone mistreat heavenly materials and earthly treasures like this. This was an insult to alchemists. But just as he was about to step forward and interrupt, Lin Xiao glanced at him. His long sword was raised high. Ming, a vast and sharp aura, its dazzling radiance like scattered silver threads transformed into a mighty river and cascaded down from the 9 heavens. Luo Haiqing, who had already taken half a step forward to shield Lin Xiao from disturbance, was stunned. The 2 6th-rank alchemists were also stunned. Sword intent. 4 degrees of sword intent. This is insane. Mainly because this person had only reached the perfection stage of the spiritual gathering realm, not even the Wheel C realm. Where did he gain the ability to comprehend sword intent? Elder Wang and Elders Wu couldn't have been more dumbfounded. And Luo Haiqing's shock was twice as great as the combined shock of these two people, because he had personally witnessed Lin Xiao comprehend a thread of the desolation imagery on the heavenly stairs. At that time, he sighed in admiration. Lin Xiao had comprehended an imagery at the spiritual gathering realm. His future was truly immeasurable. But now he realized he was the fool. This Lin Xiao, not only had he long ago comprehended another imagery, but he had also cultivated it to over 4 degrees. Even the strong ones of the rotating pill realm were nothing more than this. Unbelievable. Impossible to believe. Lin Xiao paid no attention to the 3 people's emotions. The flames were ready. Swoosh. A sword light imbued with sword intent was slashed into the alchemy furnace. Then the alchemy furnace began to vibrate and shake continuously as if something was struggling inside. Lin Xiao diligently controlled the sword intent from outside. After an hour passed like this, the alchemy furnace suddenly shook violently. Bang bang bang, boom. After a loud noise, the alchemy furnace went still, completely stabilized. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. Indeed, after his strength broke through refining pills became much easier. He still remembered when he first refined the Xianming breakthrough pill. His whole body felt like it had fallen apart. But this time it was much easier. With a wave of Lin Xiao's long sword, both the sword intent and sword energy inside the furnace were retrieved. The flames vanished. The long sword was tossed back into the ring. Elder Zhua and Elder Wang exchanged glances, both confused and puzzled. To be honest, from beginning to end they hadn't understood anything, nor could they comprehend this young man's method of pill refining. Moreover, this refining was done way too quickly. This was one of the most difficult types of 7th rank pills. If properly refined, it would take at least half a day. It had only been just over an hour. If pills could be successfully refined this way, then their decades of alchemy were wasted like feeding dogs. Is it done? Young friend Lin Xiao, how did it go? Luo Haiqing asked excitedly. It's done, Lin Xiao said calmly. 2 words showcasing his confidence without doubt. It's done. The 3 stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard. Really? It's really done. The 3 felt a chill down their spines, their scalps tingling. Lin Xiao strode forward and opened the alchemy furnace with a single palm. The last time he successfully refined the Xianming breakthrough pill was by luck. This time, he was already skilled in getting the hang of it. Lin Xiao believed that if he refined 2 more furnaces of this pill, he could do it with his eyes closed. The furnace opened. Boom. A purple radiance illuminated the entire room. Then an extremely enticing rich fragrance spread throughout. Sect Master Luo and the 2 6th rank alchemists immediately leaned in. If the pill was truly successful, then they had witnessed a miracle. The 3 focused their gazes into the alchemy furnace and glimpsed 2 crystal clear pills lying quietly inside. Good heavens. 2 pills actually formed. I'm stunned, it actually succeeded. That's impossible. This completely defies alchemical logic. What? This is the Xianming breakthrough pill. 2 pills from 1 furnace. Even the top 7th rank alchemists would struggle to achieve this. The 3 kept gasping in shock. The impact on their hearts was too overwhelming. Even if these are merely inferior Xianming breakthrough pills, this young man is extraordinary. If the Alchemist Guild of the Great Wei Dynasty knew about this kid, they'd go insane. Elder Zhua exclaimed. He now wished he could slap himself. Slap. A crisp sound. Elder Wang beside him slapped himself hard. Old Wang, what are you doing? Elder Zhua was confused. It wasn't you who offended this mysterious young man. Just now, why are you slapping yourself? Old Zhua, you take a careful look at the pill's quality. Old Wang looked like he had seen a ghost, his right cheek already swollen. It seemed he hadn't held back on the force. Huh. Elder Zhua was filled with suspicion, quickly focused his gaze to look. The next second, slap. Elder Zhua slapped himself hard. Pain. He wasn't dreaming. Elder Zhua's face was filled with overwhelming shock and disbelief. He slapped himself not because he felt he owed the other party, but because what he saw before his eyes completely overturned his worldview. 2 chi of pill mist, Xianming breakthrough pills, he exclaimed in a lost voice. Luo Haiqing observed the astonishment on his 2 alchemists' faces, and upon overhearing their conversation, could not suppress his curiosity as he turned his gaze to look. His eyes widened, and he raised his right hand ready to slap himself. But then he remembered that he was the sect master, and he had to suppress this shock. After all, 2 people had already verified it. He would let it go. Though the slap never landed, the shock within him was beyond measure. The impact this young man brought him was stronger with each wave. He simply could not fathom him, especially the final revelation of his identity as an alchemist. A Xianming realm-breaking pill of the 2 chi pill mist level. The mere thought of it was terrifying. To think that someone could actually refine such an ultra-premium pill. This was several times more precious than a pill of the 1 chi pill mist level. A difference of a single chi minute gap of 1,000 miles. They were entirely different concepts. If this pill could be given to his daughter, not only would it heal her injuries, but even the quality of the core she would form when breaking through to the rotary core realm would be extraordinary. Her future would undoubtedly be immeasurable. Most importantly, the person who could refine a pill at the 2 chi pill mist level must be at least an 8th rank alchemist. In the entire Great Wei Dynasty, there was not a single 8th rank alchemist. Thinking of this, Luo Haiqing's gaze toward Lin Xiao had completely changed. If Luo Haiqing was shaken, then as with the imperial alchemist, and Elder Wang, both alchemists themselves, felt a shock multiplied tenfold. Senior, no, my lord, I have offended you greatly. Please punish me severely. So the Imperial Alchemist immediately walked up to Lin Xiao, bowed deeply, and dared not lift his head. Luo Haiqing was about to interject with a few mollifying words. At that moment, Elder Wang quietly tugged at his sect master and transmitted his voice, "Sect master, do not interfere. The hierarchical relationships among alchemists are unique and differ from those of cultivators. Zuo's apology is necessary." At the same time, he felt relieved that he had not spoken rashly earlier. Lin Xiao looked at the bowed Zuo the Imperial Alchemist with some surprise. He had intended to mock him, but the other's attitude had changed so drastically. This left him momentarily unsure how to respond. "My lord, I have a 6th rank pill formula in my collection. Please accept it." Zuo the Imperial Alchemist held out a jade slip with both hands and said respectfully, "Forget it, I don't often refine pills. You have been stuck at the 6th rank for a long time, haven't you? If your Tao is correct, then the problem lies within yourself. You should work on mending your disposition." Lin Xiao waved his hand and said. Seeing the other's demeanor, he had lost interest in pursuing the matter. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I will change starting today. But please accept this pill formula or my mind will not be at ease and I fear I will be unable to continue alchemy in the future," Zuo said earnestly. Seeing this, Lin Xiao did not refuse again. With a wave of his hand, he took the jade slip. Holding it in his hand, he moved his consciousness. He immediately knew what pill formula it was. Windwalk pill. After consumption, it unleashes astonishing speed for a short time, with the duration varying according to the pill's quality. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. This pill was quite useful, a must-have for traversing the world. At the Sword Demon Sect, Elder Qiao had similar speed-enhancing pills, but they were only of the 3rd or 4th rank. A 6th rank auxiliary pill, like the Windwalk pill, was rare. So the Imperial Alchemist, seeing that he had been forgiven and the pill formula accepted, let out a great sigh of relief and slowly straightened up. But the way he looked at Lin Xiao was both reverent and incredulous. To be an 8th rank alchemist at such a young age, what level must his master who taught him alchemy be? Could it be 9th rank? But he had never even seen an 8th rank alchemist before, let alone a 9th rank. He had never even heard of one. "My lord, I dare to ask, who is your master?" So the Imperial Alchemist inquired cautiously. "Oh, my master. He does not like others asking about his name. Besides, my master is probably not in the Great Wei dynasty recently. He might be traveling the world somewhere." Lin Xiao made up a casual excuse. What else could he say? Should he claim that he had comprehended and created everything on his own? No one would believe that. So it was better to fabricate a non-existent master to bluff them. As expected, upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Sect Master Luo and the other two were already 90% convinced. This matched their speculations perfectly. It seemed that his background was far greater than they had imagined. They must not offend him. This was the silent warning they gave themselves. "Well, my lord, would you be interested in becoming a guest elder of the Alchemist Guild? Once they learn of your abilities, they will surely offer the highest sincerity." So the Imperial Alchemist extended an olive branch. He himself was from the Alchemist Guild. If this young man could join the guild, it would be an incredible boon. Not interested. Lin Xiao refused without thinking. Then whenever you become interested or have any needs, please feel free to come to the Alchemist Guild. We welcome you at any time. My lord, this is my identity token. You can use it to enter when you come." So the Imperial Alchemist handed over the token with both hands. He was not surprised by the refusal. It was only natural for a top-tier alchemist to refuse. He just needed to convey his own attitude and that of the Alchemist Guild. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and accepted the token. His reasoning was simple. If he ever lacked materials for alchemy, he could use this token to find them more easily at the Alchemist Guild. After Lin Xiao pocketed the token, the atmosphere in the alchemy room improved significantly. Lin Xiao had taken one Xianming realm-breaking pill of the Tu-Chi pill mist and given one to Sect Master Luo. Sect Master Luo was overjoyed and excited. After thanking him several times, he quickly took it to give to Luo Yushang. Lin Xiao chatted casually with the two alchemists for a while, then found an open space to cultivate the 1,000-mile radiance art. The Wuji ruins would open in 2 days. He wanted to become more proficient in this heaven-grade technique within those 2 days. Time flew. 2 days passed. The Flowing Cloud Sect dispatched a group to head toward the nearby Wuji ruins. In previous years, the expedition had been led by an inner sect elder of the Rotary Core realm. But this time was different. "Father, why did you insist on leading the team yourself?" Luo Yushang asked, helplessly looking at her father. At this moment, Luo Yushang showed no sign of weakness. She was full of energy, her eyes bright and spirited. She was dressed as elegantly as an orchid in a secluded valley, as pure as a narcissus floating on water. Especially when she looked in a certain direction, there was a touch of melancholy and an unfathomable expression in her eyes. "What? Does your father's presence bother you?" Luo Haiqing glanced at his daughter and said, No. Father, you can come if you want. What does it have to do with me?" Luo Yushang's eyes flickered. Luo Haiqing shook his head inwardly. He lamented that his daughter was not being assertive enough. Today when they finally met after thanking Lin Xiao, she just lowered her head and could barely utter a few words. Where was the willful and argumentative manner she usually showed when arguing with her father? Nevertheless, Luo Haiqing did not deliberately push. Matters of the heart should be left to fate. Moreover, a prodigy like Lin Xiao, who had comprehended 40% of the sword intent, had begun to grasp the desolate intent, had cleared the heavenly stairway, and was an 8th-rank alchemist. As for his own daughter, her talent and aptitude, forget it, she was not worthy. Luo Haiqing's reason for personally leading the team this time was naturally because of Lin Xiao. If such a prodigy were to encounter any mishap, wouldn't the Sword Demon Sect hold him responsible? At the same time, he was also quite puzzled. The Sword Demon Sect was indeed the Sword Demon Sect, their conduct entirely different from other sects. If this Lin Xiao were a disciple of their Cloud Flow sect, he would probably keep an eye on him every day. When going on a long journey, they would surely send a late-stage spirit core protector. But the Sword Demon Sect was simply too relaxed. Didn't they know that a prodigy like Lin Xiao, even if you turned the entire Great Wei dynasty upside down, could hardly be found among tens of billions of people? Thinking of this, Luo Haiqing ignored his daughter beside him. He walked over to Lin Xiao in the middle of the group. Young friend, how is the cultivation of the 1,000-mile radiant flash art going? Have you achieved the initial entry? Any doubts? Luo Haiqing asked via voice transmission. He knew Lin Xiao had been cultivating the 1,000-mile radiant flash art these past 2 days, but he had been busy attending to his daughter. It was only today when they set out that he had some free time. If Lin Xiao had any doubts, he was happy to help. I should say it's at minor accomplishment, but not yet completely proficient. Seeing that Sect Master Luo had come, Lin Xiao also wished to seek his advice. This was a genuine peak-stage spirit core powerhouse. His strength was certainly no less than Elder Gong and Elder Mo. Minor accomplishment. That's fine, no need to rush if you haven't entered. Wait, minor accomplishment. You've cultivated the 1,000-mile radiant flash art to minor accomplishment. Luo Haiqing felt his tongue was about to twist. He looked suspiciously at young friend Lin Xiao, thinking the other was joking. Your physique training talent is fine, your alchemy talent is fine, your sword cultivation talent is fine. But this was the supreme secret art of their Cloud Flow sect. Even when he himself cultivated the 1,000-mile radiant flash art at the mid-stage of the Sea of Wheels realm, it took him a full 5 days just to achieve initial entry. He had already mentally elevated Lin Xiao's talent and comprehension, so for initial entry, 3 days at least should be needed. Who would have thought the other claimed to have reached minor accomplishment? He really couldn't believe it. He himself had taken about 9 months to reach minor accomplishment. Sect Master Luo, how about I demonstrate it, and you can take a look? Noticing the doubt in the other's eyes, Lin Xiao said. No problem. Luo Haiqing agreed, as he had the same intention. With a thought, Lin Xiao began circulating spiritual energy within his body. 1,000-mile radiant flash, he silently shouted in his mind. The next moment, Lin Xiao transformed into a flash of white light and vanished from his spot. Luo Haiqing's eyes widened. He also transformed into a flash of white light and followed. In less than the blink of an eye, both figures had vanished from before the Cloud Flow sect disciples. What happened? It seemed like 2 streaks of white light just flashed before my eyes. It was the Sect Master and that young man named Lin Xiao. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. This speed is too fast. The Sect Master being fast is certain, but why is that young man so fast? He's only at the peak of the spirit gathering realm. Those who came out this time were all elite inner disciples of the Cloud Flow sect with cultivation at least at the mid-stage of the Sea of Wheels realm. Yet they had completely failed to see the other's figure just now. If it came to a fight, they would be utterly unable to mount any resistance. As the group traveled toward their destination, they chatted and discussed for several minutes. 2 streaks of white light reappeared. It was their own Sect Master and that young man who had reappeared in the group. It seemed as if nothing had happened. But they all noticed that their Sect Master's expression seemed very off. A bit dark, a bit red. Luo Yushang at the front of the group saw the 2 of them and was extremely curious. What was going on? What had her father taken Lin Xiao to do? Seeing that they seemed to be communicating via voice transmission, she decided it was better not to disturb them. Sect Master Luo, you can achieve such speed even at the spirit gathering realm. That's incredible. Lin Xiao transmitted in surprise. Just now they had gone out to demonstrate the 1,000-mile radiant flash art. At first he led the way. Later he said he wanted to see the art at its great accomplishment. So Sect Master Luo suppressed his cultivation to the same level and cast the secret art all the way back. No matter how he chased, he couldn't catch up to the other. This made him even more delighted and prized the 1,000-mile radiant flash art. On the other side, Luo Haiqing with a darkened face and full of despair. He was clearly being praised. Luo Haiqing, however, was not happy at all. His old face was about to blush with shame. He simply wanted to die. Where exactly did this monster Lin Xiao come from? When they had set out from the group using the secret art, he was shocked to discover that Lin Xiao had truly cultivated the 1,000-mile radiant flash art to minor accomplishment. 2 days. Minor accomplishment. This made his eyes go wide, unable to understand or agree. However, this was not the most shocking thing. On the way back, he had intended to suppress this monster's arrogance. So he suppressed his own cultivation and cast the 1,000-mile radiant flash art. But secretly, he had quietly used the speed intent. He had thought this would leave the other in the dust. But what made Luo Haiqing feel incomparably horrified was, young friend Lin Xiao was indeed left behind, but only for a mere 2 breaths, and then Lin Xiao caught up. Caught up? What? Caught up to himself, who had secretly used speed intent. Damn, was this even human? Although he had suppressed his cultivation, but with the secret art at great accomplishment and speed intent, plus his familiarity with the art, how could Lin Xiao catch up? By what right could he catch up? This made no sense. Sect Master Luo, do you think there is anything wrong with my execution of the 1,000-mile radiant flash art? Lin Xiao was genuinely seeking advice. Luo Haiqing. Ahem, to be honest, young friend Lin Xiao's comprehension ability is something I have never seen before. When you went there were a few imperfect points, but after this trip back, they are much better. Luo Haiqing said with a serious face. In truth, he hadn't observed that closely along the way. His face was about to be slapped swollen, but how could he have the mind to observe these details? Or rather, he didn't need to observe, he knew that this Lin Xiao kid could correct himself after a few more practices. Such talent and comprehension, terrifying. You flatter me, Sect Master Luo. By the way, I have a doubt I'd like to ask. Lin Xiao thought of something, and said. Go ahead, said Sect Master Luo. Above the Spirit Core realm is the Cauldron Transformation realm. When at the peak of Spirit Core, comprehending 80% of a single intent allows one to transform into a cauldron. My question is, how much difference in strength is there between a cauldron transformation achieved by cultivating 1 intent versus 2 intents? Lin Xiao was asking seriously. He now possessed the sword intent and an intent absorbed from the heavenly staircase steel. He was a dual intent cultivator. He was quite curious about this question. Luo Haiqing nodded slightly. It was normal for Lin Xiao to ask this. A dual intent cauldron transformation is at least 30% stronger than a single intent cauldron transformation cultivator. In fact, intents are also graded. For example, the speed intent I cultivate is at most ordinary among mid-level intents. The sword intent and desolate intent you cultivate are considered higher among mid-level ones. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was stunned. Desolate intent. What is that? He asked in confusion. He didn't have any desolate intent. When you cultivated the 9 nether demon suppressing seal to the 5th layer, did you feel an ethereal and intangible power within you? That was the newly born intent. Luo Haiqing was even more puzzled. How could he not know this when he had already achieved 4th level sword intent? Lin Xiao was stunned. So that was it. So that was intent. It was not surprising that Lin Xiao was like this. The desolate intent was in the true sense the first intent that Lin Xiao had cultivated by himself. His sword intent was formed by condensing and nurturing thousands of swords, skipping the birth stage entirely. It was normal that he didn't know. Good heavens. Plus the intent absorbed from the heavenly staircase steely, he was now a triple intent cultivator. Luo Haiqing looked at Lin Xiao's slightly satisfied smile and said something that made Lin Xiao's expression change drastically. Young friend Lin Xiao, don't be too happy about this. A dual intent cultivator means that during the Spirit Core realm, you must comprehend both intents to 80% before there is any possibility of cauldron transformation. Otherwise, if you only comprehend 1 intent to 80%, you cannot achieve cauldron transformation. Luo Haiqing said seriously. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's smile vanished instantly. He was completely dumbfounded. What? Must cultivate all intents to 80%. Then, what about triple intent cultivators? For a 3 intent cultivator, would it not be necessary to comprehend all 3 intents to 80% before achieving crucible formation? Lin Xiao had already deeply experienced the difficulty of cultivating intent. The vast sword tomb of the sword demon sect was immense, containing thousands of usable sword energies. Yet even so, it had taken him over half a year to cultivate his sword intent to merely 40%. The further one progressed in intent, the more bewildering it became. Unless he could find a higher quality sword tomb or other opportunities relying solely on his own comprehension of sword intent, even if his comprehension ability was maxed out, would be far too time-consuming. Ahem, may I ask, Lord Luo, to what extent have you comprehended your speed intent? Lin Xiao inquired curiously. Moi. Luo Haiqing cast a surprised glance at Lin Xiao and continued. Young friend Lin, do not casually inquire about others' cultivation progress. It is a taboo. Of course, between us it is fine. My speed intent has now reached nearly 70%, still a great step away from 80%. I believe I can achieve it within 10 years. Luo Haiqing cast a surprised glance at Lin Xiao and continued. Young friend Lin, do not casually inquire about others' cultivation progress. It is a taboo. Of course between us it is fine. My speed in 10 has now reached nearly 70%, still a great step away from 80%. I believe I can achieve it within 10 years. Lin Xiao. 10 years. A single level of intent took a decade at least. Good heavens. Lin Xiao's mind buzzed with shock. Why did he have to touch that steel? Why did he have to comprehend the intent of desolation? 2 intents he could barely accept, but 3. This was truly overestimating himself. What frustrated Lin Xiao most was that the intent he had absorbed from the heavenly ladder steel seemed to be an exceptionally rare type. How was he supposed to comprehend it, how to seek it out? Lin Xiao felt somewhat speechless. But then he thought that this was a concern only when he reached the peak of the Xiandan realm, still a considerable distance away, so he let it go. Cross the bridge when you come to it, take one step at a time. Perhaps by the time he reached the peak of the Xiandan realm his intent would not be far behind. After traveling for about half a day, the group from the Flowing Cloud sect finally arrived at the entrance of the Wuji ruins. By the time they arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered. It was as bustling as a marketplace. Of course, most of these people could not enter the Wuji ruins. Each ordinary sect had only 10 slots. In total, about 1 to 2,000 people would enter. Within the Flowing Cloud sect camp, Luo Yushang stood not far behind Lin Xiao. She had come only to accompany him and did not intend to enter the Wuji ruins. Firstly, she had already visited the place several times and found no opportunities. Secondly, as her injuries were just healed, her father did not allow her to go on an adventure. Almost all ruins held dangers, and if one always followed a fixed route, they would never discover any opportunities. Thus, exploring secret realms always carried a certain level of risk. Just as Luo Yushang was about to step forward to bid Lin Xiao farewell, and shout, a graceful figure leaped to Lin Xiao's side first. Lin Xiao, I finally caught up to you. You're so slow following the Flowing Cloud sect people. The woman's eyes sparkled as she smiled. Edge. Senior sister Lu, when did you break through to the Luanhai realm? Lin Xiao asked in surprise upon seeing the familiar face. The newcomer was none other than Lu Mingyue, whom Lin Xiao had rescued from villains outside the Beast Forest, and also the true disciple of Elder Qiao. That's right, my talent is not bad either. If I weren't fond of alchemy, I would have broken through to the Luanhai realm long ago, Lu Mingyue laughed. Have the others from the sect arrived as well? Lin Xiao asked. Over there. Aren't you going to visit? Lu Mingyue inquired. I will go over, Lin Xiao nodded. He went not for anything else, but to obtain the token for the Wuji ruins. Have the others from the sect arrived as well? Lin Xiao asked. Over there. Aren't you going to visit? Lu Mingyue inquired. I will go over, Lin Xiao nodded. He went not for anything else, but to obtain the token for the Wuji ruins. Only those with the token could enter the Wuji ruins. Little fellow, you must be Lin Xiao. A tall figure stepped out from behind Lu Mingyue. Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. He did not recognize the person before him. Yet before the man appeared, Lin Xiao had not sensed his presence at all. This person must be a formidable figure. You are? Lin Xiao asked in confusion. Lin Xiao, how can you not even recognize your own sect leader? Lu Mingyue burst out laughing. Sect leader? Lord Fong. Lin Xiao was stunned. He had heard of his sect leader, but had never met him. Ever since he joined the Sword Demon sect, he had never had a moment's rest. When he finally could rest, something came up, and he had to go to the Flowing Cloud sect. You boy, very good. Very good indeed. I have heard of your abilities from Elder Mu and the others. Do your best in the Wuji ruins. If you need anything, come to me anytime and tell me. Sect leader Fong patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. His tone was gentle and his eyes were filled with goodwill and pride. For the Sword Demon sect to produce such a prodigy was truly its honor. You flatter me, sect leader. It is my duty, Lin Xiao replied politely. This was the sect leader after all, and he showed such courtesy. How could Lin Xiao not reciprocate? Old Fong, why have you come in person this time? A voice tinged with sarcasm rang out. Old Luo, you say that, but why have you also led the team yourself? Sect leader Fong retorted after recognizing the speaker. I'm leading the team to guard against some brat from a hostile faction. Have a little conscience, will you? Then I really thank you. The two sect leaders were both surprised to see each other. I'm leading the team to guard against some brat from a hostile faction. Have a little conscience, will you? Then I really thank you. The two sect leaders were both surprised to see each other. They traded jabs, and then chatted amicably. In previous years, neither of them had led the team personally. While the two big shots were talking, Luo Yushang, standing behind Luo Haiqing, had a look of deep resentment in her eyes. Who was that woman beside Lin Xiao? Why did she speak in such an annoying manner? She clearly was no good. As the time for the Wuji ruins to open drew near, Luo Yushang hesitated for a few seconds, then mustered her courage, and stepped forward to stand on Lin Xiao's other side. Lin Xiao, is this junior sister also going into the Wuji ruins? Luo Yushang asked. If that woman was going in, she would find a way to go as well. Lu Mingyue frowned at the pretty woman beside her. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. How could this woman be so beautiful? It seemed perhaps maybe she was a little prettier than herself. How infuriating. Suddenly Lu Mingyue felt a strong sense of crisis. Her cultivation is too weak. She's not qualified, Lin Xiao said. Lu Mingyue, oh, this rotten Lin Xiao, how could he introduce me like that? Creak creak. Lu Mingyue started grinding her teeth. Oh, I see. Then junior sister should focus on cultivating, Luo Yushang said with a smug smile. After taking the elixir Lin Xiao gave her, she had broken through to the 8th level of the Luanhai realm. Moreover, she had already broken through the bottleneck of the Xiandan realm. This meant that as long as she cultivated diligently to the peak of the Luanhai realm, she could break through to the Xiandan realm at will. That woman before her would then pose no threat. You? Lu Mingyue gritted her teeth at the other's smug expression. She is now a 5th-grade alchemist. If she hadn't diverted her focus to cultivation, she would have reached the Luanhai realm long ago, Lin Xiao casually explained. What? This woman? A 5th-grade alchemist? Lin Xiao was also an alchemist. This. She is now a 5th-grade alchemist. If she hadn't diverted her focus to cultivation, she would have reached the Luanhai realm long ago, Lin Xiao casually explained. What? This woman? A 5th-grade alchemist? Lin Xiao was also an alchemist. This. Just as the two women were staring each other down, a rumbling sound echoed. The entrance to the Wuji ruins burst into brilliant light. It's open. The Wuji ruins have finally opened. Let's go, we need to prepare to enter quickly. Why rush? It's not the first time it's opened. But every time it opens, someone inside gains opportunities. What if it's our turn this time? I can't wait any longer. The Wuji ruins opened, and the two women's probing came to an end. Lin Xiao followed sect leader Fong back to the camp, obtained his token, and then entered the Wuji ruins along with several other members of the Sword Demon sect. In the world of cultivation, the hierarchy was very clear. Only after the top 10 sects like the Sword Demon sect and Flowing Cloud sect had entered would the other sects follow. However, just as the leading sects had all entered the Wuji ruins, a commotion arose from the southwestern direction of the crowd. A golden chariot hung across the sky with faint figures visible standing on it. That is the imperial chariot of the Great Wei royal family. Hiss! Everyone held their breath. Even great figures like sect leader Luo and sect leader Fong wore grave expressions. Why had they come? The Great Wei royal family, the #1 force in the Great Wei dynasty. For 1,000 years the rankings of other sects might have shifted, but only the Great Wei royal family remained firmly in first place. No one dared to challenge its position. It was said that the current Great Wei imperial prince was born with a sacred constitution. On the day of his birth, 9 dragons sang in unison, and the imperial artifact manifested its true spirit, drawing dragon energy to nourish his body. At just 15 years old, he had already broken through to the Xiandan realm. He was truly a dragon among men. Everyone's gaze turned, their hearts shaken. Why had the Great Wei royal family, which had not participated in the Wuji ruins for 100 years, suddenly come this year? This matter was fraught with strangeness. You all are quite early. A resonant male voice came from the imperial chariot, accompanied by a wave of oppressive pressure. No one below dared to respond. Just then, suddenly on the other side, wild beasts howled at the sky, birds fluttered in panic, and the mountains echoed with cries. It seemed they all wanted to flee from this place. Everyone was stunned, looking in that direction. What was happening? In an instant, a flash of black light appeared. A 4-winged ancient beast stood in the sky above the crowd. The beast was not large, about 10 meters in size, but it exuded a momentum like a mountain range, pressing down on those below, making it hard to breathe. On the back of this 4-winged ancient beast stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Dressed in a white robe with a long skirt, her waist was tied with a golden silk soft smoke sash into a chinquan knot, and her long black hair hung low. What was most striking were her pupils. They were not the black of ordinary people, but blood red. This made her appear even more bewitching and captivating. You? What is this enchantress doing in the Great Wei dynasty? The man who had just been so majestic on the imperial chariot changed color and said, his eyes now filled with wariness and fear. Why shouldn't I be here? The stunning woman known as the Demoness let out a laugh like silver bells. She appeared remarkably lively and pure. If not for the ferocious ancient beast beneath her feet, one might have mistaken her for a neighbor's younger sister. However, upon seeing this woman, the expressions of all the sect leaders below froze completely. Their gazes immediately withdrew, daring not to look at her a second time. Master, who is this woman? Many disciples had never seen her before. The atmosphere had grown completely frigid, filling them with confusion. Remember, never stare at her, and especially refrain from speaking freely. She is Qianing Su, the eldest princess of the great Qian dynasty. Do not be deceived by her innocent appearance. She is actually a female demon who kills without blinking. When the crown prince of our dynasty was born, auspicious omens descended from the heavens. But when this demonic Qianing Su was born, the greatest calamity arrived. On that day, the entire Great Qian dynasty was covered in crimson clouds. Blood rain poured from the sky, and white bone ash scattered everywhere. This Demoness is even more bloodthirsty, and her temperament is unpredictable. The leaders of each sect transmitted messages to their juniors, all marking this woman as the #1 target on their blacklist. An existence absolutely untouchable, one must never provoke. Yet those younger generation members listened and became even more confused and curious. Such a beautiful woman. How could she be dangerous? The middle-aged man atop the imperial carriage stared tightly at Xianing Su and said, "In any case, this is our Great Wei dynasty's territory. We do not welcome, wait Uncle Wei. Guests have come to us. How can our Great Wei dynasty treat guests so disdainfully?" A refined young man in magnificent yellow robes stepped leisurely out of the imperial carriage, interrupting the middle-aged man's words. The appearance of this young man caused another round of gasps from the crowd below. It was the third prince. His Highness the third prince of the Great Wei royal family. Who would have thought that the opening of the Wuji ruins had drawn him as well? If the crown prince possessed a naturally sacred physique with extraordinary aptitude, then this third prince was exceptionally perceptive, meticulous in thought, and extraordinarily intelligent. Many said the future heir of the Great Wei royal family would be chosen from either the crown prince or the third prince. Princess Su, it has been quite some time since we last parted. The third prince greeted her with a smile. Anyone who didn't know better would think the two were close. But Xianing Su merely glanced at him, rolled her eyes, and said, "Why is a hypocritical fellow like you here too? Where's your martial-obsessed elder brother? Did he come?" Hearing the first half of her words, the third prince's smile remained unchanged. But upon hearing the second half, and watching her gaze bypass him entirely to search for his elder brother, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "My elder brother did not come today. If Princess Su has anything to say, I can convey it on his behalf." The third prince continued to maintain his smile. "Oh, then tell him to cultivate diligently. After I finish having fun at the Wuji ruins today, I'll prepare to break through to the Vortex Core realm. Next time we meet, don't let me defeat you too miserably." Xianing Su said with a light smile. "I will convey that. However, Princess Su, I could also practice with you." The third prince volunteered. You're far too weak. I have no interest in fighting you." Xianing Su no longer looked at him, but instead scanned the people below. The third prince. Their conversation was not transmitted through spiritual sound, so everyone below heard it clearly. If anyone had been confused about Xianing Su's identity earlier, they were now completely baffled. This crown princess spoke with such brutal bluntness. Every word the third prince said was countered mercilessly, yet somehow he seemed entirely unfazed, his humble attitude unchanged. In truth, no one knew. Inside his robes, the third prince's fists had clenched tightly. He quickly adjusted his breathing and continued, "Princess Su, entry into the Wuji ruins requires a special token. If you don't have one, I can provide you with one." As he spoke, the third prince took out a ruin token, intending to hand it to her. Unexpectedly, Xianing Su shook her head and said, "No need, I have one." "You have one." The third prince paused. The next moment, a flash of white light. Two screams of agony rang out. Looking again, Xianing Su was no longer standing on the ancient beast, but had appeared in a small Sect's camp. No one had noticed how she descended. Even more terrifying was that the two late-stage Will See realm elders of the small sect had already been impaled through the chest by her hands, their hearts crushed, both dead. Deep crimson blood had stained a portion of Xianing Su's white dress. Yet she showed no concern, her eyes instead continuing to radiate waves of bloodthirsty gleam. "Elder Wang, elderly. You demonic woman, you actually killed my Jingtian sect's elders. I will never forgive you." The leader of Jingtian's sect was ignited by sudden fury. As a late-stage Vortex Core realm expert, he had naturally heard of this Demoness reputation. Yet he never expected her to strike so directly. It was completely unexpected. Today he cared not who this Demoness was. If she dared kill his sect's elders, she would pay the price. She was merely a Demoness at the peak of the Will See realm. He refused to believe he couldn't handle her. Mountain shaking palm. The Jingtian sect leader roared in anger and struck out. A powerful palm print dozens of zhang hai condensed in midair and rushed toward Xianing Su. "Stop!" The third prince atop the imperial carriage urgently cried out. But it was already too late. Crack! With a sound of shattering, the enormous palm print that had charged toward Xianing Su instantly crumbled into fragments, dissolving into spiritual energy debris. Then a blood-red figure whistled toward the Jingtian sect leader. "No good, this Demoness has actually cultivated her intent to such a level." The Jingtian sect leader quickly activated a defensive secret technique, erecting a protective barrier before him. Yet even with that, the sense of mortal danger had not disappeared. Retreat. He did not hesitate and immediately attempted to withdraw. But in an instant, a sky-filling torrent of crimson light burst forth from a single point and surged like a flood, devastatingly shattering his protective barrier and engulfing his entire body.
This left the Jingtian sect leader unable to even utter a scream before being completely obliterated, not a single trace remaining. I didn't have this just now, but now I do. Qianing Su held several ruined tokens dripping with fresh blood and smiled brightly. Witnessing the innocent smile on this woman's face, everyone's bodies shuddered violently, their hearts turning to ice, overcome with terror. This demon, this Demoness. She was completely inhuman. Before anyone could react, Qianing Su transformed once more into a streak of light and darted straight into the entrance of the Wuji ruins. My father told me not to cause trouble in the great Qian dynasty, and I'm being very obedient. The scene fell utterly silent. A silence so profound it was terrifying. And as the third prince watched Qianing Su's figure disappear into the Wuji ruins, greed, desire, jealousy, and a thick chill flashed in his eyes. A person at the peak of the Luan High realm actually killed a strong expert at the late Xiandan realm with a single blow. If this were told, no one would believe it. When one's cultivation level is low, fighting beyond one's realm is still possible. But as one progresses to higher stages, the gap between each realm widens, making such feats increasingly impossible. But at this moment, the thousands of people present all saw clearly. The strong expert at the late Xiandan realm had no power to resist before Qianing Su. This completely overturned their worldview. And what shocked everyone the most was Qianing Su's bloodthirsty nature. One moment she was chatting and laughing calmly. The next, a storm of blood and gore. There was no sign in between, completely caught off guard. They were still dazed and bewildered. Amid the wails of the Jingtian sect disciples, the crowd gradually came to their senses. Everyone looked over sympathetically. For the Jingtian sect, this was a disaster. The sect leader and 2 elders were dead. After today, the Jingtian sect would likely cease to exist. Almost every sect has hostile forces. Once they know your leader is dead and your strong members are gone, why would they let you off? Many sighed. This was a catastrophe from heaven. They were certain that the Demoness attack on the Jingtian sect was not due to any personal vendetta. It was just that the Jingtian sect was unlucky to be chosen. Some were relieved, some worried, some anxious. I think I'll skip this time. I'll come back next year. We also feel the same. The Cuihong sect hereby takes leave. Farewell, everyone. This place is not suitable to stay. We're withdrawing too. Us too. In an instant, many forces fled in panic, not daring to look back. They feared the Demoness might launch a counterattack. A being who could kill even a late Xiandan realm expert in one blow. They truly couldn't withstand that. But the most frustrated and grim-faced were the top-ranked sects of the Great Wei dynasty. Their people had already entered the Wuji ruins. Now even that Demoness had barged in. If they encountered her, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Wuji ruins had its own rule power. Those at the Xiandan realm or above could not enter. If anyone met this Demoness inside, what other outcome could there be but death? Father, what should we do? Lin Xiao has already entered. If he encounters this Demoness, he surely cannot defeat her. Luo Yushang's face turned slightly pale as she asked worriedly. Sect leader, can you think of a way? Even letting Lin Xiao come out would be fine. That Demoness is so terrifying, no matter how talented Lin Xiao is, he cannot be her match. Lu Mingyue was also on the verge of tears. The expressions of sect leader Luo and sect leader Fong turned grim. They never expected this to happen. Lin Xiao was a prodigy rarely seen in a century, no a millennium. This is so unlucky. To run into this Demoness of all times. There is no other way. All you can do now is pray that Lin Xiao never meets that Demoness in the ruins, never. Whether it was the small forces fleeing in panic or the other sects that had already sent disciples in and were waiting, at least they had a choice. Now the only ones facing a dilemma were the third prince and his entourage, who had retreated into the imperial carriage. The arrogant and domineering attitude they had when they arrived was completely gone. The choice they faced was simple, yet difficult: to enter or not. Your Highness, the third prince, perhaps we should give up this time. The middle-aged man, Uncle Wei, hesitated and advised. Give up. If we miss this, we'll have to wait another 100 years. Who knows what changes might occur in between. The third prince, whose face had darkened, said coldly. Since these were all his own people, he no longer needed to fake a smile. But that Demoness. Uncle Wei had barely uttered a few words when the third prince cut him off coldly. Call her Princess Ingsu. The third prince glared at Uncle Wei. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I know I was wrong. Uncle Wei immediately apologized with reverence. Continue, the third prince said indifferently. What if we encounter Princess Ingsu in the ruins? I feel that the killing intent within Princess Ingsu is much stronger than when we last saw her, Uncle Wei said worriedly. The others in the imperial carriage quickly pricked up their ears. They had originally planned to enter the Wuji ruins. But now that a Demoness had gone in, they truly didn't want it anymore. Although they were elite disciples of the Great Wei royal family, they had self-awareness. Facing that terrifying Demoness, they would be dead without a doubt. There was no other outcome. The third prince appeared calm and composed as he spoke. Don't worry. I have an agreement with the great Qian dynasty. In such ruin explorations, both sides can plunder and injure, but killing is forbidden. Moreover, you don't think Princess Ingsu came here just for fun, do you? Why would she come to the Wuji ruins at this particular time? Hearing the third prince's words, everyone suddenly understood. Right? This terrifying Demoness never came during previous ruin openings. Why did she come this time? It seems she too was after that thing. Your Highness, if we do encounter Princess Ingsu, will she really not kill us? A subordinate asked worriedly. I guarantee it, the third prince confirmed with a nod. Hearing this, everyone's hearts relaxed. Good. Even if they were robbed, as long as they kept their lives. The third prince turned to look at the entrance of the Wuji ruins. The others did not notice the strange glint that flashed in his eyes. He guaranteed it certainly. But whether Princess Ingsu would listen, he didn't know. Soon, to the astonishment of the crowd below, the third prince and his entourage grandly entered the Wuji ruins. Their faces were very calm, as if the previous incident had not affected them. This made the other sects large and small sigh in admiration. Truly worthy of the top force of the Great Wei dynasty. Even knowing there was a deadly threat inside, they showed no fear. On the other side, after entering the Wuji ruins, Lin Xiao left the Sword Demon Sect's team. He had something he was looking for. The sword testing stone used in the outer sect test was found by sect leader Fong in the Wuji ruins 100 years ago. From that stone, he had absorbed and refined 10 of sword intent. If he could find a few more sword testing stones here, he might be able to reach 80 of sword intent realm ahead of time. That was his purpose for this trip. As for the exact location, Lin Xiao didn't know. But when he entered the ruins, sect leader Fong gave him a notebook and a map he had drawn before. With these, he should be able to find the approximate location. Whether he would gain anything further depended on his own fate. Lin Xiao was unaware of what had happened outside after they entered the Wuji ruins. Nor did he know that the direction he was heading was actually the same as that of a certain Demoness and a certain prince. Lin Xiao cultivated while following the map's instructions for 2 days. Yet he still underestimated the vastness of the Wuji ruins. From the outside, the Wuji ruins appeared no larger than a ruined city. But upon truly entering, he realized the interior held a world within itself. Describing it as 10 cities in size was not an exaggeration. There were no living creatures within, only erased traps and barriers remaining in the ruined structures. These posed virtually no threat to him. After searching through several ruined buildings, Lin Xiao found nothing of value except some discarded swords and weapons, so he lost interest in continuing his search. Anything of worth in these ruins had likely been stripped bare long ago. Now he could only hope to find something meaningful at the destination marked on the map. On the third day of travel, Lin Xiao finally reached the area near the map's marked location. It was still nothing but ruins. No different from anywhere else. After searching the area near the map's marker for most of the day, Lin Xiao's brows furrowed. Not to mention a sword testing stone, he hadn't even found a single spirit stone. Sigh. After all, Sect Master Fong had discovered it a century ago. Over the past 100 years, the Wuji ruins had likely been picked clean by all the major forces. Just as Lin Xiao was about to give up on the expedition, he suddenly felt a subtle tremor within his sword intent. The tremor was slight, yet unmistakable. A flash of sharp light ignited in Lin Xiao's eyes. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to when he first touched the sword testing stone. He immediately gathered his thoughts and focused his senses to investigate further. Then Lin Xiao shot forward like a phantom. Not far away, 2 groups stood locked in confrontation. More precisely, 2 late-stage Luanhai cultivators in ornate yellow robes were facing off against 8 or 9 others. Among those 8 or 9 people, 2 were at the peak of Luanhai realm, yet they were completely overpowered in aura by the 2 men in yellow. My lord, we've already given you the swordmark steel. Why won't you let us go? One of the peak Luanhai cultivators asked, anger simmering beneath his words. Let you go? I told you to leave your storage rings and you can depart. One of the yellow-robed men said matter-of-factly. You, the people of the Great Wei royal family, are simply too domineering. That swordmark steel was found by us, and you seized it. Now you're demanding our storage rings as well. On what grounds? A companion at the late Luanhai stage exclaimed in anger. Crack. The void before this late-stage Luanhai cultivator suddenly shattered. A golden sword light shot forth like a venomous sting. Off. The late-stage Luanhai cultivator never anticipated this. He cried out in agony as a massive hole erupted through his head, collapsing to the ground. There was no saving him. On what grounds? On the grounds that we are the Great Wei royal family. The entire Great Wei dynasty falls under our jurisdiction. What's wrong with asking a minor sect like yours to hand over something? One yellow-robed man chuckled. This is far more comfortable than the imperial palace. Killing a few people requires none of that political consideration. Finally, I can relieve some frustration, haha. The other yellow-robed man who had just struck revealed a sinister grin. The 8 remaining individuals nearby underwent dramatic shifts in expression. They hadn't anticipated that someone from the Great Wei royal family would be both unreasonable and ruthlessly decisive in their actions. Even the two peak Luanhai cultivators viewed each other with caution. Against disciples of the Great Wei royal family, their chances of victory remained slim despite being a realm higher. I'll comply. Here are the storage rings. Can I leave now? One mid-stage Luanhai disciple from this minor sect, unable to withstand the pressure, removed his storage ring and threw it over. The yellow-robed man who had acted caught the storage ring and examined it. His brows furrowed slightly as he questioned in bewilderment. With only this shoddy gear, you think you can leave? Upon hearing this, the mid-stage Luanhai disciple's expression shifted dramatically. He activated his movement technique and fled. His speed was considerable, yet a golden sword flash appeared once more, outpacing him. Whoosh! The disciple collapsed to the ground lifeless. Brother, we should return immediately. Otherwise, causing delays for the third prince's entry into the Wuji Sword Tomb could create complications. Enough, I understand. Now leave your storage rings and be gone. The yellow-robed man who had struck waved his hand, urging the remaining 7. These words left the 7 survivors of the minor sect feeling both furious and ashamed. Yet they truly dared not resist. These 2 were from the Great Wei royal family, their strength surpassing all 7 combined. The Great Wei royal family trained in the most supreme cultivation methods and martial techniques, wielding the finest spiritual swords and artifacts. Not that they were peak Luanhai cultivators. Even early-stage Xiandan realm elders from ordinary sects would yield to them. The reality was simple: inferior strength meant inferior status. As they prepared to remove their storage rings, a figure materialized nearby. The sword-marked steel. The Wuji Sword Tomb. It seems I'm blessed with extraordinary fortune. A look of immense delight flashed across the figure's eyes. Both yellow-robed men were startled. They hadn't detected anyone approaching at all. But upon seeing this suddenly appearing person, they immediately revealed expressions of disdain and mockery. No wonder they hadn't noticed. He was merely an ant at the spirit gathering stage. How dare such trash enter the Wuji ruins, and why must he have chosen this year to come? Wasn't he simply walking straight into his own death? You scared me. Watch yourself in your next life. The yellow-robed man who had acted before swung a sword at Lin Xiao. A golden sword light flashed past at tremendous speed, aiming directly at the other's head. In their eyes, such a life held no value whatsoever, worthless as common grass. The 7 survivors from the minor sect all showed sympathy and helplessness upon witnessing this. This person was even more unfortunate than them. The 2 from the Great Wei royal family wouldn't even grant him a chance to survive. Before everyone's eyes, he stood motionless, seemingly paralyzed, as the yellow-robed man's sword light descended upon him. However, just as that sword light was about to sever the man's head, this person merely raised his right hand and extended a single finger to meet it, coming into contact with that fierce golden sword light. Crack! The golden sword light burst apart and dispersed into spiritual energy. Are all of you from the Great Wei royal family this arrogant, rude, and lawless? The man asked calmly. This time it was the 2 Great Wei royal disciples who were dumbfounded. He had blocked it. How could he have blocked it? Both yellow-robed men's expressions grew serious. Never underestimate the enemy. This was what the third prince often told them. The 7 survivors from the minor sect were even more bewildered. That golden sword light capable of killing a late-stage Luanhai cultivator had been blocked by a spirit-gathering stage cultivator. Moreover, it had been blocked so effortlessly, with just a single finger. Who is this person? Who are you? One of the Dawei royal family disciples fixed his gaze on the opponent and demanded. Whoever could withstand their strike was certainly no ordinary individual. Moreover, he possessed only the cultivation of the gathering spirit realm. This person must either be a prodigy or had concealed his true power. The 2 analyzed several possibilities, but didn't take it seriously. In their view, as long as they exerted even a fraction of their strength, this person, whether hiding his cultivation or not, could never be their match. Those who could enter the Wuji ruins had their highest cultivation at the perfection stage of the Wheel Sea realm. So what did they have to fear? Now they were merely curious about this person's identity. That would determine whether he could leave this place alive. Why should I tell you? But you may leave if you hand over the sword-inscribed stone tablet and the storage ring. Lin Xiao spoke with composure. His gaze didn't even fall upon these 2 men, but rather fixated on the stone tablet in their grasp. He had finally found it. Additionally, while listening to these people converse earlier, Lin Xiao had received even more exhilarating news. The Wuji Sword Tomb. Was there a hidden Wuji Sword Tomb concealed here? Before entering the Wuji ruins, he had inquired and investigated thoroughly. Yet he had never heard of this place called the Wuji Sword Tomb. But that no longer mattered now. As long as this person before him knew, that was sufficient. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the 2 Dawei royal family disciples froze once more, their expressions darkening. The 7 disciples from the minor sect were likewise stunned. This gathering spirit realm youth was actually making such extravagant demands, wanting everything from those 2 Dawei royal family disciples. Could this person be insane? Boy, are you eager to meet your death. Let's finish this quickly. We still need to hurry back and deliver the stone tablet to His Highness the Third Prince. And let's eliminate him directly. The two Dawei royal family disciples exchanged a glance and prepared to strike down their opponent. But in the next instant, Lin Xiao's figure flickered and vanished before their very eyes. Huh, where did he go? Impossible. How could he be so swift? Could this person have fled? The two were filled with doubt and uncertainty. Hey, your reaction speed is rather lacking. A teasing voice rang out from behind them. This sent a chill down both their spines, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Whoosh. The two hesitated, not at all, their bodies lunging forward as they surged all their spiritual energy, swinging their swords backward. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao did not pursue. Instead, he raised his long sword in place and casually brought it down. That youth's speed is incredible. I couldn't see clearly at all. Huh, what is he doing? Where is that youth slashing? Why isn't he chasing? Could it be this person is only fast, but otherwise incompetent? Impossible. With that speed, catching up to those two should be effortless. But why would he do this? The surviving 7 disciples from the minor sect were utterly bewildered by Lin Xiao's peculiar actions. However, after Lin Xiao brought his sword down in place, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. Those 2 Dawei royal family disciples who had charged out several meters were suddenly crushed, as if an invisible mountain had descended upon them. Thud, thud. The two were instantly pressed flat to the ground. No matter how they struggled, they could not rise to their feet. The surviving 7 disciples from the minor sect were completely dumbfounded. Each face displayed an expression of utter disbelief. What had happened? Why was it like this? With merely a swing at empty air, these 2 powerful Dawei royal family disciples could no longer stand. This was entirely beyond their comprehension. Lin Xiao gripped his long sword and approached these 2 step by step. Those who oppress others shall surely be oppressed. Those who humiliate others shall surely be humiliated. Those who wish to slaughter without restraint shall surely face their own demise. Do you both understand? Lin Xiao squatted down and questioned the 2 Dawei royal family members. You wretched fool. What grounds have you for such arrogance? We are subjects of the Dawei royal family. Our third prince is nearby. Dare to lay a hand on us if you have the courage. I warn you, if you dare to kill, squelch. Before one of the Dawei royal family disciples could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body. More thoroughly dead, he could not be. AI, such an unusual request. I would feel I was letting myself down if I did not fulfill it. Lin Xiao sighed. The 7 disciples from the minor sect were stupefied. The other Dawei royal family disciple was even more so. Killed. He actually killed them. Good heavens. This person actually dared to murder someone of their Dawei royal family. In an instant, the other Dawei royal family disciple's face turned ashen white, as if all his strength had been utterly drained. Terror spread throughout his entire being. From childhood until now, they had been enveloped by countless accolades, and wherever they went, they were the elite few, beings no one dared to offend. But now, before this youth, he suddenly felt as though he was nothing. What exactly is the Wuji Sword Tomb? I am giving you one chance to explain. Lin Xiao's cold voice rang out. I'll speak. As long as you don't kill me, the Wuji Sword Tomb is actually. This Dawei royal family disciple's words tumbled out at extreme speed, rapidly divulging everything about the Wuji Sword Tomb. As for the third prince's whereabouts, he did not even wish to contemplate it. All he wanted now was to survive. This desperate will to live was something he had never experienced from birth until now. After hearing the other party's account, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled brilliantly, his heart stirred with excitement. No wonder the opening of these Wuji ruins had attracted a figure like the third prince. It turned out, the true fortune hidden within these Wuji ruins was the Wuji Sword Tomb. During ancient times, the Wuji Sword Sect had been powerful and prosperous, unrivaled beneath the heavens. But it was destroyed in a catastrophic calamity that followed. These Wuji ruins were precisely the former site of the Wuji Sword Sect. Though the Wuji Sword Sect had long since perished, its location had transformed into a field of ruins. The only relatively well-preserved place was the Wuji Sword Tomb. No one knew what fortunes truly lay within. The third prince had also more than a decade ago accidentally discovered a trace of clues within an ancient text, and after paying a certain price, had managed to obtain this intelligence. It could only open once every 100 years. Every centennial, numerous sword-inscribed stone tablets would appear within the Wuji ruins. To open the Wuji Sword Tomb, one needed to gather 10 such stone tablets within the Wuji ruins. Where is the entrance to the Wuji Sword Tomb? Lin Xiao suppressed the excitement in his heart and pressed on. The Wuji Sword Tomb was undoubtedly destined to hold immense significance for him. His thinking was straightforward. Why search for those sword-inscribed stone tablets at all? He could simply inquire about the entrance location and go wait there. A classic case of laying an ambush by lying in wait. This I also do not know. This Dawei royal family disciple replied with a bitter expression. You don't know? Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed dangerously. Truly, I truly do not know. This place is known only to our third prince. Spare me, and I swear I will never tell the third prince about this. This Dawei royal family disciple spoke with his mouth, but deep within his eyes seethed only resentment. Once he found the third prince, no matter how formidable you were, you could never be a match for His Highness the third prince. Then we shall see how you meet your end. Oh, so it seems you truly do not know. Then where is your third prince? Lin Xiao nodded. In that direction, squelch. Before this person could even finish indicating a direction, his head was already separated from his body. Sword raised, sword fallen. This Dawei royal family disciple deceased. What treasures might lie within the Wuji sword tomb? After Lin Xiao murmured to himself. He then collected the 2 storage rings from the Dawei royal family disciples along with the sword-inscribed stone tablet, transforming into a streak of flowing light and darting away. The direction precisely where the third prince was located. The 7 surviving disciples of the minor sect watched Lin Xiao's departing figure, still unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. Elder, who exactly is this youth at the gathering spirit realm? He even dared to strike at the people of the Dawei imperial family. One of the disciples asked in astonishment. Silence. When have we ever seen any youth? When have we ever seen anyone from the Dawei imperial family? An elder sternly rebuked them. The others froze, then immediately understood the elder's meaning. Indeed, they had seen nothing at all. Quickly, let's clean up this place and leave immediately. Another elder had already begun erasing the traces. A few minutes later, the scene was utterly empty. Bloodstains, corpses, even the scent, everything had vanished. This was perhaps their way of repaying Lin Xiao. Those 2 disciples from the Dawei imperial family had claimed they would release the captives in exchange for their storage rings. But as it turned out, these 2 had no integrity. The captives would most likely have faced death. It was Lin Xiao's appearance that allowed them to escape this fate. So now cleaning up the scene was the only thing they could do. It was both protecting the one who had helped them and protecting themselves. On the other side, Lin Xiao traveled in one direction for several kilometers before stopping once he confirmed there was no one around. He retrieved the sword marked stone tablet. Compared to the 2-meter-tall test sword stone used for the sword demon sect's outer disciple assessment, this sword marked stone tablet appeared rather diminutive. It was about the size of an ordinary pillow. But Lin Xiao could sense that the sword intent contained within this stone tablet was no less potent than that within the test sword stone. After calming his mind, Lin Xiao grasped the sword marked stone tablet and began to comprehend its mysteries. An imposing aura suddenly surged from his body as certain energies within the stone tablet began to ripple toward him. Instinctively, Lin Xiao activated the heavenly Kuei sword codex that Elder Geng had taught him. Suddenly, the energy within the sword marked stone tablet seemed to encounter a powerful magnetic field, instantly being drawn into Lin Xiao's body. His comprehension of sword intent soared during this moment. Over a dozen minutes later, Lin Xiao opened his eyes once more. A blade-sharp gleam flickered briefly across his gaze before vanishing. 4.5%. His sword intent had risen from 4% to 4.5%. Lin Xiao was already quite satisfied with this. The last time he comprehended the test sword stone, his sword intent had risen from 1% to 2%. But the higher one sword intent realm, the more arduous and difficult further progress becomes. To elevate his sword intent to 4.5% with just one stone tablet was already an unexpected delight. Hadn't that person said it? At least 10 sword marked stone tablets were needed to open the Wuji sword tomb. He wondered if this stone tablet, already comprehended by him, would still be useful. Lin Xiao did not discard it, instead placing it into his storage ring. Then, as he continued on his way in one direction, he took out 2 storage rings. TSK. Truly worthy of being disciples from the Dawei imperial family. The moment Lin Xiao's consciousness probed into the storage rings, he felt quite surprised. His own ring was a mid-grade storage ring containing approximately 100 cubic meters of space. But these 2 carried top-grade storage rings, each with 1,000 cubic meters of space. A low-grade storage ring was worth about 30,000 inferior spirit stones, while a mid-grade ring cost 100,000. These 2 top-grade storage rings alone were worth 700,000 to 800,000 inferior spirit stones. Lin Xiao hastily examined the contents within. Upon inspection, Lin Xiao sighed once more. The people of the Dawei imperial family were truly wealthy. As for cultivation manuals and martial techniques, he didn't see any. But there were plenty of superior spirit stones, intermediate spirit stones, heavenly treasures, and precious elixirs. The combined value of everything in both rings was at least 2 million inferior spirit stones. After walking for quite some time, Whether it was Lin Xiao's exceptional luck or the third prince's men having terrible fortune, Lin Xiao encountered 2 more people from the Dawei imperial family. However, this time, they did not make a move against him. Upon sensing his cultivation at the peak of the gathering spirit realm, these 2 merely cast a disdainful glance before hurrying off in a particular direction. A gathering spirit realm ad. What concern was that of theirs? Their business was far more important. Lin Xiao observed their hasty departure and deduced that these 2 Dawei disciples must have obtained sword mark stone tablets and were now hurrying to report to the third prince. Should he rob them or not? Lin Xiao hesitated for barely a second. Then he made his decision. Yes, he would rob them. Though this time he would take their wealth, but not their lives. However, just as Lin Xiao gave chase, 2 agonized screams suddenly rang out from ahead. You demon girl. Our Dawei dynasty had an agreement with your Dai Qian dynasty. Neither side shall arbitrarily kill the other's people. A young man wailed, his tone filled with fury and terror. Oh my, is that so? Well, I've never heard of such a rule, so I'm terribly sorry, but you must die anyway. Another playful voice chirped cheerfully. Thrust. A muffled sound. The young man's screams abruptly ceased. At this moment, Lin Xiao had already arrived nearby. When he witnessed this scene, his brow furrowed deeply. Those 2 Dawei disciples from before were now corpses, and the bodies were far from intact. One had been split in 2, the other torn into 4 pieces. The scene was exceptionally gory. Even Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel his stomach churning with nausea. Yet standing beside the 2 corpses was a resplendently beautiful young woman in crimson garments. What was happening here? Who was this woman? She had slain 2 people from the Dawei imperial family without the slightest hesitation. From that person's final words before death, this woman appeared to not be from their Dawei dynasty. Lin Xiao's heart was shaken to its core, and the girl before him radiated an overwhelming sense of threat. Lin Xiao deliberated whether to retreat or not. Just then the crimson-clad girl had already discovered him. She tilted her head and gazed at Lin Xiao with curiosity. You seem far more interesting than the others. The crimson-clad girl said with a brilliant smile. If not for the blood staining her entire body, Lin Xiao might have thought she was teasing him. Apologies, I'm just passing through. Please continue. Lin Xiao took 2 steps backward. His instincts told him this woman was extremely dangerous. As expected, the next instant, the crimson-clad girl's figure vanished. Lin Xiao immediately sensed a crisis looming. His long sword was instantly in hand. Then he brandished the sword right where he stood, deploying a particular domain. Not a sword intent domain. Rather the domain he had absorbed from the Luyun sect's celestial ladder stone tablet. The gravity domain. During his earlier battle against those 2 Dawei disciples, he had employed this gravity domain, directly leaving them without any means to defend themselves, completely at his mercy. The gravity domain wrapped around his sword chi, encircling his entire person. The next instant, the crimson-clad girl abruptly appeared before Lin Xiao. Within 1 meter, mere inches away, they stood extremely close to each other. Lin Xiao could clearly see the droplets of blood on her face and her lively, spirited eyes. He also noticed that her pupils were not black, but a vivid crimson red. What strange domain power, the crimson-clad girl murmured in puzzlement. She felt as though 1,000 June of weight pressed down upon her, affecting her speed. It was then that Lin Xiao made a startling discovery. Although his gravity domain had briefly halted this woman, it had not pressed her to the ground. I have no desire to clash with you. I beg of you, Lin Xiao began. But he had barely finished half his sentence. A terrifying surge of blood mist power erupted from the crimson-clad girl's body. Thrust. Lin Xiao felt an abrupt, searing pain in his chest. He hastily lowered his gaze. The crimson-clad girl had already thrust her hand into his body. In this critical moment, Lin Xiao immediately deployed the 9 nether suppression seal, flooding it with the desolation domain. Only then was the girl's hand prevented from advancing further. This sudden development caused the girl to gasp softly in surprise. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity while she hesitated, grabbing her hand. Get away! Lin Xiao roared in fury, attempting to hurl her aside. But at this moment, a sudden metamorphosis occurred. The instant their hands clasped, the blood mist power from the crimson-clad girl's body began rushing wildly into Lin Xiao's body. Both individuals froze in stunned bewilderment. At the critical moment, Lin Xiao deployed the 9 nether suppression seal, flooding it with the desolation domain. The girl's hand was only then stopped from advancing further. The girl in red was filled with astonishment, bewilderment, and a hint of pleasure. The crimson hue of her irises had faded to a pale pink in that moment. Both mentally and physically, she felt an unparalleled comfort and relief. A surge of desire to let out a soft moan overwhelmed her. For the first time since she could remember, she had no urge to kill. What was happening? The girl in red frowned, turning her gaze to the young man before her, then to their tightly clasped hands. His hand was so warm. But Lin Xiao, standing mere inches away, experienced the exact opposite. For an instant Lin Xiao felt as if he had plunged into a world of endless slaughter. Everywhere was blood red, and an overwhelming urge to kill surged within him, impossible to suppress. It was only when the essence of his sword intent flooded his mind, and the celestial firmament sword code began to circulate on its own, that the strange sensation faded. When Lin Xiao came to his senses, he was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. "You're awake." A playful voice rang out. Lin Xiao turned his head, and all his cold sweat evaporated in an instant. It was that woman. Looking down, he realized that he had been holding her hand all along, without letting go. Thousand League Light Flash Art. Lin Xiao released her hand and transformed into a streak of light, retreating dozens of meters in an instant. "Why run? Take this." The girl in red tossed something over. Lin Xiao instinctively caught it. It was 2 storage rings. They were identical in style to the 2 he had obtained, and he deduced they belonged to the 2 Great Way Imperial disciples she had just killed. "Consider this an apology for earlier. Oh, my name is Qianingsu." Qianingsu smiled at Lin Xiao. "I'm Lin Xiao?" Lin Xiao eyed her warily, but after a moment's thought he replied. Though he had no idea what this woman was up to, he remained on high alert, his long sword tightly gripped and his sword intent ready at all times. From their brief exchange, he already knew that with his current strength, he was no match for her. But if she pushed him too far, he would not make it easy for her. Qianingsu extended her jade-like hand and pointed a finger at him from afar. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hesitated no longer. He immediately unleashed the full power of the Thousand League Light Flash Art and vanished from the spot. Qianingsu watched him and couldn't help but chuckle. She pursed her lips and said delightedly, "So there are people like this in the world. Lin Xiao, right? You can't escape now." With that, Qianingsu lost interest in the Sword Tomb expedition and began to wander aimlessly. As for Lin Xiao, after traveling dozens of li using the Thousand League Light Flash Art, he gradually slowed down. He checked several times before confirming that the woman had not followed him. Qianingsu. Poppy. She truly lives up to her name. Poisonous. Alas, in the end it's my own lack of strength. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, Lin Xiao shook his head. This was his first time exploring outside, and he had already encountered such a situation. He knew this would not be the last. Taking a healing pill from his storage ring, he swallowed it and began to recover. The medicinal effect was absorbed quickly, and his wounds healed at a visible rate. It took nearly half a day for Lin Xiao to fully recover from his injuries. This showed just how terrifying that woman's casual strike was. If he hadn't cultivated the 9 nether demon suppression seal to the 5th layer, that claw might have been the end of him. Just as Lin Xiao finished checking himself and prepared to continue toward the 3rd prince's location, his body suddenly froze. His eyes bulged wide. His gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. Because, in his sea of consciousness, he had discovered something unusual. Previously, after absorbing the gravity essence from the heavenly stairway, that essence power had surged into his body and formed a transparent orb. From the power contained within the orb, it was clear that the gravity essence was at the 1st level of mastery. But now, beside the transparent orb, there was an additional blood-red orb, its size a full circle larger than the gravity essence orb. This was the 2nd level of essence. What the hell? What kind of bizarre thing is this? Why had a new essence power appeared? Lin Xiao focused his mind and approached the orb to sense it. In the next moment, he understood completely. Slaughter. The essence of slaughter. This was the essence that had emanated from the woman named Qianingsu. How had it been absorbed by him? Lin Xiao was utterly perplexed, completely at a loss. But regardless, he wept. A 4th essence. This was truly a curse. When would he ever be able to condense the cauldron? How long would it take for him to master all 4 essences to the 8th level? Though his current realm was still far off, given his innate talent and comprehension, he would inevitably reach that step. Truly, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Lin Xiao felt rather distressed. When he finally arrived at the 3rd prince's location, he grew even more frustrated. The Infinite Sword Tomb had already been opened 3 hours ago. Moreover, when the Sword Tomb opened, it had triggered a celestial anomaly, attracting many onlookers. But Lin Xiao had been deep in meditation healing at the time and had not noticed. After the Sword Tomb opened, the 3rd prince led his party inside immediately, leaving only a few Great Way Imperial disciples to guard the entrance and prohibit anyone else from entering. The 3rd prince has decreed that no one else is allowed to enter without his permission. If any of you wish to defy the 3rd prince's command, feel free. We will not stop you. The Great Way Imperial disciples spoke with arrogance and disdain, completely disregarding the crowd of hundreds watching. They had said what needed to be said. Anyone who dared to step forward would be disrespecting the 3rd prince. The consequences were too severe for ordinary people to bear. The onlookers from various factions heard these words, and their expressions darkened. What was this if not bullying? Despicable. In such ruins, opportunities were meant for the fated. Yet these Great Way Imperial people had simply monopolized a place of opportunity and barred outsiders. How could this be? Everyone present was furious, but dared not speak out. As the two had said, they absolutely dared not offend the third prince. But at that moment, a figure walked toward the entrance of the Infinite Sword Tomb. Didn't you also say that anyone who wants to go in can do so freely, and you won't stop them? So what are you doing now? The young man who was blocked stared coldly at the other. You're not even at the We'll See realm. What right do you have to speak? And so, splash. Before the Great Way Imperial disciple could finish, he was sent flying by a slap. Then the young man walked into the Infinite Sword Tomb without looking back. The Great Way Royal Scion, knocked to the ground by the slap, was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What will I eat today? In any case, he could not believe that anyone would dare defy the third prince's command and even strike him. When he finally came to his senses, the detestable youth had already vanished into the entrance of the Infinite Sword Tomb. Who is he? Tell me, who is this person? The Great Way Royal Scion scrambled to his feet, roaring as he demanded answers from the onlookers. But no one answered him. Most of the bystanders were watching with schadenfreude. That slap the youth had delivered was immensely satisfying. Serves you right for monopolizing opportunities. Hit them, that's what they deserve. Finally, someone bold had emerged. It was exhilarating. Yet everyone shared the same question: who exactly was this fierce individual? With a perfect spirit-gathering realm cultivation, he had sent a We'll See realm mid to late stage Great Way Royal Scion flying with a single slap. This was not merely a matter of courage. The true strength of this fierce youth must be far beyond what appeared on the surface. Almost everyone shook their heads, claiming they did not recognize him. Only a few young men exchanged glances and communicated through sound transmission. Heavens! Isn't that Lin Xiao from our Sword Demon Sect? Be confident. Remove the isn't. It is Lin Xiao. How dare he be so bold? Isn't he afraid that offending the third prince will implicate our Sword Demon Sect? I thought I was already arrogant enough, but compared to this Lin Xiao, I still have a long way to go. Many onlookers lingered at the scene for a while longer, but still dared not enter. After all, not everyone dared to challenge the third prince's authority. Helpless, they had to abandon this place and seek opportunities elsewhere. Inside the Infinite Sword Tomb. After entering through the entrance, Lin Xiao was teleported into a vast white space. As far as the eye could see, it was boundless. But the moment he took a step forward, the scene before him suddenly changed. Rocks spread from under his feet, covering the entire space. Within moments, he found himself inside a massive cave. Not far away, the ground simmered with boiling magma steam rising in waves. Waves of heat lashed against his face as if trying to set his very hair ablaze. A formation, an illusion. Lin Xiao quickly understood. This must be the trial of the Infinite Sword Tomb. He touched the stones beside him. The texture felt real. Then he approached the magma, and the intense heat of extreme temperature also felt real. If that was the case. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, then extended a finger into the scorching magma. Hot. He immediately withdrew his finger. Yet his finger remained unharmed. It was not his body's defense that resisted the magma. Rather, the burning sensation of the magma targeted the soul, or perhaps the spirit. After several more experiments, Lin Xiao roughly understood. It seemed the illusion here would not harm the body, but would damage the spirit and soul. That was even more terrifying. If the spirit and soul were extinguished, one would become a living corpse. Better to die than that. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, a look of difficulty on his face. He had also tested earlier. Using sword aura and sword intent to attack the illusion had no effect. That meant he had to break the formation. But he knew nothing about formations. If he had known, he would have studied formations back at the Sword Demon Sect. With his max level comprehension, mastering formations to a minor degree should have been effortless. Then he would at least know how to break the formation here rather than being as clueless as a headless fly at a complete loss. What to do? Lin Xiao was puzzled. After thinking for a long time, he came up with a solution that was barely a solution. He began to fumble around the cave, touching everything, as if searching for something. After groping like a blind man for half an hour, he finally smiled when his hand touched a corner of the rock wall. Not easy, but he found it. When he touched other places, all he felt was the texture of stone. But when he touched this spot, he received an insight into the formation. This must be one of the main structural points of the illusion formation. Without further thought, Lin Xiao pressed his hand against the rock wall and concentrated on comprehending. After a few minutes, he fully understood the formation insight on that rock wall. He did not stop, but walked straight to another corner. This time he did not continue groping blindly. Instead, he directly placed his hand on another rock wall. Formation insight continued to comprehend. Since the formation was a whole, after Lin Xiao comprehended one part, the illusion formation no longer held any mystery for him. Although he could not yet break the formation, finding several key positions was easy. And so Lin Xiao's formation master skill began to rise rapidly. An hour later, he let out a long sigh. His longsword in hand, he slashed out several sword beams at certain points. With a series of bangs, the illusion formation was completely destroyed. The illusion scenes around him began to dissipate, revealing the true appearance. Lin Xiao quickly found an opening leading downward. This should be the entrance to the next level. Without any hesitation, he jumped in. He was still in a hurry, because after entering this level's illusion formation, and until he broke it, he had not seen the third prince and his group. This meant they must have been well prepared. The illusion formation could not delay them at all. The second level of the Infinite Sword Tomb was much more spacious. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the second level, he heard sounds of fighting not far away. This piqued his curiosity. Weren't the only ones who entered the Infinite Sword Tomb the third prince and his entourage? Could there be internal strife? Thinking about it, that seemed unlikely. Lin Xiao hurried over. Soon he saw the truth. It was not internal strife, but a late-stage Will See realm Great Way royal scion battling a white phantom. The white phantom was vaguely humanoid, but seemed to have no physical form. The attacks of the Great Way royal scion passed straight through the phantom, causing no damage. Lin Xiao initially thought it was an illusion. But when the white phantom slashed out sword beams and wounded the Great Way royal scion, Lin Xiao understood. This was not an illusion, it was a real entity. The white phantom truly existed. Save me. The Great Way royal scion, seeing someone approach, shouted for help regardless of who it was. Lin Xiao glanced at him. He actually went forward. Had this person indeed needed rescuing? He raised his longsword and slashed a sword beam at the white phantom. Ordinary attacks are useless. You must use attacks imbued with sufficient intent, the Great Way royal scion called out helplessly. He now noticed that the person who appeared was not a member of the Great Way royal family, but an unknown young man. His cultivation was only at the perfect spirit-gathering realm. It's over. How could such a person know any intent attacks? Even someone like himself who had achieved 1% of intent could not harm this thing, let alone this kid. Sure enough, Lin Xiao's sword beam passed straight through the white phantom, causing no damage. But this attack drew the white phantom's attention. Strike. Lin Xiao swung another sword beam, infused with intent power sword intent, at 2%. A soft sound. The white phantom instantly shattered like a mirror, turning into white mist. That was weak, Lin Xiao said. But the next moment something in Lin Xiao's Tian Kuei sword scripture seemed to sense something and began to circulate at high speed automatically. A strange suction force emanated from his body. The white mist formed by the phantom was instantly absorbed into him. Lin Xiao was startled. This familiar scene, could it be another? When Lin Xiao sensed it, his eyes suddenly flashed with brilliant light. Not a new intent. Instead, his sword intent had increased. The increase was comparable to that gained from the sword mark steel he had comprehended earlier. Shattering the white phantom could actually enhance sword intent. This discovery filled Lin Xiao with tremendous excitement. This floor of the Wuji Sword Tomb was vast and boundless, so there must be plenty of such things scattered about. If he could shatter more of these, wouldn't his sword intent directly skyrocket? At this thought, Lin Xiao was suddenly brimming with energy and enthusiasm. Be careful, that ghost thing can revive infinitely. It simply cannot be killed. At this moment, the Great Way royal disciple beside him urged anxiously. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Revive? Unable to be killed? Surely not. The energy of that white phantom had already been absorbed and refined by him, so how could it still revive? He truly refused to believe it. As expected, Lin Xiao waited in place for several minutes, yet nothing happened at all. That Great Way royal disciple was utterly dumbfounded. This was impossible. The third prince had clearly slain that ghost thing several times before, but as long as 2 breaths passed, it would automatically resurrect and continue fighting. But this time it had truly perished. You? How did you manage to do this? That Great Way royal disciple asked in astonishment. Perhaps this is simply a matter of personal talent. Lin Xiao improvised an excuse on the spot. The Great Way royal disciple nodded and accepted these words. The third prince himself had been unable to solve this problem, yet this young man could accomplish it. What else could this be if not personal talent? After carefully examining Lin Xiao from head to toe, the Great Way royal disciple suddenly raised a question. I want to know, how did you enter from the outside? Lin Xiao paused briefly upon hearing this, then replied, I noticed the guards outside were lax, so I found an opportunity to slip in. Oh, I see. In that case, I should truly thank, the Great Way royal disciple said politely. And the very next moment, his expression turned icy cold. Drawing his long sword in one fluid motion, he thrust it directly at Lin Xiao, aiming squarely for the fatal weak point of the neck. Thank you for saving me, but I'm sorry. The third prince gave a clear order. No outsider is permitted to step into this place. Once discovered, death is the only verdict. With a fierce shout, the Great Way royal disciple unleashed his most powerful killing technique. He held nothing back whatsoever. Lin Xiao remained rooted in place, calmly observing his opponent. Such a betrayal came as no surprise to him. Just as the opponent was about to close in for a strike, Lin Xiao swung his longsword and released his gravity intent. Thud! The Great Way royal disciple, caught completely off guard, collapsed directly at Lin Xiao's feet, crushed beneath the overwhelming gravity pressure, gasping for breath. Huh? What's going on? I can't move. What have you done to me? The Great Way royal disciple cried out in sheer panic. Tell me everything you know, or the consequences will be severe, Lin Xiao warned with a calm reminder. Keep dreaming. I serve the third prince, and if you dare touch, whoosh. A flash of sword light. An arm was severed from the body. The Great Way royal disciple let out a piercing scream. He stared at Lin Xiao in utter disbelief. This person actually dared to strike. I've grown tired of hearing that line. I'll give you one more chance to explain yourself. Decline if you wish, Lin Xiao said coolly. The Great Way royal disciple grit his teeth with all his might, but ultimately broke and yielded. He laid everything bare. Only then did Lin Xiao understand the full story and the immense value of the Wuji Sword Tomb. He also learned the purpose of the third prince's visit here. It was to claim the inheritance of the Wuji Sword Tomb. As for what exactly that inheritance entailed, no one could say for certain. I've told you what I should and shouldn't tell. Can you let me go now? The Great Way royal disciple asked, his expression fraught with trepidation. Naturally, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Then he pried the storage ring from the severed hand and slipped it into his own pocket. You. The Great Way royal disciple swallowed his words, enduring the humiliation. Forget it. Spirit stones and treasures could be earned again, but once a person was dead, they were truly gone. Once he found the third prince, he would make sure this kid paid back every ounce with interest. Just as that young man was about to depart, he suddenly caught a strange, eerie grin from his face. Then a flash of sword light. He let out another agonized scream. His Dantian Chi Si was shattered. His cultivation base was crippled. I am always a man of my word. After uttering these words, Lin Xiao vanished without a trace. The Great Way royal disciple howled in wretched despair, filled with bitter regret. If he had known this person's strength was so terrifying, he never would have made a move. To have one's cultivation crippled in such a place was no different from being dead. Based on the information obtained from that man, Lin Xiao set off toward the deeper part of this floor. The entrance to the third floor, the final inheritance grounds of the Wuji Sword Tomb, lay at the very heart of this floor. Along the way, Lin Xiao noticed a peculiar situation. Every so often he would encounter isolated Great Way royal disciples. They were each engaged in combat with one or two white phantoms. It would be more accurate to call it stalling rather than fighting. Lin Xiao quickly grasped the reason. These white phantoms were entities they could never truly kill. So the third prince had left his companions behind one by one to hold off the white phantoms, while he himself pressed onward to the deeper reaches. The royals are more despicable and ruthless than I ever imagined. Lin Xiao felt as though his horizons had been broadened. Whenever he encountered any Great Way royal disciples during the journey, he would kindly offer his assistance to dispatch their phantom foes, exchanging a few polite words of concern. Yet each act of kindness was met with betrayal after betrayal. Sigh. Seeing this, Lin Xiao could only suppress his heartache and collect wave after wave of sword intent insights, along with one storage ring after another. As for those Great Way royal disciples, he showed mercy and spared every single one of them. He merely crippled them all. After assisting 8 Great Way royal disciples, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the lower entrance deep within this floor. From a distance, he spotted the third prince and his party engaged in fierce combat. However, their opponents were not white phantoms. They were 2 golden phantoms. Judging by the spiritual energy fluctuations surrounding these golden phantoms and the sword chi and techniques they displayed, these 2 golden phantoms were each at least at the Xiandan realm and beyond. Combined with their immortal and unkillable nature, the third prince's party was completely bogged down, unable to determine how many rounds of combat had already passed. The golden phantoms were likely the guardians of this floor. To reach the final inheritance grounds, they must first be defeated. Lin Xiao crept forward quietly. His gaze didn't even fall upon the third prince, it was fixed entirely on the golden phantoms. Lin Xiao's eyes burned with intense fervor. The white phantoms he had harvested along the way had already thrilled him beyond measure. But how much could slaying one of those golden phantoms further away elevate his sword intent? Lin Xiao was filled with both curiosity and anticipation. Moreover, there was not just one here, but 2. So how should he play the part of helper this time around? What script should he choose? Lin Xiao watched the third prince and his party struggling in battle, refraining from making any rash moves. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the truly worthy descendants of the Great Way imperial family. Under the assault of the 2 golden phantoms at the Xiandan realm, they weren't losing much ground. However, the third prince's group also couldn't find much way to deal with the 2 golden phantoms. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao waited for an opportunity. Before entering the Wuji ruins, he had been extremely confident in his own strength. But after encountering that eerie Demoness, Lin Xiao had become cautious once again. Especially someone like the third prince, born a prince of the Great Wei dynasty. He simply didn't believe the man lacked some trump card for self-preservation. The scenario of a clam and a snipe locking horns only to have a fisherman reap the benefits was far from easy to achieve. On the other side, the third prince and his companions locked in combat with the two golden phantoms all wore grim expressions. Especially the third prince. The appearance of the golden phantoms was completely unexpected. And not just one, two appeared. Unless he unleashed his trump card, they simply couldn't handle these two golden phantoms. But if he used his trump card now and encountered trouble in the inheritance grounds of the next layer, he would be left helpless. That was absolutely something he couldn't afford to use. Damn it. A trace of anxiety flashed across the third prince's eyes. He kept glancing in the direction they had come from. Why hadn't those people arrived yet? He had clearly instructed them. Hold off the white phantom for a while, then immediately break away and come here. If those people joined in combining their efforts against the two golden phantoms, they might actually manage to break through and seal each of those ghostly things one by one. What a bunch of incompetence. Just as the third prince glanced in that direction once again, his brows suddenly furrowed slightly. Someone was coming. But it wasn't one of their people. It was a youth at the peak of the Juling realm. When the third prince spotted the newcomer, others noticed the youth as well. If you idlers wish to stay alive, leave this place immediately. A disciple of the Great Wei imperial family snapped angrily. He was somewhat puzzled. How could an outsider have entered the Wuji Sword Tomb? Surely there were people guarding outside the Sword Tomb. The one who appeared was none other than Lin Xiao. Upon hearing the shouts of the Great Wei imperial disciple, he neither responded nor moved, but instead cast a calm gaze toward the third prince. As though he had something to say. Feeling Lin Xiao's gaze, a flicker of confusion and curiosity stirred in the third prince's eyes. After repelling the golden phantom tens of meters away, he turned his head and asked Lin Xiao, "How did you manage to reach here?" "I greet your highness," the third prince. "Do you really think discussing this now is necessary?" Lin Xiao asked with a faint smile. "Bold. What right do you have to be so disrespectful to the third prince?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, a Great Wei imperial disciple nearby wanted to take this chance to teach the youth a lesson. "Cease. You and the others hold off those two sword spirit bodies with all your might. I'll have a few words with this person." The third prince glared at his companion and spoke. "Yes." The Great Wei imperial disciple respectfully replied, then charged toward one of the golden phantoms and began fighting. Seeing no one to disturb him, Lin Xiao spoke up. "Your Highness the third prince, I would like to propose a transaction with you." "How about it?" "A transaction? Tell me about it." The third prince looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of interest. He did not attack directly. Capable of entering the Wuji Sword Tomb and passing the first layer, having walked all the way from the entrance of this layer to here without a single wound. All these strange occurrences indicated that this youth of the Juling realm was absolutely no ordinary person. Acting rashly would surely result in more loss than gain. Especially now, the greatest threat to him was not this youth, but those two golden sword spirit bodies. "I have a way to help you subdue and kill one golden phantom, the golden sword spirit body you spoke of, but I have one condition. After dealing with these two golden sword spirit bodies, I also wish to proceed to the next layer." Lin Xiao laid out the terms of his proposal. Upon hearing this, the third prince was first stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. "You say you can handle one golden sword spirit body. How will you prove it?" asked the third prince. Lin Xiao chuckled. He had been waiting for this very question. He waved both hands, and 9 beams of light scattered toward 9 directions around them. Then Lin Xiao raised a tricolor flag. "Formation activate," he commanded in a low voice. The next moment, the third prince was astonished. He found himself instantly transported to another location, and the sounds of battle and combat fluctuations beside his ears had vanished. This familiar sensation. The third prince's eyes widened slightly. Wasn't this the illusion array of the first layer of the Wuji Sword Tomb? How could this illusion appear here? As soon as he thought this, a figure materialized not far from him. It was the youth from just now. "Well, your highness the third prince, do you believe me now?" Lin Xiao asked calmly. The third prince carefully sensed his surroundings, then casually slashed a sword chi in one direction. This sword chi already possessed power approaching the Shindan realm. But when it touched the edge of the illusion, it simply vanished. Meanwhile, the illusion remained completely unaffected. An array master. Fascinating. No wonder you passed the first layer and reached here without a single wound. The third prince gazed intently at Lin Xiao. He now believed what the youth had just said. An array master with such proficiency had already entered the ranks of high-level array masters. More importantly, the person was so young. That alone made him absolutely a miraculous talent in array formation. If he could bring someone like this under his command, the assistance to his future would undoubtedly be substantial. Your Highness the Third Prince, what do you think of my proposal? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. The plan began. Lin Xiao was quite fortunate that after breaking the illusion in the first layer, he had casually collected all the exposed formation stones, formation flags, and formation boards. After he had slightly repaired the formation patterns on them, just now this illusion array could be used again. An illusion of your level can trap the white sword spirit body, but cannot trap the golden one. The third prince's eyes flickered slightly, and in one sentence pointed out the weakness of this illusion array. But Lin Xiao did not mind, because he had deliberately weakened the power of the illusion array. Your Highness the Third Prince, in order to make this illusion array strong enough to trap a golden sword spirit body, I would need top-grade spirit stones as driving force. Unfortunately, I do not currently have any on my person. Lin Xiao exclaimed with a straight face. Top-grade spirit stones. I do have some. How many do you need? The third prince did not overthink it, and said directly. Being able to suppress and kill this golden sword spirit body was the most urgent matter now. What were just a few top-grade spirit stones? 9. Lin Xiao spread his hands and pointed to the 9 positions where he had just set up the formation. 1 top-grade spirit stone per position. It was not excessive, was it? The third prince blinked his eyes, somewhat bewildered. 9. That many. He had thought only 2 or 3 would suffice. One should know that 1 top-grade spirit stone equals 100 high-grade spirit stones equals 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones equals 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Then 9 top-grade spirit stones would equal 9 million low-grade spirit stones. Even as the third prince, this was a considerable expense. The third prince was truly foolish. It would require 9 more supreme-grade spirit stones to annihilate a single golden sword spirit. Didn't that mean slaying 1 golden sword spirit would cost 18 supreme-grade spirit stones? Would killing 2 golden sword spirits require 36 supreme-grade spirit stones? Calculating it all, that would be 36 million low-grade spirit stones. What? Damn. He would have to spend a huge portion of the fortune he had accumulated over the years. This. The third prince hesitated. But they had already wasted too much time here and still hadn't found the entrance to the next level. The only breakthrough was those 2 golden sword spirits. Only by eliminating them could they find clues to the next level. The next level was the inheritance ground. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Wuji Sword Tomb, even if it cost 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, it would be a tremendous profit. With that thought, the third prince finally nodded. He flipped his right hand. 18 glistening, spiritually rich, supreme-grade spirit stones appeared in his hand. You go ahead and kill 1 golden sword spirit first, the third prince said, showing a hint of reluctance as he handed over the spirit stones. Yes, Your Highness. I will now open an entrance to the illusionary formation. You only need to lure 1 of the golden sword spirits inside, Lin Xiao said with a dark expression as he accepted the spirit stones. Then with a wave of his formation flag, a gate materialized behind the third prince. I understand. The third prince nodded and quickly walked out, preparing to lure a golden sword spirit. Even now he still harbored some doubts about the other. But then he thought, he was the third prince. The other was only at the peak spirit gathering realm. Even if he had 8 more guts, he wouldn't dare to toy with him, would he? The third prince went to lure the monster. Lin Xiao, at the center of the illusion, gazed at the supreme-grade spirit stones with sparkling eyes, fondling them. TSK. Each one was worth 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Truly worthy of the third prince. He didn't even bargain, spending so lavishly. Before this, even though he had plundered many Great Way Imperial disciples along the way, converting everything into spirit stones, it came to only about 6 million low-grade. But here before him were 18 supreme-grade spirit stones equivalent to 18 million low-grade ones. Suddenly rich, wasn't it? While Lin Xiao was indulging in the feel of the supreme-grade spirit stones, a shout came from outside. Sir, the golden sword spirit is about to enter. The illusionary formation entrance instantly enlarged. The next moment, a golden shadow rushed into the formation. Hurry out, I'm going to activate the formation and slay him. Lin Xiao's voice rang out. Yes. The Great Way Imperial disciple who had lured the monster retreated swiftly from the entrance after a brief skirmish. Lin Xiao waved his formation flag again. The illusionary formation sealed shut, cutting off all sound, sight, and spiritual sense from the outside. Now only he knew what was happening inside. The outside world was completely oblivious. Lin Xiao grasped his long sword, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at the golden sword spirit. Come fight, he growled. There was no such thing as a killing method in this illusionary formation. It was all just a trick to deceive the third prince. He would have to kill this golden shadow himself. Sensing Lin Xiao's battle intent, the once bewildered golden shadow charged straight at him. Swish, swish. It raised its golden phantom sword, slashing out streaks of sword energy. Lin Xiao quickly executed the 1,000-mile light-shifting art, dodging the attacks one by one. He chose not to clash head-on. He could sense that the attacks from this golden sword spirit were imbued with the essence of sword intent. The sword intent attack of a core formation realm expert. He had no intention of testing it personally. The moment he evaded the sword energy, Lin Xiao surged all his sword intent essence and slashed toward the golden shadow. Sword light flashed, dazzling to the extreme. This was 60% sword intent. Indeed, after absorbing so many white sword spirits along the way, his comprehension of sword intent had risen to 60%. This strike was terrifying. With a muffled boom, the golden sword spirit did not dodge Lin Xiao's attack. It took the blow straight on. A large cloud of golden mist burst from its abdomen, spreading around. This was the moment. Activate the heavenly sword cannon. Absorb it. Lin Xiao roared inwardly. Simultaneously, he activated the 1,000-mile light-shifting art and plunged into the golden mist. Damn, this feeling. Lin Xiao groaned in pleasure. He felt his soul immersed in a clarity, gaining a profound understanding of the sword. His sword intent sword. Every breath brought a sword intent realization comparable to absorbing a white sword spirit. Lin Xiao rejoiced greatly. Everything was as he had anticipated. He had observed the third prince's party in battle earlier. He finally realized that although this golden sword spirit was powerful, it was not very intelligent. Relying on its undying body, it just kept entangling others. With infinite stamina, unlimited revival, and endless attrition against others. But against me you're dreaming. When the golden sword spirit struck again, Lin Xiao swiftly distanced himself. The unabsorbed golden mist reintegrated into the golden sword spirit. However, the spirit was now noticeably weaker than before. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's sword intent had surged considerably. Thus, one diminished while the other grew. About half an hour later, the illusionary formation's entrance reopened. Your Highness, I have accomplished my task. Lin Xiao's voice, laden with exhaustion, came from within the formation. The third prince and his party, who had been skeptical, were stunned. It was done. It took only half an hour to annihilate the golden sword spirit. This formation master was incredible. Many of them peeked inside. They saw the formation master tattered and haggard, slumped on the ground, appearing utterly drained. And the golden sword spirit's figure was indeed gone. You really took care of the golden sword spirit. The third prince disengaged from the battle and rushed to the formation, asking. He too was shocked. They had been struggling for so long without success. This man had resolved it in such a short time. It seemed this person's formation skill was far higher than he had imagined. Your Highness, here. Lin Xiao tossed something over. The third prince caught it deftly. It was a golden key, or rather half a key. This is... The third prince seemed to realize something, his eyes blazing with joy. Indeed, the clue to the inheritance ground on the next level was on the golden sword spirit. That meant the other half of the key must be. The third prince's gaze locked onto the other golden sword spirit, still engaged in battle. What a waste if they had sealed it earlier. If they had sealed it, he would never find the inheritance ground. This young man was truly his lucky star. Your Highness, should we annihilate the other golden sword spirit too? Lin Xiao asked weakly. Kill it. We must. The third prince confirmed. This time, without hesitation, he took out 18 supreme grade spirit stones and handed them over. It was worth it. Absolutely worth it. But Lin Xiao did not take the stones. His expression was hesitant. Then he said, Your Highness, the operation of the killing method caused some damage to the formation. Lin Xiao sighed. What? The third prince was taken aback, his brow furrowing instantly. He had no way to fully eliminate the golden sword spirit. To completely annihilate it and retrieve the other half of the key, he had to rely on this formation master. Why did the formation have to break now? Is there a solution? The third prince asked urgently. Yes, I need to dismantle a top-grade spiritual armor and replace its core component, Lin Xiao said apologetically. The third prince's brow furrowed again. He needed to refine a top-grade spirit armor. He glanced at the others accompanying him. The best among them only possessed upper-grade spirit armor. Then he looked down at himself. Good heavens. Among everyone present, he alone was wearing a top-grade spirit armor. Could this formation master be making an exorbitant demand on a whim? This top-grade spirit armor on his body, if sold, would fetch a starting price of at least 100 supreme spirit stones. Yet looking at the other's disheveled and ragged appearance with spiritual energy scattered and unstable, no one could possibly pretend to be in such a state. After a few seconds of hesitation, the third prince decisively removed his top-grade spirit armor, severing the connection with it, and then handed it over along with the supreme spirit stones. Please, Your Excellency, eliminate that golden sword spirit body, the third prince said earnestly. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao also appeared deeply moved. Your Highness has been too generous. Then I must trouble your highness to hold off that golden sword spirit body a while longer. I will go prepare now, and then we can begin the extermination. Lin Xiao said. Thank you for your trouble, the third prince replied politely. The illusion array's entrance and exit temporarily closed. The third prince's brow furrowed slightly. He was unsure if he was being overly suspicious, but he had a strange feeling that something was wrong. However, looking at the half-golden key in his hand, and thinking of the Wuji Sword Tomb inheritance that was soon to be his, these suspicions were suppressed once more. Inside the illusion array, after the entrance and exit closed, the ragged and exhausted aura surrounding him vanished completely. This illusion realm is quite fun, simulating a weakened state. An ordinary person would never detect the flaw, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Then he pressed forth a drop of fresh blood and dripped it onto the top-grade spirit armor in his hand. A faint sense of connection with the spirit armor appeared in his heart. With a thought from Lin Xiao, the top-grade spirit armor automatically adorned itself upon his body. He could feel that the defensive power of this top-grade spirit armor was almost equivalent to an additional layer of the 9 nether demon suppression seal. The effect was quite astonishing. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on the spot and began to initially refine this spirit armor. As for the third prince and others outside, they would simply have to wait. They had already delayed so long, a little more waiting meant nothing. An hour passed. The third prince and the others had grown somewhat impatient. So many of them dealing with a single golden sword spirit body. It was not difficult, but it was hardly effortless either. The longer it dragged on, the greater the drain upon them, and the more exhausted they became. At that moment a voice came through. Your Highness the third prince, I am fully prepared on my end. We can draw that thing in now. To everyone present, this voice was simply music to their ears. It was finally coming to an end. They never wanted to set foot in this wretched place again. Very well, the third prince replied. Immediately 2 members of the group, following the third prince's instructions, directly led the golden sword spirit body into the interior of the illusion array. When the figure of the golden sword spirit body disappeared into the illusion array, the third prince and his party collapsed onto the ground, without care for their dignity, breathing heavily. Tired, utterly exhausted. Facing relentless attacks from an expert at the peak core formation realm. Even the elite disciples of the Dawei royal family could not withstand such torment. Your Highness the third prince, are we really going to bring him into the next level of the inheritance realm? One of the Dawei royal family disciples transmitted a message. Of course. Since I have made a promise to someone, I must honor it, the third prince said with a faint smile. However, the expression in his eyes was far from matching his words. The entire extermination operation had taken a full hour. Tap. A light sound echoed. The illusion array before the third prince and his party disappeared. Lin Xiao's figure reappeared before them. Everyone instantly perked up. When the third prince looked at Lin Xiao, his brow twitched slightly. This formation master's cultivation was still at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, but why did an indescribable chilling sensation emanate from him? When the third prince tried to sense it more carefully, that eerie feeling vanished again. Your Excellency, where is that half of the key? The third prince no longer pondered further and asked the question he most wanted to know. The key is with me, but I'm sorry, Your Highness, I cannot give it to you, Lin Xiao said calmly. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere on site instantly froze. Those Dawei royal family disciples already had hostility flashing in their eyes. This formation master had indeed helped them solve 2 major troubles. But now this person's value had been exhausted. Unexpectedly, he still dared to withhold the key. Did he truly think that being able to exterminate 2 golden sword spirit bodies made him invincible? Without the supreme spirit stones provided by His Highness the third prince, what was this formation master anyway? Your Excellency, what do you mean by that? The third prince asked with a faint smile. I fear that once the key is given to you, I will have no further use in reaching the next level. Therefore, I have thought of a good solution. Give me your half of the key, and I will open the entrance to the next level, after which we can enter together. What do you think, Your Highness? Lin Xiao casually stated his thoughts. Previously, he had handed over half the key to win the other party's trust and extract greater benefits. Now, however, he only wanted to keep the initiative for himself. Who could tell whether the Wuji Sword Tomb would recognize the first person to hold the key as its heir? Haha, do you think this young man has been dreaming too much? Hand the key over to you. Do you think that's possible? Your Highness the third prince, let us just go over and grab it. A person with spirit-gathering realm cultivation, does he truly not see the situation? Watch me snatch that key from his hand. Amidst the mocking words of the Dawei royal family disciples who were eager to act, the third prince reached out and stopped those who wanted to rush forward and seize the key. Your Excellency, would you be willing to join my faction? The third prince asked, staring at him. He still greatly admired this formation master. With such impressive prowess in formations, he might be useful in exploring other secret realms in the future. Thus, the third prince's plan was to first attempt recruitment. If he refused, then he could not be blamed. I'm sorry, I decline, Lin Xiao said without the slightest hesitation. The third prince's eyes instantly darkened, revealing a sinister and chilling glare. Kill him and bring me the key. He softly spoke a few words. Yes, your highness. Several people responded and charged toward Lin Xiao from different directions. In their view, if this man did not use formations, he posed absolutely no threat to them. Moreover, how could they possibly give him time to set up formations? How many peak spirit gathering realm cultivators could a late-stage Sea of Wheels realm cultivator overwhelm? The answer was likely incalculable, just as these people believed they were about to capture Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao spoke coldly, extending his hand to grasp his spirit sword. Whoosh! With a single sword swing, the space around him instantly began to distort. Several cries of anguish suddenly rang out, and those who had rushed forward were all split in two by the sword light. 50% sword intent. You, who exactly are you? The third prince's face changed drastically, and he cried out in shock. The third prince and the three remaining individuals beside him stood frozen in place. This scene before them had exceeded their imagination. 50% sword intent. Was this a dream? How could an ant at the spirit-gathering realm possess such formidable sword intent? The third prince in particular wore an expression of uncertainty, as dark and stagnant as dead water. He had originally believed that the other relied solely on his array mastery to reach this point. Now he realized he was wrong. A person with 50% sword intent could easily shatter the illusion of the first layer with a single strike. Wait. Illusion? The third prince seemed to recall something, his eyes widening. You've been deceiving me all along, haven't you? The third prince glared at Lin Xiao, seething with rage. Rumors say you are clever and resourceful. Meeting you today, I see you truly deserve your reputation. Finally caught on. Lin Xiao clapped his hands, praising him. At this point, he no longer needed to pretend. When the third prince saw Lin Xiao admit it, murderous intent surged in his eyes. His mental defenses shattered completely. Suddenly, the third prince's fist burst forth from his sleeve. Overlord fist. Die! The third prince roared. Strike first to gain the upper hand. A golden light blazed, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, and a crushing intent pressed down upon Lin Xiao. Sensing the immense power of the punch, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. 40% fist intent. He hadn't expected a prince to comprehend intent to such a degree. His comprehension was indeed impressive. The gap in their cultivation levels combined with 40% fist intent was enough to suppress his own 50% sword intent. Unfortunately, that was the 50% sword intent version of him. Lin Xiao sneered, his eyes also brimming with intense killing intent. From the moment he revealed his hand, he had already made up his mind. What of a prince? Kill him. As long as he eliminated the opponent within the boundless relic, who would know it was his doing? Lin Xiao's long sword swung out instantly. In that moment, a surge of sword chi brimming with immense sword intent rolled back like a Milky Way cascade, tearing up countless patches of earth and shredding the clouds above. No, this isn't 50% sword intent. The third prince's heart skipped a beat as he roared. But it was too late for him to withdraw. The timing of the opponent's strike was extremely vicious. If he withdrew now, he would be severely wounded. More importantly, his top-grade spirit armor had been tricked away from him. Damn it all. From beginning to end, he had been trapped in someone else's scheme. He who had always schemed against others was being schemed against for the first time. Bang! Sword intent and fist intent collided, stirring up gusts of wind. Yet the 40% fist intent could not withstand the overwhelming sword intent. At the very moment of contact, the fist intent shattered inch by inch, dissolving into nothing. But the sword intent pressed on, striking down the royal clan. Oh! Several screams rang out, and 3 mutilated corpses lay on the ground, the surviving disciples of the Great Wei royal family. Yet the third prince had vanished. The royal family is truly heartless. In that instant, Lin Xiao had unleashed a fatal strike. All his sword intent, 70%. This was the height of sword intent he had achieved after absorbing the golden sword spirit body. He had thought this surprise attack would finish the opponent. But at the last moment, the third prince shoved the 3 Great Wei royal disciples in front as shields. Moreover, even without those shields, the third prince seemed to possess a protective talisman treasure. Thus his fatal strike failed. Pursue. He must pursue. The half-key was still in the other's hands. With a cold snort, Lin Xiao fully activated the 1,000-mile radiant step and chased in a certain direction. He wanted to see how many more attacks the opponent's protective talisman treasure could withstand. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the third prince was fleeing for his life, hair disheveled. He pushed his movement technique to the limit. He no longer looked anything like a prince. Yet even so, his face was filled with terror. 70%. 70% sword intent. How could such a person exist? If the ancestor hadn't given him a protective talisman, that single strike would have been impossible to withstand. This man was truly a madman. He was the third prince, yet the madman dared to kill a prince. In his entire life, besides his father the emperor, this madman was the second person to instill such fear in him. Damn it! The third prince's gaze was darker than ever. Still, one thing gave him slight comfort: the half-key was still with him. As long as he had this item, that damned bastard couldn't enter the inheritance ground. If he couldn't have it, no one would. The third prince now wanted to leave the boundless sword tomb immediately, then the boundless relic. Once he left the relic, that person would die. He would make the other pay any price. Just as the third prince was about to reach the exit to the previous layer, a white light flashed. A figure had already taken his stand there. The third prince halted abruptly. It was that array master. How could he be so fast? The third prince's eyes bulged. Without any hesitation, he made a decision. Right in front of Lin Xiao, the third prince took out the half-key, attached a talisman to it, and then with all his might hurled the half-key in a certain direction. Lin Xiao looked at the other with suspicion. He hadn't expected the third prince to pull this stunt at the last moment. Was this forcing him to choose between killing the prince and retrieving the key? He wasn't greedy, but he wanted both. Before Lin Xiao could act, the third prince's voice rang out quickly. I've attached a Thunderburst talisman to the key. It will destroy the key in 3 breaths. So, are you sure you can finish me in 3 breaths? As he spoke, the third prince produced his protective talisman treasure. A blue protective barrier formed around him. This time Lin Xiao was stunned. His brow furrowed deeply. 3 breaths. He was confident he could kill the third prince, but with that protective barrier, it was nearly impossible within 3 breaths. Truly a choice between two. Take the third prince's life, or claim the boundless sword tomb inheritance. 1 breath later, Lin Xiao had his answer. Heavenly Abyss / He swung his spirit sword at the third prince with 70% sword intent. Then, without lingering for a moment, Lin Xiao's figure shot toward the direction of the key. In the end, Lin Xiao chose the boundless sword tomb inheritance. He thought it through clearly. He could take the third prince's life another time. But this inheritance was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. After Lin Xiao vanished, the 70% sword intent Heavenly Abyss / crashed down. Crack. The third prince grunted, stumbling back several steps. The cracks on the protective talisman treasure could barely hold. Damn it. Madman. A true madman. The third prince gritted his teeth, darted into the entrance, and fled the boundless sword tomb without a moment's pause. Who are you? Third prince, how did you become like this? Third prince, what happened inside? Reporting to the third prince, after you and the others entered, another person broke in. His cultivation is at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. The Great Way royal disciples outside the boundless sword tomb were shocked to see the third prince in such a disheveled state. Some expressed concern, others reported the situation. But the third prince had no mood to listen to them. You stay here. If that outsider comes out, kill him at all costs. Having said that, the third prince rushed out without looking back. He needed to leave the boundless relic immediately. Otherwise, once that madman gave chase, these useless people couldn't hold him back for 2 breaths. He must escape the boundless relic to feel safe. While the third prince was fleeing for his life, Lin Xiao also caught up to the throne key within 2 breaths. After activating the 9 nether demon suppressing seal, Lin Xiao tore off the talisman affixed to the key. He then swiftly tossed it aside and assumed a full defensive stance. But 1 breath passed, then 2. A full 10 breaths elapsed. The talisman showed no sign of reaction, lying quietly on the ground. Whoosh. Lin Xiao slashed with a wave of sword chi, shattering the talisman into pieces. In the end, the talisman did not react at all. So I've been tricked, Lin Xiao said with a touch of helplessness. He also found himself admiring the third prince's flash of inspiration. If it had been him, he would never have thought of such a method. It was a desperate escape nonetheless. Lin Xiao sighed, let go of further thoughts, and did not pursue any further. The optimal opportunity to eliminate him had been missed. He would simply have to wait for the next chance. For now, the most important thing was to reach the inheritance site. Lin Xiao took out his half of the key. When the 2 key halves were placed together, they emitted a burst of golden light and merged into a complete key. After the fusion, the golden light did not dissipate, but instead pointed in a certain direction. It seemed to be drawing Lin Xiao forward. After some time, Lin Xiao arrived at a hidden rock face. There was a small hole in the rock. If not for being guided by the golden light of the key, no one would likely have ever noticed this hole in their lifetime. After adjusting his breathing, Lin Xiao inserted the key. The next moment, his body was enveloped in golden light and disappeared along with the key that had opened the rock face. As Lin Xiao had anticipated, the inheritance site could only be entered by 1 destined person. Perhaps after a breath or 2, Lin Xiao felt himself standing on solid ground once more. Upon seeing the surrounding scene, Lin Xiao's expression turned peculiar. Was this really the inheritance site? Had that third prince read about it from some pirated ancient text? This was no inheritance site. This was clearly a sword tomb cemetery. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. Yes, the place he now stood upon was an endless expanse of sword tomb graves. No wonder it felt familiar. How could he not know this place? In the past half-year, he had spent nearly every day in the Sword Tomb cemetery tending graves and handling swords, and tending graves. Wait. Lin Xiao glanced around and suddenly realized something serious. He had been sent here by Golden Light. But how to get out? How could he leave this place? Damn it. Had he been tricked? Just then an ethereal voice echoed from the void. Congratulations, Destined One. You may be quite confused, but I can tell you that this is indeed the inheritance site of our Wuji Sword Sect, and also the final resting place for the swords of all our ancestral disciples. You need only sincerely polish every longsword, and the inheritance will naturally appear. Lastly, I hope the Destined One will carry forward the inheritance of our Wuji Sword Sect. Lin Xiao, what was this? Polishing swords again. How was this throwing him right back to his old trade? Moreover, Lin Xiao looked around with a grim expression. The Sword Tomb cemetery of the Wuji Sword Sect was truly boundless. Compared to this, the Fantian Sword Tomb of the Sword Demon Sect was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Sincerely polish every longsword to obtain the inheritance. How long would that take? And the wording itself was rather intriguing. How could the one who established this inheritance possibly know whether he had sincerely polished each sword? A peculiar place. But regardless, when Lin Xiao saw a Sword Tomb cemetery of this scale, his heart still filled with excitement. His Tian Kuei sword cannon could only be cultivated rapidly in a place filled with such sword energy. The higher the quality of sword energy, the faster he could cultivate. The Sword Tomb cemetery of the Sword Demon Sect was somewhat lacking in level. This place was just right. Lin Xiao casually sensed the nearby tombs, which were basically at the late or perfect stage of the Wheel Sea realm. Keep in mind the place he stood upon was the outermost perimeter. What about further inside? The Vortex Core realm. Or perhaps, beyond the Vortex Core realm. This place was undoubtedly a treasure among treasures for him. He might give up on the inheritance, but this place had to be secured. Get to work, let's go. Lin Xiao walked toward the nearest sword tomb and drew the longsword from it. Instantly, a highly fragmented memory, a strand of sword energy, and a whisper of sword Dao comprehension were absorbed by him. Perhaps due to the immense passage of time, this memory was quite blurry, though the sword Dao comprehension was decent. However, he did not comprehend any sword technique. This was all routine operation, and Lin Xiao felt no surprise. Next, he took out his sword cleaning special tools from his storage ring. He had been carrying these with him at all times. Just the right moment to use them. Lin Xiao began polishing the longsword with remarkable skill. When he had only polished for 5 seconds, an extremely pure stream of spiritual energy surged from the sword body into his body. The amount was considerable. What was going on? Could it work like this? He had only polished a sword, and it had gifted him a wave of spiritual energy. This was already equivalent to the spiritual energy produced by a high-grade yuan recovery pill. This, the Sword Tomb cemetery of the Wuji Sword Sect, was rather miraculous. Lin Xiao marveled briefly, then returned the long sword to the tomb and prepared to polish the next one. At this moment, the voice in the void sounded again. Congratulations, Destined One, on successfully polishing your first longsword. Perhaps you tried 1,000 times before succeeding, but I believe you have also come to understand. Only by truly feeling each sword with your heart can you obtain the unimaginable. I can tell you that there are 178,912 swords in total here. When you have guarded these tombs for 100 years, polished all the swords, and emerged from seclusion, only then will you be sufficiently powerful in this world. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao's eyes instantly widened. How many? Nearly 180,000 swords. Are you kidding me? Did they really think he was some soulless sword polishing tool? When I finished polishing all these swords, my hair would turn white. Lin Xiao deeply furrowed his brows and began calculating in his heart. 180,000 swords. If each took 5 seconds to polish, that would require 900,000 seconds. Converted, that was 15,000 minutes. 250 hours. That was 10 days. Only 10 days. Lin Xiao paused. He calculated again, and it seemed he had not made a mistake. Scared him to death. What guardian of 100 years? I am a genius with max level comprehension, and you want me to guard tombs for a century. 10 days then was completely acceptable. The quantity was just a bit large. No more words, just polish. Soulless Sword Polisher activate. Just as Lin Xiao wholeheartedly immersed himself in polishing swords, the third prince finally left the Wuji ruins in a wretched state and appeared before numerous factions, both great and small. Look, the entrance to Wuji ruins has lit up again. Someone is emerging. Such a short time, and so many have already come out. This is far earlier than in previous years. So far, not a single person has obtained any opportunity. There is nothing we can do. It is said that the third prince and his people have seized a place of opportunity and refused to let others enter. How domineering. Keep your voice down. Members of the Great Wei royal family are on the imperial carriage. If they overhear us, it could cause trouble. As the various factions discussed, the entrance to Wuji ruins flashed several times. A disheveled, ragged man came rushing out. Good heavens, who is this person? He looks dreadful. He must have encountered someone attempting to seize his resources. Resource conflicts are only natural. The strong dominate after all. True. If you have the capability, go try taking someone else's. Huh. This person seems somewhat familiar. Now that you mention it, I feel as though I have seen him somewhere before. Many people, after glancing at the disheveled man, felt he looked familiar, but they could not place who he was. Wei Qingfeng seeks an audience with the Guardian. The disheveled man gathered his chi and shouted loudly. Wei Qingfeng. Who is that? Wait, that familiar voice. Doesn't it sound like His Highness the Third Prince? Wei Qingfeng. Isn't that the Third Prince's true name? All the factions, great and small, were instantly stunned. The Third Prince. How did he end up in such a state? Could he have been harmed at that place of opportunity? Third Prince. Your Highness, what has happened to you? What occurred? Uncle Wei on the imperial carriage was also shocked. Just as he was leaping down from the carriage and flying toward him, an aged figure instantly appeared before the Third Prince. It was an old man with gray hair, his entire body wrapped in black robes. His hair obscured his face, making it impossible to discern his features. Yet the aura he emanated was enough to make even the patriarchs of Sword Demon Sect and Luyun Sect feel deeply wary. This was an ancient master who had remained at the peak of the Xiandan realm for an unfathomable length of time. So this is the Guardian. When someone of the Third Prince's stature traveled, there was invariably someone protecting him secretly. Your Highness, you have deliberately summoned this old man out. You should know what is expected of you upon your return, the Guardian said in a grave tone, his expression unchanged. I understand. I will certainly go before the Emperor to accept my punishment, the Third Prince replied with a hint of reverence. From the Third Prince's attitude, it was clear that the Guardian also held a certain position of status within the Great Wei royal family. Then the Third Prince began communicating telepathically with the Guardian. Outsiders could not possibly know what the two were discussing. But they noticed something peculiar. That originally impassive Guardian, after hearing the Third Prince's account, began to show reactions. His expression shifted repeatedly. Shock, bewilderment, suspicion, disbelief, and utter astonishment. All manner of exaggerated expressions flashed across the Guardian's face in succession. Finally, his expression settled into gravity, greed, and killing intent. The curiosity within everyone's hearts began to burn fiercely. They desperately wanted to know what had happened. Why had the Guardian's expressions changed so dramatically? Typically, a being of such stature had long since seen through all worldly matters. Nothing should have been able to unsettle him. Yet in just that brief moment, the old man's expression had shifted 6, 7, perhaps 8 or 9 times. Moreover, had the Guardian just revealed an expression of greed. When the major powers witnessed the strange phenomenon at the entrance of the Wuji ruins and a figure emerging from it, they were mildly surprised. However, seeing the Third Prince's furious expression, they became utterly bewildered. What was wrong with this person? Wasn't he just a youth at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm? Ordinary, wasn't he? Among the explorers entering the Wuji ruins this time, such a cultivation level was merely mid to low. Why did His Highness the Third Prince look as if he bore a blood feud with him? The moment the young man emerged, he activated his movement technique and dashed outward. His movements were swift, but swift as he was, there was someone faster. A gray-robed elder had already leaped into action the instant the Third Prince shouted. Stay right there, young man, the gray-robed elder growled. At the same time, he thrust out a large handprint toward the young man. The momentum was overwhelming. The air around whistled and transformed into a force of impact pressing down. A cold glint flashed in the young man's eyes. He grasped a spirit sword in his hand. But before he could strike, a tall figure shielded him. Then another figure appeared, blocking his other side. Break! The first figure hurled a punch at the massive handprint. The fist and the palm imprint collided. Boom! A thunderous sound. They were evenly matched. The two martial techniques and divine abilities neutralized each other, dissolving into fragments of spiritual energy. The onlookers from the major powers were stunned by this scene. Many opened their mouths wide, not understanding what had happened. But they recognized who these people were. The first to act, the gray-robed elder, was the Third Prince's guardian, at least at the perfected rotating pill realm. The second who threw the punch to help the young man was Sect Master Fong of the Sword Demon Sect, also at the perfected rotating pill realm. The third figure standing beside the young man to protect him was the Sect Master of Flowing Cloud Sect, likewise at the perfected rotating pill realm. Heavens! This was like a clash of celestial immortals. Among those present, these three were the highest in cultivation. Why were they fighting? Most importantly, it all seemed to revolve around the young man who had just emerged from the Wuji ruins. Who was this youth? How could he command such prestige? Moreover, they had been curious about one thing earlier. For an ordinary relic exploration, most sects would send only 1 or 2 elders to lead the team. Yet the Sword Demon Sect and Flowing Cloud Sect, both among the top 10 sects of the Great Wei dynasty, had their sect masters personally leading the expedition. That was completely unnecessary. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Now witnessing this scene, they couldn't help but entertain an absurd thought. Could it be because of this young man that the two sect masters had personally accompanied them? Then who exactly was this young man? Esteemed Senior Lin Xiao is a disciple of my Sword Demon Sect. What is the meaning of this? Sect Master Fong confronted him coldly. He knew the other party was a guardian of the Great Wei Imperial clan holding a noble status. If the old man had attacked any other disciple, he might have smoothed things over with a smile. But this old geezer dared to lay a hand on Lin Xiao. Well, sorry. His Sword Demon Sect was originally a demonic sect. Being courteous to the Great Wei Imperial clan was a courtesy. If you refuse that courtesy, don't blame him for turning hostile. Both were at the perfected rotating pill realm. Who was stronger remained uncertain. I want this boy. Do any of you have objections? The guardian stared at the three and spoke coldly. His words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Sect Master Fong and Luo Haiqing's expressions shifted slightly. Could it be that they coveted Lin Xiao's monstrous talent? As long as I am here, I will never allow you to take him away, Sect Master Fong declared, standing firm before Lin Xiao. Luo Haiqing sighed, said nothing, but did not leave. Lin Xiao had saved his daughter's life twice. Even if he wanted to avoid this muddy water, he had no choice. Ha! The guardian elder let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at the two. You two are worthy. The next moment, the guardian elder swept a palm strike at the two from a distance. A massive handprint condensed and flew forward, imbued with a powerful artistic conception. Wherever the handprint passed, the void seemed to shatter, trembling violently. Not good. 80% palm conception. This man is. Half-step cauldron fusion. Sect Master Fong felt this, and his face instantly changed. Luo Haiqing reacted even faster. He grabbed Lin Xiao and retreated backward, trying to evade the strike. But the handprint was too fast and carried a binding power. Under the overwhelming force of that palm conception, the two were directly sent, flying nearly 100 meters. Lin Xiao, however, was deliberately pinned in place by the conception. The battle began abruptly and ended beyond everyone's imagination. The strength of the two sides was not on the same level at all. My God, the third prince's guardian is actually a half-step cauldron fusion powerhouse. This is terrifying. Master, what realm is half-step cauldron fusion? Above the rotating pill realm is the cauldron fusion realm. But to break through to the cauldron fusion realm, one must not only achieve perfected rotating pill realm, but also comprehend an artistic conception to 80%. This guardian elder has already fulfilled both conditions, so all that remains is an opportunity. Once the opportunity comes, he will be able to break through to the cauldron fusion realm. Yes, a half-step cauldron fusion is far stronger than a perfected rotating pill realm cultivator. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The Wei King actually sent a half-step cauldron fusion absolute expert to guard the third prince. It seems the third prince is highly valued by the Wei King. The people from the major powers were all shocked by the guardian elder's cultivation realm and strength. Too strong. Frighteningly strong. At this moment, the third prince also jumped down from the imperial carriage and stopped 30 meters away from Lin Xiao. Instinctively, he kept a certain distance from this madman. Hand over the Wuji inheritance willingly, and I'll grant you a whole corpse. The third prince transmitted his voice to Lin Xiao, speaking coldly. Hearing the transmission, Lin Xiao slowly turned his head to look at him. Then, he revealed a meaningful smile and spoke. You think you've won? The third prince's expression instantly turned grave. This madman, playing tricks, still stubborn to the end. Wasn't it just breaking through to the fourth level of the Wheel C realm? In the face of absolute power, no matter how you resist, it's useless. Remembering that his guardian was a half-step cauldron fusion powerhouse, the third prince suddenly calmed down. But at this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his spirit, sort of crazed look in his eyes. I will slay you today, and no one can stop me. Sword raised, sword fell. Whoosh. A formidable sword aura instantly transformed into a 10,000 zhang beam of sword light, like an immortal swordsman driving straight toward the third prince. This terrifying sword aura contained no sword conception. Yet the aura itself was comparable to the perfected rotating pill realm. The third prince was dumbfounded. What the hell? Am I seeing things? How could a person at the fourth level of the Wheel C realm unleash such a level of sword aura? This is impossible. Guardian, save me. The third prince desperately retreated, calling for help while pulling out a protective talisman. Madman. A true madman. The guardian elder, standing in the air, also furrowed his brow at the sight of the sword aura. But without further thought, he dashed toward the third prince at top speed. Such a level of sword aura he could easily block. Lin Xiao not far away saw this. His eyes grew even more frenzied. Did he really think his target was only the third prince? Cut again. The moment Lin Xiao witnessed the guardian charging toward the third prince, he swung his spirit sword once more. Strike again. Whoosh! A three-colored sword energy abruptly materialized, then instantly transformed into brilliant light spanning 10,000 zhang. The vast celestial river surged through the 9 layers of heaven beyond. The dominating sword intent rendered the entire world colorless. What? What is this? Why is my soul trembling so? I can already feel my legs unable to stand straight. This is absolutely not something a complete Xiandan realm expert could unleash. The power of the Hua Ding realm. This bears a striking resemblance to the strike from a Hua Ding realm expert I witnessed several years ago. But he is only at the 4th stage of the Luanhai realm. How could he possibly unleash such a terrifying blow? The fortune within the Wuji relic. Yes, that's it. This must be the fortune this young man obtained from the relic. Everyone gazed at Lin Xiao in utter shock, having deduced some of the truth. Such a world-shaking strike could never have originated from this young man's own power. It could only be used once. They had indeed heard of such fortuitous encounters. Occasionally one would obtain an item containing an attack left behind by some powerful expert. It was a one-time consumable. Once used it would be gone. This young man most certainly had obtained something of that nature. It's just that. This madman. Now in everyone's eyes Lin Xiao had become a raving lunatic. He had actually deployed such a life-saving trump card directly against the third prince and that guardian. What was he thinking? That was the third prince and guardian of the Great Wei dynasty. Did he have any idea what the consequences would be? On the other side, as the guardian rushed toward the third prince to help him neutralize the sword energy. At this moment, he suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end, his scalp going numb. A life-threatening sensation of impending death descended from behind. Instinctively, the guardian mobilized all of his spiritual power at the half-step to Hua Ding, then desperately thrust his palm backward. What? This sword energy is the Hua Ding realm. Boom. Only after releasing the palm strike did the guardian realize the truth, but it was already too late. That desperately thrown palm was crushed into fragmented dust like roadside sand, and dirt utterly annihilated by the sword light. The 10,000 zhang sword radiance descended directly, slamming the guardian deep into the earth. Rumbling, mountains collapsed and the earth fissured. The ground split open toward both sides, carving 2 deep ravines. As for the guardian, his life or death remained uncertain. Witnessing this scene, everyone from all the major and minor forces stood too shocked to speak. That had been a supreme expert of the half-step Hua Ding realm. But then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. A miserable scream rang out. Because there was no guardian to assist. The sword energy that had been slicing toward the third prince had now struck the protective barrier of his body-protecting talisman. Crack, crack, crack. The protective barrier shattered instantly, offering not a moment's resistance. The body-protecting talisman was likewise smashed to pieces. Yet that sword energy showed no signs of stopping. Swoosh! Sword light flashed. No matter how desperately the third prince resisted in his final moments, that razor-sharp sword energy bearing the power of complete Xiandan realm simply bisected him. Dead. Utterly, irrevocably dead. The third prince of Great Wei dynasty, deceased. Silence. An absolute stillness descended upon the scene. Even Fang's Sect master and Luo Haiqing, who had been knocked flying 100 meters, struggled to their feet. They stared at Lin Xiao in utter bewilderment. Killed. Lin Xiao had actually slain the third prince. This. The man was completely insane. It's over. Catastrophe awaits. The expressions of most people changed dramatically. Several forces had already transmitted messages to all their members urging immediate departure from the area. A prince who would one day be capable of contending for succession to the throne was dead. This matter could never be small. Every gaze cast upon Lin Xiao brimmed with terror, dread, wariness, and profound astonishment. Lin Xiao, Fang's Sect master, wore a face of utter dejection, at a loss for words. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. Third prince! Damn it! A figure in tattered, blood-soaked garments broke through the ground and soared into the midair. It was the guardian of the third prince. He was actually still alive. Everyone gasped in renewed shock. Indeed, a supreme expert of the half-step Hua Ding realm, even when struck by a Hua Ding realm attack, would only sustain severe injuries rather than lose his life. The guardian's crimson eyes blazed as he glared at Lin Xiao, his gaze carrying intense hatred alongside a trace of fear. Had it not been for the exquisite spirit armor he wore, that strike would have claimed his life as well. This wretched creature had actually discovered something so terrifying within the Wuji Sword Tomb. You damn scoundrel. You actually murdered a prince. You and the forces behind you shall face the Great Wei imperial family's endless slaughter. The guardian's killing intent surged as he issued his threats. Lin Xiao helplessly shook his head. As expected, a half-step Huading expert was not so easily killed. The depletion of spiritual power within his body and the feebleness of his vital energy both indicated that his condition was no better than the Guardian's. Although the attack he had just released was not his own power, he still had to pay an enormous price. Scoundrel. Absolute scoundrel. Can you not unleash that Huading realm strike again? Show me, go on. The Guardian's gaze turned ice-cold as he provoked, having discerned certain truths about Lin Xiao's current state. He knew the opponent no longer possessed any follow-up strength. He strode step by step through the air toward Lin Xiao. With each step his killing intent intensified. He had been caught completely off guard before with no possibility of evasion. But now with every fiber of his attention gathered, even if he could not block that terrifying sword energy, simply dodging would suffice. The third prince was dead. He would inevitably face severe punishment from the Wei King. The sole opportunity for redemption now was to capture this scoundrel and bring him back. The Wuji legacy. This young man most likely carried the Wuji legacy upon his person. Handing over this scoundrel would somewhat improve his circumstances. Lin Xiao gazed upon the Guardian advancing toward him step by step. He forced himself to straighten his spine, lifted his chin, and stared back with cold, piercing eyes. Old Kerr, I wonder if you would care to guess, in the end, who among us will live, and who will die? Lin Xiao's spirit sword quivered. All aura upon his person vanished in that instant, rendering him no different from an ordinary mortal. Playing tricks and putting on airs. I'll slay you directly this time, and whoever dares interfere will be killed without exception. The Guardian grit his teeth, each word oozing from between his jaws. Witnessing the opponent's demeanor, his original intention had already begun to shift. This young man's temperament and cunning were utterly unacceptable to leave alive. Otherwise he would surely become a catastrophic threat to the nation. He would rather endure severe punishment than permit this one to survive. Just as he raised his hand to deliver the decisive blow, a crimson-clad figure drifted between these two individuals. This person's life belongs to me. The crimson-clad maiden smiled enchantingly. When the Guardian clearly perceived who had blocked his path, his brow creased deeply. Great Qian demon woman, are you determined to obstruct me? The Guardian's killing intent showed no sign of abating as he spoke coldly. Hearing these words, the crimson-clad maiden tilted her head and posed a question to the Guardian with delicate charm. Old codger, surely you don't imagine that only your family's prince possesses a guardian, do you? Everyone was stunned by the words of the enchantress from the great Qian dynasty. A Dao protector? That's right. Even the third prince had a Dao protector. Then how could Qian Yingsu, the eldest princess of the great Qian dynasty, not have a Dao protector? The third prince's Dao protector's face turned ugly. Enchantress, step aside. I will not let this person go today, the third prince's Dao protector said in a deep voice. What if I don't? Qian Yingsu's crimson eyes blinked. That's not up to you. The third prince's Dao protector snorted coldly. He struck out a palm in the void, intending to first slap Qian Yingsu away and then deal with the strange young man. However, facing the terrifying strike of a half-step Huading powerhouse, Qian Yingsu acted as if she hadn't seen it. She neither dodged nor flinched. Seeing this, the third prince's Dao protector gritted his teeth, but did not withdraw his hand. So what if he offended an enchantress of the great Qian? No matter what, he would kill that wretched brat today. Alas! A sigh echoed throughout the scene. Then a tall, thin, old man appeared in front of Qian Yingsu. Little missy, this is someone else's family matter. Why are you meddling? The tall, thin, old man remarked helplessly. Boom. The palm print unleashed by the third prince's Dao protector slammed heavily onto his body. But to everyone's astonishment, the tall, thin, old man was neither sent flying nor cried out. He showed no reaction at all. He didn't even move a fraction of an inch. The strike that hit him seemed not like a martial technique, but a wad of cotton. Who was this person to block a half-step Huading powerhouse's attack so easily? Could it be that this tall, thin old man is the enchantress's Dao protector? Gu Changzhong. You are Gu Changzhong of the great Qian dynasty. You are not dead, and have even broken through to the Huading realm. The third prince's Dao protector stepped back in horror, exclaiming, Huading realm? What? This tall, thin old man is in the Huading realm. No way, they didn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuation from him at all. Is this the super powerhouse of the Huading realm? The people present were stunned by the words. The tall, thin old man known as Gu Changzhong glanced doubtfully at the Great Wei Dao protector. You actually recognize me. Who are you? Gu Changzhong asked indifferently. I was on the True Dragon ranking with you back then. You were third and I was ninth. The Great Wei Dao protector said in a deep voice. Oh, ninth. No wonder I didn't recognize you. Gu Changzhong glanced at him expressionlessly, then turned away and ignored him. The Great Wei Dao protector. Little missy, you've had your fun and mischief. Shouldn't we return to the great Qian? When Gu Changzhong looked at Qian Yingsu, his eyes became both kind and helpless. Fine, Qian Yingsu agreed with a smile. Huh. Gu Changzhong frowned, seeing her agree so readily.
Something's off. When has this little missy ever been so agreeable? Sure enough, Qian Yingsu looked at the Great Wei Dao Protector, her eyes brimming with killing intent. She said softly, "Kill him, and I'll leave immediately." The Great Wei Dao Protector trembled under her gaze. He felt as if he were being stared at by a venomous snake. Little missy, he is after all the Dao Protector of the Great Wei royal family. This. Gu Changzhong was troubled. This request was somewhat excessive. Although he was a Huading realm powerhouse, that didn't mean he could act recklessly in another dynasty. Not willing. Fine then. I happen to want to visit the Great Wei royal family. Qian Yingsu shrugged, not forcing him. The moment she finished speaking, Gu Changzhong's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the Great Wei Dao Protector in midair. Sorry, but you die now. Gu Changzhong reached out to grab him. At that instant, the Great Wei Dao Protector felt an intense threat of death. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled with all his might, not daring to look back. But a terrifying thing happened. No matter how fast the Great Wei Dao Protector ran, Gu Changzhong's hand was always half a meter behind him. Closer and closer. Then the Great Wei Dao Protector was caught in Gu Changzhong's hand. Gu Changzhong, if you kill me the Wei King. Puff. The Great Wei Dao Protector only managed to utter 10 words before Gu Changzhong crushed his head with one hand. Swish! A blue spinning core immediately escaped from the Protector's corpse. But Gu Changzhong had anticipated this. He casually threw a punch, and the blue spinning core was shattered by his fist intent. The Great Wei Dao Protector dead. Everyone present stared in shock, not daring to make a sound, afraid that the other party would turn their gaze toward them. This Gu Changzhong instantly killed a half-step Huading powerhouse with one blow, so his cultivation level must undoubtedly be that of a Huading realm superpowerhouse. Huading. This was a legendary level. Did their Great Wei dynasty have such a powerhouse? Above, Gu Changzhong in midair had dealt with the Great Wei Dao Protector. Below, Qian Yingsu turned and walked to Lin Xiao. You've broken through to the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm so quickly. It seems you've gained a lot in the Wuji ruins. Qian Yingsu asked with a smile. A small gain. Thank you for your help. Lin Xiao thanked her warily. He didn't let his guard down. This woman was no saint. Just call me Yingsu. No need to thank me. I said earlier your life is mine, Qian Yingsu said calmly. The next second, blood-red mist erupted around her, and she turned into a streak of blood light charging forward. Rip! Lin Xiao's clothes were instantly torn, and a delicate jade hand tried to thrust further in. But a spirit armor on his skin blocked her attack. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Xiao tightly grasped her hand again. Are you crazy? Lin Xiao cursed in exasperation. Damn! He knew it. This enchantress was truly insane. Every time she would start a fight without a word. You only just realized. Qian Yingsu showed a look of enjoyment and comfort. Here it comes. Yes, this is the feeling. Comfortable, so comfortable. The moment their hands touched, the blood-red mist on Qian Yingsu's body began to rapidly recede, being completely absorbed into Lin Xiao. Her eyes once again faded from crimson. Great Wei brat, what are you doing with your hands? Gu Changzhong shouted sternly, raising his hand to separate them. But when he sensed the killing aura on Qian Yingsu rapidly fading, he was stunned. What's happening? This Great Wei brat actually suppressed the little missy's killing intent. Impossible. Something the entire Great Qin dynasty couldn't accomplish. How could this be? Strange. This brat is full of strangeness. In any case, he couldn't understand. Gu Changzhong remained silent and didn't disturb them. Instead, he stood quietly beside the two. He wanted to see how long these two could hold hands. Lin Xiao and Qian Yingsu clasped hands tightly together. Both closed their eyes as if sensing something. The atmosphere on site was quite peculiar. Hadn't these two just started fighting at the slightest provocation? How did they end up like this after just one exchange? What exactly are they doing? Representatives from other factions secretly wished to depart swiftly. Yet with the transformed Cauldron Realm's supreme expert remaining silent, none dared to move recklessly. The Great Wei Guardian had been instantly annihilated by a casual strike, let alone them. Damn it. Why is this woman from the Great Qin dynasty holding Lin Xiao's hand? Sect Master, I believe it's time for us to bring Lin Xiao back. Father, didn't you mention having business with Lin Xiao? Go call him over. Lu Mingwei and Luo Yushang spoke with both envy and frustration. Both Feng Sect Master and Luo Sect Master remained silent, saying nothing. You truly overestimate your father's Sect Master. The individual standing beside that young man is actually a genuine transformed Cauldron Realm expert. Since the person is patiently waiting nearby, how would they dare to approach and interrupt? After a few breaths, Qian Yingsu proactively released Lin Xiao. The crimson color in her eyes had completely vanished, and there was no trace of any killing intent on her person. To those unaware, one might genuinely believe she is an ordinary lively young girl. At this moment, Lin Xiao also opened his eyes. His gaze carried a sense of bewilderment. Who exactly is this woman? With their first contact, he had already absorbed 2/10 of the killing concept from her.
Just now, through another interaction, the killing concept increased by another 1/10. These 3/10 of conceptual power seemed like a total windfall. Until now, Lin Xiao had never utilized the power of the killing concept. At the Gathering Spirit realm, he dared not use it. Now that his strength has increased, he simply hasn't had the opportunity. Thank you. With this, breaking through to the swirling core realm will be much easier for me. Qianing chuckled gracefully, hopping outward with light steps. But after a few steps, she turned back with a smile toward Lin Xiao. Don't die at the hands of others, okay? I'll be waiting for you at the True Dragon rankings. After saying this, Qianing turned to look at Gu Changzhong. Gu Changzhong immediately understood. He produced a flying arc and helped the young miss board it. Before departing, he cast one final profound glance at Lin Xiao, then activated the flying arc as it streaked like a meteor toward the great Qian dynasty. Seeing these two leave, the various powers present did not linger, either scattering instantly. The imperial carriage of the Great Wei royal family was the first to flee, moving at an incredibly swift pace. In the blink of an eye, it had vanished completely. In the end, only the Sword Demon Sect and Flowing Cloud Sect remained. Young friend Lin, you acted too recklessly this time. Luo Haiqing sighed deeply. Slaying the third prince meant forming a mortal enmity with the Great Wei royal family. There was absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. Especially within the Great Wei dynasty, young friend Lin would surely face frenzied pursuit and assassination by the royal family. What is there to fear? Could the Great Wei royal family actually dare to enter my Sword Demon Sect to kill someone? Given enough time, Lin Xiao will surely become a formidable powerhouse. Even the Great Wei royal family will be of no consequence then. Fang's Sect master showed little sign of worry. He had confidence in the Sword Demon Sect, and even more confidence in Lin Xiao. You speak so lightly, but what about the other disciples of your Sword Demon Sect? Do you think the Great Wei royal family, given their nature, might vent their anger on them? Luo Haiqing retorted. Fang's Sect master fell silent for a moment. At this point, Lin Xiao spoke up. I appreciate the concern from both Fang's Sect master and Luo's Sect master, but I do not plan to return to the Sword Demon Sect for the time being. I have already decided where I will go next. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered as he spoke. This time in the Wuji ruins, he had indeed acted somewhat rashly and impetuous. But if given the choice again, he would do the same. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, both Fang's Sect master and Luo's Sect master were taken aback. Tell us, where would you like to go? The two asked. Tianyuan City. Lin Xiao spoke a name. Tianyuan City. The two Sect masters stared in astonishment. Tianyuan City is that central stronghold at the junction of three kingdoms in the Beast Tide Mountains, right? What are you going there for? Fang's Sect master asked with full puzzlement. That place was truly chaotic. Moreover, it would take at least 10 days to travel there from here. Luo Haiqing, however, seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. If I recall correctly, the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild is established in Tianyuan City, isn't it? Young friend Lin, could you be? Lin Xiao nodded and said, yes, I plan to visit the Alchemist Guild headquarters. In terms of power and influence, the Alchemist Guild far surpassed the Great Wei royal family. The Great Wei royal family was merely first among the Great Wei dynasty. But the Alchemist Guild was a top-tier force across the entire Eastern domain. As long as he could become a senior alchemist within the Alchemist Guild, even the Great Wei royal family would not dare to openly oppose him or target his sect. That would be enough. What he urgently needed now was time to grow. The two sect masters slapped their foreheads. They had nearly forgotten. Lin Xiao was a cultivator, but also an alchemist. And in their view, Lin Xiao's alchemical talent was incomparably superior to his cultivation talent. He was literally a monster-level innate alchemist. If someone like him went to the Alchemist Guild headquarters, he would surely be valued and given important responsibilities. Then all crises would automatically dissolve. The two sect masters' moods instantly lifted from the gloom. Especially Fang's sect master, despite his earlier confident appearance. When facing a top-tier power like the Great Wei royal family, he was actually quite anxious internally. Now he truly felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Once he returned this time, he would immediately issue a seclusion order for all sect disciples. For 1 month, no one would be allowed to go out, though everyone would cultivate within the sect. In 1 month's time, the matter would surely be resolved. After planning the next journey, Lin Xiao bade farewell to the two sect masters and to Luo Yushang and Lu Mingyue. Under the gaze of these people, Lin Xiao also flew away toward the distant horizon. Luo Yushang and Lu Mingyue only retracted their gazes after Lin Xiao's figure had completely vanished from sight. The two women felt somewhat dejected. Seeing his daughter in this state, Luo Haiqing spoke. Upon returning this time, break through to the swirling core realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, the distance between you and Lin Xiao will only grow greater and greater. Yes. Luo Yushang nodded vigorously, biting her teeth as she agreed. Fong Sect Master also shook his head, looking at Lu Mingyue. Girl, at your age, if you can break through to become a 6th-rank alchemist early on, you will likewise be valued and given important responsibilities at the Alchemist Guild. Lu Mingyue was stunned. Yes, this was no time for heartbreak. If she could break through to become a 6th-rank alchemist, she would go to Tianyuan City to find Lin Xiao. Yes, that's decided. On a flying vessel racing toward the great Qian dynasty at extreme speed, the red-clad girl occasionally turned her head to gaze toward the direction of the Wuji ruins. Her eyes held complex emotions, and a strange feeling in her heart could not be suppressed no matter how hard she tried. Elder Gu, do you think that Lin Xiao can make it onto the true dragon rankings this time? The red-clad girl murmured and asked. The thin and tall old man behind her was startled by her sudden question. Then he gave an answer. He can. Now it was the red-clad girl's turn to be stunned. Elder Gu's answer was too decisive. The true dragon rankings was not something any single dynasty could manipulate. It was a ranking formed by the heaven and earth laws of the entire eastern domain. Lin Xiao was indeed quite formidable, but he wasn't even a match for her. As if sensing the red-clad girl's confusion, that Elder Gu's eyes flickered as he began to explain. Do you still remember when the Great Way Guardian was about to launch the final strike against that Lin Xiao? All the spiritual energy fluctuations around Lin Xiao's body disappeared. The red-clad girl nodded. Of course she remembered. It was precisely because she felt Lin Xiao had no power to resist at that time that she stepped forward. She couldn't just watch this interesting fellow die before her eyes. Actually, your intervention at that time was unnecessary. Had you not stepped in, the one who would have died was that Great Way Guardian without any suspense. Elder Gu affirmed. Oh, how could that be? The red-clad girl displayed a rare expression of shock. Because at that time I sensed a life-threatening aura from that little fellow. Elder Gu spoke with a solemn and serious tone. What? The red-clad girl was dazed. She never expected Elder Gu to say such words. She also believed Elder Gu would not joke about such matters. So when you were battling him, he had already held back considerably. Elder Gu shrugged and said. After a few seconds of silence, the red-clad girl abruptly sat down and a massive aura condensed from all directions. Little miss, what are you doing now? Elder Gu's eyes went wide. Break through to the swirling core realm right now. The red-clad girl declared, then released her suppression on her cultivation realm. Elder Gu. As for Lin Xiao's side, he first found a deserted place and sat down. Earlier activating one swirling core realm perfect sword energy and one transformed cauldron realm sword energy had completely drained him. Now he absolutely had to take several top-grade pills to adjust his condition. After taking the pills, Lin Xiao gathered his thoughts and examined his internal condition. Over more than 10 days of sweeping through the Wuji Sword Tomb, he had wiped clean all the swords, absorbed all the sword energies, and obtained the final reward. All had reached great completion. Currently, he still retained 2 transformed Cauldron Realm sword energies. He also had 9 swirling Core Realm perfect sword energies. The remaining vast amount of 3/10 of sword energies had all been used to cultivate the Tiankue Sword Codex. Therefore, his cultivation advanced from gathering Spirit Realm perfect to the 4th level of the Sea of Wheels. Why did he only use 3/10 of the sword energies? Where did the other massive 7/10 go? Lin Xiao's consciousness passed through his dantian and looked toward a small black sword suspended above his vast chi. The other 7/10, nearly 11,000 sword energies had been absorbed by this object. This black sword was the ultimate reward of the Wuji Sword Tomb, a high-grade native destiny weapon. However, this small black sword was still in the process of condensation. Had it not been for that Qian Yingsu stepping forward today, he would have used his lifespan as a price to forcefully activate this black sword. Lin Xiao dismissed these thoughts. He focused entirely on recovering his condition. This time going to Tianyuan City, the Alchemist Guild, was actually secondary. Something else he learned within the Wuji ruins was the true purpose of this journey. 10 days later, Lin Xiao arrived at Tianyuan City. Throughout this entire journey, he had not paused for even a moment. The news of the third prince and his guardian's deaths would surely spread throughout the entire Great Way dynasty within a day or two. If he did not hurry, once the Great Way imperial family learned of his whereabouts, they would certainly dispatch powerful cultivators to hunt him down. From Sect Master Fong and Sect Master Luo, he had learned that the Great Way imperial family was guarded by cultivators at the Huading realm. This was precisely the fundamental reason why they could dominate other sects and maintain their position as the foremost sect of the Great Way dynasty. Lin Xiao indeed possessed numerous trump cards, but facing a supreme expert at the Huading realm would prove an enormously difficult challenge. Tianyuan City stood at the midpoint boundary between the Great Way dynasty, the Daqian dynasty, and the Dazhou dynasty. The other half of this junction connected to endless stretches of Demon Beast Mountains. Upon entering Tianyuan City, Lin Xiao immediately noticed its stark differences from other cities of the Great Way dynasty. First and foremost, Tianyuan City was immense. roughly 4 to 5 times the size of an ordinary city within the Great Wei Dynasty, with a total population reaching 300 million. The overall concentration of spiritual energy here was remarkably high. Cultivating here for a single year would be far more efficient and rapid than cultivating for 2 years anywhere else. Therefore, Lin Xiao could hardly spot any mortals on the streets. Everywhere he looked were cultivators, and their cultivation levels were far from insignificant. Within mere minutes of entering the city, Lin Xiao had already encountered no fewer than 10 mid to late stage, we'll see realm experts. Such powerful individuals, if they appeared in an ordinary city of the Great Wei Dynasty, would certainly command attention and reverence. Yet here nobody spared them a second glance. Lin Xiao did not immediately head to the Alchemist Guild. Instead, he spent a dozen spirit stones to gather the intelligence he desired. Several minutes later, Lin Xiao arrived before a magnificent and grand building. The Tianyuan Auction House, the largest and most reputable auction venue in the entire Eastern Domain bar none. The Tianyuan Auction House operated only 4 days each month, one small-scale auction and one large-scale auction. Today just happened to be the day of the large-scale auction, with the bidding set to begin in another hour. I heard the sword manual that was auctioned off last time has been returned again. Naturally, that sword manual is simply impossible for anyone to cultivate. They say it's been auctioned off and returned multiple times across the other celestial domains. Even if someone manages to purchase it, they'll return it not long after. A starting bid of 1 billion lower-grade spirit stones. Even those top-tier sects and holy lands would struggle to raise such an amount in one go. 1 billion for a sword manual that can't be cultivated. If it were me, I'd return it too, even if it meant losing 100 million in liquidated damages. Talk as if you actually have a billion. Listening to the bystanders chatter at the entrance of the Tianyuan auction house, Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with brilliant light. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and strode inside. Indeed, his target was precisely this mysterious sword manual that had been auctioned off and returned repeatedly across the other celestial domains. It was precisely because no one had been able to cultivate it for centuries that Lin Xiao felt deeply curious and intrigued. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. However, that starting bid was simply outrageous. 1 billion lower-grade spirit stones. To put it in perspective, that equaled 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Why not just rob someone? Even Lin Xiao suspected that this mysterious sword manual might be a deliberate scheme by the Tianyuan auction house. After all, the return penalty alone was a staggering 100 million. That was quite a substantial sum of money indeed. As for himself, Lin Xiao calculated that even if he liquidated everything he owned, it wouldn't be enough to reach 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. He had extorted over 30 from the third prince. Later, after executing him, he found another 250-something from the third prince's storage ring. Additionally, after slaying more than a dozen Great Wei Imperial disciples, he had acquired another 100 or so spirit stones. All told, he had roughly 400 supreme-grade spirit stones. He would just gather them. After all, he was determined to obtain this billion sword manual at all costs. Lin Xiao's defensive capabilities were sufficient. With the 9 Abyss Demon Suppression Seal cultivated internally and supreme-grade spirit armor worn externally. For speed, he had the 1,000-mile light escape technique. For cultivation, he had the Tiankuei Sword Codex. It was only in offensive capabilities that he fell short. Because without a sword technique or sword manual that could match his sword intent, the true power of that intent could never be fully unleashed. In terms of sword techniques, his strongest remained the Heavenly Nether Sword Art, Earth rank middle tier. Within the Wuji Sword Tomb, whether due to the passage of time or the rules there, he had acquired no sword techniques whatsoever. Therefore, after multiple inquiries, Lin Xiao learned of this billion sword manual at the Tianyuan auction house. It was said to be above heavenly rank. Whether this was true remained uncertain. Esteemed guest, please present your identity card. An auction house staff member blocked Lin Xiao, who was about to enter. Lin Xiao froze. He had nearly blurted out his ID number from Earth. Good heavens. Entering required identity verification. The staff member, seeing Lin Xiao's surprised expression, immediately understood the situation. Esteemed guest, this is your first visit to our Tianyuan auction house, isn't it? Please come this way to process an identity card. The staff member's attitude was most courteous. Very well, lead the way. Lin Xiao agreed. The staff member then guided Lin Xiao to a quiet chamber beside the entrance. Seated inside was an elderly man at the Xiandan middle stage. Upon seeing someone being brought in, the elder inquired, "What level of identity card do you wish to process?" While walking over, Lin Xiao had already learned some information from the staff member. Processing an identity card at the Tianyuan auction house required no additional fees, only the demonstration of corresponding assets. Possessing 1 million lower-grade spirit stones allowed one to process a white card granting access to the auction hall. Possessing 10 million lower-grade spirit stones qualified 1 for VIP status, granting access to the VIP lounges. Possessing 100 million lower-grade spirit stones qualified 1 for advanced VIP status, granting access to private rooms. Possessing 1 billion lower-grade spirit stones conferred supreme status, granting access to the heavenly rooms. Advanced VIP, please. Lin Xiao spoke, waving his right hand. A small pile of spirit stones materialized before him, supreme-grade spirit stones. Both the staff member who had guided Lin Xiao in and the elderly man were stunned. This small pile of supreme-grade spirit stones numbered at least over 100. Advanced VIP. They truly had not expected a mere 4th stage will see realm youth to apply for an advanced VIP card. It seemed this youth must be a genius disciple from some top-tier aristocratic family or Holy Land. Very well, esteemed guest, I shall fetch your advanced VIP card right away. The Xin Dan elder forced a smile onto his face. Advanced VIP guests were their most valued customers here. As for supreme guests, those were so rare one could hardly ever hope to see one. Wait, I'd like to consign 2 pills for auction. Would that be possible? Lin Xiao called out to stop the elderly man. Consignment auction for 2 pills. Usually pills are sold by bottle, aren't they? The pill-spinning elder paused, then quickly replied, Honored guest, if a single pill cannot reach a price of 1 million spirit stones, it can only be consigned for the small-scale auction held in a few days. 1 million spirit stones. That should be fine. Very well, here are the pills. Please make the arrangements. Lin Xiao handed over 2 jade bottles, each containing a single pill. The pill-spinning elder was taken aback. The guest was implying both pills were worth 1 million each. This was excellent news. Their current auction featured only 4 similar pills of million-level value. Such items were never in excess. No matter how many, they would be snapped up by major factions. They were always hotly sought-after auction items. Honored guest, might I inspect them? The pill-spinning elder politely asked. Be my guest. Lin Xiao nodded. The pill-spinning elder carefully unscrewed the bottle cap. A rich and potent medicinal fragrance immediately drifted out. What? This is shimming breakthrough pill. The elder exclaimed in shock. This honored guest was far too humble. These were not mere million-level pills. They were clearly worth tens of millions. Truly, a pill of such rarity was hard to come by. Wait. The pill-spinning elder suddenly stared with wide eyes as if he had seen a ghost. The grade of this pill seemed to be. Good heavens. Ichi Danwu. Honored guest, are you certain you wish to consign this pill? The pill-spinning elder asked in astonishment. Yes. I would like to ask, what should the starting bid for this pill be in spirit stones? Lin Xiao asked curiously. He was still short 600 million spirit stones and had no idea how much these 2 pills would fetch. Aichi Danwu grade pill and shimming breakthrough pill at that. Its value is immeasurable. Honored guest, please wait a moment. I need to summon our supervisor. The pill-spinning elder immediately sent someone to notify the supervisor. Within 2 breaths, a vigorous white-haired old man rushed into the private chamber. Where is it? Aichi Danwu grade, shimming breakthrough pill. Supervisor, it is here. The pill-spinning elder respectfully handed over the jade bottle. The white-haired supervisor carefully opened the lid and thoroughly inspected the pill. He inhaled deeply, observed closely, and examined it for a while. Finally, he replaced the lid and said with deep emotion, This pill will surely be the highlight of today's auction. Supervisor, this honored guest would like to know what starting price to set for this pill, the pill-spinning elder said. The white-haired supervisor turned to the pill's owner and said seriously, Guest, this pill's market value is approximately 100 million spirit stones. We can set the starting bid at 50 million, and the final transaction price should fall between 110 million to 130 million. Lin Xiao nodded. This price was within his expectations. He then pointed to the other jade bottle in the pill-spinning elder's hand and asked, What about the other pill? The other pill? Both elders exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that the other pill was not a Ichi Danwu grade, shimming breakthrough pill? It made sense. Such things were extremely rare. The appearance of one was already shocking enough. If the guest asked about the other, admit it was not a Ichi Danwu shimming breakthrough pill. Most likely it was an ordinary grade pill. Very well, guest, I shall take a look. The white-haired elder took the other jade bottle from the pill-spinning elder's hand. He unscrewed the cap and began his examination. Huh, damn. This is an Ichi Danwu grade, shimming breakthrough pill. The white-haired elder was dumbfounded. He had assumed it was an ordinary upper-grade specimen, never expecting such a stunning result. The intense contrast threw him off balance completely. The pill-spinning elder beside him, hearing the supervisor's cry of shock, also hurried over to take a look. Ichi Danwu. Good heavens. It was actually an Ichi Danwu pill. This was the first time he had ever seen a pill of that grade. Someone was actually consigning something like this for auction. Was this person truly foolish or merely playing dumb? Please help us appraise a starting price, Lin Xiao requested. He did not expect their reactions to be so dramatic. It was only an Ichi Danwu grade pill after all. The white-haired elder reverently capped the jade bottle, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Honored guests, such a rare pill of this grade is something our Eastern Region branch has never auctioned before. I recommend setting the starting bid at 100 million. As for the final transaction price, I cannot say for certain, but it will certainly be no less than 200 million. Upon hearing the supervisor's words, Lin Xiao fell into thought. The white-haired elder assumed Lin Xiao was dissatisfied with the starting price. Just as he was about to explain further, Lin Xiao spoke. What would be the value of a Sanqi Danwu grade Xianming breakthrough pill? Sanqi Danwu. The white-haired elder was utterly stunned. Then with burning eyes he asked eagerly, "Guess you do not happen to possess a pill of that grade, do you?" Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "I do not. I was merely asking." Or rather, he did not possess one yet. The white-haired elder. Very well. He had overthought it. Pills of the Sanqi Danwu grade were far beyond what he could hope to see. It was like a pill-spinning realm cultivator attempting to break through to the cauldron tempering realm. It was an insurmountable chasm for ordinary people. Even among the prodigies and talents, very few could cross it. After a moment's thought, the white-haired elder decided to answer Lin Xiao's question anyway. A Sanqi Danwu grade pill represents a tremendous enhancement in both efficacy and characteristics, and its value multiplies several times over. If it were a Sanqi Danwu Xianming breakthrough pill, the starting bid would be at least 300 million. As for the final transaction price, to be honest, I feel very few people would be able to afford it. The white-haired elder smiled bitterly. After all, the Xianming breakthrough pill was ultimately a pill for pill-spinning realm cultivators, who would spend 300 million or more spirit stones to purchase a pill for a junior at the Wheel Sea realm. Purchasing a single Urki Xianming breakthrough pill was the best choice, offering the highest cost-performance ratio. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. He naturally understood this principle as well. He currently possessed 400 million spirit stones, and with these two pills valued at 300 million, he was still 300 million short of the billion needed for the sword technique. Lin Xiao checked his belongings. He had some valuable items, but none suitable for auction. In that case, then I trouble your institution to auction both pills together, Lin Xiao said. No problem at all. Honored guest, please proceed to the VIP lounge and wait. The auction begins in less than an hour. Your two pills will certainly belong to the final highlight auction items. The white-haired elder said this courteously. Lin Xiao did not move, but instead asked another question. How long does it take from the start of the auction until the final item, the billion-value sword technique, is auctioned? This. If things go quickly, it would take 3 hours. If slow, it might take half a day, the white-haired elder replied. Then there is more than enough time, Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. But the white-haired elder was somewhat puzzled, not understanding what enough time meant. I will step out for a bit and try to return by the time the pills are auctioned. Without waiting for a response, Lin Xiao grabbed his identity card and quickly left the private chamber, exiting the Tianyuan auction house. He sped toward the Eastern Region headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. Lin Xiao currently had a shortfall of about 300 million. Of course, if the two pills sold smoothly, it would be a bit over 200 million. But no matter how he calculated, he still needed to refine another pill. As for the materials to refine the pill, they should be available at the Alchemist Guild. Lin Xiao thought it would be easy. However, no sooner had he arrived at the Alchemist Guild than he encountered trouble at the very start. I'm sorry, the materials in our Alchemist Guild can only be purchased by certified alchemists of the guild, the staff member said. Lin Xiao was stunned. He hadn't expected the guild's purchase to be membership-based. Then I'll apply for certification as an alchemist right now, Lin Xiao said. The Alchemist Guild was a relatively free and unconstrained organization. No matter your identity, as long as you were an alchemist, you could come for certification. Huh, you are an alchemist? The staff member asked in surprise, because Lin Xiao looked very young, about the same age as the guild's apprentice alchemists. Yes, Lin Xiao gave an affirmative reply. All right, may I ask which grade of alchemist you wish to certify for? The guild staff member quickly asked. After hearing Lin Xiao's confirmation, the person's attitude improved considerably. 7th grade, I suppose, Lin Xiao hesitated and said. He didn't want to exaggerate, but if he said too low a grade, he feared he wouldn't have the purchasing authority. The materials in this alchemist guild were all restricted by the alchemist's grade. For example, if you were a 3rd grade alchemist wanting to buy materials meant for 7th grade alchemists, they simply wouldn't sell to you. Such a regulation ensured the efficient utilization of various materials and prevented reselling, etc. However, upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the staff member's face darkened. Another troublemaker. He encountered such people almost every month. But he didn't drive him away. Instead, he took out a sheet of paper and ink and handed them over. 7th grade alchemist, right? Then please fill out this questionnaire. At the end of the questionnaire, you also need to describe in detail the refining process of a 6th grade pill. After the written test is passed, the guild will naturally contact you for a practical assessment, the staff member said seriously and earnestly. Lin Xiao. So troublesome. Isn't it just certifying as an alchemist? Just give the materials and refine a batch on the spot. But then Lin Xiao thought about it, and felt the procedure wasn't unreasonable. After all, it was a formal organization, it was normal to have a few assessment items. In his past life, when he went to work, didn't he also have to go through interviews, written tests, and other procedures? Lin Xiao picked up the questionnaire and started reading. Upon reading it, he was dumbfounded. 1. When smelting the spirit-gathering grass, what proportion of gentle fire and fierce fire should be used, and for how long respectively? 2. What are the 10 major precautions during the pill quenching process? 3. If the pill liquid separates at the moment of pill formation, what are the causes? Please list 5 situations. 4. Besides the basic formula for Peiyuan pill, what other materials can be used as substitutes? 5. 6. 100. Please describe in detail the refining process of any 6th grade pill. The more Lin Xiao looked, the wider his eyes became. Good heavens! A full 100 questions that seemed he could only answer the last one. The other 99, he didn't know a single one. What kind of bizarre questions were these? Just refining a pill, did it require so much consideration? Throw in the materials, extract the essence, condense the pill liquid, and the pill was done. Lin Xiao, who had been quite confident when he picked up the pen, wrote his name, and after reading the questions directly gave up. It seemed that becoming an alchemist was not easy. What to do? Here one had to be an alchemist to buy materials, but taking the alchemist exam was too difficult for him, who had zero foundation. Sigh. If only he knew a high-level alchemist. Wait. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled something. With a thought, he took out a token from his storage ring. This was an identity token given to him by Zhuo Fengshe when he was refining pills at Luyan Sect. Hello, with this token can I buy some materials? Lin Xiao showed the token and asked the staff member. Huh, this is a steward token. Where did you get this token? The staff member asked in surprise. A friend of mine who is an alchemist gave it to me, Lin Xiao said. I see, then no problem. You can go in with this token to purchase materials. The staff member's attitude became polite. He muttered inwardly, was this guy messing with him? If you had this steward token all along, why did you say that nonsense about certifying as a 7th grade alchemist? Really? Lin Xiao showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Zhuo Fengshe's token to be so effective. After thanking him, Lin Xiao entered the Alchemist Guild and used the token to purchase a set of materials for the Xianming breakthrough pill, costing 2 million low-grade spirit stones. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, but the rank of Zhuo Fengshe's token only allowed purchasing 1 set. Lin Xiao was not worried, a 1 set was enough. Next, he rented the best alchemy room in the Alchemist Guild. The hourly rent was as high as 1 high-grade spirit stone, which was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon entering the room and seeing the top-grade alchemy furnace placed there, Lin Xiao felt it was worth the price. Using such a high-level furnace would make pill refining somewhat easier. After preparing the materials, Lin Xiao began refining the pill. This time his cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of the Luanhai realm, and his body contained sword aura at the perfect Xiandan realm and even Huading realm. He wondered if he could successfully refine a good batch of pills. He held the spirit sword in his hand. The pill refining began. While Lin Xiao was starting to refine the pill, the Alchemist Guild also received an exciting message. Just now, the Tianyuan auction house used its own intelligence network to convey good news to the major forces within the entire Tianyuan main city. Today's auction would add 2 pills. One was a 1-Qi Dan Mist Xianming breakthrough pill. The other was a 2-Qi Dan Mist Xianming breakthrough pill. As soon as this news came out, the top-ranking major forces in the city were in an uproar. Outsiders might not understand why they were so excited, but these major forces had gathered some secret intelligence from the Alchemist General Association. Among it was secret information about the Xianming breakthrough pill. A high-grade Xianming breakthrough pill was enough to allow a cultivator at the peak of the Luanhai realm to successfully break through to the Xiandan realm. And a 1-Qi Dan Mist level Xianming breakthrough pill not only allowed one to break through to the Xiandan realm, but also laid a solid foundation and contained a trace of enlightenment power. This would allow cultivators who broke through to the Xiandan realm to comprehend intent more easily than others. What did it mean to comprehend intent more easily? That meant he would be 1 step closer to the Huading realm than others. Therefore, just for this trace of enlightenment power, the 1-Qi Dan Mist and 2-Qi Dan Mist Xianming breakthrough pills must be obtained. For a time, all major forces in Tianyuan City moved, converging on the Tianyuan auction house. 1.5 hours later, just as the auction was about to begin, above the Alchemist Guild sky, the heavens suddenly changed color. Clouds gathered and pressed down the entire sky, turning dim. Thunderous sounds echoed within the clouds. Around the Alchemist Guild, various kinds of energy began to surge wildly. Bloody hell is a heavenly tribulation descending. Heavens, who dares to undergo tribulation in Tianyuan City? But the power of this tribulation is so strange. What exactly is happening? You look, the tribulation clouds are above the Alchemist Guild. This, could it be? The tribulation clouds descended, a phenomenon few had ever witnessed. Onlookers speculated endlessly about what manner of supreme powerhouse could summon such a spectacular display. Only the high-ranking officials of Tianyuan City's most powerful factions harbored the faintest suspicion of the truth. Those clouds were no ordinary lightning tribulation, but a pill tribulation. The appearance of a pill tribulation in Tianyuan City could only mean one thing within the Alchemist Guild: someone had broken through to the 9th grade. But was it the president or the vice president? Something didn't add up. They were puzzled. The two Grandmasters, though the only 8th grade alchemists in the entire Eastern Domain, should still be far from achieving 9th grade status. Could one of them have experienced a sudden enlightenment? Some in the Grand Elder were paying the Alchemist Guild a visit. The Tianyuan auction just announced pills of the Ichi Danwu caliber, and now the Alchemist Guild has a master breaking through to 9th grade. These events must be connected. A 9th grade alchemist. The Eastern Domain shall finally have won again. It's been far too long. Since Master Yao passed away centuries ago, no one has reached such heights. Forget the auction. Let's head straight to the Alchemist Guild. Gaining recognition before a 9th grade alchemist is far more valuable than crowding around some auction house. Startling news proliferated ceaselessly, setting the streets and alleys of Tianyuan City astir with fevered excitement across every major faction. And at the very heart of the tribulation clouds, the Alchemist Guild had erupted into chaos. Every defensive formation across the entire building activated autonomously. All alchemists were hastily gathered on the 1st and 2nd floors as entrances and exits were sealed shut. Everyone whispered the same burning question: had Vice President Ma broken through, or President Mo? It must be President Mo. Vice President Ma had only just achieved 8th grade status 3 years prior. There was simply no way he could have progressed so rapidly. Whoosh. In that instant, a figure came hurtling through the guild's entrance. Halt. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Oh, Vice President. My deepest apologies. The steward, who had been preparing to intercept the intruder, blushed with embarrassment. Never had he imagined that the person barreling through would be Vice President Ma himself. The Alchemist Guild was temporarily sealed to all traffic, except for its directors. You did well, Vice President Ma called back without turning. Remember, from this moment forth, no one is permitted to enter the floors above the 3rd. Violators shall be expelled from the Alchemist Guild immediately. With those words, Vice President Ma vanished up the staircase. Yes, Vice President. Several managers and stewards responded in unison. Being alchemists themselves, they fully grasped the gravity of the situation. If Vice President Ma had appeared, then the one currently triggering the pill tribulation and poised for breakthrough was undeniably President Mo. The tribulation clouds manifested. This was the final step of pill refinement, the ultimate threshold of advancement. Once President Mo crossed this boundary, his path forward would be boundless, his Tao of pills illumined before him. Silence descended upon all. Yet within each heart burned an unyielding resolve. Should President Mo successfully ascend to 9th grade, they would finally stand tall before alchemists from other celestial domains. During the previous Xianpeng Pill Assembly, they had been humiliated mercilessly by those from distant heavens. Those mortifying scenes remained seared into memory. This grudge, they would repay it tenfold in time. Meanwhile, Vice President Ma dashed straight toward the number 1 alchemy chamber on the guild's highest floor. His heart churned with bewilderment and astonishment. Had Lao Mo experienced a sudden enlightenment? They had chatted until late last night. How could he possibly be on the verge of breaking through to 9th grade now? He had rushed here precisely to guard Lao Mo to prevent anyone from causing disturbance at this critical juncture. However, upon reaching the number 1 alchemy chamber, his face contorted in utter shock, his eyeballs nearly popping from their sockets. For standing before the chamber door was someone who should have been absolutely impossible. The other party, upon seeing Ma, wore an expression equally as stunned. Both wore the very same look of having encountered a specter. Lao Mo, what are you doing here? Lao Ma, if you're here, then who's refining inside? They had posed the identical question in perfect unison. In that instant, realization dawned upon them both. The individual who had summoned the pill tribulation was neither of them. I thought it was your moment of enlightenment and ascension, Lao Mo said, brow furrowed. Are you dreaming? I just broke through to 8th grade mere moments ago. Even if I experienced 2 successive enlightenments, 9th grade would remain beyond my reach, Lao Ma retorted with a withering glance. Well, you're the only other person besides myself with any hope of reaching 9th grade, so naturally I assumed it was you refining the pill, Lao Mo explained. Then who in the world is in there? Lao Ma pressed urgently. I have no idea. The moment I sensed the pill tribulation, I came straight to guard this spot. I never saw anyone. Lao Mo shook his head. The two men stared at each other, exchanged a subtle shift in complexion. Could it be? An 8th grade alchemist from one of the other celestial domains had come to Tianyuan City for their breakthrough. Lao Mo, guard this position. I'm going to ask the stewards which person rented the number 1 alchemy chamber. With that, Lao Ma thundered downstairs. Understood. Lao Mo acknowledged. 10 minutes later, Lao Ma returned, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What? Lao Ma, what kind of expression is that? Don't tell me it's not an alchemist from another celestial domain. Lao Mo ventured a guess. How do I put this? The steward said that the person who rented the number 1 alchemy chamber was a young man. He appeared extremely youthful, hardly resembling an alchemist at all, more like an alchemy apprentice. Furthermore, I learned from 2 other disciples that this young fellow came to certify as a 7th grade alchemist. When he failed the written examination, he used a steward's token to purchase a set of Xianming breaking through pill materials. Lao Ma recounted what he'd discovered in a tone bordering on existential doubt. President Mo stood utterly dumbfounded. The person capable of triggering this tribulation was a mere youth. The one about to become a 9th grade alchemist was a young person, and he had purchased a set of Xianming breaking through pill materials. Wait, Lao Ma, did you say this young person purchased a set of Xianming breaking through pill materials? Lao Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Why? Is there something wrong with that? Lao Ma had just returned from outside and was unaware of certain developments. There's something very wrong. The auction house just sent word that today's auction will feature 2 additional pills. One of the Ichi Danwu caliber, the other of the Liangqi Danwu caliber. You wouldn't happen to guess what those pills might be? Lao Mo hinted meaningfully. Could it possibly be the Xianming breaking through pills? A sudden chill ran through Lao Ma's entire body, his flesh erupting in goosebumps. Exactly. So, Lao Mo fixed his gaze upon the number 1 alchemy chamber with an inexplicable expression. Boom. A bolt of deep blue lightning struck down with devastating force. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire alchemist guild. Crack, crack. The defensive formations of the guild were instantly shredded by the thunder. A massive crevice was torn open in the number 1 alchemy chamber of the guild tower. Lao Mo and Lao Ma immediately activated their protective techniques, shielding themselves from the residual thunderous force. As the dust settled, they finally beheld the figure within the number 1 alchemy chamber. Good heavens! It truly was a young person. A youth merely at the 4th level of the Luanhai realm. At that moment, the youth in the first alchemy furnace room had his handsome eyes tightly closed, his right hand raised high. His right hand was quite gruesome to behold. From fingers to arm, everything was charred black with traces of cyan smoke slowly rising. President Mo and Vice President Ma's faces were filled with deep horror and disbelief. What had happened to this youth's hand? Could he have used his hand to block the heavenly tribulation? The entire first alchemy furnace room contained only him. Was this person the grade 9 alchemist who had caused the alchemy tribulation? But this couldn't be right. A person at the 4th layer of Sea Realm, even with exceptionally high alchemy talent, could absolutely not become a grade 9 alchemist. Although alchemists did not need to cultivate frantically, there were still certain requirements for their cultivation realm. A grade 7 alchemist required at least the Xiandan realm cultivation base. A grade 8 alchemist needed the peak of the Xiandan realm. A grade 9 alchemist required at least half a step toward the Huading realm. Because of these conditions, only President Mo and Vice President Ma within the entire alchemist guild had the possibility of breaking through to become grade 9 alchemists. And yet now you were telling him that this youth at the 4th layer of Sea Realm before them was a grade 9 alchemist. Wasn't this just making a mockery of things? Suddenly, the youth at the Sea Realm's brows trembled slightly. A profound aura spread out from him in all directions. Within 1,000 li radius, a musical sound seemed to arise. This chanting melody was extremely profound. Ordinary people could not hear it at all. Only those whose alchemy talent reached a certain level could listen to it. Old Mo, do you hear any strange musical sound? It's so magical. I feel like all the alchemy doubts troubling me these past few days have suddenly been resolved. Old Ma asked with astonishment on his face. But Old Mo did not respond. Instead, he stared at the youth before him with even greater shock and awe. He was quite certain of one thing now. This youth had broken through to become a grade 9 alchemist. Old Mo quickly composed himself. Rather than answering Old Ma's doubt first, he summoned his half-step Hua Ding cultivation and shouted downward. All alchemists heed my order. Immediately sit where you are, focus your minds, and listen carefully. Keep no stray thoughts in your hearts. What you are hearing now is the mysterious sound of the alchemy Tao. This is a tremendous opportunity. Whether you can seize it depends on yourselves. Old Mo's voice spread throughout the entire alchemist's guild and dozens of li around. No wonder I felt all my doubts completely cleared away. I seem able to break through to grade 6 alchemist. Me too. I feel I will definitely advance today. What are you talking about? Why can't I hear anything? Godlike. I'm done talking. I must listen and comprehend immediately. Same here. Let's not waste time. The alchemists were both amazed and delighted. But without exception, everyone who heard the mysterious sound immediately sat where they were, focusing their minds to comprehend, just as President Mo had instructed. Outside the door of the first alchemy room, Old Ma was even more dumbstruck. So this was the mysterious sound of the alchemy Dao. Only those with exceptionally high alchemy talent and comprehension could trigger such a heavenly phenomenon when breaking through to a grade 9 alchemist. It not only brought immense benefits to oneself, but also served as an opportunity for all nearby alchemists. This miraculous scene that existed only in ancient texts. Today it had actually become reality. Smack! Old Ma's occiput received a heavy punch. Old Mo retracted his fist and said testily, "Do you still want to break through to grade 9 alchemist, or not?" Before Old Ma could respond, Old Mo was already sitting cross-legged where he was entering deep meditation to comprehend. Only then did Old Ma snap back to reality. Right, this was not the time to be surprised. He must seize this opportunity. While everyone in the Alchemist Guild was in deep meditation, the person concerned, Lin, was still puzzled. At the moment the alchemy tribulation struck down, he did not know what had made him do it. He had actually reached out his hand to block in front of the alchemy furnace, forcefully taking this alchemy tribulation. He could feel waves of subtle and profound power surging into his entire body. His blood meridians, bones, and even his soul were all strengthened at this moment. Even more miraculously, some music kept echoing in his ears, constantly deepening his understanding of the alchemy Dao. Of course, these were all the positive aspects. The negative aspect was that his right hand was almost unusable now. It looked terribly charred and unbearable to look at, but inside his arm was already recovering rapidly. It could only be considered a minor injury. It was just that he could not move it, which made Lin Xiao extremely frustrated. He had no idea when he would recover. However, this was not even the worst part. The worst thing was, he had comprehended another artistic conception. The artistic conception of alchemy 1.5 layers. Using the artistic conception of alchemy provides a certain enhancement effect on alchemy, and the pills refined will also be of higher quality. But this was his 5th artistic conception now. How was he supposed to survive like this? Where was the Huading realm? Fortunately, regarding the artistic conception of alchemy, as long as he kept refining pills, producing pills of higher grade and better quality, he could continuously elevate the artistic conception of alchemy. This could be considered the good news amidst bad news. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Traces of divine charm flashed across his pupils. Without much hesitation, he gently tapped with his left hand and opened the alchemy furnace. The fragrance of pills instantly spread everywhere, and purple light surged straight into the sky. The tribulation clouds in the sky were completely scattered by this purple radiance. A smile appeared on Lin Xiao's lips as he took out 3 Xinming breakthrough pills from inside. 2 of them were at the 2 Qi pill mist level. The other was 3 Qi pill mist level. It wasn't easy at all. He finally managed to refine pills of this grade. It had consumed 1 Huading realm sword energy and 5 peak Xiandan realm sword energies. Currently, he only had 1 Huading realm sword energy and 3 peak Xiandan realm sword energies left. Not bad. It was sufficient for now. Once the heavenly treasure floating above his Qi Si was fully refined, these sword energies might not be as necessary. Affected by the Qi resonance. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes, the mysterious sound of the alchemy Dao also disappeared. President Mo and Vice President Ma, their eyes filled with regret, also woke up. The two exchanged a glance. They both stepped forward and bowed deeply in respect. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance to the Alchemist Guild. This grace of rebirth will never be forgotten in our lifetimes." The two spoke with sincere hearts. Although the person before them was a youth, it in no way affected their status in their hearts. During that recent baptism of the mysterious sound of the alchemy Dao, Old Ma felt he had taken a tremendous step forward on his alchemical path. Old Mo's gaze toward the youth was filled with even greater gratitude and reverence. Because his bottleneck as a grade 9 alchemist had actually begun to loosen. This was something he had not even dared to imagine. This young senior before him had a tremendous impact on him, on the Alchemist Guild, and on the status of all alchemists in the entire Eastern Domain. The debts of gratitude they owed him were equally immense. Lin Xiao frowned and looked at the two elderly men, puzzled. "Who are you?" "Senior, I am Mo Chen, the president of the Alchemist Guild. This is our vice president, Ma Quan." "Senior, this time it is all thanks to you." Old Mo had barely introduced himself for 2 sentences before Lin Xiao interrupted him. "Wait, can you tell me how much time has passed since I started refining pills?" Lin Xiao quickly asked. Replying to Senior, "It has been 1 shurchen and 1 quarter already." Old Mo responded. "What the hell? That being the case, never mind. I have something to attend to. I will go first." Lin Xiao put the jade bottle containing the pills into his ring, then activated his movement technique and rushed in one direction. "Senior, where exactly are you going?" Old Mo asked anxiously. "The auction," Lin Xiao said without turning back. "Let's go." "Old Ma, we should follow as well." Yes, that is exactly my intention." The two also activated their movement techniques and followed after. Tianyuan City was a place where fish eyes were mixed with pearls full of all kinds of people. This young senior seemed to have been injured. They could not possibly stand by and watch him come to harm. It was just that they were somewhat curious. This young senior was in such a hurry to go to the auction. Did he have some urgent matter? Lin Xiao rushed to the Tianyuan auction house without a moment's pause. The staff member at the entrance was the same as before, and he immediately recognized the guest who had consigned the top-grade pills. Esteemed VIP guest, you have finally arrived. The last batch of auction items is about to begin, and your 2 pieces should be among the final ones to appear. The staff member said with a beaming smile. All right. Lin Xiao nodded and prepared to enter. Just then 2 figures appeared behind him. Lin Xiao was not surprised, he had already sensed them. It was the president and vice president of the Alchemist Guild. Their attitude toward him was peculiar, not hostile, but rather full of gratitude. What was going on? He had only attracted a pill tribulation while refining and hadn't helped in any other way. Please show your identification, you two. Huh. President Mo. President Ma. What brings you 2 esteemed patrons here? Please come in. The staff member's attitude instantly changed. He had been polite to Lin Xiao, but when facing these 2 it was as if he had met his own father. No need, we are with this senior. You don't need to attend to us. President Mo waved his hand at the man and said, Oh. The staff member, stunned and bewildered, withdrew. Even after the 3 entered the auction, he was still dazed. Senior. President Mo had actually called that youth senior. Had he misheard? Or was he hallucinating? How could a youth of ordinary cultivation be President Mo's senior? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and his 2 followers arrived at a private VIP room. They closed the door. Through the special window of the VIP room, they could observe every move in the auction hall. At that moment, the auction staff were preparing to auction the final batch of items. Seeing this, Lin Xiao thought to himself he had not arrived too late. Now he only needed to wait quietly for the 10 billion sword art to appear. He turned around, fixing a puzzled gaze on the 2 followers, and asked, You 2, have you been following me for something? Rest assured, senior. We were only concerned for your safety, so we accompanied you all the way. President Mo glanced at Lin Xiao's immobilized right hand and said seriously, Don't call me senior. My name is Lin Xiao, just call me by my name. I want to ask, besides my pill tribulation while refining at the Alchemist Guild, did anything else happen? Lin Xiao inquired. He guessed that something must have happened in between. Otherwise, these 2 big shots at the half-step Huading realm would not be so respectful to him. Huh. Senior, you don't know. President Mo and President Ma were both taken aback. Finally, under President Mo's explanation, Lin Xiao understood. The Dao alchemy mystic sound. So he had affected so many people. This was something he had not anticipated. Senior, I have a question I very much wish to ask. Please enlighten us. After exchanging a glance, President Mo spoke. Go ahead. Lin Xiao did not refuse. Senior, where are you from? When President Mo asked this, both presidents tensed up. The answer to this question was extremely important to them. I have been in the Dawei dynasty since I came to this world. Lin Xiao replied. Phew. The 2 presidents finally let out the breath they had been holding. The Dawei dynasty. That means he is from the Eastern Domain. Excellent, perfect. Their Eastern Domain finally had a 9th-grade alchemist again. The Dawei dynasty is a fine place. Old Ming of the Dawei Imperial Clan and Old Xiao of the Jinma Sect are both highly likely to become 8th-grade alchemists. President Mo directly flattered. I never expected Senior Lin Xiao to be from the Dawei dynasty. This is truly an honor for the Dawei dynasty. Vice President Ma also flattered, then, as if recalling something, he casually remarked, However, the Jinma Sect situation seems quite dire lately. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked, Oh, President Ma, please elaborate. How is the Jinma Sect situation dire? Does Senior Lin Xiao not know? 10 days ago, a disciple of the Jinma Sect killed the 3rd prince of the Dawei Imperial Clan, which infuriated the Dawei Imperial Clan. The very next day, they dispatched a half-step Huading powerhouse, leading a massive army to surround the Jinma Sect completely. It is said that the Dawei Imperial Clan has issued a strict order. If the disciple who killed the prince is not handed over, they will raze the entire Jinma Sect to the ground, leaving no trace. Alas. Anyway, so many days have passed, and the Jinma Sect is still putting up a stubborn resistance. I wonder how much longer they can hold on. Vice President Ma related what he knew. He had little sympathy for a demon sect like the Jinma Sect, but he pitied their 7th-grade alchemist. Whoosh. The next moment, both President Mo and Vice President Ma felt a chill run down their spines, breaking out in a cold sweat. They were both half-step Huading realm experts. That they could have such a reaction. A terrifying killing intent visible to the naked eye emanated from the senior before them, enveloping the entire VIP room. If not for the isolation array in the VIP room, the entire auction hall would have been alarmed. What's going on? Both were shocked and bewildered. The senior had dual cultivation of intents. At the Alchemist Guild, both had sensed the presence of alchemy intent from Lin Xiao, though vague it was real. But now he displayed a completely different kind of intent power. Even from this brief contact they could tell that this killing intent was far superior in level to the alchemy intent. Senior, are you alright? President Mo asked. Lin Xiao's eyes tinged slightly red, and he asked coldly, do you know the casualties of the Jinma sect? So far casualties are not heavy. Because on the day the third prince was killed, the Jinma sect sealed off the sect and activated its protective grand formation. Vice President Ma said. Lin Xiao nodded. At least it was good news among the bad. He hadn't expected the Dawei Imperial clan to act so decisively. All of Lin Xiao's techniques and martial skills originated from the Jinma sect. Calling him a disciple of the Jinma sect was no exaggeration. Annihilate his Jinma sect. That would depend on whether he agreed. Senior, do you have some connection with the Jinma sect? President Mo asked, seeing Lin Xiao's strong reaction. Connection? The third prince of the Dawei Imperial clan. It was I who killed him. Lin Xiao admitted directly. There was nothing to hide about such a matter. What a... The two presidents were instantly dumbfounded. Even if they had thought of countless answers, they would never have imagined this. This senior, then I will immediately send someone to inform the Dawei Imperial clan to withdraw their troops. President Mo made a decision without any hesitation. No need. After this auction ends, I will handle it myself. Lin Xiao said with a grim gaze.